In the bustling streets of Chang'an, a young man named Lu Cheng finds himself unexpectedly transported back to the Tang Dynasty, leaving behind the modern world he once knew. As a history student, he had spent countless nights studying this fascinating era, but nothing could prepare him for the reality of living in it. With a quirky little sister by his side, Lu Cheng navigates the challenges of his new life, including the peculiarities of Tang cuisine that leave him unimpressed. Armed with an enigmatic system that has yet to reveal its purpose, Lu Cheng must adapt to his surroundings while also grappling with the weight of his family's legacy. When he encounters curious locals who question his modern tastes, he finds himself in humorous exchanges that highlight the vast differences between past and present. As he seeks to carve out a niche for himself, Lu Cheng's journey unfolds with unexpected twists, including the potential for becoming the first arms dealer of the Tang Dynasty, all while trying to survive the chaos of his new reality. Can Lu Cheng thrive in a world where he is both an outsider and a potential game-changer? As he navigates the complexities of history, family, and ambition, he discovers that the past is not as rigid as it seems, and his modern sensibilities might just hold the key to his success. Chapter 1. Returning to Tang. The streets of Chang'an remain as bustling as ever, with vendors thronging about, reminiscent of the vibrant markets of later generations. Cheng sits in a tea house by the roadside, observing the lively commotion and cannot help but exclaim, "This is indeed the height of the Tang Dynasty." As a contemporary university student majoring in history in the 21st century, Cheng holds a deep admiration for the Tang era. In pursuit of knowledge regarding this illustrious dynasty, he has endured several sleepless nights filled with fervent study. At last, the heavens do not forsake the diligent. After days of tireless effort, however, Cheng finds himself utterly exhausted. To his astonishment, upon opening his eyes once more, he discovers he has traversed time to the Tang Dynasty. "Brother, what are you saying?" A young girl seated beside Cheng, her cheeks stuffed with pastries and her large, glistening eyes filled with curiosity, inquires. "Nothing, just eat slowly, don't choke." Cheng replies, wiping the pastry crumbs from her cheek and pouring her a bit of water with a smile. As a proud traveler through time, Cheng is equipped with the essential apparatus of his journey, namely a system. Yet, since awakening, nearly a week has passed, and besides the initial message-off system binding in progress, there has been no further communication. The absence of a phone and the internet feels like torment to Cheng, leaving him in a state of unbearable boredom. After a mere week of quietude at home, Cheng can no longer endure the monotony and decides to take his little sister, LWN, out into the bustling streets. It is pertinent to mention Cheng's family in the Tang Dynasty. According to the memories he has inherited, although Thishima is not that of nobility, it is not a dilapidated household either. Cheng's father fell in battle during the turmoil of recent years, but fortunately, he left behind a fabric shop, which is currently managed solely by his mother, LLSH. Although the shop is modest, it generates enough income to support their small family of 3, leaving Cheng feeling quite content. Observing the gluttonous little girl, Cheng shakes his head and remarks, "Such poorly made pastries dare to sell for such a high price today." LLSH is in good spirits, having received a substantial order for the fabric shop, rewarding Cheng with a coin, which allows him to take his little sister, LWN, out for a treat. This tea house is reputed to serve the finest pastries in all of Chang'an. Thus Cheng is driven by a desire to experience the culinary delights of the Tang Dynasty. He orders a pot of tea and a serving of the so-called best pastries, leaving his pockets quite empty. Before the pastries arrive, Cheng thinks that despite the cost, experiencing the finest pastries in Chang'an would be worth it. However, upon receiving the tea, his appetite vanishes entirely, and the pastries leave his mouth parched. The tea of the Tang Dynasty is brewed, meaning it is boiled rather than steeped as we do today. The tea is simply a chunk tossed into boiling water, often accompanied by ginger, mint, or jujubes. Some even add goat's milk or salt for a more robust flavor. This is utterly unacceptable to Cheng, who has not touched the tea since its arrival. As for the pastries, they are crumbly and dry, leaving him puzzled as to why LWN enjoys them so much. They cannot compare to the exquisite pastries of later times, even falling short of the popular meat floss cakes. Unbeknownst to LWN, who is obliviously indulging, her brother's complaints do not escape the ears of 2 middle-aged men in splendid attire at the next table, who furrow their brows and address Cheng. This Cheng pastry paired with tea is a renowned delicacy of Chang'an, May I inquire what discontent you harbor regarding it? Is this truly a delicacy? It is dry and lacks any semblance of melting in the mouth. Even a simple meat floss cake is superior. How can this be deemed a delicacy? Cheng retorts, disdain evident on his face. What is a meat floss cake? I have never heard of it, muses a slightly graying, slender man. Your words are misguided. As a pastry meant to accompany tea, it should be savored with a sip of tea, enhancing the flavor. A dry pastry complemented by hot tea is indeed a marvelous experience. Really, is this what you call delicious? Cheng scoffs, glancing disdainfully at the pastries on the table. A meat floss cake is a soft bread topped with a layer of delicate meat floss. A single bite dissolves in your mouth, leaving no dryness, and paired with savory meat floss. That is true delicacy. Meat floss. A pastry topped with meat floss. The more authoritative-looking man expresses interest, turning to his companion. Have you ever tasted such a dish? Never, replies the slender man, shaking his head. Young sir, I have not seen any vendors selling this meat floss cake in Cheng'an. Cheng'an? There is no one here capable of creating such a dish. Cheng continues, wiping Lwn's mouth once more. To speak of meat floss cakes, the most authentic ones are from Yukon. All others simply do not compare. Yukon? Is it made by someone named Yukon? Pray tell, where can one acquire this meat floss cake? Ah, it's simple. This meat floss cake at this juncture. Cheng finds himself at a loss, for this era lacks meat floss cakes. Yet having made such bold claims, he fears the suspicion of boasting if he does not provide an answer. Just then, the slender man interjects. Could it be that you have never tasted this meat floss cake yourself? Before Cheng can respond, Lwn, who is furiously consuming pastries, interjects indignantly, taking a hearty swig of tea, swallowing the remnants of her pastry, and wiping her mouth with her chubby hand, exclaims, Uncle, you speak falsely. Brother has not lied. Not only has he eaten meat floss cakes, but he has also brought them for me. It is clearly you who has never tasted them. Lwn insists, her large, round eyes glaring in discontent. This scene brings a smile to Cheng's face. He never anticipated that his little sister would be so protective, unwilling to let anyone speak ill of him. The slender young man chuckled, displaying no sign of offense, and inquired with a smile. Oh, little girl, might I ask if there are any more of those meat floss cakes? The little girl, Lu Wan, after hearing this, twirled her glistening eyes and, with a resolute demeanor, proclaimed, Humph, the meat floss cakes are delightfully soft and chewy, and I have already devoured them all. Chapter 2, The Exchange System. This, father-in-law? The Rosong Bing is a delicacy from Lingnan Dao, yet it appears that it is no longer available for purchase. Lu Cheng pondered for a moment before taking over the conversation, gazing at the slender man and stating that while it is indeed from Lingnan Dao, it is worth noting that in the future, the renowned Yuchen Rosong Bing originates from Fujian, which is now part of Lingnan Dao. Though this father-in-law is destined to remain unaware of that fact. After saying this, Lu Cheng did not wait for a response from the two individuals at the adjacent table. Instead, he picked up the little girl with big, bright eyes, bowed slightly to the two, and said, Please continue enjoying your meal. I shall take my leave. Upon exiting the tea house, Lu Cheng observed the little girl, who seemed hesitant to speak. He affectionately ruffled her hair and inquired, What is troubling you? The little girl lifted her head to look at Lu Cheng, biting her lips softly as she asked, Brother, is that Rosong Bing really that delicious? You little glutton, Lu Cheng said, playfully pinching her cheek, feeling the rich texture of her youthful skin. He continued, Of course, Rosong Bing is 1,000 times more delightful than your favorite candied fruits and pastries. Wow. The little girl was nearly drooling with anticipation, wrapping her arms around Lu Cheng's neck and whispering, Brother, can you let Wanner have some Rosong Bing too? Wanna loves you the most. Haha, you little foodie, in a few days, I will find a way to make some for you. You are the best, brother. You must let mother try the Rosong Bing as well. With Lu Cheng holding Lu Wan, the duo chatted animatedly as they made their way to the Lu family cloth shop. Mother. Before they even reached the shop, the little girl shouted excitedly. Lu Cheng looked at the shop, which seemed to be struggling in business, and felt a wave of disappointment. Did mother not say she had secured a lucrative deal? Why was there not a single customer in sight? Why are you still letting your brother carry you? Li Shi, lifting the curtain to the inner door, remarked disapprovingly at the sight of Lu Cheng holding the little girl. Since her eldest son had changed his temperament a few days ago, the little girl had become increasingly attached to him, wanting him to carry her all day long. It's all right. Mother, Wanner is not heavy. Lu Cheng reassured the middle-aged woman dressed in plain attire. She is already 5 years old. In a few years, she will become a young lady. How can she always be carried? Li Shi shot a disapproving glance at her son, who was defending his sister, and continued, just indulge her. Girls are meant to be spoiled. Lu Cheng yawned, surveying the empty shop, and asked Li Shi, Mother, did you not say you had secured a big deal? Why is there not a single person in the shop? Upon hearing this, Li Shi's brows furrowed. It was all due to that wretched Wang family, who had disrupted her business for the sake of their small shop. However, when her son inquired, Li Shi had no intention of revealing her concerns, fearing that he might impulsively confront the Wang family. Thus, she feigned nonchalance and replied, It's fine, it's just a quiet few days. The Wang family is a well-known aristocratic clan in the Tang Dynasty. Their influence is not merely a matter of reputation. As a member of the 5 prominent families, they could easily manipulate her little cloth shop. However, their demands were excessive. They wanted her store without compensation, ruining the business deal she had already secured and spreading unfavorable rumors about her shop. It had been several days without a single customer. Yet, Li Shi thought simply, even if the Wang family forced her to close the shop, they could never make her eldest son aware of the situation. For her, the most important things were her 2 children. Her eldest son had a somewhat impulsive temperament, and Li Shi feared that if he learned of the matter, he might recklessly confront the Wang family, leading to consequences that could not be resolved merely by closing the shop. Lu Cheng observed Li Shi, who seemed lost in thought, and shook his head, refraining from speaking. However, the furrowed brows of his mother indicated that their shop was indeed in trouble, though the severity of the situation remained unknown. Since mother did not wish to divulge the matter, it was evident that she did not want him to meddle. Thus, Lu Cheng nodded in silence. After sitting in the shop for a while, Lu Cheng suddenly wore a look of urgency and exclaimed to Li Shi, Mother, I must return home first. Please take care of Wanner. Li Shi had just taken hold of Lu Wan and was about to respond when Lu Cheng dashed out in a hurry. While she did not press the issue, Lu Wan was not so easily pacified. Seeing her elder brother leave without her, she blinked her eyes and burst into tears, clinging to Li Shi and sobbing, Mother, brother doesn't want Wanner anymore. Li Shi could only comfort the little girl. The reason Lu Cheng left so hastily was that his newfound abilities had finally activated. Just moments ago, he had heard a voice in his mind proclaiming, System binding successful. Consequently, he hurried home to explore this system. Upon returning home and closing the door, Lu Cheng eagerly asked in his mind, System, what can you do? This system is an exchange system, allowing the host to purchase anything from the system's inventory using money. The system's products can be viewed in the shop. Following the system's introduction, Lu Cheng opened the shop and was immediately met with several categories: daily necessities, tobacco and alcohol, confectionery and tea, bedding, furniture and appliances, construction materials, firearms and ammunition, among various other classifications. Lu Cheng was utterly astounded. He had pondered this 1,000 times and could never have imagined that this system resembled a supermarket system. It was one thing to have a supermarket, but to sell firearms as well? Which supermarket in the 21st century would dare to sell weapons? With a complex mix of emotions, Lu Cheng clicked on the firearms category, eager to discover whether this supermarket system truly offered such prohibited items. Upon opening the firearms category, the first item displayed was a genuine Type 54 pistol, priced at 2,000 RMB, with bullets costing 5 renminbi each. As Lu Cheng perused the list of weaponry, he found that an authentic AK-47 was priced at a mere 5,000 RMB. However, the bullets for the AK were a bit pricier at 7 renminbi each. Lu Cheng gazed at the images of the firearms and felt a surge of excitement. As a young man of the 21st century, the chances of ever handling a gun were practically zero unless one enlisted in the military. But what is it that every man loves? Surely, it is firearms. At last, Lu Cheng could no longer contain the tumult within his heart and inquired of the system. System, how much money do I possess at present? The system offered no verbal response. Instead, a translucent screen materialized within Lu Cheng's mind, revealing his information. Transcendental Exchange System host, Lu Cheng balance, 8,920 yuan daily free lottery, 1 opportunity available. Daily lottery consumption count, 0. Product discounts, none at the moment. Chapter 3, the Wang clan of Taiyuan balance? Why do I have a balance? Lu Cheng queried, gazing at the vivid figure of 8,920 yuan in his account. This system has converted all the assets from your previous life, resulting in a total of 920 yuan, which has now been transformed into system balance. All assets. Does that include real estate? Lu Cheng inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, all assets under your name, including real estate and vehicles, among others. The system replied coldly, devoid of any sentiment. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng's expression turned ashen, and he shouted angrily, "Do you have no humanity? My car and my house must be worth at least a few million, and you only give me 8,000? All rights of explanation belong to the system." In a fit of exasperation, Lu Cheng found himself at a loss for tears. Just the value of a single property he owned in a coastal city like Qingdao was at least 3 million, yet the system had left him with a mere 8,000. "This is infuriating," he muttered, rubbing his temples. "I want to draw a lottery." The system remained unperturbed by Lu Cheng's fury and replied in its usual cold tone, "Please choose a lottery method. Option 1 is a free lottery, available once daily. Cash lottery costs 10,000 yuan per draw. Free lottery. Congratulations. You have received thank you for your patronage." Lu Cheng was on the verge of losing his mind. This insane system congratulated him for receiving a mere token. Gradually regaining his composure, he realized the most pressing issue. This system required the expenditure of yuan. Finding himself in the Tang Dynasty, Lu Cheng had no means to procure yuan, so he curiously asked, "How can I increase my balance?" The host may exchange gold, silver, and various precious items for system balance at equivalent values. After thoroughly understanding the system, Lu Cheng finally grasped that it functioned as a mechanism for exchanging gold for goods from the modern era, akin to an enormous supermarket. He perused other categories in the marketplace and discovered that the prices of daily necessities were comparable to those in contemporary supermarkets, with no significant inflation. To his surprise, he found a category for snacks and pastries, where he located the beloved Rosong Bing, specifically from Yuchin. The retail price was merely 20 yuan per box, indistinguishable from modern times. Once the novelty wore off, Lu Cheng excitedly exchanged for a box of Rosong Bing, eager to share it with the little girl Lu Wan, to prevent her from drooling over it incessantly. With practiced ease, Lu Cheng selected the Rosong Bing option and clicked to redeem it. Watching as his cash balance dwindled to exactly 8,900 yuan, while a small box of Rosong Bing materialized in his hands. However, the packaging had changed to a plain white box, lacking production details, adorned only with the bold words Rosong Bing and the Yuchin logo at the bottom. Delighted, Lu Cheng tore open the packaging and tasted a piece of Rosong Bing, tears of joy welling in his eyes. The flavor was so familiar. Comparing it to the renowned pastries of Chang'an, the difference was akin to heaven and earth. He was even tempted to take the Rosong Bing to the tea house for that thin man to savor, to enlighten him on what true delicacies are. Unbeknownst to him, in the tea house, Changsun Wuji was discussing Lu Cheng. "Fuji, did you hear what that young man said about Yuchin Rosong Bing? Have you ever heard of it?" The dignified middle-aged man raised his teacup and sipped slowly. "Your Majesty, I have not heard of such a peculiar pastry," replied a deferential attendant. If Lu Cheng were present, he would be astonished to discover that the two elderly gentlemen discussing pastries with him were none other than the current Emperor Shimin and the foremost Prime Minister of the Tang Dynasty, Changsun Wuji. "Ha ha, Fuji, after all these years in Lingnan, you still do not know as much as the youth," Li Shimin chuckled, setting down his teacup and smiling at his esteemed brother-in-law, the Prime Minister. Changsun Wuji took Li Shimin's jest in stride, feeling rather pleased, for the emperor jested only with those he held in high regard. After all, Changsun Wuji was no insignificant figure, as the Prime Minister and the brother of the current empress. He was also the maternal uncle of the crown prince and the emperor's brother-in-law, a man of considerable influence in the court. Had it not been for that young man's strong assertion, I would truly find it hard to believe that there exists anything more delicious than the Qingji pastries with tea, he remarked. However, he mentioned that the Rosong Bing is made with shredded meat atop the dough, after years in Lingnan. "I have never encountered such a method of making pastries." Li Shimin nodded with a smile. "Interesting, indeed." After savoring one Rosong Bing, Lu Cheng casually took a half box, intending to share it with the young girl Lu Wan at the fabric shop. Meanwhile, within the Lu family fabric shop, the little girl Lu Wan peeked stealthily from behind the counter. Lu Mu, Li Shi, was cautiously conversing with a portly manager clad in brocade, accompanied by several rowdy young men who exuded an air of arrogance. "Li Sanyong, have you made up your mind? Will this fabric shop be transferred or not?" The portly manager demanded imperiously. "Wang manager, could you perhaps show some leniency? My entire family depends on this small fabric shop for our livelihood. Lu Mu pleaded, pulling out a small pouch containing 2 taels of silver, smilingly attempting to offer it to the manager. The manager took the pouch, weighed it in his hand, and mockingly sneered, "Li San Yang, do you look down upon the Taiyuan Wang clan?" He tossed aside the pouch and continued, "Are you trying to slap my Wang clan's face with 2 taels of silver?" Lu Mu's heart was filled with frustration towards the arrogant man, yet the power of the Wang family was overwhelming, leaving her powerless against even a mere manager. She could only bend down to retrieve the pouch and continue to plead. With a beaming smile, Lu Cheng approached the fabric shop, humming a tune, already envisioning the delightful scene of Lu Wan eagerly devouring the Rosong Bing. However, as he neared the shop, he spotted Lu Mu hunched over and the boisterous young man beside her, causing his formerly joyful expression to fade. Chapter 4. The thunderous Lord Yang Yongxin Lu Cheng, standing at a distance from his mother, could not hear her words. However, upon witnessing her obsequious demeanor, he discerned that trouble had indeed arisen. The order for the fabric shop, which had been negotiated with their family, had vanished, making it evident that someone coveted their modest establishment. Yet, he was uncertain whether the assailants were the newly affluent nobles from Li Shimin's cohort or the esteemed families of Ur. Nevertheless, the instigators were right before him, so there was little point in overthinking the matter. Lu Cheng had not come to the Tang Dynasty to suffer indignities. While an ordinary person might refrain from retaliating against a dog that bites, Lu Cheng was determined to eliminate the offending canine without hesitation. Resolute in his intentions, Lu Cheng hastened to his mother, Li Shi's side. "Mother, what troubles you?" he inquired, his voice arriving before his presence. Li Mu, surprised to see Lu Cheng beside her, paused her attempts to appease Wang Guanshi. She turned to Lu Cheng and said, "My son, why are you here? Go check on your sister at the fabric shop. There is nothing amiss here." Before Lu Cheng could respond, the corpulent Wang Guanshi interjected with a feigned smile, employing a tone of veiled intimidation. "Ah, Li San Yang, is this your child?" Seeing her elder brother's arrival, the young girl, Lu Wan, dashed out from behind the counter, throwing herself into Lu Cheng's arms, weeping bitterly. "Brother, they bully me and mother." The young girl sobbed, gasping for breath as she recounted Wang Guanshi's misdeeds. "Ah, Li San Yang, your daughter certainly has a way with words. We have not bullied her at all." Wang Guanshi sneered at Li Mu. Watching Lu Wan's heart-wrenching tears, Li Mu felt a pang of sorrow. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Wang Guanshi, I have made my decision. We will sell." Li Mu understood that if she did not sell the fabric shop to the Wang family of Taiyuan today, her 2 children might face dire consequences tomorrow. The power of the 5 surnames and 7 esteemed families was formidable, and for a lowly merchant family like hers, the annihilation of her entire clan would barely create a ripple for the Wang family. For the sake of her children, Li Mu had no choice but to acquiesce to the sale. Upon hearing this, Wang Guanshi's insincere smile transformed into one of genuine delight as he cheerfully addressed Li Mu. "Very well. This fabric shop is valued at a mere 1 guan. You have no objections, I presume?" "1 guan. Wasn't it previously stated to be 5 guan?" Li Mu murmured in disbelief. "The 5 guan was the earlier price. You, Li San Yang, insulted the dignity of the Wang family with your 2 taels of silver, and 4 guan is already a generous concession." With that, Wang Guanshi's smile faded, reverting to his previous smirk as he continued. "Do you have any objections, Li San Yang?" At this point, Lu Cheng finally comprehended the situation. The Wang family of Taiyuan intended to engage in strong-arm tactics. While their fabric shop was neither large nor small, acquiring a shop of similar size in Chang'an's West Market would cost at least 1 or 200 guan. Yet, the Wang family believed they could seize it for just 1 guan. He chuckled inwardly, incredulous at the audacity of the Wang family. They seemed to have completely abandoned any sense of shame, thinking they could acquire his family's shop for such a pittance. The adage that the wealthier one becomes, the more miserly they tend to be, had never felt more true to Lu Cheng than at this moment. Without waiting for Li Mu to respond, Lu Cheng handed the still-sobbing Lu Wan back to their mother and said to her and the young girl, "Mother, please take my sister inside for now. I will handle this." Li Mu accepted Lu Wan, her face a portrait of discomfort. She wished to speak but held her tongue, casting a worried glance at Lu Cheng before turning to return to the fabric shop with her daughter. "What? Does the eldest son of the Lu family look down upon our Wang family of Taiyuan?" Wang Guanshi remarked, observing Li Mu's retreat without raising any objections, though his tone dripped with sarcasm. Once Li Mu had entered the shop, Lu Cheng turned to Wang Guanshi and stated, "You speak of the Wang family of Taiyuan as if they possess great might. Is that truly the case? Wang Guanshi erupted into laughter, derisively regarding Lu Cheng. Ah, I thought you were astute, but you appear to be quite the fool. You are unaware of the power of the Wang family of Taiyuan? Lu Cheng, well versed in the intricacies of the Tang Dynasty, was indeed familiar with the Wang family, a prominent clan among the 5 surnames and 7 esteemed families. He understood the strength of these clans, as they were the very same families that had supported Li Jiansheng, the hidden prince, while Li Shimin, who hailed from the Li family of Longxi, belonged to one of these esteemed lineages. Li Yuan, the father of Li Shimin and the founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty, had leveraged the influence of his clan to topple the oppressive Sui dynasty, establishing the Tang. In the early Tang period, the coalition of the 5 surnames and 7 esteemed families represented a power that eclipsed even the imperial court. However, due to their allegiance to Li Jiansheng, these families faced suppression after Li Shimin's ascension to the throne, following the coup at Xuanwu Gate, where he eliminated his elder brother to seize power. Even though Li Shimin's relentless efforts had diminished the influence of these families, eradicating their legacy was no simple task, revealing the considerable strength of the 5 surnames and 7 esteemed families. Lu Cheng smiled, unfazed by Wang Guanshi's mockery, thinking to himself that a mere steward could hardly represent the Wang family of Taiyuan. Wang Guanshi's expression shifted multiple times before he ultimately snarled, "Though I am but a small steward, I am not someone you, a lowly merchant's son, can disparage." At this revelation, Lu Cheng began to comprehend his position. It was a stark reminder that in the Tang Dynasty, society was stratified according to a hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. In this era, where scholarly pursuits were held in the highest esteem, Lu Cheng's family, being engaged in small trade, occupied the lowest rung of the social ladder. This was not an age where merchants were honored, but rather an era in which they were deemed lowly traders. This clearly illustrated the general standing of merchants in society. Observing the group of ruffians approaching, Lu Cheng couldn't help but chuckle to himself, pondering how, in an age rampant with firearms in the 21st century, he had never wielded a gun, nor could he fathom the experience of firing one in the Tang Dynasty. Although such thoughts crossed his mind, he was well aware that discharging a firearm in the streets was out of the question. Thus, Lu Cheng opted instead for a stun gun, intending to showcase the marvels of modern technology to the denizens of the Tang Dynasty. However, this smile was perceived differently by the rotund overseer, who waved his hand, prompting the ruffians to advance towards Lu Cheng. Witnessing this, Lu Mu, working in the cloth shop, gripped the doorframe tightly with one hand while using the other to cover the eyes of the young girl, Lu Wan. In the midst of the crowd, Lu Cheng remained unfazed, reaching into his coat as if to retrieve something, eventually producing the stun gun. Chapter 5. The Dance of Chaos at the Forefront. A ruffian brandished a broken wooden stick, intending to strike at Lu Cheng. Unperturbed, Lu Cheng retrieved an electric stun gun from his pocket and calmly disengaged the safety. He aimed at the smirking ruffian and pulled the trigger. A brilliant blue arc erupted from the gun's muzzle and struck the ruffian with a resounding thud. Upon receiving the shock, the ruffian convulsed, his long hair, which had been draped over his shoulders, suddenly standing on end as if styled by a powerful hair gel. He danced wildly for at least 3 to 5 seconds before collapsing heavily onto the ground. The surrounding ruffians, witnessing this spectacle, exhibited signs of trepidation, but Wang Pengzi, with a fierce glare, barked, "Do not be afraid. Seize that object from his hands." After exchanging glances and hesitating briefly, the ruffians steeled themselves and charged at Lu Cheng. Though they were unaware of how their companion had fallen, the peculiar device in Lu Cheng's grasp hinted that it was the work of the Lu family's heir. If they could snatch this curious item and present it to the young master, their fortunes would surely ascend. Thus, driven by ambition, they resolved to rush towards Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng, armed with the system's electric stun gun, delivered several rapid shots, causing the previously defiant ruffians to dance in place as they too succumbed to the shock. Witnessing this, Wang Pengzi's bravado dissipated, and his already pallid face turned ghostly white as he shouted, "Sorcery! This is sorcery!" Once the ruffians lay incapacitated, Lu Cheng nonchalantly approached Wang Pengzi, lifting the stun gun mockingly to the latter's chin and teasingly inquired, "What is the matter? The steward of the Taiyuan Wang family?" Wang Pengzi, genuinely terrified, found himself immobilized by the weapon pressed against his jaw, trembling uncontrollably as he stammered, "Do you dare strike me? Are you not afraid of the Wang family's retribution?" Lu Cheng smiled, lifting his hand to lightly slap the stun gun against Wang Pengzi's face a few times, and said, "Do you think I am afraid?" Indeed, Lu Cheng was not afraid. If provoked, he could easily exchange for a Gatling gun and charge towards the Wang family, unleashing chaos upon them. Of course, this was merely jest. Lu Cheng understood his shooting skills were lacking, and no matter how formidable, he could not withstand a large number of adversaries. Nevertheless, the presence of the system provided him with a sense of security, enabling him to navigate through the vast Tang realm with confidence, unafraid of any lurking threats. Before Wang Pengzi could respond, Lu Cheng forcefully kicked him twice and sternly warned, "I grant you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Depart at once, or if I catch you disturbing my family's business again, do not blame me for your demise." Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi felt as though a great weight had been lifted, and he hurriedly turned to flee, abandoning his incapacitated companions on the ground. He ran with such urgency that it seemed as though he wished for additional legs to hasten his escape. Lu Cheng glanced at the ruffians still twitching on the ground and shouted after the fleeing Wang Pengzi, "Return and take your underlings with you, or I shall open fire." Though uncertain of what open fire entailed, Wang Pengzi understood the implication. If he did not stop, he too would end up on the ground. Terrified, he abruptly halted, nearly losing his balance, before turning back with a sheepish grin to retrieve his fallen comrades. Witnessing Wang Pengzi's cowardly demeanor filled Lu Cheng with ire, and he delivered several more kicks to the hefty steward's rear, curtly commanding him to leave before turning back toward the fabric shop. Lu Mu, observing the ruffians dancing in place, remained oblivious to her son's machinations. She anxiously approached Lu Cheng, scanning him for any signs of injury. Contrarily, the young girl, Lu Wan, displayed no concern, clapping her chubby hands in excitement as she exclaimed, "Brother, you are so powerful. You drove away the bullies who tormented me. Delang, you weren't hurt, were you?" Lu Mu pulled Lu Cheng close, inspecting him from head to toe, and upon finding no injuries, she still questioned, "Are you truly all right?" "I am fine, mother. You need not worry," Lu Cheng reassured her, lifting the little girl and gently wiping the remnants of tears from her face, smiling as he comforted Lu Mu. With a fond pinch to the girl's slightly reddened nose, Lu Cheng continued, "Warner, can you guess what I have brought you?" "Delicious food. Brother has brought Warner delicious food." The little girl wriggled with anticipation in Lu Cheng's arms, her gluttonous nature shining through. Lu Mu observed the affectionate scene between her children, her eyes glistening with warmth. Just as she was about to voice her concerns about the Wang family, she swallowed her words and simply smiled at their playful antics. "Not yet. Guess again. Can you guess what it is called?" Lu Cheng playfully teased, pretending to pull a meat floss cake from his pocket and presenting it before her. Upon seeing the meat floss cake, the little girl's eyes sparkled with delight, her little nose twitching as she tried to inhale the enticing aroma, yet she remained unable to identify it. After several incorrect guesses, she finally lost patience and resorted to her endearing tactics, nuzzling into Lu Cheng's embrace and pleading, "Brother, I want to eat. Do you not recall? I mentioned it to you earlier today." Lu Cheng waved the meat floss cake in front of her teasingly. I know. It is a meat floss cake. Right, brother?" Lu Cheng nodded, setting the little girl down and continuously pulling out meat floss cakes from his pocket. Her eyes brightened further with each cake, and she clung to Lu Cheng's leg, eagerly climbing up while adorably demanding, "Brother, I want to eat. Wana wants meat floss cake." Lu Cheng handed her one meat floss cake, then offered another to Lu Mu, saying, "Mother, please try this and tell me what you think." Lu Mu quickly accepted the meat floss cake, her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Where did you procure this pastry?" Lu Cheng chuckled awkwardly. Slightly embarrassed, "A friend gifted it to me." Noticing Lu Cheng's unease, Lu Mu remained silent. She was well aware of her son's circle of friends, and none possessed the means to provide such exquisite pastries. Choosing not to press further, she sampled the meat floss cake while the little girl, despite her small stature, voraciously stuffed her cheeks full, resembling a little hamster. Lu Cheng found it amusing to watch the little girl devour her food with such fervor and cautioned, "Slow down, no one is vying for your share." Chapter 6. Greed. Lu Cheng, along with the young girl and his mother, indulged in a delightful feast of meat floss pastries that seemed out of place in this era. Meanwhile, Wang Pengzi hurriedly scurried back to a grand mansion that exuded an air of magnificence. The two imposing stone lions at the entrance stood sentinel, and as he arrived, Wang Pengzi cast a glance at the two characters inscribed above the door, Wang Fu. Gritting his teeth, He contemplated how to navigate the impending interrogation from the young master, and with a heart full of trepidation, he stepped into the opulent residence. Upon entering, Wang Pengzi did not head towards the main house. Instead, he made his way directly to the small garden, knowing that at this hour, the young master would likely be savoring tea there. Arriving at the pavilion, he bent slightly at the waist and addressed the young master in a hushed tone. Young master. His previous arrogance had dissipated entirely. The young master, clad in a silk robe, glanced at Wang Pengzi with indifference and inquired, "What is the status? Has the fabric shop been secured?" Despite the young master's calm demeanor, Wang Pengzi dared not show any sign of negligence. Remaining bent at the waist, a flicker of fear crossed his face as he stammered, in response to the young master's inquiry. The eldest son of Li Sanyang possesses some peculiar abilities. Today, he brandished an unknown object, and it seemed as if we had been struck by heavenly thunder. Wang De and the others trembled and fell to the ground. The young master did not bat an eyelash and continued in his unperturbed tone, "I asked you if the fabric shop has been secured." Sweat instantly broke out on Wang Pengzi's brow. While others might not understand, he was acutely aware of the young master Wang Qingshan's methods. Failing even this minor task would spell disaster for him, and his position as a steward would soon come to an end. With a thud, Wang Pengzi knelt, pressing his forehead to the ground as he lamented, "Young master, the eldest son of the Lu family truly possesses some remarkable skills. From my observations, that strange object is undoubtedly a treasure capable of summoning heavenly thunder. I intended to seize it and present it to you, young master, and if you do not believe me, Wang De and the others are outside and can attest to my words." Wang Qingshan regarded the trembling figure before him for a long moment before softly replying, "Go, summon Wang De and the others." Wang Pengzi, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly crawled towards the entrance, where he spied Wang De and the others, their hair still standing on end. He called out, "Wang De, you lot come with me. The young master wishes to see you." Once inside the mansion, Wang Pengzi turned to Wang De and the others, speaking in a low voice. "When the young master asks you a few questions, remember to distinguish clearly between what should and should not be said." "What should we say to the young master?" inquired the small rogue known as Wang De, who had been the first to be struck by the electric shock, his expression a mix of fear and excitement. Wang Pengzi's shifty little eyes darted around before he replied, "Just speak the truth. For instance, we offered Li Sanyang 50 guan for her fabric shop, but she, knowing no better, demanded 200 guan and allowed her son to insult the Wang family." The others exchanged glances, recognizing the greedy intentions behind Wang Pengzi's words. It turned out the young master had a budget of 50 guan, yet it had been reduced to 5 guan in Wang Pengzi's account, with the audacity to attempt to acquire such a large fabric shop for a mere 1 guan. With a firm resolve not to become too entangled with Wang Pengzi, they masked their thoughts with expressions of indifference. Wang De chuckled nervously, assuring Wang Pengzi, "Rest easy, Steward Wang, we understand, we understand." Wang Pengzi, pleased with Wang Da's response, painted an enticing picture of opportunity. "It is indeed a chance for us, and if you provide the young master with a detailed account of the treasure in the possession of the Lu family's eldest son, once he is intrigued, we can seize that treasure and present it to him. Promotion and wealth will surely follow." Inwardly scoffing, Wang De thought, "This gluttonous fool, even if we were to acquire that treasure, how could promotion and wealth be ours? Wouldn't it all fall into the greedy hands of the steward?" Though displeased, Wang De dared not show it, instead feigning enthusiasm and echoing, "Steward Wang, your foresight is indeed remarkable. Today is truly a grand opportunity for us brothers. We shall rely on you to speak favorably on our behalf to the young master." Of course, Wang Pengzi laughed heartily, gesturing for them to cease their chatter as he led them briskly towards the small garden. "Young master," Wang De approached Wang Qingshan respectfully, performing a courteous bow. Wang Qingshan raised his gaze, but nearly choked on his tea at the sight before him. Wang Da's appearance was utterly shocking. Traditionally, long hair was the norm, but after being electrocuted, one's hair stands on end, and if the voltage is high enough, the skin can char. The electric shock device in Lu Cheng's possession was no ordinary item. It was genuine American military equipment, and the results were evident. An hour had passed, yet Wang Da's hair remained upright, resembling a small tree. Wang Qingshan cleared his throat, his pallid complexion suddenly flushed as he questioned Wang De. "Is it true, as Steward Wang mentioned, that the Lu family's eldest son possesses an object capable of summoning heavenly thunder?" Wang De cast a glance at Wang Pengzi before lowering his head, In response to the young master, I cannot ascertain what that object is, but it indeed felt as though we had touched heavenly thunder. When struck, there was no pain, yet soon our bodies felt numb, as if our hearts would leap from our chests. Did you all experience the same sensation? Wang Qingshan asked, observing the similarly styled ruffians. Yes, young master, I felt the same. However, at the moment of the shock, I lost control of my body, feeling only that tingling sensation, fully aware I was about to fall, yet utterly powerless to stop it. Wang Pengzi gazed at the contemplative Wang Qingshan and promptly knelt down upon the ground, lamenting with a voice laden with sorrow. Young master, you must advocate for the likes of me. That lad from the Lu family, emboldened by his treasures, disregards the Wang family entirely. He not only insults me, but dares to belittle our esteemed lineage. Wang Qingshan, fully aware of this corpulent man's intentions to shift blame, nevertheless felt a surge of indignation within him at the derogatory remarks directed toward the Wang family. Chapter 7. Strategic Planning. As the eldest son of the Wang family from the prestigious Wuxing Qiwang lineage, Wang Qingshan possessed an unwavering sense of honor from a young age. He could not tolerate any affront to the Wang family's dignity. Although he suspected that Wang Pengzi was merely babbling nonsense, he could not suppress the anger bubbling within him. He glared at Wang Pengzi, who lay prostrate on the ground, and sternly declared, I shall grant you one more chance. If you fail to procure that treasure, do not return. Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi hastily bowed his head, a flicker of a smile betraying his otherwise contrite demeanor, as he exclaimed, Thank you, young master. I shall not disappoint you. Wang Qingshan waved his hand dismissively, signaling Wang Pengzi to leave, and turned to Wang De and the others, instructing, You few remain. Wang De exchanged a glance with Wang Pengzi, recognizing the unspoken warning in Wang Pengzi's eyes. After a brief moment of mutual understanding, Wang De nodded gently towards the retreating figure of Wang Pengzi, signifying that he would not speak out of turn. Once Wang Pengzi had exited the garden, Wang Qingshan gestured for Wang De and the others to elaborate on the matters concerning Lu Cheng. Wang De, reluctant to refuse, began to explain in detail, with everyone chiming in. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng observed the small girl voraciously stuffing her mouth with food, finding the scene amusing yet worrying that she might choke. He reached into his pocket, preparing to exchange for a bottle of yogurt for her. Noticing her brother's hand delve into his pocket, Lu Wan halted her eating, her sparkling eyes fixed intently on Lu Cheng's movements in anticipation of the treat. This sight brought a smile to Lu Cheng's face, and he decided against teasing her further. He spent 5 yuan to acquire a bottle of Anmuxi probiotic yogurt from the system. As he revealed the bottle, Lu Wan's eyes widened, and she swiftly swallowed the last morsel of her meat floss cake before darting to Lu Cheng's side, clinging tightly to his leg. Brother, is that delicious? Lu Wan shyly inquired about the yogurt without directly expressing her desire for it, though she refrained from stating her wish. Her gaze and expression betrayed her intentions. Lu Cheng unscrewed the cap of the yogurt and held it beneath her nose. This is not food, it is a drink. As long as you behave and do not anger mother, I shall reward you with one each day. Lu Wan sniffed the air and instinctively nuzzled against Lu Cheng, sweetly declaring, Waner is always obedient. Please give it to me. After handing the yogurt to Lu Wan, Lu Cheng exchanged another bottle for their mother and found a quiet corner in the fabric shop to rest for a moment. The electric stun gun he had just acquired cost Lu Cheng 1,200 yuan, and combined with the previous expenditures for the meat floss cake and yogurt, his total expenditure reached approximately 1,250 yuan. His system balance dwindled to 7,670 yuan, prompting Lu Cheng to lament how swiftly money flowed away while earning it felt like an arduous task. To date, he had not deposited a single penny into the system, relying solely on the balance accrued from liquidating family assets, which left him in quite a predicament. His fabric shop could yield some small profits, but the system did not accept copper coins. Thus, Lu Cheng pondered alternative methods to generate income. Suddenly, he recalled the 2 middle-aged men who had inquired about the meat floss cakes at the tea house. Their demeanor suggested they possessed wealth, unperturbed by the price of such delicacies. Lu Cheng resolved that he would return to the tea house in a few days to seek them out. If nothing else, he could sell a few meat floss cakes to earn some silver. Meanwhile, the 2 men Lu Cheng had in mind were deep in discussion, their brows furrowed in concern, having shifted their meeting place from the tea house to the imperial palace. Li Shimin gazed with a furrowed brow at several trusted advisors seated beneath the dragon throne, slowly articulating, My esteemed ministers, the powerful families have become a plague. Do you possess any viable solutions? The assembly within the Golden Lawn Hall murmured amongst themselves, yet no feasible plan emerged. A burly man with a dark complexion spoke up, Your Majesty. Why not let me lead the troops to eliminate these stubborn old families once and for all? The lean man from the tea house, Li Shimin's brother-in-law, Changsun Wuji, stepped forward and countered, Lord Lu, your suggestion is misguided. If merely killing could resolve the issue of the powerful families, this long-standing affliction of the court would have been eradicated long ago. The dark-faced man scoffed dismissively. I, old Cheng, see no difficulty in this, if necessary. Let us slaughter them all. This man was none other than Cheng Yaojin, an old minister who had followed Li Shimin since the Wagong Rebellion. During the Xuanwu Gate incident, Cheng Yaojin risked his life to protect Li Shimin as they stormed the palace, boldly demanding the abdication of Emperor Li Yuan right there in the Golden Luan Hall. Ultimately, exasperated, Li Yuan had no choice but to pass the throne to Li Shimin, who then conferred the title of Duke of Lu upon Cheng Yaojin, transforming him into the left military general, inheriting the title of Prefect of Puzhou. Changsun Wuji, his expression darkened, retorted, Duke Lu, the officials in our court are predominantly from powerful families. If we were to follow your advice and eliminate all their science, how would the Tang court continue to function? Upon hearing Changsun Wuji's reasoning, Cheng Yaojin only grew more obstinate, dismissing the matter as one for the scholarly officials to resolve, insisting that it was his duty as a military man to deal with the killing. Li Shimin, weary of the discourse, waved his hand in dismissal, massaging his temples before stating gravely, The powerful families have been unusually cautious lately. I find it difficult to catch them in any misdeeds. Your Majesty, the powerful families maintain stringent control over literature. I propose we broaden the imperial examinations and recruit more commoners. Those officials of humble origins will surely be grateful to you. Such a strategy might counteract the influence of the powerful families, interjected the venerable official Fang Xianling. If Lu Cheng were present, he would undoubtedly embrace this elder, exclaiming his admiration for Fang Xianling, the most astute chancellor of the Tang Dynasty, renowned for his strategic acumen. This statement alluded to Fang Xuanling's sagacity alongside the decisiveness of Du Ruhui. At that time, shortly after the Tang Dynasty's establishment, many of the regulations and laws were crafted through their collaboration, earning them the collective recognition of Fang and Du. The Old Book of Tang recounts. When Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, engaged in discussions of state affairs with Fang Xianling, Fang consistently offered astute insights and practical solutions, yet often hesitated to make definitive decisions. At such moments, it became imperative for Emperor Taizong to summon Du Ruhui. Upon his arrival, Du would conduct a brief analysis of the issues at hand and promptly affirm Fang's opinions and proposals. Thus, the duo of Fang and Du exemplified a strategist skilled in devising plans and a decisive figure adept at making determinations, which is why the phrase Fang's schemes, Du's decisions was coined to illustrate their unique strengths and distinctive characteristics. In that era, the harmonious collaboration of Fang and Du in assisting the governance was highly regarded, leading people to laud their synchronicity, likening them to the harmonious tones of the Sheng and Qing, uniquely identifying them as only Fang and Du. Chapter 8. Li Shimin at the adjacent table was so tempted he nearly wept. Ha ha ha. Minister Fang, your idea is splendid, exclaimed Li Shimin, visibly delighted upon hearing Fang Xuanling's plan. However, Fang Xianling remained composed, gently replying, Your Majesty, the only drawback of this plan is that it requires a considerable amount of time. We can only simmer the frog in warm water, gradually diminishing the power of the aristocratic officials. Li Shimin waved his hand dismissively, cheerfully asserting, There is no need for such concern, my dear minister. I have ample time. I refuse to believe the aristocracy can remain so compliant for long. Lu Cheng awoke from a slumber in the fabric store, only to find a young girl perched at his bedside, her large eyes fixed on him intently. Upon noticing Lu Cheng's awakening, the girl erupted into a fit of giggles. Lu Cheng scooped her up, lifting her above his head in a playful manner, intending to frighten her. To his surprise, her laughter only grew louder. Brother, I wish to eat pastries, the little girl said, fluttering her eyelashes at Lu Cheng. Frowning slightly, Lu Cheng feigned irritation, replying, What are you thinking? How many pastries have you eaten today? Do you wish to become a little chubby girl? I won't become chubby. The girl pouted, glaring at Lu Cheng with an indignant expression. Sitting up, Lu Cheng comforted her, saying, You cannot eat pastries today. Otherwise, you will miss out on dinner later. With a hint of mischief in her large eyes, Lu Wan suggested, "Then let us go to the tea house, shall we, brother?" Realizing that Lu Wan had abandoned her desire for meat floss cakes in favor of tea house pastries, Lu Cheng initially intended to refuse. However, he soon considered that perhaps they might encounter those two foolishly wealthy uncles at the tea house. Thus, he nodded, adopting a serious expression, and said, "But you must not eat anything there." The little girl squinted her eyes in delight and replied sweetly, "Waner always listens to brother." Carrying Lu Wan, Lu Cheng informed their mother and hurried toward the tea house. Upon arrival, Lu Cheng searched several tables without spotting the two affluent gentlemen. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he ordered a pot of tea and, under the little girl's pleading gaze, a serving of pastries for her. Lu Cheng sat listlessly at the table, his gaze fixed on the street entrance. It was only when he prepared to settle the bill and leave that the two wealthy gentlemen finally arrived. Seeing them enter the tea house, Lu Cheng paused, remaining composed in his seat until Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji sat at the adjacent table. A smile crept onto Lu Cheng's face as he discreetly reached into his pocket, pretending to retrieve something, and exchanged it for a meat floss cake. He then called out loudly to Lu Wan, "Waner, is the meat floss cake delicious?" Though somewhat puzzled by her brother's inquiry, the little girl answered honestly, "Of course it is delicious. The meat floss cake is soft, sticky, and incredibly fragrant." Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji exchanged glances, silently understanding each other's thoughts. They were curious about the antics of this young man. Lu Cheng beamed at their table and exclaimed, "If you want to eat, then go ahead. Brother has plenty. Brother is the best. Wana loves you." The little girl, oblivious to Lu Cheng's ulterior motives, was thrilled at the sight of the meat floss cake, thinking to herself that if she could have meat floss cake, who would want those mediocre pastries from the tea house? As the little girl devoured each meat floss cake, Lu Cheng would call out to Li Shimin, "No worries, brother has more." Although Lu Cheng feigned generosity, his heart ached. Each box of meat floss cakes contained 30 pieces, and here he was, paying 3 coins for just one. Yet, with so many people around, he could only take them out one by one, cursing internally that he wished he could bring out an entire box at once. Desperately wishing that the two wealthy gentlemen would inquire about the meat floss cakes, Lu Cheng's heart cried out in frustration. Finally, when the little girl had consumed her 8th meat floss cake, Lu Cheng could no longer bear it. Tears welling in his heart, he glared at Li Shimin's table, vowing to himself that he would get back at them soon. "Would you like to exchange for Korean-style fried chicken?" Lu Cheng reached into his pocket again. Responding to the system, yes. The Korean-style fried chicken, priced at 50 yuan, was deducted from his balance. Lu Cheng pulled out a bright yellow paper box, placing it on the table and lifting the lid. The steaming fried chicken released an enticing aroma that wafted over to Li Shimin's table. Initially disappointed to see it was not a meat floss cake, the little girl perked up as the delicious scent reached her, leaning over to sniff eagerly. Noticing Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji shifting restlessly, Lu Cheng smiled faintly, retrieving a golden brown piece of chicken from the box and offering it to the salivating little girl, saying loudly, "This Korean fried chicken is a first-rate delicacy, Waner. Look, this chicken is coated in breadcrumbs, fried to perfection, and drizzled with a delightful sauce." The little friends at the adjacent table are drooling. Lu Cheng picked up another piece of chicken, rotating it slowly within Li Shimin's line of sight, before taking a bite himself, feigning indifference as he said, "Oh dear, this fried chicken doesn't taste all that great." The little girl, who was currently devouring her chicken, looked at Lu Cheng in confusion and said, "Brother, this fried chicken is delicious. It's crispy and so flavorful, and the sauce is even better. Why do you say it doesn't taste good?" Lu Cheng glanced approvingly at the little girl, thinking to himself that she was indeed his beloved sister. Her insightful support was invaluable. After swallowing the piece of chicken, Lu Cheng launched into a lengthy description. This fried chicken must be made from the finest young chickens, using overseas honey and creamy sauces, along with black pepper, potato starch, and, most importantly, that sweet and spicy sauce. Lu Cheng paused, struggling to continue, as he had no idea how fried chicken was made. His intention was merely to pique the interest of the two affluent gentlemen at the adjacent table, hoping to entice them into purchasing fried chicken or meat floss cakes, thereby allowing Lu Cheng to earn a profit. However, he was utterly astonished at how well the two gentlemen could endure. Lu Cheng could clearly see Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji's throats moving fervently as they swallowed repeatedly. Yet they had not inquired about the price even after all this time. Chapter 9 The Great Green Stick 2 minutes later, Lu Cheng smiled, for Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji at the next table could no longer contain themselves. Little brother, what delectable dish is this? Changsun Wuji's gaze was fixated on the chicken pieces on the table, having never encountered chicken of such hue, nor such a method of preparation. The presentation was exquisite, and one could only wonder about the flavor, though it was evident that it must be delightful. This is called Korean-style coated fried chicken, and this particular serving is spicy, Lu Cheng explained, lifting a piece of chicken and waving it enticingly before Changsun Wuji. Behold, these tender morsels are fried to a golden hue. Are they not visually appealing? Ignoring the tremor of Changsun Wuji's eyelids, Lu Cheng inched the fried chicken closer to his nose, continuing, "Can you smell it? This is truly a culinary delight." Changsun Wuji stepped back slightly, fearing he might succumb to the temptation of the chicken. Once, his greatest joy had been enjoying chinji pastries with tea, but now this young man had mentioned a meat floss cake in the morning and was now presenting this enticing fried chicken. Merely the aroma was enough to make one salivate. Li Shimin, seated at the same table, could no longer restrain himself and shot Changsun Wuji a glance, encouraging him to inquire about the fried chicken. "Little brother, would you kindly tell me where this fried chicken is sold?" Changsun Wuji attempted to hold his breath, hoping to avoid the enticing scent wafting into his nostrils, thus sparing himself the embarrassment of salivating. Even the esteemed prime minister of the Tang Dynasty should not be reduced to such a state by mere food. Finally hearing what he yearned to know, Lu Cheng placed a piece of chicken into a young girl's mouth, clapped his hands, and cheerfully proclaimed, "Your brother here truly has discerning taste. You will not find this fried chicken anywhere else in the world, nor could anyone replicate it. And the meat floss cake, oh, it is soft, glutinous, and utterly delicious. I am not exaggerating. It can only come from my hands. If you wish to indulge, it is not expensive. Since you are the first to inquire, I shall graciously offer you a serving of fried chicken for just 2 taels of silver, along with 2 meat floss cakes as a bonus." Changsun Wuji's face twitched. 2 taels of silver? That was enough to purchase many chickens. 1 tael of silver equated to a single coin, and 2 coins represented nearly a year's worth of living expenses for an ordinary citizen of the Tang Dynasty. Was this what he called inexpensive? Lu Cheng paused before continuing. "I only accept genuine silver. Copper coins are not accepted." Changsun Wuji stiffly nodded, muttering, "I shall have a serving of this fried chicken, along with 2 meat floss cakes." Lu Cheng beamed with joy, squinting at the charming old man, and inquired, "May I ask what flavor you desire? Sweet and spicy, or honey mustard?" Changsun Wuji, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Just prepare one as you did for yourself." Lu Cheng nodded with a smile and withdrew a freshly fried portion of chicken from his robe. Changsun Wuji promptly paid 2 taels of silver and returned to Li Shimin's table. Li Shimin whispered, "Wuji, can you discern any difference?" Sitting upright, Changsun Wuji shook his head and replied quietly, "Your Majesty, I cannot fathom where this young man has procured such an abundance of delicacies, but surely he cannot conceal all of it in his attire." Lu Cheng paid no heed to the hushed exchange between the two, for upon receiving the 2 taels of silver, the system had already notified him. 2 taels of silver discovered, convertible to 100 renminbi. After a brief calculation in his mind, Lu Cheng realized that 1 tael of silver was approximately equivalent to 550 renminbi. To think he had spent merely around 50 RMB and turned a profit of over 1,000. What a remarkable windfall. Having tasted success, Lu Cheng's mind began to wander towards other ventures. Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji had already begun to indulge heartily. "Delicious. The spiciness is indeed vigorous," Li Shimin exclaimed as he savored the dish. "No wonder you dare to sell it for 2 taels of silver. This fried chicken is truly delectable." Lu Cheng, with a grin, interrupted their conversation, seating himself beside Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji. "Gentlemen, may I ask how I should address you?" Exchanging glances, Li Shimin replied, "I am surnamed Li, and he is surnamed Sunday very well. Brotherly, brother Sun, I am Lu Cheng, and I operate the Lu's fabric store in the West Market. Should you wish to enjoy such culinary delights in the future, do remember to seek me out." Lu Cheng bowed with a cheerful demeanor. Li Shimin nodded and inquired, "This fried chicken is indeed a delicacy. May I ask where you obtained it, young brother?" Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng realized they were probing for his source, intending to cut him out as a middleman. No middleman means less cost for the buyer and greater profit for the seller. Thus, Lu Cheng merely looked at Li Shimin, offering a smile that lacked warmth. Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to why Lu Cheng, who had been so amiable moments ago, had suddenly changed demeanor. "Young brother, is something amiss?" Li Shimin pressed. Lu Cheng maintained his facade, forcing a smile. Ultimately, it was the astute Changsun Wuji who intervened, saying, "Young brother Lu, you have misunderstood. My companion merely wishes to commend the fried chicken for its deliciousness, and has no intention of prying into your source." Li Shimin was stunned by this revelation. Was that the reason? Did it mean that even the emperor was not permitted to inquire about his source? Anger welled up within him. But he soon recalled that he was in disguise. Ignorance is bliss, and thus he had no recourse. Lu Cheng nodded in acknowledgement, contemplating. Is this truly considered delicious? Is this what they deem exquisite? Truly, the denizens of the Tang Dynasty are naive. Can such junk food be classified as gourmet? Though he scoffed internally, he maintained an outwardly pleasant demeanor, transforming into a genuinely warm smile as he remarked, "Gentlemen, your words do not do justice. How could this fried chicken be deemed a delicacy?" This statement left Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji momentarily speechless. Just moments ago, Lu Cheng had extolled the fried chicken's virtues, only to now contradict himself. "Brother Lu, do you imply that there exist dishes even more delectable than this fried chicken?" Changsun Wuji inquired, his expression one of skepticism. Lu Cheng nodded, softly affirming, "Indeed, there are many. However, the timing is not right." After a moment's contemplation, Lu Cheng felt remiss not to continue offering something to Li Shimin, so he added, "But I can provide you with a beverage, perfectly paired with the fried chicken." "What beverage could possibly rival the exquisite Chinji tea soup?" Li Shimin said, a hint of irritation in his tone. "Tea soup cannot possibly compare to my beverage," Lu Cheng declared with conviction. "My drink is none other than the great green stick beer." Chapter 10. The drink is finished. The bottle is taken away. Li Shimin inhaled sharply, as if stung by a sudden heat, and coughed lightly twice, casting a curious glance at Lu Cheng. "What on earth is that name? And what about the tea called de Lu Bangzi?" With a hint of disdain, Lu Cheng chuckled, clearly unimpressed by the lack of cultural knowledge. "You truly lack education if you don't know about de Lu Bangzi. It is the most renowned beer of future generations. It is said that beer pairs exquisitely with fried chicken." Noticing Lu Cheng's silence and the mocking glint in his eyes, a surge of indignation welled up in Li Shimin's heart. He shook his eyebrows vigorously, suppressing the anger that arose from being ridiculed by a mere peasant, and reminded himself that ignorance is no crime. Gradually, he managed to calm his turbulent emotions. Lu Cheng initially contemplated revealing the de Lu Bangzi beer to these two men to broaden their horizons. However, upon observing their well-groomed appearance, yet realizing they only ordered a single portion of fried chicken for 2 taels of silver, he deduced that they were not as wealthy as they seemed. What if he exchanged for the beer, and these two impoverished fellows refused to buy it? He did not drink alcohol, and the young lady certainly could not drink. Wouldn't tea that leave him with an unsellable product? With this thought, Lu Cheng regarded Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji with even more disdain, his eyes seemingly inscribed with the words, "I am looking at paupers." The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that his assumptions were correct. If these two truly possessed considerable wealth, he would not have had to exert so much effort while introducing the fried chicken. Thus, Lu Cheng cast a glance at Li Shimin and addressed Changsun Wuji, the one who had just settled the bill. "Brother son, you appear to be a wealthy nobleman. Today, I shall sell you a bottle of de Lu Bangzi at half price. What do you say?" Li Shimin, overhearing this, felt a vein pulsating on his forehead. What did this imply? Was he being mocked for his poverty? Was he being ridiculed for lacking funds? As emperor, he possessed great wealth and ruled over all under heaven. How could this fellow dare to look down upon him? Li Shimin could not help but silently curse the audacity of a mere vendor to presume superiority over him. When he revealed his identity, would it not terrify this insolent wretch? The thought of Lu Cheng groveling before him after revealing his status made Li Shimin chuckle aloud. Lu Cheng regarded this man, whose expressions fluctuated wildly, and upon witnessing his laughter, he pointed to his own head and whispered to Changsun Wuji, "Brother son, is your brother Li here perhaps a bit unwell?" Changsun Wuji, glancing at Li Shimin with a mix of exasperation and amusement, retorted, "My brother here is the true wealthy gentleman. You have misjudged him, young brother. Moreover, Brother Li is in perfect health." Upon hearing Lu Cheng suggest that he was mentally unwell, Li Shimin was about to assert his identity to reprimand Lu Cheng for such disrespect when he noticed Lu Cheng's odd gaze directed at him once again. "Ah, my sincerest apologies, Brother Li. I was indeed thoughtless." Lu Cheng offered a flattering smile to Li Shimin and continued, "Brotherly, I have some beverages that are essential companions to fried chicken. Might you require any?" Li Shimin, observing Lu Cheng's shifting demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, Lu Cheng had looked down upon him, and now he was ingratiating himself. Ultimately, as the ruler of a nation, he decided to extend mercy, recognizing Lu Cheng as a subject. "Is it the De Lu Bangzi you speak of?" Li Shimin inquired. "Indeed, brotherly, you are truly exceptional. You guessed it right. You are worthy of this De Lu Bangzi." Lu Cheng quickly flattered, realizing that one must not be shy in the pursuit of commerce. What does he mean? I am worthy of this De Lu Bangzi? Li Shimin's ire flared once more at the implication that he was being compared to such a beverage. This audacious vendor had some nerve. Changsun Wuji, noticing the sparks of anger in Li Shimin's eyes, hastily intervened. "Young brother Lu may not have meant it that way. Perhaps he intended to suggest that this rare drink is truly worthy of you." Lu Cheng, with an innocent expression, nodded in agreement. Brother Sun is correct. Few have savored the De Lu Bangzi throughout history. It would truly be a loss for brotherly not to indulge today. Upon hearing Lu Cheng's clarification, Li Shimin finally nodded in acceptance, scrutinizing Lu Cheng with a heavy gaze. "Then present it to me, so I may judge whether this De Lu Bangzi is indeed as remarkable as you claim. If it is truly exceptional, I shall pay more. If not, you shall face the consequences." Lu Cheng nodded, grinning as he extended his hand towards Li Shimin, mimicking the action of counting money. "What is the meaning of this?" Li Shimin regarded Lu Cheng with confusion. Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Li Shimin's lack of cooperation, and retorted impatiently, "Payment first. 1 tael of silver per bottle of De Lu Bangzi." Li Shimin observed Lu Cheng's empty hands and replied, "Where is the De Lu Bangzi you mentioned? How can one pay before receiving the product?" Lu Cheng patted his chest and declared confidently, "Fear not, brotherly. I, Lu Cheng, am a man of my word. Payment shall be exchanged for goods. The De Lu Bangzi is safely within my possession." As Li Shimin beheld Lu Cheng's empty chest, he found himself torn between fury and amusement. This cunning merchant had reached new heights of audacity. "Assistant, give him a tael of silver," Li Shimin commanded Changsun Wuji. After receiving the silver, Lu Cheng's eyes sparkled with delight as he swiftly reached into his bosom and exchanged 3.5 coins for a bottle of beer encased in a green glass bottle, resembling a small arm in thickness. Both Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji watched incredulously as Lu Cheng produced a thick glass bottle from his seemingly empty bosom. The scene left not only Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji astonished, but also Lu Cheng, though his reason for surprise was markedly different. Lu Cheng was astounded because glass bottles were exceedingly precious in this era. The glass bottle, worth 3.5 coins, could easily fetch 1 or 200 taels of silver. Damn it! What a loss! He had sold it for merely 1 tael of silver. In a flurry of thought, Lu Cheng quickly devised a remedy. Addressing the still astonished Li Shimin, he declared, "Brotherly, let us be clear. While you may drink the beer within this De Lu Bangzi, I shall be taking this bottle with me." Lu Cheng's words finally interrupted Li Shimin's astonishment. Li Shimin gazed at the emerald green glass bottle, its form flawless and harmonious, without a single imperfection. Even the mouth of the bottle was exquisitely rounded, resembling a naturally formed treasure of glass. Initially, Li Shimin intended to seize this precious item for himself. However, considering the peculiar abilities of this young man, who could conjure such a marvel from his chest, he ultimately remarked, "This is indeed a natural wonder. This glass treasure is exceedingly precious." Observing Li Shimin's unwavering gaze on the bottle, Lu Cheng's eyes twinkled as he suggested, "If you have any intentions, brotherly, how about I sell it to you?" Chapter 11. Have I dined with the Emperor? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Although his palace was filled with countless treasures, he had never encountered a bottle of such grand and naturally formed glazed glass. Naturally, he felt a tug of interest at Lu Cheng's words. Of course, a gentleman's word is as good as a bond. Since you, brotherly, are interested in this bottle, I shall reluctantly part with it. Lu Cheng feigned reluctance as he spoke. Li Shimin, delighted by Lu Cheng's words, responded, "Very well, I assure you, you shall not suffer a loss." With that, he extended a finger. Lu Cheng, gazing at that finger, thought, 10 taels of silver? That's quite reasonable. After all, this large green bottle only cost 3.5, and with the previous wine cost of 2 taels, it totals 12 taels. Converted, That amounts to over 6,000 yuan. Before Lu Cheng could speak, Li Shimin continued, I shall offer 1,000 taels to purchase this glazed treasure. Lu Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. 1,000 taels? For a mere wine bottle? He thought to himself, is this Li fellow truly a fool? Is brother Lu not satisfied? Li Shimin inquired, noticing Lu Cheng's shining eyes. Not at all. I am thoroughly satisfied. Lu Cheng exclaimed. After all, 1,000 taels equated to 550,000 yuan. If I had 500,000, I could conquer the Tang Dynasty. What do I care for the Wang family of Taiyuan or the Li family of Longxi? They can all kneel before me. Suppressing his ambitions of dominating the Tang Dynasty, Lu Cheng looked at the genuinely wealthy Li Shimin and said warmly, Brother Li, when shall we proceed with the transaction? Li Shimin waved his hand. And before long, a middle-aged man, bowing slightly, appeared behind him. Without even glancing at him, Li Shimin commanded, Fetch 1,000 taels of silver and bring it here swiftly. The man nodded in acknowledgement and slowly retreated. Ha ha, Brother Lu, do you not think this large green bottle deserves a new name? While large green bottle is quite fitting, it does seem somewhat crude, Li Shimin chuckled, rubbing the beer bottle with affection. Could Lu Cheng refuse Li Shimin's request for a name change? Certainly not. Why would he refuse? After all, a broken wine bottle that could fetch 550,000 was indeed a delightful gain. Indeed, Brother Li possesses a discerning eye. How could such a treasure be called large green bottle? Perhaps you could bestow upon it a name worthy of its elegance? Changsun Wuji observed the two men feigning camaraderie with a heavy heart, lamenting the existence of someone as shameless as Lu Cheng. Yet, he still followed their conversation, stating, Brother Lu is correct. Such a treasure cannot bear a vulgar name like large green bottle. I implore you, Brother Li, grant this gem a name deserving of its beauty. Lu Cheng glanced at Changsun Wuji, thinking, this elder seems quite respectable, yet he too is adept at flattery. Could he be a master of sycophancy? Li Shimin, however, was unconcerned with such musings. Acquiring this priceless glazed bottle for 1,000 taels filled his heart with joy, and he failed to notice the subtle shifts in Lu Cheng and Changsun Wuji's expressions. Enthusiastically, he declared, since this year is the reign of Jingguan, let us call this treasure the Jingguan treasure bottle. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng internally scoffed. That name is far from impressive. It pales in comparison to large green bottle. Anyone could have conjured that name. Changsun Wuji, upon hearing Li Shimin's chosen name, felt a tightening of his features, but quickly clasped his hands and congratulated. Congratulations, Brother Li, on acquiring the Jingguan treasure bottle, a rare gem indeed. Lu Cheng shot another glance at Changsun Wuji, thinking, to my surprise, he was rather slow to react this time. Has the seemingly upright elder outdone me in flattery? How absurd. As a proud university student of the 21st century, my skills in sycophancy should surpass this elder. Although Lu Cheng had missed the opportunity to flatter, he quickly added, Brother Li, that name you chose is truly splendid. It befits the bottle's grandeur. He continued, however, as the saying goes, beautiful gifts are for beautiful people, and fine steeds for heroes. This Jingguan treasure bottle in your hands exudes a unique aura, surpassing even that of His Majesty. With your demeanor, holding the Jingguan treasure bottle, I foresee you as a person of immense wealth and nobility, perhaps destined to occupy the most coveted position in the future, Lu Cheng remarked, gazing meaningfully at Li Shimin. Chapter 12. The Art of Subtle Pretentiousness. Initially, the serious expression on Changsun Wuji's face faltered upon hearing Lu Cheng's words, prompting him to cough heavily and interrupt. Little brother Lu, such words should not be spoken lightly. Feeling slightly displeased at being interrupted by Changsun Wuji, Lu Cheng looked at him and replied, Brother son, you are being overly cautious. Besides, what kind of relationship do I have with the emperor? Even when we drank too much, he wanted to make a brotherly pact with me, and I was unwilling. Would my brother really punish me over such trivial matters? Changsun Wuji, bemused by Lu Cheng's increasingly absurd remarks, could only helplessly glance at Li Shimin. Li Shimin chuckled, Oh, how is it that I was not aware that the emperor had shared drinks with you? I have certainly not heard of him wanting to forge a brotherhood with you. Lu Cheng, even more aggrieved at being interrupted, looked at Li Shimin and said, Brother Li, do you not believe me? Even when the emperor wished to drink from my prized Lu Bangzi, I could not part with it. Yet today, I offer it to you freely, and you still doubt my words? Li Shimin, amused internally, thought, freely offered? You dare call this a generous gift? It is I who paid 1,000 taels of pure silver for it. Before Lu Cheng could continue his pretentious display, Li Shimin interrupted. Since you are well acquainted with the Emperor, do you know what weighs most heavily on His Majesty's mind? Lu Cheng contemplated for a moment and responded, "Is it not the internal strife and external threats that trouble my brother most?" The phrase internal strife and external threats is indeed a universal concern for any emperor, as every sovereign faces the challenges of formidable foes abroad and treacherous ministers at home, including Li Shimin, who would later be revered as the Heavenly Khan. Li Shimin wished to elaborate further but was interrupted by Lu Cheng, who continued, "As for internal strife, it pertains to the powerful clans, while external threats are currently manageable. Our great Tang is martial, and we will undoubtedly prevail against external foes. However, the issue of these clans is akin to a chronic ailment." Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's lips twitched in surprise as he exchanged glances with Changsun Wuji, both astonished to find that a mere commoner could possess such profound insight into court affairs. Lu Cheng's words evidently struck a chord with Li Shimin. The external threat, represented by the Turkic Khan Jieli, was not something he regarded with excessive concern. As Lu Cheng had mentioned, our Tang is martial, and the renowned military god Li Jing could wage war for another decade or two. During that time, Li Shimin believed he would be able to eradicate the Turks. In his mind, the true troublesome issue was the powerful clans. Li Shimin, still mulling over these thoughts, heard Lu Cheng continue, "These clans are not insurmountable. During our drinking session, my brother inquired how to address these clans, and I devised a brilliant strategy." Lu Cheng paused for effect, eagerly awaiting the next interlocutor to help him elaborate on this clever plan. As anticipated, Changsun Wuji eagerly interjected, "Little brother Lu, may I inquire about this ingenious strategy?" Pleased with Changsun Wuji's participation, Lu Cheng thought to himself how fortunate he was to have such a supportive ally. With his assistance, his pretentious display would yield even greater results. Clearing his throat, Lu Cheng began, "The clan registry. If my royal brother were to propose the re-establishment of the clan registry, it would sow discord among the major clans, allowing us to dismantle them one by one." Li Shimin clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "Excellent. The clans are most concerned with their reputation. By re-establishing the clan registry, the major clans would surely fight tooth and nail, leading to their capitulation without a battle. Little brother Lu, you truly possess remarkable talent." Lu Cheng thought to himself, "Is this truly remarkable talent? If I were to present the renowned strategies of later generations, would that not astonish you even more?" Before Lu Cheng could continue his display, he noticed the burly figure that had just appeared behind Li Shimin stepping forward again. Upon seeing this man, Lu Cheng's eyes lit up, for this individual was linked to his promised 1,000 taels of silver, equivalent to 550,000 renminbi. Li Shimin, observing Lu Cheng's eager demeanor, smiled and inquired, "Have the silver and gold been prepared?" The burly man, still bowing respectfully, replied, 1,000 taels of silver have been prepared." Lu Cheng's heart raced at the news that the silver was ready, nearly ceasing to beat from joy. Following Li Shimin downstairs, Lu Cheng cradled the little girl in his arms, gently caressing the money box on the carriage as if it were a beloved companion. Li Shimin, chuckling, asked, "Little brother Lu, will you not inspect it?" Lu Cheng shook his head and replied, "No need. Brotherly would never deceive me. I have complete faith in you." "Inspect it? How could that be possible?" The moment Lu Cheng placed his hand on the money box, he heard the system's prompt. 1,000 taels of silver detected, exchangeable balance, 550,000 renminbi. Would you like to exchange? How will little brother Lu transport this silver back? Do you require assistance? Changsun Wuji inquired kindly. Lu Cheng gritted his teeth and said, "I appreciate your offer, brother son. I shall treat you to meat floss pancakes another day." Although Lu Cheng had initially intended to directly convert the silver into system balance, the thought of publicly exchanging an entire box of silver on the street seemed too ostentatious. Hence, he agreed to Changsun Wuji's assistance to first deliver the silver home, allowing him to convert it at his leisure. Back at the tea house, Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji resumed their seats at the table, where the tea and pastries had been cleared away, leaving behind a bottle of De Lu Bangzi beer, a serving of Korean fried chicken, and 2 meat floss pancakes. Li Shimin, stroking the bottle of De Lu Bangzi, remarked to Changsun Wuji, "Assistant, that lad dares to use such a glass vessel for his liquor. He truly does not value treasures." Changsun Wuji replied, "Your Majesty is correct, but that young man does possess some talent. The mere suggestion of re-establishing the clan registry is indeed a stroke of genius. Haha, let us not dwell on him. Thinking of him only brings me frustration. Were it not for the reputation of this Zheng Guan Baoping, I would have charged him with a grave offense. Li Shimin retrieved 2 cups and poured the beer into them, pushing one toward Chang's son Wuji, saying, "Come, assistant, let us 2 brothers sample this liquor contained within the glass vessel to see how it fares." Meanwhile, Lu Cheng gazed at the box of silver on the table, his eyes nearly glazing over as he eagerly pulled out taels to inspect and admire, embodying the essence of a true avarice. The little girl, with great effort, climbed onto the table and exclaimed, "Brother, I want some too." Lu Cheng glanced at the little girl with a protruding belly and couldn't help but chuckle. "You little glutton, silver is not something to be consumed. What do you want it for?" "Wanner wants the silver to buy delicious food for mother and my elder brother," Lu Wan boldly declared as she stood atop the table. Lu Cheng gently tapped the little girl's button nose and continued, "How about I buy Wanner a few sets of fine clothes instead?" Chapter 13. Chang's son Wugo. After successfully sending off the young girl, Lu Cheng finally found some leisure time to explore the system where he had exchanged for silver. Time-Space Exchange System host. Lu Cheng balance. 558, 720 yuan today's free draws. 0 today's consumption draws. 0 product discounts. None gazing at the bright red balance of over 550, 000 yuan. Lu Cheng smiled like a fool. He first purchased a bottle of bottled Nestle coffee, sipping it while perusing the myriad of enticing goods in the marketplace. In the tea house, Li Shimin took a few bites of fried chicken and savored a sip of beer, marveling. This lad is indeed extraordinary. He can store so many items in his possession, as if they are inexhaustible. Chang's son Wuji, appearing deep in thought, remarked, "I truly cannot fathom how he manages to conceal the Zhengguan treasure vase within." Nevertheless, the suggestion from this young man to revise the clan records is indeed quite feasible. Li Shimin nodded in agreement and said approvingly, "Indeed, these prominent families will certainly vie fiercely for the rankings of the clan records, unaware that my Li family of Longxi is among them, and as the imperial family, our clan shall undoubtedly claim the foremost position. Your Majesty possesses remarkable insight, understanding such intricate relationships," Chang's son Wuji hastily flattered. "Ha ha ha, you exaggerate, my friend. The lad has already elucidated the stakes of revising the clan records. How could I not grasp the profound implications?" Although Li Shimin was aware that Chang's son Wuji was flattering him, he nonetheless felt quite pleased and erupted into hearty laughter. After the two departed from the tea house, nightfall had descended. Li Shimin, cradling the glass bottle, boarded his carriage and returned to the palace. Chang's son Wuji, watching him leave, remained rooted in place, stroking his beard and murmuring, "Lu Cheng, the Lu family's fabric shop, is indeed an intriguing individual." As the prime minister, Chang's son Wuji did not solely rely on the favor of his sister and the empress to attain his position. Orphaned at a young age and cast out of his home, Chang's son Wuji sought refuge with his uncle, Gao Shilian, bringing along his 8-year-old sister, who is none other than the Empress Chang's son Wugo. Ultimately, it was Gao Shilian who raised them both. Though he was close to his sister in childhood, since Li Shimin ascended the throne and Chang's son Wugo became empress, she seemed to have transformed into a different person, not only failing to assist him, but actively seeking to undermine the Changsun family. Even when Li Shimin intended to support him as prime minister, his sister not only refrained from helping, but also devised ways to dissuade Li Shimin from his intentions. Despite Li Shimin's determination to appoint him as prime minister against all odds, his sister's actions undeniably saddened him. His rise to his current position had been through his own merit. Deeply engrossed in the affairs of the court, Chang's son Wuji keenly observed that the emperor would certainly remember this young man, for throughout history, those remembered by emperors either achieved great wealth and power or faced dire consequences. However, whether Chang's son Wuji should foster a good relationship with Lu Cheng or adversarially confront him was a dilemma that lingered in his mind. Upon reaching the palace, Li Shimin lifted the curtain of the palanquin and instructed the guards, directly to the Hall of Governance. The leading guard acknowledged and began to carry the palanquin slowly toward the palace of the Empress, Chang's son Wugo. "Ha ha ha, Guanyin maid, come and see what treasure I have brought," Li Shimin exclaimed as he disembarked, dispersing the eunuchs and maidens who sought to announce his arrival, and entered the Hall of Governance with laughter. Chang's son Wugo, whose name means Guanyin maid, was known to only a few, including Li Shimin and the retired Emperor Li Yuan residing in the Tai Chi Palace. "Your Majesty, what brings you such joy today?" Chang's son Wugo approached with a radiant smile, eyeing Li Shimin, whose hands were hidden behind his back. Despite being a mother of several children, she showed no traces of age, dressed in a dark blue silk shirt adorned with intricate patterns, complemented by a lavish skirt and a rose-purple cloak. Her hair was elegantly styled, decorated with jade hairpins, and her delicate hands bore a blue quartz ring, while her waist was accentuated with a silk ribbon, adorned with a fragrant sachet embroidered with lotus flowers. Haha, today I have acquired a treasure. Li Shimin revealed the glass bottle he had concealed. Is this glass? Changsun Wugo exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the emerald-hued bottle in Li Shimin's hand. Li Shimin, relishing her surprise, smiled with satisfaction. Guanyin maid, what do you think of my treasure? Changsun Wugo quickly took the glass bottle, inspecting it intently before speaking. This glass is truly a natural wonder, taking the form of a bottle. But where is the opening for such a small vessel? She continued to examine the glass bottle from every angle for some time before stating, this glass treasure is indeed a remarkable heirloom. I wonder where your majesty came across such a precious item. Hearing her praise, Li Shimin slowly began to recount the day's encounter with Lu Cheng, including the sale of wine and the advice he offered. Changsun Wugo shot him an exasperated glance and remarked, I have long stated that being a descendant of the Changsun family should suffice to ensure our safety, and that as a descendant, we should not wield excessive power, lest it disrupt the court. Yet, your majesty did not heed my counsel and insisted on appointing my brother as prime minister, and now you often visit tea houses with him? You should not treat the Changsun family in such a manner, true to her reputation as a wise empress. Historical records indicate that during her lifetime, Changsun Empress not only suppressed her brother Changsun Wuji, but also offered numerous beneficial suggestions for the state and its people. Even the renowned and outspoken Wei Zhong, known for his candid advice, could not help but respect this illustrious empress, never once showing her disrespect throughout his life. Wei Zhong, having repeatedly embarrassed Li Shimin with his forthright counsel, led the emperor to lose face on multiple occasions, prompting Li Shimin to resolve to eliminate this source of humiliation. However, each time, he was thwarted by Changsun Empress. Whenever Li Shimin resolved to rid himself of the troublesome Tai Tuai Wei Zhong, Empress Changsun would be by his side, echoing his sentiments. Indeed, your majesty speaks wisely. Why not eliminate Prime Minister Wei? That way, you shall be free from any vexation and can indulge in daily pleasures. Each time Li Shimin heard the cryptic counsel of Changsun Wugo, he would promptly dismiss his earlier intentions to bring an end to Wei Zheng's life. Chapter 14. Display. After Li Shimin finished recounting his encounter with Lu Cheng, Changsun Wugo pondered thoughtfully and inquired, might your majesty have discerned that the Liuli Baoping was indeed extracted from that young man's bosom? Li Shimin, taken aback by the focus of the Guanyin maid's inquiry, murmured, indeed, I witnessed him retrieving the Zhen Guan Baoping from within his garments. During the nascent days of the Tang Dynasty, when financial constraints plagued the treasury, the royal coffers were nearly barren. As the matriarch of the harem, Changsun Wugo exemplified frugality, leading the palace maids and concubines in weaving to supplement the palace's needs. Thus, she possessed a profound understanding of textile craftsmanship. Observing the large green object now known as the Zhen Guan Baoping, she remarked, though I have not encountered this peculiar individual, I am well aware of garment construction. It is improbable for an adult man's attire to accommodate such a vessel. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin was bewildered. He too had noted that Lu Cheng persistently retrieved food from his bosom, including 2 portions of fried chicken and numerous meat floss pastries, alongside the Zhen Guan Baoping. Given Lu Cheng's relatively slender physique, it seemed implausible for him to conceal such an abundance. Changsun Wugo, observing Li Shimin in contemplation, reassured him, your majesty need not be troubled, since this young man harbors no ill intentions towards you. And as you mentioned, he has even proposed an ingenious plan to restore the clan genealogy. What merit is there in fretting over these trivialities? Upon reflecting on Changsun Wugo's words, Li Shimin experienced a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, if this young man posed no threat, why should he be concerned? If Lu Cheng possessed extraordinary abilities, as long as he served the Tang Dynasty, what could be deemed inappropriate? With this thought, Li Shimin erupted into laughter, exclaiming, the Guanyin maid is truly my wise consort. Changsun Wugo shot him a playful glance. Since their marriage at the tender age of 13, their bond had remained affectionate, and even after ascending to the throne, Li Shimin had not altered in the slightest towards her. Thus, Changsun Wugo occasionally indulged in small whims to infuse a touch of playfulness into their relationship. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng exhibited no interest in the intimate dynamics between Changsun Wugo and Li Shimin. He had just finished the coffee he exchanged for and was now excitedly carrying a premium snowflake steak to have Ro Nyang prepare a delightful meal. Since arriving in the Tang Dynasty, Lu Cheng had grown weary of the rudimentary cuisine, which consisted solely of boiling ingredients without any other cooking methods, including stir-frying. Previously, lacking a system, he had endured these meals for the sake of his health. Now, however, he declared, with the system in hand, I shall thrive in the Tang Dynasty. Determined to transform his culinary experience, Lu Cheng, accustomed to stir-fried dishes from later times, was resolute in avoiding the simplistic boiled fare. With 3 pieces of snowflake steak in hand, Lu Cheng rushed towards the fabric shop, calling out excitedly before even entering, Mother, come see what I have brought. Ro Mu, initially lost in thought in the empty shop, contemplating how to address grievances with the Wang family of Taiyuan, was startled by her son's exuberant voice. You are quite the whirlwind, she remarked, observing Lu Cheng's heavy panting. Lu Cheng grinned broadly, disregarding his mother's mild admonishment, and proudly presented the 3 pieces of steak before her, exclaiming, Mother, look at this. Ro Mu's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the beef in Lu Cheng's hands, exclaiming, Son, where did you acquire this beef? Are you aware that the court forbids the slaughter of cattle? It turned out that during the early establishment of the Tang Dynasty, in an effort to encourage agriculture, Shimin had prohibited the slaughter of working oxen across the nation. Even in cases of disease, one needed to report to local authorities before taking action, as doing otherwise was considered illegal. Lu Cheng recalled the laws of the Tang Dynasty, but clearly, such regulations held no sway over someone from his time, and he defiantly responded, What is there to fear, Mother? We shall simply enjoy it at home, without informing anyone. Besides, I did not kill the cow myself. Why should we fear the authorities? Ro Mu hesitated, still somewhat apprehensive, and replied, Then you should hurry home. I will close the shop, and we shall eat at home. Just be careful not to let anyone see. Lu Cheng nodded, adding, Perfect. My friend has also sent me a variety of spices and cooking utensils. Ro Mu regarded him with curiosity, silently pondering, Another friend? I am well aware of your 2 companions. Which friend could possibly provide you with spices and such fine beef? She had observed the changes in her son over the past few days, yet found no harm in it, so she refrained from exposing his so-called friend. Once Ro Mu closed the shop, Lu Cheng accompanied her home, laughing and chatting along the way. Upon reaching the street corner, they spotted a lively little girl, hands on her hips, boasting. As they drew closer, Lu Cheng recognized the girl as Lu Wan, proudly showing off the meat floss pastries he had gifted her to her peers. With hands on her hips, Lu Wan surveyed her companions before confidently declaring, Hua Hua, look at this pastry in my hand. It is infinitely superior to those from the Chen's tea house. Her friends eagerly examined the exquisite delicacy, clamoring, Is that true? Wanner, your pastry appears so refined. Is it really more delectable than those from the tea house? With a toss of her head, Lu Wan, brimming with pride, proclaimed, Of course. This was given to me by my brother. It is indeed far tastier than anything from the tea house. As praise was met with skepticism, one of Lu Wan's friends, Zhang Haiyan, who had always been the center of attention among their group, felt overshadowed by Lu Wan's newfound acclaim. Jealousy brewing within her, she retorted, I don't believe it. The pastries from Chen's tea house are renowned throughout Chang'an, and yours has no name. How could it possibly compare? Upon hearing this, the once supportive friends began to waver, questioning Lu Wan. Is your pastry truly better than those from Chen's? Haiyan makes a good point. The Chen's pastries are famous, and yours has no name. Watching her friends turn against her, Lu Wan felt the sting of betrayal and struggled to find a retort, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lu Cheng, observing the plight of the little girl, couldn't help but chuckle, remembering that he had given her the last of his meat floss pastries. The one in her hand had undoubtedly been pilfered from their stash at home. Chapter 15. The slave originally intending to enjoy the amusing antics of the little girl Lu Wan, Lu Cheng hastily approached and suggested, Since your friend is skeptical, why not let her taste the meat floss cake? Lu Wan, who was on the verge of tears, turned upon hearing her brother's voice, her eyes sparkling with joy, and exclaimed, Brother, gently patting the little girl's head. Lu Cheng retrieved several meat floss cakes from his pocket and distributed them one by one to Lu Wan's companions, saying, Here, everyone, do try this delightful pastry. Although they were merely children of humble origins, they exhibited the fundamental courtesies expected of them, each child graciously accepting the cakes and calling out, Thank you, Brother Lu. With a smile, Lu Cheng nodded in acknowledgement and took Lu Wan by the hand, declaring, "Let us return home for dinner." After their mother returned, Lu Cheng rummaged through his room to produce a frying pan and an array of spices and kitchen supplies, handing them over to their mother in a haphazard manner. Ignoring her inquisitive gaze, he said, "Mother, please start cooking. I am nearly starving." Lu Mu gazed at the shiny black frying pan and the large container of cooking oil, although she struggled to comprehend the simplified characters of the modern era. The label for the golden-hued oil was unmistakable. Staring at the gleaming oil, she marveled, "Is this oil? Indeed, is there a problem?" He replied, "None at all." Lu Mu pondered, ultimately deciding against further inquiry. After Lu Cheng instructed her on how to fry steak, he sat idly, captivated by the glistening frying pan. Following a delightful meal of modern-style fried steak shared by the three of them, Lu Cheng retreated to his room for sleep. While the ancient era had its merits, its sole drawback was the absence of a vibrant nightlife, particularly in Chang'an, where the streets fell under curfew at night, forbidding pedestrians from venturing out. Thus, Lu Cheng found himself retiring early each evening, while Lu Wan, after finishing her steak, nestled comfortably in their mother's embrace, refusing to budge. Observing her feeble pretense of sleep, Lu Cheng chose not to comment. He understood her motives. After all, she had stealthily pilfered a meat floss cake from his room, fearing his reprimand upon discovery. It was not that Lu Cheng was unwilling to share the cakes, but rather he was concerned that excessive snacking would ruin her appetite for proper meals, especially given her tendency to indulge. She had already consumed a serving of fried chicken and numerous meat floss cakes that day, and further indulgence would surely result in her becoming a plump little girl. What he initially believed to be a mere theft of one cake turned into a shock upon returning to his room, where he discovered that only 3 meat floss cakes remained in a half-empty box, the rest reduced to empty wrappers. Infuriated, Lu Cheng resolved not to allow her such liberties with snacks again. The night passed in silence. The following day, Lu Cheng rose late, having exchanged some currency in the marketplace for a meager breakfast. By then, Lu Mu had taken Lu Wan to the fabric shop, leaving him undisturbed at home. With nothing to occupy himself, Lu Cheng languished in bed until Lu Wan burst through the door, breathless and exclaiming, "I returned on my own. How did you come back alone?" He inquired, observing the little girl, her brow glistening with sweat. Unfazed by the heat, she hugged Lu Cheng tightly and declared, "I told Mother that I wanted to find you." Pushing aside the little furnace of warmth that was Lu Wan, he turned his attention to 2 sets of modern princess dresses he had purchased in the marketplace, presenting a white silk gown to her, saying, "What do you think of this dress, Wanner?" With a pout, Lu Wan's expression threatened to dissolve into tears as she felt her beloved brother had grown distant. However, upon catching sight of the white dress in his hands, her frown transformed into a wide-eyed gasp as she exclaimed, "Brother, I want this dress. Wanner wants this dress." As she clamored excitedly, trying to cling to him, Lu Cheng, exasperated, replied, "Go take a bath, and once you are clean, this new dress shall be yours." Her eyes twinkling with delight, Lu Wan dashed to her room. After her bath, adorned in the new dress, she beamed incessantly, her former boisterous energy replaced with a newfound gracefulness. As Lu Cheng led the little girl, now dressed like a princess, outside, she halted, her big eyes sparkling as she implored, "Brother, I wish to go out and play." Understanding her desire to flaunt her new attire, Lu Cheng couldn't help but recall his own childhood. When he received a new toy, his first instinct was to showcase it to friends under the guise of collaborative exploration. With a smile, he pinched her nose affectionately and consented. Elated by her brother's approval, Lu Wan erupted with joy, shedding her quiet demeanor, and hurried off to share her new dress with her friends. Lu Cheng shook his head, meandering through the streets of Chang'an. Although he had been in the Tang Dynasty for over a week, aside from the West Market, he had yet to explore other locales, seizing this opportunity to wander through the capital. With several taels of silver in his pocket, he was well equipped to indulge in the city's offerings. Yet, despite his wealth, he refrained from spending even a single tael as he traversed from the westernmost point of the West Market to the east, dismissing the crude merchandise on display. Eventually, he arrived at the largest slave market in all of Chang'an, where slaves were now referred to as servants. Observing the men and women with straw in their hair, those awaiting sale, he noted that some were the families of offenders, while others were war captives or impoverished children. The sight of clearly priced slaves stirred a deep sense of corruption within Lu Cheng, as he witnessed children of school-going age subjected to such a merciless market, leaving him profoundly unsettled. There is always a desire to do something. Yet he understands that relying solely on his own efforts to change the millennia-old institution of slavery is nearly impossible. All he can do is help redeem a few individuals. Although Lu Cheng feels somewhat self-righteous, he simply cannot bear to see these young children being sold at will, especially the little girls awaiting sale. If they are bought by decent people to serve as maids, it might be acceptable. But if they fall into the hands of those with peculiar tastes, the child's entire future would be ruined. Chapter 16. Purchasing slaves. Lu Cheng truly could not bear to see these innocent children being bought and mistreated, so he could only do his best to help as many as possible. Gazing at a middle-aged man and woman kneeling by the roadside, with a teenage girl and a boy of about 11 or 12 beside them, Lu Cheng noticed the boy's legs seemed numb from kneeling, his small body swaying unsteadily as if on the verge of collapse. The girl's lips were parched from the scorching sun, and the man kneeling beside her clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Unable to stand the sight any longer, Lu Cheng called over the slave trader sitting nearby and inquired about the prices of these individuals. The trader, without looking down on him, replied humbly, "These 2 children are with their family. The 4 you see here are all from the same household." Lu Cheng was somewhat surprised to hear this. While it was not uncommon for people to be sold into slavery, it was rare for an entire family to be enslaved together. Sensing Lu Cheng's astonishment, the trader quickly added, "Sir, I assure you, this family is of impeccable background. They are simply unfortunate. They were previously slaves of an official who was executed for crimes. As a result, the entire family was returned to slave status and put up for sale again." Lu Cheng nodded in understanding. According to the trader, this family was indeed unlucky, but such occurrences were unavoidable. When an official was executed, family members with lighter sentences were often enslaved and sold, while those with heavier penalties shared the same fate as the official. In a way, this man was both unfortunate and fortunate. At least his family remained intact, and even if sold, they would stay together. However, in this society, it was exceedingly rare for anyone to purchase an entire family of slaves at once. Even if someone took a liking to the man, they would likely buy him alone, never the whole family, to prevent them from conspiring against their master. Seeing Lu Cheng deep in thought, the trader pressed further, "Sir, even if you don't buy the entire family, you could consider the woman and the girl separately." As he spoke, he walked over to the young girl, a child who should have been in middle school, now treated as mere merchandise, a truly pitiable fate. Helpless, the girl could do nothing as the trader gripped her face with one hand and lifted her chin with the other, turning her toward Lu Cheng. "Look, sir, how delicate she is. And she is of age now. You could buy her as a chambermaid, or, at the very least, to warm your bed." After speaking, he pinched her cheek hard, as if to prove his point about her delicacy. Before Lu Cheng could respond, a cracking sound was heard. The kneeling man had clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles audibly popped, as if he were on the verge of losing control. Unexpectedly, the trader showed no fear of the man potentially attacking him. Instead, he pulled a whip from his waist and lashed it fiercely across the man's back. The thin hemp garment tore instantly, revealing broken skin beneath, with blood slowly seeping through the coarse fabric. Despite the whip strike, the man made no sound, as if enduring it was enough to keep the trader away from his daughter. After delivering the blow, the trader turned to Lu Cheng with a smile and said, "Please continue looking, sir. If you're not interested in the girl, you could buy the woman instead. The girl can be raised for another year or so, and in the meantime, you can make use of the woman. Wouldn't it be delightful to have both mother and daughter later?" Lu Cheng could no longer bear to listen to such degrading remarks and quickly interrupted the reckless trader, saying, "Enough. I'll take them." Before the trader could respond, the kneeling man glared at Lu Cheng with bloodshot eyes, as if wishing to kill him. The trader, however, said joyfully, "Excellent, sir. For these 2 women, I'll give you a deal, 10 strings of cash in total." Ignoring the man's glare, Lu Cheng calmly stated, "I mean all 4 of them. I'll take the entire family." The trader's eyes shifted, and he quickly changed his approach. "Sir, the man is in his prime, so he'll cost a bit more. However, I can offer the young boy to you for free." Lu Cheng waved his hand, cutting off the trader's words, and repeated, "Just tell me the total price." The trader thought to himself that this customer seemed wealthy and decided to take advantage. After a moment's consideration, he said, "Since you're so straightforward, sir, I'll give you a price of 25 strings of cash." Lu Cheng was about to pay without hesitation when he suddenly realized he only had silver with him, not copper coins. Moreover, 25 strings of cash amounted to a significant sum. In the Tang Dynasty, One string of cash referred to 1,000 copper coins, or 1,000 won. In terms of weight, each Kaiyuan Tongbao coin weighed 1 xian, 10 coins weighed 1 liang, and one string, 1,000 coins, weighed 6 jin and 4 liang. 25 strings would weigh over 100 jin. At this thought, Lu Cheng couldn't help but reminisce about mobile payments from his past life, where transactions were effortless. Even billions could be settled with a few taps on a phone. Looking at the expectant trader, Lu Cheng asked, "Can I pay with silver?" The trader bowed obsequiously and replied, "Of course, sir. If your silver is of good quality, I can even reduce the price a little. Just remember me the next time you wish to purchase slaves." Lu Cheng did not take advantage of the small discount and promptly handed over 25 taels of silver to the trader. In return, he received the slave registration documents for the family of 4 and removed the straws stuck in their hair. The boy, who was on the verge of collapse, tried to stand up but failed several times. Lu Cheng quickly said, "No rush. Sit and rest for a while. We'll leave once you've recovered." The man, who had been kneeling, stood up and approached Lu Cheng, asking, "Young master, how should I address you?" Looking at the anxious middle-aged man and his wife, Lu Cheng avoided the question and instead said, "Don't worry. I have no ill intentions. If you wish, you may go and live elsewhere on your own." Hearing this, the man exclaimed in surprise, "Sir, are you letting us go?" Lu Cheng nodded slightly, gazing at the man as he replied, "Certainly, I shall not impose upon them." At that moment, a bystander named Yazi hurriedly addressed the group. "Oh, young master, you must not act in such a manner. Their entire family is comprised of slaves. Should they leave you, they would find themselves utterly destitute. Even if you were to release them, unless they attain a proper status, they would be unable to go anywhere." Chapter 17. Kidnapping. Upon hearing the words of the man, Lu Cheng was evidently taken aback. Observing the approval on the man's face, he recognized that he had once again overlooked the absurd laws of the Tang Dynasty. Those who had fallen into the status of slaves, unless they were to regain their freedom, were doomed to the fate of being sold. Thus, even if Lu Cheng wished to do a good deed by purchasing this family of 4 and setting them free, the law would not permit it. Lu Cheng glanced at the man and the woman beside him, who was supporting her daughter and son, and inquired, "What is your name?" The man, seeing no sign of ill intent from Lu Cheng towards his children, cast aside his earlier hostility and replied, "In response to your honor, my name is Fong San, and my wife is Lu Lan." Nodding thoughtfully, Lu Cheng introduced himself, saying, "I am Lu Cheng. Please refrain from calling me your honor. I am no noble, merely someone with a bit of money." After saying this, Lu Cheng remembered that since he could not release them, he would have to keep them at his home for the time being. So he continued to ask, "What skills do you possess?" Without a moment's hesitation, Fong San responded, "My lord, I can tend to horses and drive a carriage, and I possess some martial skills as well. As for my wife, she is adept at sewing and mending, and our daughter, Xiao Chun, is literate and can keep accounts." Lu Cheng was taken aback by Fong San's revelation of martial skills, wondering if the ancient arts could truly allow one to scale walls and leap rooftops. Hoping they were not akin to the fanciful abilities of modern-day masters. Choosing not to speak further, Lu Cheng approached the kneeling boy, who was weak from fatigue, and lifted him up, signaling for Fong San and his family to follow as he prepared to take them back to the cloth shop. Fong San wished to take his child from Lu Cheng, but the latter refused, saying, "You have knelt long enough. I am not weary. It is no trouble for me to hold him a while longer." Reluctantly, Fong San trailed closely behind, watching his child being cradled by the very benefactor who had just rescued his family. Throughout the journey, Lu Cheng kept Fong San and his wife informed about his household. His plan was for Lu Lan to assist Lu Mu at the cloth shop, while their daughter, Xiao Chun, would stay at home with Lu Wan and her brother, Xiao Hu, occasionally teaching them to read. As for Fong San, Lu Cheng was at a loss regarding his arrangement. Although Fong San could tend to horses and drive a carriage, Lu Cheng had no horse or carriage, and given the proximity of his home to the cloth shop, it would be quite unnecessary. After much internal conflict, Fong San finally spoke up, "My lord, if I am of no use to you, please do sell me." Lu Cheng paused, taken aback by Fong San's earnestness, and asked, "What troubles you?" "My lord, you are a good man. I, Fong San, cannot allow you to suffer loss on my account. Since you are taking care of my wife and children, I have no face to eat your food without contributing. Please, my lord, sell me instead. Just take care of my children and wife." Fong San implored, his eyes red with sincerity. Lu Cheng felt a surge of appreciation for Fong San's honesty. No one wished to aid an ungrateful wretch. Just for this sentiment, Lu Cheng awarded Fong San a score of 90 points in his heart. He had only just acquired them and was already considering their well-being, truly a commendable man. Lu Cheng looked at Fong San with gravity, saying, "Since I have purchased you, you need not concern yourselves with such matters. Leave everything else to me. Just focus on fulfilling your roles." Fong San assumed that Lu Cheng felt uncomfortable with the idea of selling him, thinking that Lu Cheng could not possibly have much money and would not squander it all by buying his family. Thus, Fong San hesitated once more. "My lord, if you have no need for me, just say the word, and I will not be a burden." Lu Cheng found this quite displeasing. Did he truly seem so mercenary? Was there no room for kindness in his heart? With irritation, Lu Cheng replied, "Enough of such morose talk. Prepare to embrace your new life." Fong San, being a straightforward man, nodded and remained silent, merely following Lu Cheng. Upon arriving at the cloth shop, Lu Mu was astonished to see her eldest son accompanied by so many people. After hearing Lu Cheng's explanation, she appeared somewhat hesitant, asking, "What use do we have for servants?" Lu Mu was quite open-minded. Even knowing that Fong San's family had been reduced to slavery, she refrained from dismissing them as mere slaves, instead referring to them as servants. Lu Cheng reassured her, "Mother, it is all right. In a few days, I will make some changes to our shop, and there will be work for them." Lu Cheng envisioned transforming the cloth shop into a modern supermarket, and now, with Fong San's family present, it was fortuitous as he would not need to hire additional help later. Lu Mu nodded, accepting her son's plans without argument, saying, "As long as you are aware, that is all that matters." Afterward, she took Lu Lan's hands, looking at her children, saying, "Sister, come here. While there is still some fabric left, let me make new clothes for each of you. You can discard those coarse hemp garments." Initially anxious and fearing rejection, Lu Lan was overwhelmed with emotion and fell to her knees, weeping, "Thank you, madam." This sudden display startled Lu Mu, who was unaccustomed to such gestures. She had never employed anyone before and had never considered purchasing slaves, even if her family had a bit of money. She had only meant to extend a helping hand to Fong San's family, not to truly take them as slaves. Lu Lan's kneeling genuinely startled Lu Mu. Quickly, Lu Mu rose to assist Lu Lan, comforting her, "It is quite all right, sister. Every family has its hardships, and now you can keep me company at home. Rest assured." Lu Cheng instructed Lu Mu to gather some fabric from the shop, ensuring that each person would at least have a set of clothing to replace their coarse garments. He then led Fong San out of the cloth shop, leaving Lu Lan, Xiao Chun, and Xiao Hu to assist Lu Mu with the sewing. As they stepped outside, they were met by a group of anxious children rushing towards Lu Cheng. "Brother Lu, something terrible has happened," they cried. "Sister Wan has been kidnapped." Chapter 18. The dog slaughter. Lu Wan's friends, in a flurry of voices, recounted the events to Lu Cheng, whose anger caused him to stomp his feet. It transpired that Lu Wan had been flaunting her new attire on the street when a group of burly men suddenly appeared and forcibly abducted her without uttering a word. Gritting his teeth, Lu Cheng inquired, "Did they say anything?" The children shook their heads, indicating that no words were exchanged. However, Lu Cheng surmised that having been in the Tang Dynasty for merely a week, he bore no enmity towards anyone, save for the Wang family of Taiyuan, who sought to usurp his family's cloth shop. Thus, he concluded that the kidnappers must belong to the Wang clan. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Cheng resolved that he could not remain idle. The abduction of Wanner was surely a means to coerce him into surrendering his shop or his electric shotgun. Either demand he could fulfill, but Wanner must not come to harm. If he waited at home for news from the Wang family, he knew not how long it would take, and moreover, if his mother learned of Wan's kidnapping, she would undoubtedly be devastated. Therefore, Lu Cheng decided to take the initiative. He dismissed Lu Wan's companions and addressed Lao Fong, saying, "I shall go rescue my sister. You return to the shop, and remember not to inform my mother of this matter." "Sir, you underestimate me greatly," Lao Fong replied with a wry smile. "Since you have saved my life, I am yours to command. There is no need for such humiliation." Lu Cheng remained silent for a moment, then patted Lao Fong's shoulder firmly, saying, "This is the Wang family of Taiyuan. You must think carefully. I am aware of the Wang family, but I am now a member of the Lu clan. As long as you speak, I shall follow you, even to rebellion," Lao Fong declared resolutely, without a trace of hesitation or discontent upon hearing the name. Lu Cheng admired the ancient mindset. Even the smallest act of kindness could inspire unwavering loyalty, even in the face of certain death. Nodding, Lu Cheng responded, "Since you fear nothing, then come with me to the Wang residence. If Wanner is harmed, I shall slaughter the entire Wang family today. Lao Feng nodded in agreement, saying, Sir, might I request that you procure a spear for me? Do not misunderstand. The spear Lao Feng mentioned was the ancient red tassel spear, not a firearm. Lu Cheng glanced at him and replied, No need. I will provide you with weapons shortly. As for cold weapons? Haha, they may not be of use in the times to come. After determining the location of the Wang residence, the two made their way there. The Wang family abode was situated in the East City, quite a distance from Lu Cheng's current location in the West Market. However, the textile market in the East City was far more splendid than its western counterpart, as it was known to be the affluent district of Chang'an. Numerous princes, princesses, and high-ranking officials resided in the East City, for its proximity to the imperial palace facilitated their visits to court. Within the grand confines of the Wang residence, a chubby little girl was sobbing helplessly. This girl was, of course, Lu Wan. After being captured by the rotund steward, she was confined to a small chamber under guard. The darkness of her surroundings, coupled with the dread of the unknown, caused her to weep uncontrollably. In the same garden, the steward remained on his knees, resembling a servile worm, addressing the young master seated before him. Young master, I have successfully abducted the sister of that Lu family's eldest son. We await his arrival to exchange her for the treasure and the cloth shop. Wang Qingshan sipped his tea, savoring it before commenting, Are you not aware that today, His Majesty announced the restoration of the clan records? The steward, momentarily perplexed, pondered how the restoration of clan records related to the abduction of the girl, and simply shook his head, saying, I do not know. His Majesty has indeed devised a cunning plot. Wang Qingshan continued, Since we have taken her, we must maximize our gains. I want the treasure, and I also want the cloth shop. Once the exchange is complete, eliminate them. Do not allow them to report to the authorities, lest it affect our standing in the clan records. You may as well take your own life afterward. The steward trembled at these words. Having already captured the girl, how could he prevent them from reporting to the authorities? Furthermore, he was unclear why the emperor suddenly wished to restore the clan records today. Despite his inner grievances, he quickly affirmed, I will not disappoint your expectations, young master. Wang Qingshan waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a dog, sending the steward away. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng gazed at the imposing entrance of the Wang residence, feeling awestruck by its grandeur. Indeed, it was a high-ranking family. Even the entrance dwarfed a modern house, and the estate itself occupied at least 20,000 square feet. Truly a magnificent mansion. Without knocking, Lu Cheng reached into his cloak to initiate an exchange, skillfully selecting the A47 from the system. Would you like to exchange for the A47? Amount, 5,000 RMB. Would you like to exchange for 100 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition? Price, 700 renminbi. Initially intending to proceed with the transaction, Lu Cheng realized he had no means to carry the firearm, so he quickly withdrew his hand and instead exchanged for an A47 along with the accompanying 100 rounds of ammunition. Lao Feng watched in astonishment as his master conjured an object from thin air. Could it be that his master was a deity? Just moments ago, he possessed nothing, and now, in the blink of an eye, he held this strange artifact. What had initially seemed a venture into peril alongside Lu Cheng now ignited a fiery passion within Lao Feng. Ancient people held a deep reverence for deities. Otherwise, Buddhism and Taoism would not have amassed so many followers. Connecting the miraculous act of his master to divine intervention, Lao Feng regarded Lu Cheng as a celestial being in his heart. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng meticulously examined the manual within the system, clumsily preparing to load the ammunition and disengage the safety. After a series of operations, he finally succeeded in readying the weapon. With this firearm from the 21st century in hand, he felt a semblance of security as he approached the entrance. The young servant, much like the rotund steward, regarded Lu Cheng with disdain, failing to accord him a single glance. With an air of arrogance, he barked, Get lost. Do you not see this as the Wang family mansion? What manner of creature are you? Be careful not to dirty our door, or you shall pay dearly. Lu Cheng regarded the haughty servant with a mix of surprise and understanding. It appeared that the Wang family was indeed a den of arrogant dogs. In that case, it would not be excessive to eliminate them, for they were nothing but beasts. Chapter 19. The gun go and summon someone in charge. Lu Cheng paid no mind to the foolish gatekeeper, for such watchdogs were all alike, looking down on others with contempt. Yet, one cannot endlessly argue with a dog. Who do you think you are? Asking me to call the steward? Are you out of your mind? The gatekeeper spat arrogantly, glancing at Lu Cheng with an exaggerated tone. Seeing the gatekeeper's complete lack of cooperation, Lu Cheng couldn't help but feel anger rising. He released the safety on his gun and fired several shots at the grand gate of the Wang family. After the gunshots echoed, Lu Cheng stared at the stunned gatekeeper and continued, "Hurry up and go call someone." The gatekeeper stiffly turned to look at the Wang family's imposing gate, now marred by several bullet holes from the gunfire. Trembling, he swallowed hard, his mouth dry from fear, and nodded frantically before darting inside in the blink of an eye. Lu Cheng paid no attention to the onlookers gathering around. His principle had always been to avoid conflict unless provoked, but there were always those who sought to bully others. Thus, Lu Cheng intended to establish his authority among these nobles and officials, hoping to prevent such trivial matters from troubling him daily. Wang Qingshan sat calmly in the small courtyard. The gatekeeper, well aware of Wang Qingshan's habits, didn't he pause for a moment and rushed straight toward the courtyard. "Young master, it's terrible. Someone has come to attack us." The gatekeeper began wailing loudly as soon as he reached the edge of the courtyard, as if wanting everyone to know. Wang Qingshan, who had been savoring his tea, frowned. He couldn't imagine who would dare attack the Wang family. Did they truly hold the Wang clan in such contempt? Growing angrier by the moment, Wang Qingshan slammed his hand heavily on the stone table and roared, "Gather the men. I want to see who has the audacity to cause trouble at the Wang residence." With that, he swept the tea and snacks off the stone table with his arm and strode toward the gatekeeper, hands clasped behind his back. "How many are outside?" Wang Qingshan didn't even care who was at the gate, shouting at the panting gatekeeper. "Young master, there are only 2 of them." The gatekeeper gasped for breath before bowing hurriedly in reply. Wang Qingshan laughed in fury, mercilessly slapping the gatekeeper across the face. The Wang family truly employs nothing but cowards. Why fear just 2 people? The gatekeeper, who had been so arrogant in front of Lu Cheng earlier, now covered his swollen cheek meekly and whispered, "Young master, it's not that I'm afraid, but the leader is quite peculiar. He holds a strange object, like a crossbow, that shot 3 holes through our gate." Wang Qingshan paused at this. Another strange object? The plump steward Wang had also mentioned a strange object. How could there be another one here? Shaking his head, he led several armed thugs toward the gate. At the gate, Lu Cheng was growing impatient. The earlier gunshots had filled him with exhilaration. This was his first time firing a gun in a real sense. Indeed, men's greatest love is for firearms and ammunition. Such things truly stir one's hormones. A small crowd had gathered on the street, drawn by the sound of gunfire. Among them were stewards and gatekeepers from the princess's residence, the prince's mansion, and other noble households. Notably, the Duke of Lu's residence, located near the Wang family mansion, was also represented. Even the Duke of Lu himself, Cheng Yaojin, had been attracted by the gunfire and stood at the periphery, watching the spectacle. "What is going on with this young fellow?" Cheng Yaojin clapped the shoulder of a steward from another ducal residence and asked bluntly. The steward, initially displeased at being patted, turned to see Cheng Yaojin's broad face, and his annoyance turned to delight. He replied respectfully, "Your Grace, I've only just arrived, but I heard this young man is here to pick a fight with the Wang family." With that object in his hand, he shot 3 large holes in the Wang family's gate. Cheng Yaojin nodded and continued watching with curiosity. Wang Qingshan emerged through the gate with several thugs and sturdy servants. He looked at Lu Cheng and said, "Who are you? Do you know this is the residence of the Taiyuan Wang clan?" Seeing this, Lu Cheng knew someone in charge had arrived. He glanced at Wang Qingshan, but noticed the plump steward from yesterday was not among his entourage, which left him somewhat disappointed. With little enthusiasm, he replied, "I know this is the Wang residence. I've come specifically for the Wang family. Where's my sister?" Hearing this, Wang Qingshan understood. This was the eldest son of the Lu family. However, in front of so many servants from noble households, he couldn't possibly admit that the Wang family had kidnapped the other's sister. Instead, he evaded the question, saying, "Since you know this is the Wang residence, why are you causing trouble?" Lu Cheng understood that Wang Qingshan was dodging the issue, refusing to admit they had kidnapped his sister and attempting to shift the blame onto him. But Lu Cheng didn't care. Unlike the aristocratic families, he didn't place much importance on reputation. He looked at the delicate-skinned Wang Qingshan and said, "I don't want to waste words. Hand over my sister, and the Wang family remains the Wang family today. If even a single hair on her head is harmed, I will slaughter your entire clan." A collective gasp erupted from the crowd, as if everyone believed Lu Cheng was merely boasting. Cheng Yaojin finally understood the situation. So, the shameless Wang family had kidnapped this young man's sister, and he had come alone to confront them. This earned Lu Cheng a measure of respect in Cheng Yaojin's eyes. Regardless of how events unfolded, Cheng Yaojin decided he would protect this young man today. The reason was simple. As a favored minister of the emperor, he knew His Majesty was planning to take action against the aristocratic families. Thus, this incident was a perfect opportunity for the emperor to make an example of the Wang family. Hearing Lu Cheng's words, Wang Qingshan flushed with anger and shouted, "Everyone, take note. Today's events are not the fault of the Wang family. This young man has gone too far, daring to insult the Wang clan." He then turned to the sturdy servants and thugs beside him and said fiercely, "Go, seize him." The servants rushed forward without hesitation. However, the thugs hesitated, precisely because they were the ones who had been electrocuted by Lu Cheng's stun gun the previous day. They recognized him as the eldest son of the Lu family. Chapter 20. The gunshots resound in Chang'an despite being aware of the peculiar weapon wielded by the young master of the Lu family. The ruffians, under Wang Qingshan's orders, hesitated but took several steps forward. However, their demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the well-trained slaves raised by the Wang family. The slaves charged forward with reckless abandon, while the ruffians, having experienced the sting of an electric shock weapon, approached cautiously, casting fearful glances at Lu Cheng's hand. Their movements appeared rather furtive. Several of the slaves, brandishing stout clubs, shouted as they rushed toward Lu Cheng. He raised his A, which had just discharged, and with a cold smile, unleashed a hail of gunfire upon the advancing slaves. The sharp, rhythmic sounds of gunfire echoed through the esteemed district of Chang'an, reminiscent of firecrackers. Each bullet fell like the scythe of death, and the slaves struck by the projectiles collapsed instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, those who had been sprinting moments ago lay motionless on the ground, while some of the less fortunate, hit but not mortally wounded, curled up in agony, blood pooling on the uneven earth. The ruffians, who had been following the slaves, found themselves felled as well, albeit from sheer fright as they threw themselves to the ground. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astonished. Cheng Yaojin clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Bravo! That young man is splendid. I have long harbored disdain for the Wang family. Wipe them out." Nearby, the overseers widened their eyes, striving to comprehend how the slaves had fallen, but all they could perceive were the flashes of fire emanating from Lu Cheng's unusual weapon, followed by the deafening sounds of gunfire, and then the sight of the slaves lying lifeless. Completely baffled by the cause of such carnage, Cheng Yaojin remained unfazed, perhaps due to his untroubled nature, merely cheering from the sidelines. In stark contrast, Wang Qingshan, who had previously exhibited arrogance, was now devoid of color, his face drained of blood, as he stared in horror at the fallen slaves and the pools of blood surrounding him. "I have long demanded the return of my sister. Why must you persist in disobedience?" Lu Cheng coldly remarked, fixing his gaze on Wang Qingshan, who stood before the fallen slaves. This was Lu Cheng's first experience with taking a life. Yet he felt no particular sensation, as if he were merely slaughtering a chicken. Perhaps he deemed the Wang family unworthy of being called human. "You slander me. How could my Wang family engage in such despicable acts as kidnapping your sister?" Wang Qingshan, pale and trembling, attempted to retreat, but his weak legs betrayed him, leaving him standing helplessly, clinging to the remnants of his family's dignity. Lu Cheng shook his head at Wang Qingshan's obstinacy. Some individuals refuse to relent until they face ruin. Approaching Wang Qingshan, Lu Cheng pressed the barrel of his A against his forehead and forcefully struck his meticulously groomed head, demanding, "Do you truly believe I lack the courage to eradicate your Wang family?" Wang Qingshan shielded his head as crimson blood seeped through his fingers, staring in disbelief at the young master of the Lu family. Did he not fear for his life? "I am the legitimate heir of the Taiyuan Wang family. How dare he strike me?" Wang Qingshan's mind raced with indignation. Since his earliest memories, he had been the favored one, destined to lead the ancient and venerable Wang family, a figure untouchable by others. Outside, when people heard the name Wang Qingshan, they would avoid him at all costs. Who, aside from royalty, would dare to bully him in such a manner? No, even the royal family would not dare treat him so. Wang Qingshan glared at Lu Cheng with bloodshot eyes, his fury palpable, as if he wished to consume him whole. Yet, Lu Cheng, unfazed by Wang Qingshan's wrathful gaze, chuckled, "You kidnapped my sister, and yet you dare to glare at me?" Wang Qingshan fixated his gaze on Lu Cheng, ignoring his words, intent on using his fiery eyes to obliterate him. Meanwhile, deep within the Wang estate, Wang Guanshi, the corpulent steward, could no longer remain seated amidst the gunfire. Exiting, he intercepted a fleeing servant and inquired, "What is happening? Why the panic?" The servant, seeing it was Wang Guanshi who had stopped him, replied with alarm, "Wang Guanshi, you must see for yourself. There are intruders at our doorstep." "What?" Wang Guanshi, taken aback by the unexpected news, grasped the servant's arm to prevent him from leaving. "Where is the eldest young master?" "The eldest young master is just outside." "Oh, Wang Guanshi, you must hurry and rescue him," the servant exclaimed, jumping anxiously. With this, Wang Guanshi finally regained his composure, chuckling, "Rescue the eldest young master? After all, once he learns of the incident at the Lu family's cloth shop, he will surely be unharmed. Perhaps I, Wang Fugui, might even receive a promotion." Envisioning a promising future, Wang Guanshi hastily made his way to the center of the estate. Addressing the chaotic crowd, he raised his arm and bellowed, "Everyone, follow me to rescue the eldest young master." People tend to follow the lead of others. With Wang Guanshi's call, the majority complied, and the disordered servants and slaves began to rally behind him. Wang Guanshi, glancing back at his growing entourage, felt a surge of confidence as he beckoned the servant who had previously spoken to him. Observing the servant's respectful demeanor brought him a sense of satisfaction. "Do you know who has come to our door?" Wang Guanshi inquired, eager to ascertain the situation. The servant, realizing the gravity of the matter, replied, "I am not certain, but I overheard the doorman mention that there are only 2 of them." "Only 2? Who possesses such audacity to confront the Wang family?" Wang Guanshi frowned, pressing for more information. The servant quickly reassured him, "Fear not, Wang Guanshi, they are not of noble lineage. I believe it has something to do with our family's alleged abduction of that person's sister." After a moment's reflection, the servant added, "But that is likely just a pretext. How could anyone from the Wang family engage in such scandalous behavior?" Chapter 21. Mad Dog. Upon hearing those words, Wang Pengzi's expression stiffened momentarily, followed by a wave of pale and flushed colors crossing his face. A flicker of realization dawned upon him. He had thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be Lu Jiadalong. Humph, while he possessed that peculiar weapon, it mattered little since his sister was in my grasp. Moreover, a weapon incapable of taking lives was not something Wang Pengzi feared greatly. He could simply push more people forward and employ a strategy of human waves. Wang Pengzi, however, was still under the impression that Lu Cheng's weapon was akin to the electric gun from yesterday, completely unaware that Lu Cheng had now acquired a genuine lethal instrument. Leading a throng of people, Wang Pengzi rushed toward the grand entrance of the Wang residence. Through the open doors, he caught sight of his young master, bloodied and battered, causing his heart to tremble. At the end of the day, this mess with Lu Jiadalong was of his own making. Now that the young master was in peril, regardless of how things turned out for Lu Jiadalong, he himself was bound to face dire consequences. With this in mind, Wang Pengzi's anger flared, and he raised his hand, shouting, "Quick, go rescue the young master." Knowing well that he was in for a rough time, he could only attempt to cultivate an impression of loyalty before the young master to mitigate the repercussions later. Thus, he plunged headfirst toward Lu Cheng. However, as he crossed the threshold and ventured further outside, his heart sank with increasing dread. He had initially believed that Lu Jiadalong's weapon posed no real danger, perhaps merely a device to cause panic. Yet upon witnessing the multitude of corpses sprawled on the ground and the glaring blood gleaming under the sunlight, his fear escalated. The once fervent Wang Guanshi slowed his pace. Lu Cheng, upon spotting the corpulent steward who had kidnapped his sister, felt a surge of joy in his heart as he aimed his firearm at the advancing throng. Wang Pengzi recognized Lu Jiadalong's movements. Although he had witnessed the weapon's power yesterday and knew it wouldn't be fatal, the sight of a gun aimed at him sent a shiver down his spine. His already sluggish pace came to a complete halt, staring blankly at Lu Jiadalong. Lu Cheng regarded the undaunted crowd charging forward with a sense of helplessness. The outdated mindset of these ancient people was too deeply ingrained. He could not fathom how Wang Pengzi had managed to persuade these servants to disregard death, charging forward one after another. Just like Lao Feng, who had willingly risked his life to assist Lu Cheng in saving a girl he had never met, simply because Lu Cheng had purchased his family's goods. Such small favors, in Lu Cheng's view, were simply due. Yet, Lao Feng was willing to sacrifice himself for Lu Cheng to rescue this unknown damsel. Lu Cheng found it perplexing how easily these ancient individuals could be manipulated. Now, witnessing the wave of servants surging forward, including numerous maidservants, he felt a pang of reluctance, increasing his disdain for Wang Pengzi. How could he bring himself to harm these gallant individuals willing to face death? With no other option, Lu Cheng raised his firearm and shifted from spraying bullets to taking precise shots, specifically targeting the young and vigorous attendants or those who appeared to be anything but mere servants, sparing the maidservants entirely. Amidst the cacophony of their chaotic shouts, the thunderous gunfire erupted, flames spewing forth, and those struck by bullets fell helplessly backward. The terror and fear were clearly visible on Wang Pengzi's face. At that moment, he truly felt afraid. Lu Jia Dalong seemed like a demonic figure. How could he have dispatched more than half of their number in mere moments? Contemplating his impending doom brought tears to his eyes as he looked towards the bloodied Wang Qingshan, crying out, "Young master, save me." Wang Qingshan's heart ignited with fury. This useless fool had come out to save him, only to now plead for his own rescue. Lu Cheng, observing the suddenly sobbing Wang Pengzi, aimed his firearm at the steward's hefty leg and decisively pulled the trigger. Uncertain whether Wang Qingshan had instigated the abduction of the young girl, Lu Cheng was nonetheless convinced that Wang Pengzi was deeply involved. Therefore, once he rescued the girl, Wang Pengzi was destined for death. With a sharp crack of gunfire, Wang Pengzi's already trembling legs crumpled beneath him. He turned to see his bleeding leg and cried out in agony. Lu Cheng eyed the paralyzed womenfolk who had initially rushed forward alongside the attendants to save their young master. However, upon witnessing their comrades collapse for reasons unknown, they halted in their tracks, staring blankly at the armed Lu Cheng. Approaching Wang Pengzi, Lu Cheng mercilessly kicked the injury on his leg, causing tears and mucus to flow freely from the steward. "Where's my sister?" Lu Cheng demanded, showing no mercy as he twisted his foot into Wang Pengzi's wound. Wang Pengzi, gripped by excruciating pain, still feigned bravado. "Young Master Lu, I truly haven't seen your sister. Please spare my life. Do you believe that only when faced with death will you shed tears? Do you dare challenge me to shoot a hole in your head?" Lu Cheng retorted, firing several rounds into the ground beside Wang Pengzi, the bullets kicking up dirt and dust. The sounds of gunfire echoed in Wang Pengzi's ears as the earth was disturbed, and his already tear-streaked face became caked with mud. He was hardly recognizable. "I will ask you one last time. If you refuse to speak, then prepare to meet your end." Lu Cheng seethed, striking Wang Pengzi's head with the butt of his firearm, glaring at the steward, now a mess of blood, dirt, and tears. Wang Pengzi cried out in pain, his head injured and vision blurred. As he glanced at Wang Qingshan, who was filled with rage, he realized his fate was sealed. With his last ounce of strength, he gasped, "The wretched girl is in the Wang estate, locked in the woodshed. This is all because the Wang family desires your family's fabric shop. You dared insult the Wang clan. Wang Qingshan had instructed me to abduct your girl. This is all orchestrated by the Wang family." With the answer Lu Cheng sought finally revealed, he showed no mercy as he delivered a bullet worth 7 coins, ending Wang Pengzi's life in an instant. Turning to the still pale Wang Qingshan, he inquired, "So, you are the Wang Qingshan spoken of by this fat fool?" Chapter 22. Scum Wang Qingshan did not hear any further words from Lu Cheng. His gaze remained fixated upon Wang Pengzi's head. The latter, having suffered a fatal blow, had his skull shattered by the immense force of leaving behind only a half head and a pool of white brain matter. This gruesome scene evidently struck Wang Qingshan with profound shock. It wasn't just him. Those surrounding onlookers, including the stewards from various estates and the renowned battlefield hero Cheng Yaojin, were similarly drawn to the gruesome sight. Moments later, the majority began to retch violently, filling the street with the stench of their vomit. Lu Cheng wrinkled his nose in distaste and covered his mouth, noticing that Wang Qingshan was still in a daze. He raised his voice slightly, saying, "What? Are you still trying to argue?" Wang Qingshan offered no reply. His previously pale complexion gradually shifted to a deep crimson, leading him to violently expel the contents of his stomach. Seeing this, Lu Cheng quickly stepped aside to avoid being splattered, casting a disdainful glance at the retching Wang Qingshan. He then turned to the trembling maids nearby and inquired, "Does anyone know where my sister is being held?" The dazed maids, paralyzed by fear, were hesitant to respond, dreading that this demon might take their lives in an instant. Observing their silence, Lu Cheng sighed in frustration and continued, "Whoever knows the whereabouts of my sister and leads me to her will be allowed to leave." Upon hearing this, the maids perked up slightly, yet still hesitated, fearing the tyrant's unpredictable wrath. Eventually, one maid, gritting her teeth, stepped forward and softly said, "I do not know if that girl is indeed your sister, but I saw Steward Wang throw a little girl into the woodshed today." Lu Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. "Let me there. And once I find my sister, you may go." Without glancing back at the incapacitated Wang Qingshan, who lay on the ground from his earlier vomiting, Lu Cheng strode through the gates of the Wang residence alongside Lao Fong. Although Lao Fong was a middle-aged man, he was unaccustomed to such scenes. He had merely held his composure earlier to avoid losing face before Lu Cheng. As they turned a corner inside the grand estate, Lao Fong began to lean against the wall for support, slowly trailing behind Lu Cheng. "My lord, are we truly safe after offending the Wang family like this?" he asked softly, worry etched on his face. Lu Cheng shook his head and turned to face Lao Fong, a smile gracing his lips. "What is there to fear? The world is vast. Aside from the Tang Dynasty, is there nowhere else to go? Are you afraid?" "I am not afraid. I merely worry for your safety, my lord. If the authorities come to hold you accountable, you can simply push me forward to take the blame. I, Lao Fong, may lack other talents, but I can certainly bear the brunt for you." Lao Fong fervently retorted, visibly agitated at the thought of Lu Cheng's fear. Lu Cheng chuckled inwardly, reflecting on Lao Fong's unwavering loyalty, and reassured him, "Do not worry. We will face whatever comes our way. The world is expansive." After pondering for a moment, Lao Fong replied, "You are right, my lord. You are a figure of greatness. I, Lao Fong, will follow you steadfastly." Lu Cheng laughed heartily, patting Lao Fong on the shoulder as they approached the lowly woodshed. Faintly, the sound of a little girl crying could be heard. The leading maid turned to Lu Cheng, her voice trembling. "Today, I saw Steward Wang confine a little girl in this woodshed, but I cannot guarantee that she is your sister." Lu Cheng regarded the frightened maid with warmth, smiling gently as he said, "You may leave now. This is the place." The maid felt as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Gratefully glancing at Lu Cheng, she turned and hurried toward the entrance. Listening to the hoarse cries from within, Lu Cheng was convinced that it was indeed his little sister, Lu Wan, and his heart ached for her. Since arriving in the Tang Dynasty, the two most important people to him had been this little girl and his mother. Hearing her voice, now hoarse from crying, filled him with sorrow. "Wanner, your brother is here. Do not be afraid," Lu Cheng called out gently as he approached the locked door. Exhausted from crying, Lu Wan, trapped in the dark confines, recognized her brother's voice, which shone like a ray of sunlight in her despair. "Wah, brother, I am scared," she cried, rushing toward the door and pleading, "Brother, please rescue me. I promise I will never be greedy again." Hearing the heart-wrenching cries of his little sister, Lu Cheng felt an overwhelming surge of compassion. "Wanner, step back. I will save you now." Once Lu Wan had retreated, Lu Cheng struck the dilapidated lock with the butt of his gun several times until it finally gave way. The moment the door swung open, the little girl rushed into his embrace like the wind. As Lu Cheng held her, he noticed that the princess dress she had worn that morning was now tattered and blackened by the wood. Her eyes were swollen and red, and she buried her face in Lu Cheng's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. "Brother," she called, as Lu Cheng gently patted her back while holding her close. He gestured to Lao Fong to take the A that had been nearby. Lao Fong, taken aback, wondered to himself, "My lord is entrusting such a precious treasure to me?" Seeing Lao Fong in shock, Lu Cheng urged, "Hurry and take it. Otherwise, I cannot hold on to this girl any longer." Recovering from his stupor, Lao Fong respectfully accepted the A as if it were a revered relic. His eyes fixed on it with utmost care, fearing any misfortune might befall such a precious item. Gently patting the little girl's back and whispering reassurances, Lu Cheng exchanged a bottle of yogurt at the Wang residence's exit to soothe Wanner's throat, mindful of the fragility of children's vocal cords. As they stepped outside the gates, Lu Cheng's gaze fell upon a lifeless maid lying on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the very maid he had let go earlier. Now, her head lay some distance away, her eyes wide open, filled with an expression of lingering resentment. Infuriated, Lu Cheng yearned to eradicate every last one of these scoundrels. Chapter 23 The Contest of Prestige. Lu Qingshan cast his gaze upon the lifeless body of the maid, noticing that Wang Qingshan, who had been standing still moments ago, had somehow relocated to the side of a middle-aged man, seemingly weeping and recounting some lamentable tale. The crowd of onlookers had not diminished. Rather, it had swelled in numbers. Wang Sheng, the contemporary head of the Taiyuan Wang clan and brother of the family patriarch, could not remain at home due to his responsibilities as the captain of the city patrol. Initially engaged in discussions at the official residence regarding the strategy for revising the clan registry, Wang Sheng was interrupted by a servant. Frustrated and already at a loss, he unleashed his anger upon the servant, hurling the teacup he held with great force, indifferent to the scalding tea that splattered across the servant's face, leaving it blistered. He barked. What could possibly warrant such alarm? The servant, unable even to touch his painfully burned face, bent low and replied, "Second master, there has been an incident at home." "At home? What has occurred?" Wang Sheng pressed. "I am not entirely certain, but someone came to inform us that the Wang residence is under attack, and even the eldest young master has been gravely injured." The servant endured the searing tea cascading down his face, each droplet leaving a crimson mark upon his skin. "What? Such a significant matter, and you dawdle?" Enraged, Wang Sheng kicked the servant several times, causing him to spit blood before he shouted, "Get out." Subsequently, in a fit of fury, Wang Sheng mounted his horse, leading a troop of city guards straight towards the Wang residence. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Wang household, he was met with the sight of his dazed nephew and the bodies strewn about, alongside the various stewards of other households who had gathered to witness the chaos. He even spotted Cheng Yaojin, that infamous ruffian. Wang Sheng's already foul mood intensified, and he swiftly pulled his nephew Wang Qingshan aside, demanding, "What transpired here?" Wang Qingshan, upon seeing his second uncle return, found a flicker of clarity amidst his shock and wept, "Second uncle, they have slain many of our kin." Wang Sheng gritted his teeth in acknowledgement. "And what of the assailant?" A maid led him into the main residence. Wang Qingshan, disregarding the reason for Lu Cheng's entry, hastily blamed him. Observing the crowd of onlookers, Wang Sheng seethed internally, realizing that the Wang clan's reputation had been utterly tarnished today. Nevertheless, he resolved to restore their honor now that he had arrived. Casting a glance at the gathering spectators, Wang Sheng made no effort to disperse them. He welcomed their presence, eager to demonstrate that the Wang clan was not to be trifled with. With gritted teeth, he fixed his gaze upon the entrance of the Wang residence, paying no heed to the fallen bodies until a maid rushed out in a panic. In a fit of rage, Wang Sheng unsheathed his sword and charged towards her. Within mere steps, the maid, having narrowly escaped death moments before, was decapitated by Wang Sheng's blade. The ground was drenched in blood, and gasps erupted from the onlookers. Even Cheng Yaojin, known for his wild demeanor, shouted in outrage, "You scoundrel! Does the Wang clan take out their frustrations on their own people? What crime did that maid commit?" Wang Sheng shot a cold glance at Cheng Yaojin, surveying those who relished the Wang clan's misfortune, and coldly retorted, "The Wang clan does not harbor traitors. You son of a dog, you truly lack conscience. You would strike down a defenseless maid." Cheng Yaojin, unconcerned for his image, spat back angrily. "General Cheng, this is a matter of the Wang clan. Do you intend to meddle?" Wang Sheng replied icily, observing Cheng Yaojin's agitation. "To hell with your family matters. Did that maid ever wrong you? Did she ever endanger your household? Are you not aware that the laws of the Great Tang prohibit the wanton slaughter of slaves?" Cheng Yaojin retorted vehemently, spitting at Wang Sheng. Unmoved, Wang Sheng responded, "Bringing my enemies into the Wang residence is a threat to the household, is it not?" Cheng Yaojin dismissed Wang Sheng's feeble justifications, continuing his tirade. "The Wang family's wretched spawn is utterly shameless. You captured a young girl, and unable to defeat your foe, you unleash your wrath upon your own." Having exited the residence, Lu Cheng gritted his teeth as he regarded the man wielding the bloodied sword. He entrusted the exhausted Lu Wan to the elderly Fong, instructing her to cover her ears before taking an A-47 from Fong's hands. Ignoring Wang Sheng's menacing glare, Lu Cheng calmly replaced his magazine and exchanged for 2 grenades within the system. Although he had studied the Tang Dynasty extensively during his university years and was familiar with the aristocracy, he had never harbored such disdain. His intention had merely been to spare the maid, not anticipating that his actions would lead to her demise. There is a saying, "I do not slay Bo Run, yet he dies because of me." His desire was to liberate these unfortunate girls, who, at the tender age of merely a decade or so, were thrust into the roles of wives or slaves in this era, a tragic fate indeed. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his intervention had led to the maid's death. Lu Cheng could still perceive the joy of liberation on her face, now transformed into the terror of impending death. His expression remained impassive as he surveyed the troops. Wang Sheng patted his nephew on the back while wielding his bloodied sword, approaching Lu Cheng, the crimson droplets cascading down the blade. Fong, witnessing the advancing figure, instinctively wished to shield his lord, but recalled that he was still holding the young lady, and thus glanced at Lu Cheng before retreating. Do you think you can insult the Wang clan and simply walk away? Wang Sheng towered over Lu Cheng, unable to fathom how this frail figure had infiltrated the Wang residence and escaped unscathed after slaying so many of their servants. Lu Cheng regarded the arrogant man with a sudden smile, declaring, I have no intention of leaving the Wang family. Perhaps by the end of today, it will cease to exist. With composure, Lu Cheng retrieved a grenade, removed the safety pin, pulled the ring, and threw it into the Grand Wang residence. Wang Sheng observed Lu Cheng's actions without interference, eager to witness what this young man could accomplish. The disgrace suffered by the Wang clan would be repaid tenfold. Soon, this young man would be displayed on the city walls for days on end, ultimately meeting a gruesome fate. Chapter 24. War. After Lu Cheng tossed the grenade into the Wang family gate, he calmly covered the little girl's ears and eyes, not even casting a glance at Wang Sheng. Just as Wang Sheng's eyelids twitched and he contemplated taking action against Lu Cheng, a blinding flash of fire erupted from the Wang family's entrance. This was swiftly followed by a tremendous explosion, causing the gate to collapse amidst the deafening roar and fiery blaze. Once the flames subsided and silence fell, all that remained was the ruins at the entrance of the Wang residence. Wang Sheng stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the destruction behind Lu Cheng. The Wang family's stronghold in Chang'an had been utterly obliterated. He could hardly believe it was real. The onlookers outside were equally startled by the sudden eruption of fire, with some foolishly inquiring if it was a dragon turning in its slumber. In ancient times, this phrase referred to an earthquake, as the ancients had no means to explain the phenomenon, attributing it instead to a mythical dragon stirring beneath the earth. However, the fire was clearly a result of the object thrown by the young man. A few spectators who had witnessed the events from the beginning scoffed disdainfully, glancing at the newcomers, and continued to explain that the young man had not even lifted a finger to harm anyone. Instead, he had directly annihilated all those present. How astonishing! Is this not the work of celestial beings? The inquisitive newcomer exclaimed, bewildered by the explanation. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes glimmered with intrigue as they turned their intense gazes towards Lu Cheng. Cheng Yaojin, the old rascal, excitedly shouted, My goodness! This is absolutely exhilarating. Young man, finish it quickly. I, old Cheng, will treat you to a drink. Continue to blast them away. Cheng Yaojin leaped and shouted from the periphery. Suddenly, a large hand clapped on Cheng Yaojin's shoulder, and a voice inquired, Zhijia, what has transpired here? Was that not the dragon stirring beneath the earth? I felt the tremors even in my own home. Cheng Yaojin turned to the speaker and was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to mock the man's ignorance, for it was clearly the young fellow's doing. However, upon reflection, he realized that this man was not of a lower status than himself, and he couldn't afford to provoke him. Thus, he replied with a hint of disinterest, Oh, it's you, Yao Shi. You missed it. This young man single-handedly dispatched so many of the Wang family and even blew their gate to smithereens. The man known as Yao Shi scrutinized the wreckage of the gate and the bodies lying on the ground, noting that none bore wounds from blades or arrows. The only exception was the small maid's decapitated body sprawled on the ground. Observing the young man confronting the Wang family, accompanied by a burly figure holding a girl, Yao Shi focused his gaze on Lu Cheng, who appeared to wield only a peculiar wooden stick, devoid of any weapons. With skepticism, Yao Shi turned to Cheng Yaojin and continued to inquire, What exactly has occurred here? Cheng Yaojin, with an air of gossip, remarked that whether man or woman, one must possess an insatiable curiosity, especially when recounting personal experiences. Just as he had saved Li Shimin's life 3 times, he would incessantly regale him with tales of his own valor. Thus, Cheng Yaojin's penchant for gossip was ignited, as he pointed at the blood-soaked Wang Qingshan and declared, Yao Shi, you are unaware of just how despicable the Wang family truly is. They kidnapped this young man's sister, having coveted his family's fabric shop. Who would have thought that he would dare to storm their gates, resulting in this chaos and rendering the Wang family's entrance irreparable? As he spoke, Cheng Yaojin's voice grew louder, culminating in a near shout directed at Wang Sheng. The Wang family are truly ungrateful. A defenseless little maid, merely stepping out, was immediately slain by their second master. Unable to defeat him, they resorted to kidnapping his sister, only to ultimately slaughter their own people in a fit of rage. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Wang family's reputation is surely in tatters today. One wonders if their ancestors will haunt them in dreams to chastise these unfilial descendants. Yao Shi, known as the famed military god of the Tang Dynasty, was a figure Lu Cheng had long admired in his studies of history, considering him as illustrious as Yu Fei. Yet, for those living in the 21st century, the most memorable general was not Yu Fei or Li Jing, but rather the legendary Li Yunlong, whose famous exclamations had swept the internet. Next in line would be the renowned anti-Jin general, Yu Fei. Many from an earlier generation had watched the Sui and Tang heroes, and Lu Cheng, being an avid admirer of this series, had longed to study the legendary generals of various dynasties, which motivated his pursuit of history in university. Hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, Wang Sheng's face shifted between shades of green and white. He had heard every word clearly, and the fear of Lu Cheng's unfathomable abilities compelled him to turn towards the city guards he had summoned, bellowing, "Charge! Leave no survivors." The city guards, having witnessed the explosion at the Wang family's gate, were filled with trepidation towards Lu Cheng's prowess. In these times, all revered the supernatural, and such inexplicable events instilled fear in everyone. Thus, the guards exchanged glances, hesitating to act, while a few loyalists to the Wang family raised their bows, aiming at Lu Cheng and Lao Feng. In response, Lu Cheng released his hold on the little girl, retrieving another grenade, which he inspected before swiftly pulling the pin and hurling it towards the vicinity of the guards. He then turned to acquire a blast shield, lest he be struck by their arrows, which would be quite troublesome. With remarkable speed, Lu Cheng exchanged 1,000 coins for a modern police-style riot shield from the marketplace. Upon turning back, Lu Cheng was astonished to see Lao Feng securely shielding Lu Wan'er against his chest, positioning himself between Lu Cheng and the archers, smiling broadly at Lu Cheng while facing the impending threat. Chapter 25 Fool. This unexpected act of kindness warmed Lu Cheng's heart. Although he marveled at old Feng's unwavering loyalty, he couldn't help but wonder what possessed him to wish for death. With a slight twitch of his lips, Lu Cheng exerted force to push old Feng aside, swiftly turning to position the police riot shield in front of him. He hurriedly pulled the bewildered old Feng into the protective barrier. The entire process of Lu Cheng exchanging for the riot shield and setting it up took merely a couple of breaths. Just as he secured old Feng behind the shield, arrows from the city guards came hurtling towards them. The whooshing sound of arrows slicing through the air filled the atmosphere, as the gleaming projectiles surged towards Lu Cheng. However, without a doubt, each arrow collided with the riot shield in front of him. It is exceedingly difficult to breach a riot shield with mere human strength, let alone Lu Cheng's police-grade shield, which could withstand bullets in the future. The arrows clattered off the smooth surface of the shield, falling harmlessly to the ground. Outside, Cheng Yaojin, witnessing this spectacle, shouted with fervor, "What a lad! Let's teach that ungrateful Wang family a lesson." In contrast, the pharmacist Li Jing, standing beside him, held a different perspective. Although he could not discern where the shield had materialized from, he understood that the current situation was dire for the three individuals sheltered behind it. With so many city guards present, even without arrows, armed with swords and other weapons, the trio could not withstand the assault for long. Having witnessed life and death countless times, Li Jing shook his head. Those who dared to strike against the Wang family must bear the consequences. And thus he chose not to intervene. Meanwhile, a thrown grenade landed about a meter away from the city guards. In the span of 2 breaths, the small explosive erupted with tremendous force. A flash of fire illuminated the scene, and the ground trembled beneath the spectators, leaving them agape in astonishment. Even Li Jing and Cheng Yaojin, who had previously encountered grenades. The spot where the fire had erupted transformed into a dark pit, and nearby city guards were propelled skyward by the blast. The onlookers, along with Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing, gaped in shock at the sight of those flung into the air, exclaiming in awe. As moments passed, those hit by the grenade crashed heavily to the ground, motionless, lifeless, leaving a crimson pool beneath them. Several others, caught in close proximity, were left mangled beyond recognition. An elderly man clutched his shoulder, now devoid of an arm, curled on the ground, crying out in despair as blood gushed from his severed artery. Cheng Yaojin rejoiced, then turned to Li Jing, exclaiming, "Pharmacist, did I not tell you? That lad just used this device to blast open the Wang family's gates." Li Jing, his gaze intense, fixed on the spot where the black grenade had created its crater. unlike Cheng Yaojin, who was merely reveling in the chaos. Li Jing's mind raced with thoughts of how such a device could be employed in warfare. He had already deduced its potential to be a decisive factor on the battlefield. With this realization, Li Jing's attention shifted to Lu Cheng, sheltered behind the riot shield. This young man had truly surprised him. Observing that the once arrow-shooting city guards were now paralyzed with fear, Lu Cheng seized the opportunity to raise his A-47, peering out to unleash a barrage upon the dazed crowd. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Lu Cheng adhered to his principle of striking while the iron was hot, fully aware that the Wang family would not show him mercy if given the chance. The A-47 in his grasp belched fire mercilessly, the sound echoing through the street. Li Jing had thought that Lu Cheng had exhausted his options. He had even contemplated intervening to protect the young man should he fall into the hands of the city guards. However, he was astonished to see the lad emerge from behind the shield, wielding a peculiar wooden stick to unleash a form of sorcery. Sorcery. Indeed, it was sorcery. This spectacle left Li Jing in disbelief. A wooden stick capable of belching flames and annihilating foes. Was that not sorcery? Unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the onlookers, Lu Cheng was consumed by a singular desire to avenge the maid who had lost her life because of him. He had slain many enemies without a twinge of remorse, for they were adversaries. Yet the haunting gaze of the deceased maid lingered in his mind, refusing to be dispelled. The A-47 continued to spew forth fire, each merciless bullet claiming the lives of the city guards. In mere moments, a full magazine was expended. Yet only a handful of city guards remained standing. With a swift kick, Lu Cheng overturned the riot shield that obstructed his path, his hands never pausing as he swiftly replaced the magazine with a fresh one. With the new magazine in place, he transformed into a solitary hero, resuming his assault. Once again, he targeted the armored city guards, and wherever the bullets flew, crimson blossoms erupted in their wake, accompanied by their muffled groans. Lu Cheng felt his rage boiling over, fueled by the power of the weapon in his hands. Another magazine emptied, yet Lu Cheng replaced it yet again. However, by this point, none of the city guards remained standing. The ground was littered with corpses and the cries of the wounded. Lu Cheng advanced toward the Wang family uncles, Wang Qingshan and Wang Sheng, whom he deemed most deserving of demise. Today, regardless of who approached, he was resolute in eliminating these scoundrels. Wang Sheng, now in a daze, stared in horror as Lu Cheng, resembling a demonic figure, approached him. His legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, incoherently pleading, "Spare me. The Wang family is wealthy. I can give you anything." Lu Cheng disregarded the ramblings of this imbecile. In his eyes, anyone who would indiscriminately slay a maid was nothing short of a monster, devoid of sanity. Regardless of her status as a servant, a life was still a life, and one ought to regard others as human beings, if not with respect, then at the very least with empathy. However, the members of the Wang family evidently regarded the maidservants and servants as less than human, mercilessly slaying the maid as if it were mere poultry. Lu Cheng, with a stoic expression, kicked aside Wang Sheng, revealing that the second master of the Wang family was indeed inferior to the debauched Wang Qingshan. At this moment, Wang Qingshan was genuinely taken aback. Appearing utterly dazed, he exclaimed loudly, "This is the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Do you dare to act recklessly within the Wang family?" Chapter 26. Annihilation. Lu Cheng gazed at Wang Qingshan, who was utterly paralyzed with fear, and let out a disdainful chuckle. Staring directly into Wang Qingshan's face, he enunciated each word clearly. "Whether you are truly foolish or merely pretending, today marks your certain demise." Upon hearing these words, Wang Qingshan's face twitched slightly, yet he feigned composure and declared, "How dare you cause trouble at the Wang residence? Leave now, and you might still escape with your life." Without hesitation, Lu Cheng turned and dragged over Wang Sheng, who had collapsed into a limp heap. Grasping him by the neck, he hauled Wang Sheng before Wang Qingshan like a dog, then swiftly removed Wang Sheng's belt, using it as a rope to bind his hands together. Wang Sheng, now truly broken, remained unresponsive, lying motionless on the ground in a pitiful state. Lu Cheng held the other end of the rope and reached for Wang Qingshan's hand, but the latter abruptly turned and fled, shouting as he ran, "Save me! Someone, save me!" Watching Wang Qingshan's clumsy attempt at escape, Lu Cheng sneered and raised his A-47 rifle. Wherever Wang Qingshan ran, whether it was the estate's stewards or the surviving city guards, all caught sight of Lu Cheng aiming his weapon. Not a single soul dared to assist Wang Qingshan. As he dashed in their direction, they turned and fled, terrified of being struck by the deadly firearm. Taking aim at Wang Qingshan's frantically moving legs, Lu Cheng pulled the trigger. With the crack of the gunshot, a burst of blood blossomed on Wang Qingshan's leg. Despite the searing pain, he continued his desperate sprint until he stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Even then, Wang Qingshan used his hands and one good leg to claw forward, striving to escape his fate. But when he glanced back, he beheld Lu Cheng standing like a demonic deity, holding the A-47 and regarding him with a cold, mocking smile. Seeing Wang Qingshan cease his crawling, Lu Cheng shook his head in pity, observing the man covered in mud and blood. "Wang Qingshan," he said, "did you ever imagine you would one day crawl through the dirt like this?" Hearing this, Wang Qingshan blinked hard, forcing down his terror. He stared at Lu Cheng and declared, "My father is a censor. You cannot kill me." Lu Cheng was well aware that Wang Qingshan's father was not just any censor but a deputy chief censor, a high-ranking official of the second grade. Yet, would that deter Lu Cheng from carrying out his intent? Clearly not. He looked at Wang Qingshan and replied, "What are you trying to say? I am not an imperial official. What does it matter if your father is a censor? My father is a censor. The emperor will uphold justice for him. If you kill me, my father will demand your life in return." Wang Qingshan sat on the ground, using his uninjured leg to push himself backward, trying to put distance between himself and Lu Cheng. Watching Wang Qingshan's frantic shuffling, Lu Cheng shook his head again and remarked with pity, "The way you look now truly resembles a dog." With that, Lu Cheng gave Wang Qingshan no further opportunity. He seized his injured leg and dragged him over to his uncle, Wang Sheng. Retrieving the rope, he bound Wang Qingshan's hands as well. Then, reaching into his robe, Lu Cheng exchanged for several grenades. He looked at Wang Qingshan and asked, "Any last words?" Wang Qingshan, still writhing, shot Lu Cheng a venomous glare but remained silent. Lu Cheng nodded. "Since you have no final words, allow me to show you how the Wang clan meets its end." He then signaled Old Fong to cover the little girl's ears tightly. Walking to the entrance of the Wang estate, Lu Cheng pulled the pins from the grenades one after another, as if they cost nothing, and hurled them all into the compound. Outside, Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing watched unblinkingly, scrutinizing Lu Cheng's every move, eager to understand his methods. After the last grenade was thrown into the estate, Lu Cheng covered his ears with both hands. The previous explosion had been too close, leaving his ears ringing. This time, he wisely protected his hearing. 3 seconds later, a towering blaze erupted, shaking the very earth. The simultaneous detonation of multiple grenades was a terrifying spectacle. Amid the smoke and dust, the Wang estate crumbled and collapsed. The gate, already damaged by Lu Cheng's earlier assault, now lay in ruins along with the surrounding walls. Surveying his handiwork, Lu Cheng smiled wryly. "Why did you force me to this? Was it so desirable to push me to kill? Have you all witnessed my methods now?" With a sigh, he turned and approached the uncle and nephew. Wang Qingshan now lay completely still, devoid of any will to flee, his eyes empty and lifeless, as if his spirit had already perished. Gazing at the desolate Wang Qingshan, Lu Cheng opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing except, "I send both you and your uncle on your way." Surprisingly, Wang Qingshan remained calm upon hearing this. He lifted his head and fixed Lu Cheng with a deathly stare, making no move but seemingly trying to imprint in his mind the one who had brought the Wang clan to ruin and dragged him from the heights to the depths. Unfazed by Wang Qingshan's hatred, Lu Cheng felt no discomfort. This was no one's fault but their own. Those who walk by the river often get their shoes wet. Had it been an ordinary family, could the little girl want to have been saved? Would they not have been tormented by the Wang clan, left to suffer in agony? If only they had known then what they know now, would they have avoided this tragic end? Was it not a scene of utter desolation and sorrow? Lu Cheng retrieved 2 grenades from his robe, pulled the safety pins, and after a moment's thought, also removed the rings. He tossed one grenade into Wang Qingshan's clothing and stuffed the other into Wang Sheng's. The uncle and nephew watched as Lu Cheng placed the deadly devices upon them, yet neither made a move. Instead, they both turned their gaze toward the half-destroyed plaque of the Wang estate. After disposing of the grenades, Lu Cheng turned his attention to the solitary head lying nearby, that of the young maidservant. The little maid's face still bore an expression of grievance and fear, her large eyes wide with terror as she stared ahead. In those eyes, Lu Cheng seemed to still see the image of Wang Sheng drawing his sword. At this thought, Lu Cheng couldn't help but turn his gaze toward the Wang uncle and nephew. As soon as he looked over, he witnessed the scene of carnage. First, a mist of blood erupted, and then the Wang uncle and nephew were torn apart like a shattered rag doll. This time, they were truly blown into scattered pieces of flesh. Chapter 27. The God of War, Li Jing. After gathering the remains of the unfortunate maid, he washed his hands with a few bottles of mineral water. He took the little girl from Lao Feng's hands, and upon closer inspection, discovered that she had fainted from sheer fright. Her small nose twitched as she clung tightly to Lu Cheng, murmuring brother in her sleep. Lu Cheng looked at the girl and gently pinched her tiny nose. He then handed the A-47 to Lao Feng, who was eyeing it with great eagerness. Lu Cheng casually remarked, "Do you want it?" Lao Feng quickly shook his head, flustered as he replied, "No, no, my lord. This is a treasure from the immortals. You must take good care of it." Lu Cheng disdainfully curled his lip, expressing his distaste. What a worthless immortal treasure. If you want it, just take it. With that, he tossed the A-47 to Lao Feng. Lao Feng scrambled to catch the weapon, looking anxiously at Lu Cheng. "My lord, such an immortal treasure is too precious to accept. Then don't take it. If you don't want it, just throw it away. I have no use for it." Lu Cheng smiled as he observed Lao Feng's hesitation. Lao Feng was torn. He felt the urge to keep the treasure, but he feared that it might belong to Lu Cheng. Perhaps a weapon from the heavens before his descent to earth. Before Lao Feng could voice his thoughts, Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing, who were following behind, overheard Lu Cheng's words and instantly became envious. Seeing Lao Feng hesitating, Cheng Yaojin shouted from behind, "If the young lord doesn't want it, I'll gladly take it. Give this immortal treasure to me." Before Lu Cheng could turn around, another voice interjected, "You old rascal, how shameless. Don't listen to him. Young lord, how about giving it to me? No, how about selling it to me?" Upon turning, Lu Cheng saw a burly man with a thick beard and a more imposing middle-aged man. The burly man was Cheng Yaojin, who had just been vocally scolding the Wang family at the entrance. Upon noticing someone vying for Lu Cheng's immortal treasure, Lao Feng tightened his grip on the A-47, looking nervously at the two men. "May I ask how the young lord is addressed?" The imposing man, who turned out to be Li Jing, asked Lu Cheng with a slight bow. Lu Cheng scrutinized the two men, noting their distinguished demeanor and attire, suggesting they belonged to the elite. Looking at his hands cradling the little girl, he felt unable to return the bow, so he replied, "I am Lu Cheng. May I know who the two esteemed gentlemen are?" Before Li Jing could respond, Cheng Yaojin, fearing that Li Jing might snatch the treasure, interjected, "For your knowledge, I am Cheng Yaojin." Li Jing gave a helpless glance at the impatient Cheng Yaojin before stating, "I am Li Jing. May I inquire what weapon the young brother used just now?" Upon hearing their introductions, Lu Cheng was taken aback. It seemed that only the Duke of Lu, Cheng Yaojin, would dare to openly scold the Wang family without fear of repercussions. He wondered if Li Jing was indeed the renowned god of war. With a glimmer of excitement, Lu Cheng asked, "Are you both the current dukes of Lu and Wei?" Lao Feng immediately broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. How could the esteemed dukes wish to possess the young lord's immortal treasure? He grit his teeth and mimicked Lu Cheng's earlier stance, secretly aiming the weapon at Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing. However, Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing were focused solely on Lu Cheng and failed to notice Lao Feng's subtle actions. Lu Cheng observed Lao Feng's antics with a resigned smile, realizing how devoted Lao Feng was to his protection. Yet, Lu Cheng said to him, "Put the gun away. This A-47 is for you. Keep it safe, and don't lose it." Upon hearing this, Lao Feng not only did not relax, but grew increasingly anxious. Such a precious immortal treasure was being so casually given to him. Lao Feng resolved to dedicate his life to serving Lu Cheng, becoming even more concerned about the two dukes' intentions towards his master. Though he slightly adjusted the direction of the gun, it still hovered ominously in the vicinity of the two esteemed dukes. Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing exchanged glances before addressing Lu Cheng. "The Duke of Lu is indeed one of us. And the Duke of Wei is also one." Hearing their precise responses sent a jolt through Lu Cheng's heart. These were among the generals he admired most. The Duke of Wei was a bona fide military legend, with only a few throughout history able to be mentioned in the same breath. While Li Jing's fame might not rival that of legendary figures such as Lu Bu or Zhao Yun, his military acumen was unparalleled. This distinction highlighted the difference between a warrior and a commander. Although Lu Bu was unmatched in combat, the outcome of large-scale battles ultimately hinged on the decisions made by the commander, which could not be compensated for by individual prowess alone. As chronicled in historical records, Li Jing led three of the most remarkable campaigns in his lifetime. One notable battle involved quelling the rebel Xian in the first year of Wu De, 618 AD. After Li Yuan established the Tang Dynasty, he appointed Li Shimin as the Prince of Qin. To eliminate the disruptive forces, in the third year of Wu De, 620 AD, Li Jing accompanied Prince Qin eastward to subdue Wang Shichong, who had proclaimed himself emperor in Luoyang, earning recognition for his military achievements. Thus began Li Jing's rise to prominence. Shortly after the campaign against Wang Shichong, referred to the Battle of Luoyang and Hulao, the southern Liang regime under Xian attempted to seize territory from the Tang Dynasty, but was repelled by the governor of Xiazhou, Su Xiao. Consequently, Xian retreated to Engshu City and Jingmen City. To neutralize this threat, Li Yuan dispatched Li Jing to Kuizhou, modern-day Fengjie, Chongqing, to quell Xian. Li Jing accepted the mission, leading several cavalrymen. While passing through Jinzhou, now Ankang, Shaanxi, they encountered the barbarian leader Deng Shiluo, who commanded tens of thousands. Despite the efforts of Lujiang Wang Li Yuan, the forces suffered successive defeats. Li Jing devised strategies for Wang Li Yuan, decisively defeating the barbarian troops and capturing many. After successfully traversing Jinzhou and reaching Xiazhou, Li Jing faced yet another delay due to Xian's control over the strategic pass. Li Yuan, mistakenly believing that Li Jing was stalling and jeopardizing military operations, secretly ordered Su Xiao to execute him. Su Xiao cherished Li Jing's exceptional talents and advocated for him, thereby sparing Li Jing from a certain death. Shortly thereafter, the leader of the Mandarin in Kaizhou, Ran Zhao, rebelled against the Tang Dynasty and led his forces to invade Kuizhou. Zhao Junwang Li Shaogong commanded the Tang army, but faced defeat. In contrast, Li Jing, with a contingent of 800 soldiers, launched a surprise attack on the enemy camp, decisively routing the Mon soldiers. Subsequently, he strategically positioned ambush troops at a critical location, resulting in the death of Ran Zhao and the capture of over 5,000 adversaries. When news of this victory reached the capital, Li Yuan expressed his delight to the court officials, remarking that employing those who have achieved merit is more advantageous than relying on those who have erred. Indeed, Li Jing had rendered great service. He promptly issued a decree, commending Li Jing for his unwavering dedication and extraordinary accomplishments. Over time, Li Yuan recognized Li Jing's boundless loyalty and promised to reward him generously, assuring him that he need not worry about fame and fortune. Li Jing's steadfast loyalty earned him Li Yuan's trust, leading the emperor to amend his previous prejudices and personally inscribe an edict to Li Jing, stating that past grievances were to be forgotten. Chapter 28. Loyal Feng Laosan. After conquering Yiling, Li Jing swiftly led 5,000 light cavalry as the vanguard, racing towards the southern Liang capital of Jiangling, with Li Shaogong commanding the main force in pursuit. Following the defeat of Wen Shihong, Xian was filled with dread. At that moment, he had just called for troops from Jiangnan, yet the summoned soldiers could not arrive on time. Li Shaogong continued his offensive, and Li Jing once again vanquished Xian's valiant generals Yang Junmao and Zheng Wenxiu, capturing over 4,000 soldiers and breaching the outer city of Jiangling. Subsequently, they seized Shui City, acquiring a substantial number of boats, yet Li Shaogong ordered them all to be abandoned in the river, letting them drift downstream. The other generals were perplexed by this decision, believing that the captured enemy ships could serve as war vessels. Why then abandon them to be used by the enemy? With a strategic mindset, Li Jing replied, Xian's territory extends southward beyond the ridges and eastward to Dongting. We are advancing alone into enemy lands. If we fail to take the city, the opposing reinforcements will converge upon us, leaving us besieged on all sides. Even with boats, how shall we utilize them then? By relinquishing these vessels, we create the illusion that Jiangling has fallen. The enemy reinforcements, witnessing the scattered ships, will surely hesitate to advance, believing the city to be under siege. Their reconnaissance will take a month, granting us ample time to secure victory. Indeed, Li Jing's ruse proved effective. The reinforcements of Xian, upon seeing the abandoned ships in the river, assumed Jiangling had been breached and hesitated to move forward. Qiu He, the governor of Jiaozhou, and his chief of staff, Gao Shilian, were en route to Jiangling when news of Xian's defeat reached them, prompting them to surrender to Li Shaogong's camp. The Tang army besieged Jiangling, leaving no avenue of escape for Xian. Faced with isolation and a lack of reinforcements, he ultimately opened the gates and surrendered to the Tang forces. Li Jing entered the city with a firm command, ensuring discipline was maintained. At this juncture, the generals believed Xiao Xian, having resisted the imperial troops, deserved severe punishment, suggesting the confiscation of his family's wealth to reward the soldiers. Li Jing promptly intervened, elucidating the principles of benevolence and righteousness, stating, the ruler's army should provide solace to the populace while punishing evil. The common folk, already fraught by war, do not yearn for conflict. Moreover, the loyal dog barks only at those who are not its master. Those who died for Xiao Xian did so for their lord and should not be equated with traitors. This is akin to why Kuaidong was spared from execution before Gaozu. Now that we have just subdued Jingzhou and Jiangling, we ought to adopt a policy of leniency to pacify the hearts of the people. To confiscate the property of those who surrender would contradict our moral obligation to save and protect. It may incite other towns to resist fiercely, which would not be a prudent decision. Li Jing's foresight, magnanimity, and aversion to greed elevated him above the other generals. His actions garnered public admiration, leading to the surrender of Jiang and Han. Days after Xiao Xian's capitulation, over 100,000 reinforcements arrived, but upon learning of Xiao Xian's surrender and the Tang's lenient policies, they laid down their arms without resistance. In just 2 months, Li Jing assisted Li Shaogong in eradicating the southern Liang's most formidable separatist force. For his remarkable military achievements, Li Yuan bestowed upon him the title of Shangshiguo and the honor of Duke of Yongkang, along with a grant of 2,500 strings of silk. This marked the renowned pacification of Xiao Xian and heralded the rise of this military deity of the Tang Dynasty. Li Jing's life was replete with legendary battles, but they shall not be elaborated upon here. Lu Cheng gazed enviously at this military prodigy and, unable to resist, extended a hand to greet Li Jing in a modern manner. Thus, Li Jing looked on in astonishment as Lu Cheng grasped his hand, subsequently covering it with his own, shaking it firmly a couple of times. The heir of Duke Wei, having neglected his duties, was met with Lu Cheng's heartfelt grip on Li Jing's hand. With a peculiar expression, Li Jing glanced at their clasped hands, quickly releasing his grip and inquired, "Young lord, may I ask what kind of weapon you just wielded?" Without hesitation, Lu Cheng replied, "This is called a firearm, specifically the A-47, a type of gun." Upon hearing Lu Cheng's words, both Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing turned their attention to the A-47 in Lao Fang's hands. Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, "Young lord, did you truly gift this firearm to this servant?" Lu Cheng glanced at the burly man before responding, "Indeed, Lao Fang is not my servant." Cheng Yaojin, deep in thought, looked at Lao Fang and patted his slightly trembling shoulder, saying, "Would you be willing to sell this item to me?" Lu Cheng was surprised that Cheng Yaojin had such intentions, but since he had already given it to Lao Fang, it was up to him to decide. After all, he was not particularly attached to a broken A. Lao Fang, hearing Cheng Yaojin's request, hastily shook his head and exclaimed, "I will not sell, Duke Lu. I will not sell." Cheng Yaojin tightly embraced Lao Fang's shoulder, loudly stating, "Sell it. I shall offer 1,000 taels of silver. Will you sell?" Upon hearing the offer of 1,000 taels, Lao Fang gulped, and before he could respond, Li Jing interjected, "Do not heed this fool's words. I shall offer 2,000 taels. How about it?" Upon hearing the figure of 2,000 taels, Lao Fang could hardly contain himself, and even Lu Cheng felt the excitement. After all, this was 2,000 taels. He had painstakingly deceived that simpleton, old Li, into giving him 1,000 taels, yet here was someone eager to offer him 2,000 taels. Lao Fang, nearly in tears, pleaded, "Esteemed dukes, please do not make it difficult for me. This precious treasure was given to me by the young lord. I must use it to protect him. Not to mention 2,000 taels, I would not sell it even for 20,000 taels." Heartbroken, Lao Fang surely felt the weight of his refusal to part with 2,000 taels. Lu Cheng, observing the distraught Lao Fang, could not help but chuckle. To the two esteemed dukes eager to offer silver, he inquired, "Do you two dukes desire such firearms?" At this, both Li Jing and Cheng Yaojin turned to Lu Cheng, their eyes sparkling as if gazing upon an extraordinary beauty, and they spoke in unison, "Could it be that the young lord possesses more such weapons?" Before Lu Cheng could respond, he had merely nodded when the two burly men each seized one of his shoulders. Lao Fang, witnessing this, grew anxious, fearing they intended to abduct his young lord. How dare they attempt to kidnap him? In a bid to protect Lu Cheng, Lao Fang raised the A-47, directing its muzzle towards the two men, shouting, "Release my young lord at once." Lu Cheng, seeing the dark muzzle of the weapon, felt a twinge of unease. As someone from a later era, he understood the power of the A-47. Even if Cheng Yaojin stood in front of him, the bullet could pierce through them both and strike him. Thus, Lu Cheng hastily called out, "Lao Fong, put down the gun." Chapter 29 Stubbornness. Upon hearing Lu Cheng's call, Lao Fong had yet to make any move when he noticed that Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing had each leaped to opposite sides in an instant. Lu Cheng looked at Cheng Yaojin, who was at least 3 feet away, and helplessly remarked, "Gentlemen, there is no need to stand so close. If you wish to discuss firearms, we can take our time." Once Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing moved away from Lu Cheng's side, Lao Fong felt relieved. He still held the A-47 tightly, drawing closer to Lu Cheng, wary of any sudden actions from Li Jing and Cheng Yaojin. "Young Master Lu, why don't we find a place to sit down and have a proper discussion?" Li Jing, observing Lao Fong's tense demeanor, smiled and shook his head, addressing Lu Cheng earnestly. "How amusing. Would a nobleman dare to act against another in the streets? Although this firearm is indeed a treasure, it is hardly worth such brazen robbery in public. Besides, your master has already stated that there are more in stock for sale. I wonder why this servant is so obstinate." After Li Jing's remarks, he turned his gaze toward Lu Cheng, awaiting his response. Lu Cheng pondered for a moment, glancing at the little girl sleeping in his arms, and shook his head. Though there was a desire to profit, the fright the little girl experienced today was too great. He needed to return home to comfort her, lest Lu Mu worry further. Thus, with a shake of his head, Lu Cheng replied, "Thank you, Duke Wei, for your kind invitation, but my sister was recently kidnapped and has been quite frightened, so I must return home to accompany her." Hearing this, Li Jing felt a tinge of disappointment. But understanding the situation, he could not pressure Lu Cheng. Instead, he acquiesced, saying, "Very well, family is indeed paramount. How about we arrange to meet tomorrow at another location? We can further discuss the matter of firearms." Lu Cheng nodded in agreement. After all, a duke had extended an invitation, and it would be unwise to refuse. Moreover, while firearms were precious to them, to Lu Cheng, they were worth far less than 2,000 taels of silver. Thus, Lu Cheng responded, "Then I shall pay a visit tomorrow." "Excellent. I shall await your arrival with great anticipation." Li Jing exclaimed joyfully. What he valued most was the firearms and ammunition in Lu Cheng's possession. As long as there was something to discuss, he would gladly visit Lu Cheng's home, even the imperial palace. Furthermore, Lu Cheng possessed more than just firearms. He had the explosive landmine as well. If utilized in the military, Li Jing was confident that, with a mere 10,000 elite soldiers, he could conquer Goguryeo without hesitation. Cheng Yaojin interjected, "Young Master Lu, do you know where the Duke Wei's residence is?" Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng was momentarily stunned and turned to Lao Fong. Realizing his lord was seeking his input, Lao Fong bitterly smiled, "My lord, I am but a servant in a humble household. How could I possibly have contact with the duke's residence?" Upon hearing Lao Fong's reply, Cheng Yaojin laughed heartily. "No worries. Young Master Lu, just provide an address, and I will send my useless son to fetch you tomorrow." After declining twice, Lu Cheng relented. "Very well. Please have your son meet me at the Lu Fabric Store in the West City tomorrow." After exchanging a few pleasantries, most of which were mere formalities, Lu Cheng took the sleeping girl and Lao Fong back to the fabric store. Before they reached their destination, the little girl in his arms had already awakened. Upon waking, Lu Wanner, seeing herself in her brother's embrace, quickly pouted her lips. Softly, she said, "Brother, I will be very obedient from now on. Please do not lose me." After saying this, Lu Wanner tightly wrapped her small arms around Lu Cheng's neck, resting her head on his shoulder in silence. Hearing this, Lu Cheng felt a sense of comfort. Should Lu Wanner be harmed, he would not only annihilate the Wang family, but would consider rebellion, for the little girl was the one closest to him in this world. Gently, he tried to soothe her, but noticing her lack of response, he felt his shoulder dampen with her tears. With a sigh, he lamented internally, "Alas, I have never comforted a child in my past life, and now I find myself in the role of a doting brother." In utter exasperation, Lu Cheng exchanged points in the system for a beautifully crafted cake. Rousing the little girl, he said, "Wanner, look what this is." The little glutton, Lu Wanner, was indeed captivated by the exquisite appearance of the cake. Her bright, round eyes fixated on it. She exclaimed, "Brother, I want that." Lu Cheng mused that dealing with a foodie required the allure of delicious treats. He softly reassured her, "Once we reach the fabric store, you shall have some. But for now, do not cry. Look, Uncle Fong is smiling at you." Lao Feng had long since been accustomed to his lord's miraculous ability to conjure items from thin air. However, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of this beautiful treat, he widened his eyes in surprise. Hearing his lord speak, Lao Feng looked up and saw the little miss. Thus he kindly smiled at her. Lu Wanner, shyly returning the smile, buried her head into Lu Cheng's shoulder and began to giggle. Holding his giggling little sister, Lu Cheng remarked, "From now on, we shall call this Uncle Feng. In the fabric store, there awaits your sister and little brother." Listening to her brother, Lu Wanner's curious eyes darted around until, after a while, she sweetly inquired, "Brother, may I treat my sister and little brother to this cake?" Observing the clever little girl, Lu Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident that he was the one yearning for the cake, yet she insisted on framing it as a treat for her sister. This little girl's ingenuity was truly remarkable. Lu Cheng smiled and replied, "Of course. Every year on your birthday, I shall present you with a grand cake." The little girl was overjoyed and repeatedly clung to Lu Cheng's shoulder, calling out in delight. Meanwhile, Lao Feng appeared pensive before finally saying, "My lord, the young lady is the master of the house. Xiao Chun and Xiao, who cannot be considered her brother and sister." Lu Cheng, looking at the prudent Lao Feng, retorted with discontent, "What does it matter? It is merely a form of address. There is no need for so much formality. However, one must not disregard hierarchy." Feng still stubbornly insisted, "Am I the master here, or are you?" "What I say goes," Lu Cheng replied nonchalantly. Muttering to himself, Lu Cheng carried the little girl back to the cloth shop. Meanwhile, Cheng Yaojin and General Li Jing remained on the spot, engaged in a heated exchange. "You old scoundrel! How dare you try to snatch my firearms?" Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, glaring at Li Jing with displeasure. Chapter 30. The shock of Li Shimin. "What do you know, you old fool?" Li Jing shot a displeased glance at Cheng Yaojin, his dissatisfaction evident on his face as he spoke indignantly. "You shameless old rascal, if you want to seize my firearms, that's one thing, but how dare you look down on me?" Cheng Yaojin retorted, glaring with his bulging eyes and refusing to back down. "Enough. I shall not stoop to your level, old fool. I am heading to the palace," Li Jing declared, waving his hand dismissively before turning away, striding toward the most opulent palace complex in Chang'an, the royal palace. Seeing that Li Jing was not engaging in further conflict, Cheng Yaojin wondered what business the old man had in the palace. After a moment's reflection, he quickened his pace to catch up with Li Jing, incessantly nagging him along the way. As they approached the palace gates, Li Jing, noticing that Cheng Yaojin was still trailing behind without any intention of leaving, erupted in anger. "Why do you persist in following me, you old fool?" To his surprise, Cheng Yaojin looked up at the sky and retorted, "Who said I was following you? Is it only permissible for you, General Li Jing, to enter the palace for an audience with the emperor, while I, Cheng Yaojin, am barred from doing the same?" Thus, the two continued their verbal sparring as they entered the palace. Meanwhile, Li Shimin, seated in the Tai Chi palace attending to state affairs, furrowed his brow in concern. A short while ago, Wang Jingze, the head of the Wang family from Taiyuan, had come in tears, lamenting that his family had been annihilated. After finally dismissing Wang Jingze and having sent a young eunuch to gather information, he had barely settled into his seat when he heard the eunuch announce, "Your Majesty, the Duke of Lu and the Duke of Wei seek an audience." "Oh, why have they come together?" Li Shimin inquired with a smile. "I am unsure, but it seems there has been a conflict between the Duke of Wei and the Duke of Lu, as the former has been berated by the latter for some time," Qianlong replied, not even lifting his head as he addressed the emperor. This Cheng Yaojin truly lacks the demeanor befitting a duke, resorting to crude language. "Very well, let them in," Li Shimin gestured dismissively, glancing at the memorial in his hands. A moment later, Li Jing and Cheng Yaojin entered the Tai Chi palace. They both performed a respectful bow and exclaimed in unison, "We pay our respects to your Majesty." During the Tang Dynasty, it was not customary to kneel in reverence upon meeting the emperor, nor was there the phrase "Long live our emperor" prevalent. In later eras, directors of historical dramas, regardless of the narrative, would have the populace chant "Long live our emperor" whenever the emperor made an appearance. Unbeknownst to them, this phrase only emerged during Wu Zetian's reign. After extensively studying historical texts, Lu Cheng discovered that during Wu Zetian's rule, she had a penchant for flattery, desiring to be extolled. The origin of the phrase "long live" is rooted in a tale where, after Wu Zetian ascended the throne, she relished being praised to elevate her questionable status, yet was reluctant to voice her desires directly. One day, while summoning the scholars of the Hanlin Academy, she posed a riddle. After numerous unsatisfactory responses, a sycophantic scholar, perceiving her disappointment, recited, "Long live before the golden hall, long live. Long live." Wu Zetian was elated and deemed it a masterpiece. From that point onward, the phrase circulated widely. In subsequent eras, emperors were greeted not only with shouts of "long live," but also with "long, long live," symbolizing a wish for eternal life or longevity of 500 or even 5,000 years. The scholar who had answered her riddle was later vilified as a treacherous minister, Xu Jingzong. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Please rise, my esteemed ministers." "What brings you here?" "Your Majesty, I have discovered a remarkable individual." Li Jing stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Oh, what kind of remarkable person could garner such esteem from you?" "Yaoshi," the name Li Jing was known by. Li Shimin inquired with keen interest. "Are you aware of the downfall of the Wang family?" Li Jing sidestepped the question. Li Shimin's expression darkened immediately as he responded solemnly, "I am aware. While I must admit, I take pleasure in the Wang family's demise. To annihilate an entire family in broad daylight is a gross affront to the law." Noticing the emperor's anger, Li Jing hastened to explain, "Your Majesty, the incident arose because the Wang family coveted a shop owned by someone else. When the owner refused to sell, the Wang family resorted to kidnapping the owner's younger sister to extort him, only to have their entire family wiped out. Ultimately, the blame lies with the Wang family." Whether or not Li Jing's account was accurate was of little concern to Li Shimin. He would soon learn the truth from the young eunuch he had dispatched. However, he was intrigued by Li Jing's apparent concern for the matter and inquired, "Do you have an acquaintance among the shopkeepers?" Li Jing shook his head, replying, "No, Your Majesty. I speak of discovering a remarkable individual," referring to that very shopkeeper. Li Shimin, initially thinking that Li Jing was acquainted with the shopkeeper, was pleasantly surprised to hear of this esteemed figure and responded with enthusiasm, "Yaoshi, please elaborate on the merits of this remarkable individual. If he truly is extraordinary, I shall absolve him of any wrongdoing." Before Li Jing could respond, the impatient Cheng Yaojin interjected, "Your Majesty, why not ask me instead?" Glancing at Li Jing, he continued, "I was present at the scene from the beginning. Unlike this old fool who arrived late." Li Shimin observed Cheng Yaojin's fidgety demeanor and remarked, "There is no need for such impatience. Let Yaoshi recount the events first, and if there are any omissions, you may supplement them afterward." Cheng Yaojin, still grumbling, muttered, "Your Majesty speaks wisely. After all, I, Cheng, know far more than this old fool, Li Jing." Li Jing, undeterred by Cheng Yaojin's taunts, spoke earnestly, "Your Majesty, the shopkeeper single-handedly vanquished the entire Wang family using a weapon known as a firearm, even defeating a squad of city guards. I observed that the firearm was wielded effortlessly, capable of immense power even in the hands of a child, much like the Zhuge crossbow recorded in history." Glancing at the attentive Li Shimin, Li Jing composed his thoughts and continued, "The shopkeeper possesses such remarkable skills as turning empty hands into objects. To me, he appears to be a disciple of the celestial realm." At this, Cheng Yaojin, feeling discontented, exclaimed loudly, "That young gentleman of the shop is indeed a child of the celestial family, and those divine fire weapons must certainly be bestowed upon him by his immortal master." Chapter 31, General Tian Su, a disciple of the celestial realm? Upon hearing these words, Li Shimin was taken aback, casting an incredulous gaze upon Li Jing and Cheng Yaojin, urgently inquiring, "Yaoshi, Jijia, this is no jest. Are they truly disciples of the celestial realm?" Every emperor harbors a dream of eternal life. For instance, Qin Shi Huang of the Qin Dynasty, in his quest for immortality, even created a fictitious nation, while the immortal-seeking emperors of the Ming Dynasty similarly pursued longevity, ascending to the throne, wielding power over the realm, and possessing the authority to determine the fates of countless lives. No sane individual would wish to abdicate. Thus, these listless emperors fixated their aspirations on eternal life. Although Li Shimin is regarded as a great emperor, a true sage of history, he is not immune to such follies. Upon receiving news of these celestial disciples, he found himself succumbing to the same obsession as Qin Shi Huang, yearning for immortality. I cannot ascertain whether the shopkeeper is indeed a disciple of the celestial realm, but I can affirm that he possesses the remarkable ability to conjure objects from thin air, along with numerous divine artifacts. Li Jing solemnly continued, "Your Majesty, the shopkeeper wields not only a firearm akin to Zhuge Liang's repeating crossbow, but also an iron ball resembling a thunderbolt from the heavens. which obliterated the Wang estate in an instant. Seeing Li Shimin intrigued, Cheng Yaojin chimed in, "Your Majesty, that young gentleman truly possesses exceptional skills. His firearm surpasses Zhuge Liang's crossbow by a considerable margin. With just a gentle press of his finger, it can unleash a barrage of continuous shots. I counted at least 20 consecutive firings. Moreover, its power far exceeds that of the great stone bow." Cheng Yaojin, eager to share his insights, realized at that moment why Li Jing had entered the palace. It was merely to gain favor with the emperor. Fortunately, Cheng, was also present. Otherwise, Li Jing would have stolen my thunder. With that thought, Cheng Yaojin cast a triumphant glance at Li Jing, feeling quite pleased with himself. Li Shimin pondered, marveling at the wonder of conjuring objects from thin air. Yet, he recalled encountering a certain individual yesterday. According to Cheng Yaojin, the shopkeeper had indeed manifested items from nothing today, whereas the boastful young man from yesterday had merely reached into his robes to produce objects. Reflecting on this, Li Shimin could not help but wonder how similar these two individuals appeared. With a hint of confusion, Li Shimin turned to Cheng Yaojin and asked, "Jijia, do you know the name of that shopkeeper?" Cheng Yaojin, without hesitation, replied, "Your Majesty, the shopkeeper's surname is Lu, and he is called Lu Cheng. According to him, his family runs a fabric store in Xiqing. Could it be the Lu family fabric store?" Li Shimin exclaimed. Cheng Yaojin, eager to flatter, clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty is indeed sagacious. You truly possess foresight." Li Shimin waved his hand, falling into deep contemplation. Could it truly be the same young man who sold him the exquisite glass vase yesterday? Although Li Shimin had witnessed the shopkeeper's remarkable conjuring ability, he had not seen Lu Cheng's firearm or that thunderous iron ball. Moreover, given the young man's avaricious nature, how could he possibly be a disciple of the celestial realm? Surely, a disciple of such a realm would not be so greedy? Thus, Li Shimin turned to Cheng Yaojin with gravity and inquired, "Jijia, do you know why the Wang family provoked this young gentleman?" Cheng Yaojin pondered for a moment before responding, "Your Majesty, I am not entirely certain. However, it is true that the Wang family kidnapped the shopkeeper's younger sister. According to the young man, it is highly likely that the Wang family has set their sights on his fabric store, intending to seize it by force." Pausing momentarily, Cheng Yaojin continued with a tone reminiscent of a predator pouncing on its prey, "Your Majesty, the Wang family has indeed been appropriating numerous shops belonging to the common folk in recent days, both large and small. For some of the larger establishments, they have offered a mere pittance, forcibly acquiring the sole income source of these families." Listening to Cheng Yaojin's account, Li Shimin nodded in agreement, fully aware of the detrimental effects of aristocratic families. Those of noble lineage care solely for their own interests, never regarding the lives of others. To seize a shop from its rightful owner? Such actions are mere trifles for the Wang family. If it were feasible, they would likely consume these merchants whole. Observing that the conversation had shifted back to the topic of aristocracy, Li Jing, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, interjected, "Your Majesty, that young gentleman mentioned that the firearm can be sold to me." "What?" Upon hearing this, Li Shimin instantly rose from his seat. Just from the accounts provided by Li Jing and Cheng Yaojin, he understood the potency of the firearm. Furthermore, it was not only Li Jing and the esteemed military strategist who contemplated the application of such a devastating weapon in warfare. Before ascending the throne, he, Li Shimin, had also been a formidable general. In fact, Li Shimin, once a prince of Qin, had been conferred the title of General Tian Su. Although he had ceased to lead troops into battle after becoming emperor, this did not diminish the fact that he was a military genius. Thus, as the emperor, Li Shimin certainly recognized the significance of this firearm. As previously stated by Cheng Yaojin, it surpassed Zhuge Liang's crossbow by considerable margins, producing sounds akin to thunder and boasting a range of several hundred paces. This was no ordinary weapon. It is worth noting that the great stone bow, when fully drawn, could only reach a distance of just over 100 meters. While the numerical difference may seem negligible, in the battlefield, even a discrepancy of 10 meters, let alone 1 meter, could mean the difference between life and death. A seasoned general like Li Shimin immediately felt a fervent interest in the firearm and inquired of the two ministers, "Might you describe the appearance of this firearm?" Li Jing contemplated for a moment before responding with a peculiar expression. "Your Majesty, the firearm resembles a wooden stick with a hollow shooting hole. However, the entire weapon appears akin to a piece of tree bark combined with a wooden rod." Upon hearing this, Li Shimin felt somewhat discontented. Was this not a celestial artifact? How could it appear thus? He turned to Cheng Yaojin, hoping for a more favorable description, praying that perhaps Li Jing had misjudged. Seeing Li Shimin's gaze upon him, Cheng Yaojin, realizing the gravity of the situation, dared not fabricate tales. Such an act would be a grave offense. Thus, with a quick glance, Cheng Yaojin proclaimed, "Your Majesty, the words of the Duke of Wei are misguided. I, Cheng, perceive that this firearm is undoubtedly an extraordinary object. Perhaps the Duke is simply aging, and his eyesight has begun to falter." Seizing this opportunity, Cheng Yaojin took the chance to mock Li Jing a few times. He gleefully glanced at Li Jing's expression, which resembled that of someone who had just ingested something vile, and felt a swell of joy. Although both were officials of the same dynasty, the relationship between Li Jing and Cheng Yaojin was rather strained. Despite being a high-ranking minister and the Minister of War, Li Jing had not participated in the Xuanwu Gate incident orchestrated by Li Shimin. Since then, Cheng Yaojin had eagerly seized every opportunity to ridicule Li Jing. Chapter 32. The cake. During the era when the hidden crown prince Li Jiansheng was still alive, Li Jing had already achieved great renown as a formidable general. Thus, amidst the fierce struggle for succession, Li Jing refrained from aligning himself with either prince, be it Li Jiansheng or Li Shimin. Consequently, he was not involved in the infamous Xuanwu Gate incident, which became the basis for Cheng Yaojin's incessant mockery of Li Jing. Despite Li Shimin's magnanimity and the lack of reprimand towards this esteemed general, Li Jing's later years were fraught with difficulties. Li Jing's life was marked by 3 significant battles, one of which involved the capture of the Turkic Khan Jeli, a figure deeply despised by Li Shimin and his father. Indeed, Li Shimin harbored a profound animosity towards the Turkic forces, particularly after Jeli led his troops southward, encroaching upon Chang'an just days after Li Shimin ascended the throne. The subsequent signing of the humiliating Treaty of Weishui further intensified this enmity. Upon achieving victory and restoring Li Shimin's honor by capturing Jeli, one might expect Li Jing to be rewarded with promotions and titles. Instead, he chose to retire to his home. Can one fathom that the military god of the Tang Dynasty, who was still capable of fighting for another 20 years, opted for a life of seclusion? Although Li Shimin did not resort to the tactics of hiding away the skilled archers once the birds had been hunted, one cannot deny that such thoughts may have crossed his mind. Even a wise ruler cannot overlook a figure whose achievements overshadow his own. While Li Shimin remained passive, Li Jing was not one to wait for his sovereign to act. Thus, upon his return from the battlefield, Li Jing settled in the residence of the Duke of Wei in Chang'an. The gates of the estate remained wide open daily, allowing passers-by a clear view of his activities. There, the general practiced martial arts and read books, severing ties with former comrades to avoid raising suspicion in Li Shimin's mind. His later years were akin to a continuous public broadcast of his mundane life, signaling to all that he harbored no rebellious intentions. Upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, Li Jing lost any desire to compete with him and proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty, I have arranged to meet with that young lord from the Liu family tomorrow to discuss the procurement of firearms." Cheng Yaojin, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, "Your Majesty, I too have made arrangements with that young lord. I shall be waiting at the fabric shop early tomorrow to accompany him to the Duke of Wei's residence." Li Shimin regarded the defiant Cheng Yaojin and inquired, "Is that young lord truly intent on selling those firearms?" Cheng Yaojin nodded and continued, "I have personally heard him express his intention to sell firearms to me." Contemplating this, Li Shimin mused that an ordinary person would likely hesitate to part with such treasures, yet Lu Cheng might be different. A chuckle escaped him as he imagined the young lord's possible intention to deceive Cheng Yaojin. Thus, Li Shimin announced, "I shall accompany you tomorrow to observe that young lord's firearms. By the way, did he mention how many he has?" Reflecting on the quantity, he turned to Cheng Yaojin for an answer. Cheng Yaojin pondered for a moment before responding, "I am unsure, but that young lord is a son of the celestial family and should be able to conjure them effortlessly." Li Jing interjected, "Your Majesty, that young lord gifted his servant the firearms used today," indicating he likely possesses an ample supply. Li Shimin considered this and addressed Li Jing, "Tomorrow, do not disclose my identity. Negotiate freely with that young lord and acquire as many firearms as possible. All expenses will be covered by the Ministry of Internal Affairs." With that, Li Shimin returned to his seat. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Lu Cheng was relieved to see the cheerful little girl before him. He had feared that she might be traumatized. Observing her insatiable appetite reassured him. "Brother, I want to treat Sister Xiao Chun and Brother Xiao Hu to meat floss cakes." As the little girl approached with her small, fair hand outstretched for the delicacy, Lu Cheng could not help but laugh. He retrieved a few cakes from his pocket and handed them to her, gently patting her head while admonishing, "Do not overindulge. Each of you can have one. If you eat too many, there will be none left for the cake." Unfazed by his warning, the little girl made a face at Lu Cheng and dashed away, calling out, "Sister Xiao Chun, come quickly and try this pastry." Xiao Hu, being just a child, devoured the meat floss cake handed to him by Wanner in mere moments. But before he could utter a word, he was startled by his sister. Xiao Chun, having served as a maid for several years, felt a flutter of anxiety upon arriving at the Lu residence. Although she recognized Lu Cheng as a benevolent figure who had saved her family, she remained uncertain of the temperament of this newly encountered young lady. As she hesitated to accept the cake offered by Wanner, fortune smiled upon her when Lu Cheng, coming to deliver some ingredients to their mother, observed the scene. With a smile, he reassured Xiao Chun, "Go ahead and eat. Do not worry about the formalities. Our family does not adhere to many rules. Besides, Wanner is not the typical daughter of a noble family. Just be yourself." Hearing this, Xiao Chun finally relaxed and, seeing the exquisite pastry in Wanner's hand, extended her own. As the cake was accepted, Wanner's eyes sparkled with delight as she devoured the last piece and turned to Lu Cheng, asking, "Brother, am I being good?" "Indeed, you are the best, Wanner." Lu Cheng affectionately patted the little girl's head and turned to Xiao Chun, who was cautiously savoring the treat. "Feel free to enjoy. We have plenty at home. However, dinner is approaching, and afterward, I will provide you with some meat floss cakes. You will be in charge of the snacks for yourself, Xiao Hu, and Wanner from now on." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun quickly swallowed her mouthful of pastry and eagerly nodded, "Young lord. The pastries are just for the young lady, Xiao Chun and Xiao Hu do not need them. There is no need to overthink it. I say it is settled. From now on, each of you will have a daily ration of snacks, and no more." Lu Cheng, with an air of impatience, waved his hand dismissively. What irked him the most at present was the issue of social hierarchy. Old Fong, this rough-hewn man, was solely devoted to protecting his master, yet he seemed equally intent on taking the blame. Although this young girl, Xiao Chun, was not very old, she had already served as a maid for several years. Her temperament had become somewhat fixed, and she possessed a clear understanding of the distinctions of status within the household. Chapter 33, Sweet and Sour Ribs. After a brief exchange with Xiao Chun, Lu Cheng eagerly made his way to the kitchen, intent on persuading his mother to prepare something delicious. While the Tang Dynasty had much to offer, Lu Cheng found the culinary offerings somewhat lacking. Since his arrival in the Tang more than a week ago, only the steak he had enjoyed yesterday satisfied his palate. The rest of the meals were truly unaccustomed to him. "Mother, today we shall have this," he announced, brandishing the freshly exchanged ribs, a large bag of honey, and some flour products. Lu Mu turned to her son, laden with various packages, and inquired, "Is this yet another gift from your friend?" With a sheepish grin, Lu Cheng only chuckled in response, swiftly shifting the topic. "Mother, the ribs should be prepared with sugar and vinegar." "Sugar? Do you still have sugar?" Lu Mu gazed at Lu Cheng in astonishment. Sugar was a rare commodity in the Tang Dynasty, a luxury only the nobility could afford. For ordinary commoners, such indulgences were unimaginable. Even typical merchant households lacked access to sugar, hence Lu Mu's surprise upon hearing her son's words. "Indeed, not only sugar, but also many spices. We can incorporate more in our cooking from now on," Lu Cheng remarked, glancing at Lu Mu before smiling at the somewhat anxious Lu Lan, who stood nearby. "Aunt Lu, our household has no rigid rules. We shall do as we please." Pleased with her son's demeanor, Lu Mu reflected on their modest household, which had never employed maidservants even at their zenith. Thus, she regarded Lu Lan not as a servant, but rather as a companion of similar age, someone with whom she could converse and pass the time. Lu Lan wished to say something, but held her tongue, contemplating whether to inquire with her husband later about their situation. While the master family treated them kindly, it seemed unreasonable to be supported indefinitely just because they had been rescued from hardship. Moreover, it was evident that the fabric shop had seen no customers that day, indicating poor business. Concerned about being a burden, Lu Lan pondered whether to have her husband seek work to assist the family. "Can sugar and vinegar really be used together in cooking?" Lu Mu questioned, eyeing the elegantly packaged sugar and the dark bottle of vinegar. "Absolutely, mother. I assure you, this dish is delightful." Lu Cheng eagerly shared the recipe for sweet and sour ribs with Lu Mu and Lu Lan before hastily exiting the cramped kitchen, eager to escape. After a brief respite in the fabric shop, Lu Lan emerged carrying a large porcelain basin. The aroma wafting from the small bowl was reminiscent of the sweet and sour ribs he had longed for. Salivating, Lu Cheng struggled to swallow, then called over Lao Fong, who was busy polishing a gun with a cloth. Together, they set a large table in the center of the fabric shop. The enticing scent drew in the little girls, who, without waiting for Lu Cheng to speak, eagerly took their seats, anticipating the meal. Seeing this, Lao Fong scolded. "Get down. Who allowed you to sit?" Little Hu, excitedly gazing at the bowl of meat and licking his lips, had forgotten the last time he had tasted meat. However, upon hearing his father's stern words and witnessing his dark expression, tears welled in Little Hu's eyes. Sitting there, he looked at Lao Fong defiantly, his little neck craned. Lao Fong, noticing his son's plight, chuckled awkwardly and rushed behind Little Hu, attempting to lift him from his seat. "My dear, it's a long-standing rule that servants cannot dine at the same table as the master. Even if the master is kind, we must adhere to tradition." Before Lu Cheng could interject, Lu Wanner protested. "You can't prohibit Little Hu from eating. He is my new friend." Lu Cheng, observing Lao Fong's actions, felt a mixture of confusion and frustration. He had intended to prepare braised pork that day, but, considering how long Lao Fong's family had likely gone without meat, he opted for the more palatable sweet and sour ribs instead. Seeing Little Hu being lifted like that, Lu Cheng understood it was Lao Fong's rigid adherence to tradition causing the trouble. Thus, he admonished, "What nonsense are these outdated customs? It's just a meal. Why must you lift the child?" Lao Fong chuckled nervously. "Young master, this child may have grown spoiled. I must teach him a lesson." Hearing this, Lu Cheng frowned even deeper. Such feudal notions were unacceptable. As a product of the 21st century, he could not allow regression to outdated practices. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Lao Fong. "I have told you countless times, our household has no strict rules. Treat it as your own home and stop fussing over the child." Lao Fong glanced at his son, whose tear-streaked face was silently pleading. Did he not feel the pang of compassion for his own child? Yet, in his mind, the child could not simply sit down while the master had yet to finish his meal. Thus, with a look of conflict, he replied, "Young master, there is no such custom. How can we, as servants, dine at the same table as the master?" Lu Cheng, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. "I make the rules here. If I say there is a custom, then there is." Seeing Lu Cheng's steadfast determination, Lao Fong dared not argue further and reluctantly withdrew, allowing his son to sit down. Little Hu wiped his eyes, and, in an instant, his tears vanished. Lu Cheng marveled at the resilience of children. No matter how dismal their mood, they could forget their troubles in a heartbeat. A few moments later, Lu Lan followed closely behind Lu Mu, each carrying a tray with bowls of ribs and noodles as they emerged from the kitchen. Although Lu Mu and Lu Lan had never prepared such modern ingredients before, after Lu Cheng's thorough explanation, they had grasped the essence of the dish. It was merely a matter of timing, and the spices could be tossed in without much fuss. Moreover, before Lu Lan arrived at the Lu family's residence, she was merely a cook engaged in various tasks. In contrast, Lu Mu prepared meals daily for both Lu Cheng and Lu Wanner, whose culinary skills were quite remarkable. Thus, the ingredients from later generations were certainly not wasted in their capable hands. This was entirely unlike Lu Cheng, who was proficient in theory but inept in practice. Initially reluctant to join the table, Lu Lan noticed her son Xiao Hu sitting there, drooling with anticipation, which prompted her to furrow her brow slightly and cast a discreet glance at the elder Fong, who was also seated at the table. Chapter 34. At this moment, Lao Fong was utterly oblivious to the gaze of his wife, his eyes fixated on the tantalizing ribs in the basin. Wanner, however, was devoid of such reservations. Upon noticing her mother seated at the table, she turned to the dazed Lu Lan, her large eyes brimming with innocence as she implored, "Aunt Lan, please sit down. Wanna wants to eat meat." Hearing this, Lu Mu and Lu Cheng finally registered the situation. They glanced at Lu Lan, who still stood awkwardly, and Lu Mu sighed, gently taking Lu Lan's hand and saying, "Sister, please sit with us and share the meal." Lu Lan, initially inclined to decline, nearly broke into laughter at her husband's expressive gestures. Stealing a discreet glance at Lu Cheng's furrowed brow, she decided not to refuse Lu Mu's kindness and sat beside her, ready to assist in serving Lu Mu. Upon looking up again, she noticed the young master's brow had indeed relaxed, and with that sight, her anxiety dissipated. With everyone finally seated, Wanner wasted no time. She picked up her small chopsticks, stood up, and deftly placed a piece of rib in front of herself, blowing on it gently before offering it to her little brother, saying, "Little brother Xiaohu, enjoy." This scene left Lu Cheng feeling quite disheartened. This little girl truly had her loyalties misplaced. After consuming so much food, she had never once served him a dish. Thus, in a huff, Lu Cheng took a piece of rib for himself and began to eat with gusto. The nightlife of the great Tang remained as dreary as ever. Upon returning home, the two vacant rooms in their house found purpose. The Laofeng family was settled into those rooms, while Lu Cheng retreated to his small bedroom. In Laofeng's quarters, the sounds of conversation occasionally wafted through the air. "Husband, the young master's family isn't particularly wealthy. Perhaps you should find some labor to supplement the household. Otherwise, this isn't a sustainable situation," Lu Lan remarked, lying on the bed, cradling the already slumbering Xiaohu, while observing Lao Feng meticulously polishing his prized firearm. Upon hearing this, Lao Feng frowned, gently setting down the A-47 and seriously addressing his wife. "Do not speak carelessly. The young master is a scion of celestial lineage. Do not possess such a narrow perspective." After saying this, Lao Feng picked up the gun again, looking at Lu Lan with pride. "My dear, do you know what this is? Just a peculiar wooden stick. What is there to show off?" Lu Lan scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at the object Lao Feng treasured. "Ah, you don't comprehend, do you? This is a celestial treasure bestowed upon me by the young master," Lao Feng proclaimed, as if inspired, dismantling the magazine and sitting beside Lu Lan, pointing at the A-47. "Do you realize that today the young master used this to annihilate the entire Wang family?" "What? The Wang family? Which Wang family?" Lu Lan exclaimed, sitting up in shock, her face a mask of fear as she gazed at Lao Feng. "Which Wang family could it be? There are only so many in the Great Tang. It must be the Wang family of Taiyuan." Lao Feng, having witnessed the might of this firearm alongside Lu Cheng, appeared to regard the once feared Wang family with indifference, boasting nonchalantly, "Truly, the Wang family of Taiyuan?" Lu Lan questioned incredulously. "Why do you doubt my words? Are you saying you do not trust me?" Lao Feng felt a surge of urgency upon sensing the disbelief in his wife's tone. "Today, the Wang family kidnapped our daughter, and the young master led me to confront them, wielding this celestial treasure. With it, he decimated the entire Wang clan." As he spoke, Lao Feng patted the A-47, emphasizing his point earnestly. "Husband, you must be delusional," Lu Lan replied, eyeing him skeptically. "Enough. I shan't argue with someone so short-sighted." Lao Feng, feeling his pride wounded, laid back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, reflecting on the valor his young master had displayed that day. As he was nearing sleep, he heard Lu Lan softly say, "Husband, I believe you. Just ensure you take good care of the young master." Upon hearing this, Lao Feng's face broke into a grin, and he nonchalantly replied, "The young master is of celestial descent. Who could possibly harm him?" Yet, despite his words, the thought lingered in his mind that although the young master was indeed a child of celestial origins, he was not immune to the machinations of those with ill intent. The following morning, before Lu Cheng had even risen, he was awakened by the shouts of a little girl and the wails of Xiaohu. "Uncle Feng, you cannot bully Xiaohu," Wanner exclaimed, standing protectively in front of the sobbing child, directing her indignation at Lao Feng. Lu Cheng opened the door to this scene and inquired, "Lao Feng, what transpired?" Lao Feng, wearing a resigned smile, replied, "Young master, this little rascal refuses to listen. I asked him to accompany his mother to buy vegetables, but he stubbornly insisted on playing instead. It was perplexing. As a father, disciplining his son should be a natural right. Yet here, in such a respectable household, he found he could not even chastise his own child." After hearing Lao Feng's explanation, Lu Cheng chuckled and said, "He is merely a child. There need not be such strictness. Let them play." Once Lu Cheng had finished his morning routine and had breakfast, he accompanied Lu Mu and the Lao Feng family to open their fabric shop. The group walked down the street, chatting and laughing, which turned out to be quite enjoyable. Lu Lan recounted her previous experiences as a servant in a eunuch's household, while Lu Mu shared insights about the local vegetable market, ensuring Lu Lan would feel at ease when shopping in the future. Meanwhile, Wanner and Xiaohu incessantly clung to Xiao Chun, and the reason was clear: snacks. The day before, Lu Cheng had exchanged a large assortment of treats for the two little rascals in the system, which included delectable duck necks and fish tofu snacks. After the exchange, Lu Cheng had summoned Xiao Chun, Xiaohu, and Wanner, distributing one of each snack to the three of them. then handed the entire bag of treats to Xiao Chun, entrusting her with the children's snacks. He stipulated that each child could only consume 3 bags of snacks per day. Under no circumstances should they overindulge. Thus, today, with Wanner having already devoured 3 bags of fish tofu, she and Xiaohu began their relentless pleas to Xiao Chun to grant them a few extra treats. However, Xiao Chun, having received strict instructions from Lu Cheng, was determined not to yield. Chapter 35. Cheng Chumo, though hesitant to part with more than necessary, it was not beyond her capacity to discreetly share her portion with the young lady. However, Xiao Chun dared not present it in the presence of Lu Cheng, resolving instead to wait until her master was absent before she would surreptitiously give it to the young lady. As they approached the vicinity of the fabric shop, Lu Cheng spotted a rough-faced man leaning against the doorframe. Seemingly lost in thought, the purpose of his presence unknown, Old Fong, upon noticing him, expressed some excitement, stating, "My lord, that must be the son of Duke Lu, here to meet you." Lu Cheng scrutinized the rugged figure, noting a resemblance to Cheng Yaojin, characterized by a similar profusion of hair, albeit clad in a rather refined long robe and boots that nearly reached his knees, which prompted Lu Cheng to feel a sense of warmth on his behalf. As Lu Cheng assessed Cheng Chumo, the latter reciprocated the scrutiny, pondering whether this slender figure was indeed the esteemed disciple of the immortal his father revered so highly. He found it perplexing why such a frail individual would be chosen as a protege by the old sage. Having risen early to await at the fabric shop, Cheng Chumo felt a twinge of reluctance but adhered to his father's instructions, respectfully clasping his hands before Lu Cheng and inquiring, "Are you Lord Lu?" Lu Cheng returned the gesture with a nod, affirming, "I am Lu Cheng. I am Cheng Chumo, son of Duke Lu. My father has sent me to wait here. May I inquire if you have time to discuss matters at the residence of Duke Wei?" Cheng Chumo, sensing Lu Cheng's acknowledgement, could hardly contain his eagerness. Rising at such an early hour, he had been hastily expelled from home without breakfast, and now found himself without funds to procure any sustenance, rendering him quite famished. Unbeknownst to Lu Mu and the others, the revelation of Cheng Chumo's identity astounded them, leaving them speechless. A flustered Lu Mu regarded Cheng Chumo, asking, "Young master, has my eldest son committed some offense?" "No, aunt, you misunderstand. It is merely that my father wishes to confer with Duke Wei regarding some matters." "Lord Lu has not erred in any way," replied Cheng Chumo, observing the woman who appeared to be of a similar age to his own mother and understanding her relationship to Lu Cheng. He felt compelled to show respect, for his father had remarked that fostering a good rapport with this Lord Lu might even allow him to accompany the old sage in his pursuit of immortality. Thus, Cheng Chumo remained earnest and dutiful, a stark contrast to his usual impulsive nature, which might have otherwise led him to frivolous pursuits. "Mother, it is nothing of concern. I merely spoke with Duke Lu and Duke Wei yesterday. Perhaps we found common ground, which is why I was invited to the residence today," Lu Cheng reassured Lu Mu, opening the door to the fabric shop. As Cheng Chumo entered alongside them, he was interrupted by the grumbling of his stomach, the sound reverberating within the spacious fabric store, drawing the attention of all present. Lu Cheng, astonished, mused whether the residence of Duke Lu was so impoverished that they could not afford breakfast. Cheng Chumo's face flushed crimson. Though his complexion remained dark, he could feel the heat rising from his cheeks. Noticing Lu Cheng's incredulous gaze, he hastily explained, "I left home too early today and forgot to eat." Realizing that it was not a matter of poverty at Duke Lu's residence, Lu Cheng felt a sense of relief. If the Duke's household were truly destitute, how could he possibly engage in profitable dealings today? Little Lu Wanner, upon hearing the dark-faced young man had not eaten, felt a pang of sympathy. Reluctantly, she retrieved her last fish tofu snack from her pocket, gazing at it wistfully before resolutely approaching Cheng Chumo. "Big brother, please eat this. It's my favorite treat," she offered. Lu Cheng smiled at the scene. The little girl was endearing, her preoccupation with food unyielding, yet she understood the virtue of sharing. He turned to Xiao Chun and declared, "Today, your snacks shall be doubled." Wanner's previous reluctance vanished, her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, "Thank you, brother." Cheng Chumo, receiving the snack, examined the petite pastry, puzzled by its smoothness. Without a moment's thought, he tore open the packaging and hastily tossed the fish tofu into his mouth. After a few chews, he spat it out in confusion. Lu Cheng was taken aback by his clumsiness, having never encountered someone so oblivious as to neglect unwrapping food. "You must peel off the outer layer before consuming it," Lu Cheng admonished. Realizing his oversight, Cheng Chumo nodded vigorously. Ah, I see now. No wonder it tasted so bland. He promptly removed the packaging and savored the now delectable fish tofu. His eyes widened in astonishment. He turned to Lu Cheng, exclaiming, "What is this?" "It is exquisite." Lu Cheng, uninterested in engaging with this clueless youth, chose not to respond to Cheng Chumo's question, instead urging, "Let us proceed to the residence of Duke Wei." Little Wanner insisted on accompanying them, but Lu Mu intervened, adamantly preventing her from joining the escapade, fearing it would hinder her son's important affairs. Thus, Lu Cheng set off with Old Fong and Cheng Chumo towards the residence of Duke Wei. "Brother, what is that?" Cheng Chumo inquired, eyeing Old Fong's A47. "Indeed, this is the divine artifact that vanquished the Wang family," Old Fong boasted, carrying the A47. "May I touch it?" Cheng Chumo, upon hearing it was a treasured item, disregarded all caution and rushed to Old Fong's side, eager to feel the aura of this extraordinary relic. Lao Fong, with his insufferable demeanor, found himself in a rare situation where someone recognized the value of the A47, a true treasure. Yet, he was reluctant to relinquish it. Consequently, he firmly placed his hand upon Cheng Chumo's extended arm, preventing further advancement. This was no trivial matter. The stakes were perilously high, with the potential for dire consequences for everyone on this street. While manipulating the A47 in his grasp to offer a clearer view to Cheng Chumo, Lao Fong ostentatiously slung the weapon over his opposite shoulder, deliberately obstructing Cheng Chumo's opportunity for a thorough inspection. Chapter 36 Demonstration. Is it truly that formidable? Upon hearing these words, Cheng Chumo was taken aback, gazing at Lao Fong in astonishment. Lao Fong nodded, a mysterious expression crossing his face as he remarked, "My lord possesses even more powerful celestial treasures." Cheng Chumo's breath quickened, and he turned to look at Lu Cheng beside him, whispering to Lao Fong, "But what about the Hantian Lei?" "You know about the Hantian Lei?" Lao Fong was equally surprised, staring at Cheng Chumo. "Of course. How could I not know about the Hantian Lei?" Cheng Chumo retorted, recalling how Cheng Yaojin had returned from the palace and lectured him at length, claiming that a celestial youth had casually unleashed a Hantian Lei that collapsed the century-old gates of the Wang family. Initially skeptical, Cheng Chumo visited the Wang family's location and was astounded. What he saw was not merely a collapse, but a complete ruin. "Brother, was that Hantian Lei truly cast by your lord?" Enthusiasm and curiosity radiated from Cheng Chumo as he leaned closer to Lao Fong, engaging in a hushed conversation. "Indeed, my lord is a celestial youth. You wouldn't believe it. Just yesterday my lord and I were surrounded by the Wang family's city patrol, who aimed to shoot us with arrows. Can you guess what my lord did?" Lao Fong teased, glancing at Cheng Chumo eagerly. Cheng Chumo widened his eyes, his breath becoming increasingly rapid. His ears perked up in anticipation of Lao Fong's tale. "What happened?" "Huh." My lord swiftly conjured a large shield, inscribed with police, and effortlessly blocked all the arrows shot by the Wang family. Not even a tiny hole was pierced in that shield. Lao Fong's disdain was palpable, as if he had wielded the shield himself, exuding an aura of superiority. Could it truly be so? This revelation seemed to open a new realm for Cheng Chumo, who began to envision himself studying celestial techniques under Lu Longjuan's master. With his natural brilliance, he imagined transforming into a master of celestial arts. Standing amidst a million enemy troops, he would casually unleash a Hantian Lei, inflicting devastating casualties upon them. When the enemy attempted to shoot arrows at him, he would effortlessly summon a shield to protect himself. How exhilarating that would be. He envisioned being promoted and rewarded by the emperor, hailed as a valiant general capable of single-handedly repelling a million troops, while his father Cheng Yaojin would no longer dare to boast in his presence or strike him with a belt. Lost in these thoughts, Cheng Chumo stood frozen, bursting into hearty laughter. Lao Fong observed the son of Duke Lu with puzzlement, wondering why their conversation had suddenly taken such a peculiar turn. Lu Cheng stood dumbfounded, watching as Cheng Chumo laughed uproariously, his dark complexion reddening with excitement. Fortunately, Cheng Chumo soon ceased his daydreaming, clearing his throat awkwardly as he glanced at Lu Cheng and Lao Fong before continuing to lead the way. Upon arriving at the residence of the Duke of Wei, Lu Cheng unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, none other than Brother Li, who had been struck by a beer bottle. "Brother Li, what brings you here?" Lu Cheng exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise as he greeted Li Shimin warmly. Before Li Shimin could respond, Lu Cheng continued, Could it be that you are the steward of the Duke of Wei? The once joyful Li Shimin's expression darkened at those words. Seeing this, Li Jing hastily interjected, "Young Lord Lu, this is my second brother." Upon hearing Li Jing's explanation, Lu Cheng regarded Li Shimin with suspicion. Wait, isn't Li Jing's elder brother the renowned Qiu Ran Kuzhang Zhongjian from the legendary Three Heroes of the Dust? Why is he suddenly referred to as the second brother? Moreover, Brother Li clearly lacked the charisma associated with Qiu Ran Ku. Noticing Lu Cheng's furrowed brows, Cheng Yaojin seized the moment to shift the topic. "Young Lord Lu, may I inquire if you have more of those firearms available for sale?" "Of course. We can provide as many as you desire, provided you have the funds," Lu Cheng replied generously. Li Jing, observing Lao Fong standing loyally behind Lu Cheng, who was carrying the A-47 from yesterday, spoke up again. "Young Lord Lu, my second brother has yet to witness the power of such celestial treasures. Might I request a demonstration? Is there any issue with a client wanting to see the A-47's capabilities?" "Certainly not. As long as Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing are willing to pay, Lu Cheng would gladly allow them to test the weapon, even offering a grenade if requested." Li Jing led everyone to the training grounds of the Duke of Wei, the spacious area immediately imparting a sense of grandeur to Lu Cheng. This training ground far surpassed the size of Lu Cheng's home in the West Market. Lu Cheng retrieved the A from Lao Fong, skillfully disengaging the safety and firing at the surrounding walls. The furious flames of gunfire, accompanied by bullets flying through the air, left the thick courtyard wall of the Duke of Wei riddled with numerous dents and craters. Meanwhile, Li Shimin, who was hiding behind Li Jing, gazed enviously at such powerful weaponry now wielded by a money-minded young lord. Celestial youths indeed. It was bewildering to ponder the old immortal's criteria for selecting disciples. He wondered if, as the emperor of the great Tang, with wealth that spanned the seas, he could ever catch the eye of that venerable immortal. Li Jing, captivated by the fiery tongues of flames, fell into deep contemplation. Having observed this weapon from afar the previous day, he only grasped its overall power. However, now that he was closer to young Lord Lu, he scrutinized it carefully. As Lu Cheng emptied the magazine, Li Jing inquired, "May I ask, young lord, does this remarkable treasure only allow for 30 consecutive shots?" Lu Cheng cast a surprised glance at Li Jing, recognizing the military god's unparalleled observant nature. Cheng Yaojin, on the other hand, appeared oblivious to the A-47's shooting capacity. Thus, Lu Cheng nodded, addressing Li Jing. "Indeed, the magazine can hold a maximum of 30 bullets. Theoretically, as long as there are sufficient bullets, one can fire indefinitely." Li Jing glanced at Li Shimin behind him and stated, "Young Lord Lu, might you demonstrate the Hantian Lei you unleashed yesterday once more?" Li Jing was resolutely determined to showcase the formidable power of these celestial treasures to Li Shimin, insisting that he must persuade Li Shimin to part with his gold for these exquisite armaments. With a hint of mischief, he began to speak. Lu Cheng furrowed his brow, contemplating the disastrous possibility that a hand grenade might indeed be released, potentially demolishing the walls of the Wei Guogong mansion. What if Li Jing demanded compensation from him? Furthermore, considering that several hundred coins worth of ammunition had already been expended, it was one thing to refrain from inquiring about the price, but to expect him to continue launching thunderous strikes? Thus, Lu Cheng chuckled softly and replied, "It is not that I am unwilling to comply. However, the cost of this drought thunder is exceedingly high. If you choose not to purchase, would I not be at a loss?" Chapter 37. Li Lao Air. Indeed, this is a matter we overlooked. The young lord's release of celestial spells must surely consume his magical energy. Upon hearing Lu Cheng's words, Li Jing furrowed his brow and offered an explanation. "This is manageable. Since the young lord fears loss, let it be so. When the young lord demonstrates the valuable item, I shall bear all the expenses." Li Shimin stepped forward, addressing Lu Cheng. Li Shimin was incensed by Lu Cheng's insincere demeanor. Last time at the tea house, he bore a similar facade, and now he was at it again. What energy expenditure? Was it not merely a ploy for money? Hearing this, Lu Cheng felt reassured. With someone willing to cover the costs, it was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. He nodded, concealing his insipid grin, and retrieved a hand grenade from his pocket. Rather than tossing the grenade, Lu Cheng extended it towards Li Jing, saying, "Duke Wei, perhaps you should observe this carefully to avoid wasting it later." Li Jing swiftly shielded Li Shimin, while Cheng Yaojin, having witnessed the power of this drought thunder, did the same, ensuring that Li Shimin was well protected, leaving no gap for Lu Cheng. Li Jing, eyeing the drought thunder, inquired in surprise. It won't explode unexpectedly, will it? Certainly not, but do not pull the pin. Only then will it detonate, Lu Cheng replied, intrigued by their reactions. He realized who they were. It was evident that the renowned Duke Lu and Duke Wei were wary of none other than Li Shimin, Li Lao heir himself. The illustrious emperor of history stood before Lu Cheng, stirring his excitement. As Li Jing, Cheng Yaojin, and Li Shimin observed this treasure, Lu Cheng's gaze remained intently fixed on Li Shimin. This was a grand opportunity, a genuine catch. With Li Lao heir present, how could he not take full advantage? Surely, as a military emperor, Li Shimin would not overlook such weaponry, right? Since he desired it, Lu Cheng would feel free to set his price. For instance, the large green bottle sold to Li Lao heir the other day. With this thought, Lu Cheng couldn't help but grin at Li Shimin. Meanwhile, Li Shimin, sensing the scrutiny, looked up to find Lu Cheng grinning at him foolishly, causing his face to twitch in irritation. He feigned indifference and continued examining the weapon, yet Lu Cheng's unwavering gaze rendered Li Shimin increasingly uncomfortable. Since ascending to the throne, no one had dared to gaze at him so audaciously. He was typically the one to intimidate others. Experiencing this discomfort for the first time, Li Shimin realized that being stared at was far from pleasant. Consequently, Li Shimin handed the grenade back to Lu Cheng, interrupting his scrutiny. "Young Lord Lu, please commence the demonstration." As Lu Cheng took the grenade, his actions were slightly clumsy, causing his hand to glide momentarily against Li Shimin's palm, prompting a noticeable twitch of Li Lao heir's countenance. How dare he toy with me? Lu Cheng, with a knowing glance towards Li Shimin, intended to convey that he had unraveled his true identity. It was futile for him to maintain the facade. However, Li Lao heir misconstrued this as Lu Cheng attempting to flirt with him. With a meaningful glance at Li Jing and Cheng Yaojin, who were tightly guarding Li Shimin, Lu Cheng pulled the pin and hurled the grenade towards the courtyard wall. Moments later, an explosion resounded, and the wall collapsed. In the Tang Dynasty, there was no concept of concrete. The grenade easily obliterated what could only be described as a shoddy construction. Li Shimin peeked from behind Li Jing, fixated on the crumbling wall, his expression thoughtful. Well, Lu Cheng was pleased with the grenade's performance. He clapped his hands lightly to draw the attention of those present. "Might I inquire how many such firearms and drought thunders you are willing to procure?" Li Jing, eyes gleaming with anticipation, responded, "How many of these firearms and drought thunders can you offer?" "Young Lord Lu?" Lu Cheng contemplated inwardly, astonished by the directness of their inquiry. They hadn't even asked about the price, but rather the quantity. Did he possess 100,000 A47s? The real question was, did they have the funds? Li Shimin then directly inquired, "Young Lord Lu, what are the prices for these firearms and drought thunders?" It was clear that having engaged in a previous transaction, Li Shimin understood the situation well. Aware of the potential for exorbitant pricing, Lu Cheng disregarded Li Jing's question, addressing Li Shimin instead. "Old Li, we are familiar acquaintances, having dined and drunk together. Given our camaraderie, I shall offer you the A for 2,000 taels of silver. As for the bullets, it shall be 1 tael of silver for 10. Hearing this, Li Shimin's mouth twitched in disbelief. 2,000 taels of silver? And bullets priced separately? How exorbitantly unreasonably priced. The entire tax revenue of the Tang Dynasty amounted to merely 1,000,000 taels of silver in a year. If he were to sell several thousand A47s, that would amount to tens of millions of taels. Moreover, from his observations, those 30 bullets would be expended in the blink of an eye. If bullets were charged separately, the cost would skyrocket even further. Before he could respond, Lu Cheng continued, "As for the drought thunder, let us say 100 taels of silver each, as a gesture of friendship." Lu Cheng smiled amiably. The grenade's market price was around 500 yuan, and the A was merely about 2,000. Yet here, it had inflated to several hundred times more, all while maintaining the guise of friendship. Finally, seizing the opportunity to speak, Li Shimin implored, "Young Lord Lu, the price for such treasures is excessively steep. Might it be possible to negotiate for a more reasonable amount?" Lu Cheng shook his head and replied, "My master has said that the law should not be imparted lightly, and treasures are even more so. If you all find the price too steep, then consider my visit as if it never happened." Lu Cheng was already aware that they regarded him as a disciple of the immortals. At this moment, it was quite fortuitous for him to don the skin of a tiger, thereby sparing Li Shimin and the others from incessantly haggling. If one were to identify who was most invigorated upon hearing Lu Cheng mention his master, it would undoubtedly be Li Shimin. Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing merely felt a sense of wonder at the notion of immortals, whereas Li Er was different. Ever since he learned of the existence of a disciple of the immortals, he had been eager to seek apprenticeship and pursue the path of eternal life. Chapter 38. A business worth 16 billion indeed. The law does not lightly convey its secrets, which is a characteristic of the celestial families. Upon hearing Lu Cheng's words, Li Shimin nodded thoughtfully and continued to inquire. Then, my good sir, is it truly impossible to lower the price of these firearms? Lu Cheng gazed at Li Shimin and realized that if even the emperor deemed the price high, it must indeed be exorbitant. After all, it was his first experience in profiting from arms sales, and he was still somewhat inexperienced. Thus, he softly replied, seeing how well we resonate, my dear brother Li, I shall offer a slight discount. Each firearm shall be priced at 1,800 taels of silver. As for the bullets, they remain at 1 tael of silver for 10. Lu Cheng was resolute in his intention to sell the equipment to Li Shimin, convinced that even if the guns were sold at a lower price, the bullets would still need to be purchased from him. Ultimately, the bullets would be the true source of profit. Hearing Lu Cheng speak of their affinity, Li Shimin felt a slight tremor in his composure, recalling how Lu Cheng had touched his hand earlier and perhaps even cast him a flirtatious glance. Was it truly a flirtation? Perhaps it was close enough. Contemplating this, Li Shimin mused, does this child of the celestial family possess such peculiar tastes? Unaware of Li Shimin's thoughts, Lu Cheng observed the emperor's pensive expression, mistakenly believing him to be dissatisfied with the pricing. Thus, Lu Cheng felt compelled to speak again. My dear brother Li, upon meeting you, I am reminded of the brother-in-law of my late neighbor's second uncle. Hence, I have decided to offer you an even greater discount. Now priced at 1,500 taels. Bullets will be 12 for 1 tael of silver. After delivering this line, Lu Cheng feigned a pained expression, gazing deeply at Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing. Just as Li Shimin, who had been lost in thought, was about to respond, he was interrupted by Lu Cheng's new offer. What on earth is this about a neighbor's brother-in-law? He thought to himself. As the emperor, I am akin to my father. Li Yuan, is this neighbor's brother-in-law somehow connected to my father? Realizing that Lu Cheng was prone to exaggeration, having already boasted of dining with the emperor during their first meeting, Li Shimin was taken aback by his audacity during this second encounter. The audacity of this celestial child truly knows no bounds. Seeing that Li Shimin remained silent, and that Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing were unable to make a decision, Lu Cheng interrupted Li Shimin's musings, saying, what do you think, my dear brother Li? Li Shimin nodded and turned to Lu Cheng, stating earnestly, this price is acceptable. Might I inquire if the price of the thunderclap device can be reduced as well? Lu Cheng smiled, recognizing that as long as they were willing to negotiate, it indicated a genuine intent to purchase. If they were to buy, then he would surely profit. With profits, he could indulge in luxuries he could only dream of in his previous life, such as a Benz or a Rolls-Royce, and perhaps even drive them through the Grand Tang Dynasty. Thus, Lu Cheng beamed and replied, certainly, my dear brother Li. For every 1,000 A47s purchased, I shall gift you 10 thunderclap devices. How does 80 taels of silver per device sound? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin felt satisfied, convinced that his own charm had moved this celestial youth. For how else could a miserly businessman offer such powerful devices for free? Excellent. Your generosity is commendable, Lu Cheng, Li Shimin exclaimed, his face beaming with approval, exuding an aura befitting his station. Meanwhile, Li Jing appeared pensive, having grasped the implication of Lu Cheng's words. The purchase of A47s would lead to a significant acquisition of thunderclap devices, but how many A47s could the entire Tang Dynasty buy? Unlike bullets, which are consumables, a single firearm could last for a considerable time, while bullets would be in constant demand. Though he understood the trap within Lu Cheng's words, Li Jing hesitated to caution the emperor, fearing that it might irk the celestial youth. Yet, if he remained silent, the Tang Dynasty could stand to lose a significant amount of silver. Caught in a dilemma, Li Jing was unsure of how to proceed. But observing Lu Cheng animatedly conversing with Li Shimin, he ultimately chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance. After all, if the emperor had not noticed, then neither had he committed any error. However, should he offend this celestial youth, the consequences could be dire. What do you think, my dear brother Li? Am I not generous? Lu Cheng feigned a pained expression and agreed to provide 2 additional A47s before solemnly inquiring. So, how many A47s and bullets do you intend to purchase? Well, my good sir, We plan to acquire 2,000 A-47s and 30,000 bullets, Li Jing interjected, looking at Lu Cheng. Since Li Shimin had instructed not to disclose his identity, it fell upon Li Jing to handle the negotiations. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng's heart skipped a beat. 2,000 A-47s and 30,000 bullets. 2,000 A-47s at 1,500 taels of silver each would amount to 3 million taels. The 30,000 bullets would total 25,000 taels of silver, a staggering order exceeding 300 million taels of silver. This thought consumed Lu Cheng, who struggled to suppress his excitement, feeling as if he might faint and return to the 21st century. 302,500,000 taels of silver. Do you have any idea how much that converts to in renminbi? He silently calculated. A whopping 16,637,500,000 renminbi. Upon arriving at this figure, Lu Cheng leaned on the elderly Fong beside him for support, whispering, "Steady me. My legs are weak." Old Fong, taken aback by this revelation, paused in surprise, watching her husband. She whispered even more softly, "Husband, young people should exercise moderation. Even though you are a disciple of the immortal family, you must not deplete your body like this." Hearing old Fong's words, Lu Cheng pushed him away in annoyance, leaning against the frame of the training ground as he gazed at Li Shimin, his eyes filled with an aura of admiration. What a great fortune this man possesses. Truly a wealthy tycoon. Brotherly, say no more. After the deal is done, I will give you a treasure. It will undoubtedly be far more comfortable than your dragon carriage. What? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin was instantly stunned. Dragon carriage? How does he know that I ride in a dragon carriage? Could it be that he has discovered my identity? Li Jing wore an expression that suggested this was long overdue, calmly observing Lu Cheng's performance. Chapter 39. Duke of Tingguo what? Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback by these words. A dragon carriage? How could he possibly know that I travel in a dragon carriage? Could it be that my identity has been discovered? Li Jing appeared as if he had anticipated this, watching Lu Cheng's performance with a composed demeanor. Lu Cheng shot a disgruntled glance at Li Shimin and remarked, "The only person capable of persuading Duke Wei and Duke Lu to procure such a vast array of military treasures is none other than your majesty. Are you still intent on feigning ignorance?" Li Shimin felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had initially intended to summon Lu Cheng to the Golden Luan Hall at a later time for a dramatic reveal. To his surprise, his ruse had been uncovered so soon. Remembering Lu Cheng's mention of treasures that could surpass the comfort of his dragon carriage, he could not restrain his curiosity and continued to inquire, what kind of priceless treasure could possibly be more comfortable than a dragon carriage? Lu Cheng replied, "Your Majesty will soon find out." Now that it was clear that the esteemed elder brother Li was indeed Li Shimin, it was only fitting to address him as Your Majesty. Li Shimin suppressed his burgeoning curiosity and persisted, "Lu Langjun, when might we conduct this transaction?" Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng mentally calculated his current balance and realized it was insufficient to acquire 2,000 A-47 rifles. Given that each A-47 required 2,000 yuan, the total would amount to 4 million yuan, while he currently possessed only a few 100,000. Thus, Lu Cheng looked at Li Shimin and stated, "Your Majesty, you may send for the funds at once." Li Shimin, trusting his words, summoned a young attendant with a wave of his hand and whispered a few instructions. The attendant bowed and retreated. As Li Shimin observed Lu Cheng's confident demeanor, various thoughts began to stir in his mind. If Lu Cheng could indeed provide such a wealth of firearms, he would have to ensure that Lu Cheng remained in the Tang Dynasty. At the very least, he could not allow him to fall into the hands of other nations. He lacked neither silver nor gold. What he truly desired were talented individuals capable of bolstering the Tang Dynasty. Moreover, Lu Cheng currently bore the title of a celestial offspring. Contemplating for a moment, Li Shimin smiled at Lu Cheng and proposed, "Lu Langjun, since you possess such capabilities, have you ever considered serving the nation?" Lu Cheng nodded in agreement. Participating in the annals of history was indeed an exhilarating prospect, especially within the beloved Tang Dynasty. However, he maintained a cautious stance and responded, "Your Majesty, my celestial arts also require silver for their execution. It is not a matter of whimsy to conjure guns and bullets from thin air. Summoning me to the court is merely to procure affordable firearms for you. Without silver, I truly cannot fulfill such a request. Furthermore, without profit, what would become of me as an arms dealer? How would I afford a Rolls-Royce or a Bentley?" Li Shimin chuckled heartily, then continued, "If you could provide me with 80 Hantian Liai, I shall grant you the title of Duke. Duke? A mere 80 grenades in exchange for a title? Allow me to calculate, thought Lu Cheng. Selling one Hantianli to Li Shimin would yield 80 taels of silver, totaling 6,400 taels for 80. Equivalent to 3,520,000 yuan. Quite steep. Yet, upon further reflection, 3 million for a title of Duke did hold its benefits, such as Li Shimin presenting him with a grand residence. Moreover, wearing the title of Duke would ensure that passers-by cast envious glances his way. However, the most compelling reason was his mother. Although Lu Cheng, as a young man of the 21st century, was not particularly concerned with the title of Duke, his mother, a native of the Tang Dynasty, placed great importance on social standing. Furthermore, since Li Shimin ascended to the throne, he had not conferred titles upon anyone other than his loyal ministers, making those like Cheng Yaojin among the last of the dukes during Li Shimin's reign. In the future, Li Shimin would exercise strict control over titles. Given the opportunity to acquire a title along with a luxurious residence for 3 million, how could Lu Cheng resist? After all, even if it was simply to please his mother, it was a worthwhile investment. Thus, Lu Cheng looked earnestly at Li Shimin and declared, "Your Majesty, as a subject of the Tang Dynasty, I shall certainly serve the nation. Therefore, I shall provide 80 Hantianli." Although he felt a pang at parting with 3 million, the various benefits outweighed his concerns. Not to mention, the grand residence located near the palace in Chang'an would be a significant advantage. Li Shimin, upon hearing Lu Cheng's words, erupted in laughter and joyfully proclaimed, "Very well. I shall bestow upon you the title of Duke of Tinghua." At this proclamation, Lu Cheng felt a profound connection. His hometown in the 21st century was Tengzhou, and he had unexpectedly been granted the title of Duke of Tinghua in the Tang Dynasty. In the Tang Dynasty, it was customary to prefix the title with the name of the nation, such as Duke Lu Cheng Yaojin, indicating the state of Lu, a small nation during the spring and autumn period, located near present-day Jinan in the Chongqing district. The origins of the state of Wei, led by the esteemed Duke Li Jing, trace back to the Ji surname vassal state of the Zhou dynasty, with its capital situated in Chaoge. The inaugural sovereign, Kang Shu, was the 9th legitimate son of the Zhou Wenwang, and the state endured for a remarkable span of 907 years, witnessing the reign of 41 monarchs. It holds the distinction of being the longest-lasting vassal state of the Zhou dynasty, as well as the last to succumb among the numerous Ji surname states. In 239 BC, Duke Wei Yuan was compelled to relocate to Yiwang, marking a period during which the state of Wei had already begun to fade into obscurity. By 209 BC, Duke Wei Jiao was demoted to commoner status by Qin Ershi, leading to the complete dissolution of the state of Wei. This illustrates the profound regard that Li Shimin held for Li Jing. In comparison, Lu Cheng's Teng Guogong appears somewhat lacking, as if he were merely a casual appointment by Li Shimin. Chapter 40. Apprenticeship in Tang State, 1122 BC, 296 BC, was a small vassal state established during the Zhou dynasty. It is located in the northeastern part of Weishan County, the western part of Tengzhou, the southern area of Zhoqing, and the western region of Shantang district. The rulers of Teng belonged to the Ji surname and held the title of Marquis. In 1122 BC, after King Wu of Zhou, GFA, vanquished the Shang dynasty and established the Zhou, he conferred his 14th brother, Ji Xiu, to Teng, thus founding Teng Shuxiu. In 414 BC, Teng state was destroyed by King Zhugo of Yu, but was soon restored. During the Warring States period, King Kong of Song claimed the title of king, and Teng was ultimately annexed by the Song state. The lineage continued for 23 generations. The ancient Teng city served as the capital of Teng state, situated approximately 7 kilometers from present-day Tengzhou in Shandong. There is a viewpoint suggesting that Teng was initially conferred in Wei territory before being relocated to Shandong. This is the origin of Teng state. In comparison, Wei state seems rather distant. However, despite its somewhat modest title, it does not diminish Lu Cheng's status as a nobleman of the first rank. The title of duke is an aristocratic rank, equivalent to that of a high-ranking official in the current dynasty. Regardless of how humble the title may appear, it is still of the first rank. Moreover, when compared to other titles like that of Wei State Duke, Lu Cheng prefers the title of Duke of Tang. This preference arises simply because he was a resident of Tengzhou in his previous life. Although at this moment, Emperor Li Shimin's decree to officially bestow the title of Duke of Tang upon Lu Cheng had yet to be issued, as the emperor. His words were golden. Since the decision had been made, Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing had already adjusted their addresses. They congratulated Lu Cheng, saying, "Congratulations, Duke of Tang." Feeling quite pleased, Lu Cheng calmly waved his hand and replied, "Congratulations to you as well." He then exchanged for 2 exquisitely designed Browning handguns and 28 rounds of ammunition in the system, generously gifting one to each of Li Jing and Cheng Yaojin, with a magazine containing 7 rounds. Each of them received 2 magazines. As for running out of ammunition, Lu Cheng jested, "No worries, just bring money and come to Duke of Tang to buy more. Such a grand gift, how can we accept it?" Li Jing remarked, gazing at the exquisite Browning handgun in his hands with admiration as he looked toward Lu Cheng. Meanwhile, the rough-and-tumble Cheng Yaojin, unfazed by modesty, seized the handgun and tucked it away with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Then I, old Cheng, sincerely thank Duke of Tang for his kindness." Though uncertain of the power of this finely crafted object known as a handgun, he reasoned that anything bestowed by the offspring of celestial beings must be of exceptional quality. Observing Cheng Yaojin's attitude, Li Jing also exchanged polite refusals with Lu Cheng before ultimately accepting the gifts. However, Li Shimin, who had not received a gift, watched enviously. As emperor, it was unlikely he could personally engage in military action, thus making the A-47 unsuitable for his status. Yet, upon seeing the exquisite, compact handgun, he could not tear his gaze away. However, as the emperor, it would be unbecoming to openly request a gift from his subjects, so he merely looked at Lu Cheng with keen interest. Lu Cheng, being perceptive, understood the implications. One cannot bestow gifts solely upon subordinates. With the Grand Emperor of the Tang Dynasty present, if he were to only give gifts to Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing, it would be tantamount to inviting Li Shimin to create difficulties for him. Thus, Lu Cheng exchanged for his favorite handgun, the Desert Eagle. This time, he didn't even bother to feign modesty, as Li Shimin and Cheng Yaojin already considered him the scion of celestial beings. With that title, there was no need for pretense. Lu Cheng simply revealed the gleaming silver Desert Eagle in his hand. Li Shimin's eyes widened with desire as he beheld the Desert Eagle that had suddenly appeared in Lu Cheng's hand. It was immediately apparent that this firearm was extraordinary. The Browning gifted to Li Jing and Cheng Yaojin appeared somewhat flimsy in comparison and was far inferior to the robust silver handgun. Recognizing the significance of the Desert Eagle, Lu Cheng inwardly smiled at Li Shimin's envy. Li Laosan is biting the bait again. Lu Cheng solemnly handed the Desert Eagle to Li Shimin, stating, "Your Majesty, this handgun is a divine artifact used by my master before ascension, known as the Desert Eagle. I hope your Majesty will preserve it with care." The treasures bestowed upon Li Shimin need not be the best, but they certainly must be the most valuable. To extract even more from Li Shimin, Lu Cheng felt compelled to weave an extravagant tale around the weapon. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lu Cheng's words, Li Shimin's eyes sparkled with envy. "What a divine artifact! May I inquire what weapon your esteemed master uses?" Lu Cheng shot a glance at Li Shimin, thinking, "I'm merely boasting. Why are you prying so deeply?" What was he to say? Reluctantly, Lu Cheng replied, "My master has accumulated enough merit and has already ascended to the celestial realm, embodying the will of the heavens. Thus, he no longer requires mundane weapons." Li Shimin's eyes gleamed with envy as he pondered the existence of a true celestial being. Indeed, only a celestial being could manifest such wonders from thin air and to wield such military power. How formidable must their abilities be? Surely, they can command the heavens at will. Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Shimin inquired, "Might I know where Duke Tang's revered master resides? Could you kindly introduce me?" Lu Cheng rolled his eyes inwardly, observing the fervent admiration on Li Shimin's face, shared by Cheng Yaojin, Li Jing, and the ever-loyal Feng Laosan, all eager to meet the celestial master. Thus, Lu Cheng replied with a hint of annoyance, "My master has long attained enlightenment and ascended. I am merely a manifestation of his thoughts left behind in the mortal realm, and have never met him in person." Thoughts. The thoughts of a celestial being can instruct a disciple? Might I be fortunate enough to become your master's second disciple? Li Shimin, overwhelmed with excitement, expressed his desire to take a celestial being as his teacher, seeking longevity and divine abilities. Cheng Yaojin then exclaimed, "Duke Tang, I do not aspire to be your disciple, but I hope you can take my son as your pupil." Li Jing, though inclined to speak, hesitated, knowing his son was far away defending the homeland and would take a long time to return. After much consideration, he ultimately refrained from mentioning it. However, he had already resolved to present a significant gift to test the waters when his son returned. The crowd was filled with various thoughts, while only old Fong clutched the A-47 tightly in his hands. The astonishment and fear that initially enveloped me upon discovering that this gentleman with the surname Li was, in fact, an emperor have long since dissipated. However, old Fong remains ensnared in the exhilaration of his husband being conferred the title of Duke of Tenghua. To his utter amazement, his beloved has truly been mentored by an immortal. Not just any immortal, but one who has already attained enlightenment and ascended to the celestial realm. The venerable monks and Taoists in those temples cannot possibly be compared to his husband. Resolutely determined, old Fong has never contemplated the notion of having his dear little Hu and Xiao Chun become disciples of Lu Cheng. Rather, he simply wishes for his family to serve as servants to Lu Cheng for generations to come. This way, when his husband achieves enlightenment and ascends, he can take his entire family along to the celestial realm to continue serving him there. Chapter 41. The tragically fated Li Shimin. Lu Chengze regarded the somewhat infatuated Lao Fong and the somewhat agitated Li Shimin with a peculiar expression, and spoke, "The fragment of my master's divine consciousness has long since dissipated. Moreover, my master provided me with enlightenment. How could I possibly possess such profound insights?" Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's countenance fell, as he gazed at Lu Chengze, seeking to discern the truth of his words. Lu Chengze maintained a composed expression while observing the crowd. Cheng Yaojin interjected, "Duke Tong, might I inquire as to the meaning of this enlightenment?" Cheng Yaojin, known for his boorishness and lack of shame, was determined to pursue the matter further, eager to find a way for his son to learn the art of immortality. He resolutely declared that if Lu Cheng were willing to teach, he would readily offer his son to him. For a disciple of an immortal would surely surpass an ordinary scholar. Lu Chengze cast a glance at the rugged yet attentive Cheng Yaojin and sighed inwardly, realizing that becoming entangled with this old rogue could prove troublesome. If he failed to meet Cheng Yaojin's expectations, the man could be relentless. Thus, Lu Chengze resolved to clarify matters decisively, stating to the assembly, "My esteemed master is indeed an immortal. With but a mere touch of his finger upon my brow, I instantaneously acquired these abilities. There are no textbooks or instructional materials involved." Upon hearing this, both Li Shimin and Cheng Yaojin were deeply disappointed, yet they could not help but admire the mystical powers of the immortals. Merely a single touch from Lu Chengze's master had transformed him into a disciple of the celestial realm. One could not help but wonder at the profound fortune of Duke Tong. Cheng Yaojin, undeterred, pressed on, "Might I ask, Duke Tong, whether your esteemed master imparted any other knowledge?" "Certainly," replied Lu Chengze. "He taught a variety of subjects, including eclectic studies and the principles of natural philosophy." Lu Chengze had no intention of withholding knowledge, for he believed that these principles could advance the progress of human civilization in the great Tang Dynasty. He aspired to witness the advent of electricity in his lifetime throughout the empire. However, realizing this vision would require more than merely relying on a system. It necessitated the collective effort of humanity to propel scientific advancement across the Tang. At present, the Tang Dynasty could not even manage to cook properly, let alone conduct research on electricity. Such expectations were evidently unrealistic. Therefore, Lu Chengze contemplated imparting the knowledge he had acquired in his previous life to the people of the Tang, encouraging them to engage in research. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin burst into a hearty laugh and, looking at Lu Chengze, exclaimed, "Then I beseech you, Duke Tong, to accept my son as your disciple, that he may learn from you. Tomorrow, I shall prepare the 6 ceremonial gifts and bring my son to pay his respects." Li Shimin observed this exchange with great interest. He himself wished to become a disciple of Lu Chengze's revered master, the old immortal. However, with Lu Chengze taking on apprentices, it was impossible for him to do so. After all, a grown emperor could hardly seek instruction from a duke. Furthermore, Lu Chengze had explicitly stated that he only offered eclectic studies in natural philosophy. There were no celestial arts involved. As an emperor, would it not be absurd for Li Shimin to study natural philosophy? Lu Chengze recalled the rugged man he had brought along today, none other than Cheng Chimo, the eldest son of Cheng Yaojin and the future heir of the Duke of Lu. According to historical records, Cheng Chimo would later marry Princess Qinghe and serve as the Duke of the Imperial Guard, ultimately rising to the rank of Left Guard General. After Cheng Yaojin's passing, he inherited the title of Duke of Lu. However, during the reign of the next emperor and the subsequent reign of the renowned Wu Zetian, Cheng Chimo's legacy was not particularly distinguished, nor did he achieve any significant deeds. Not only was this true for Cheng Chimo, but also for Qin Huaiyu. the son of Qin Xiong, Zhangsun Chong, the son of Zhangsun Wuji, and Li Daqian, the son of Li Jing. These prominent second-generation figures in Chang'an failed to shine as brightly as their illustrious fathers. This could be attributed to the education they received from Cheng Yaojin and his peers. With their families already entrenched in wealth and noble titles, they were content to live as affluent gentlemen, ensuring a stable existence, which may have led to their lack of ambition in the court. The only one among them who sought to emulate his elders and achieve great deeds was Li Daqian. However, in the 17th year of the reign of Emperor Taizong, Li Chengqian, the crown prince, alongside Wang Li Yuan, Duke Wei, and other prominent figures, conspired to seize the throne, but their plot was exposed. Consequently, Li Chengqian was deposed. Due to his close ties with Li Chengqian, Li Daqian was also implicated and exiled to Lingnan. Later, due to Li Jing's influence, he was relocated to Wujuan, resulting in a dismal fate. It is indeed unfortunate to speak of Li Shimin, the second son of Li Yuan, the founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty. He succeeded in becoming an emperor, establishing himself as a timeless sovereign and ushering in the prosperous era of the Tang Dynasty, during which numerous nations paid tribute, and he was revered as the heavenly Khan. Yet, as a son he failed. He was the second son of Li Yuan, with his elder brother, Li Jianqing, being the crown prince. Following the establishment of the Tang Dynasty, Li Yuan designated Li Jianqing as the crown prince and conferred upon Li Shimin the title of General of the Heavenly Strategy. While Li Jianqing managed the rear, Li Shimin commanded the expeditionary forces. What had been a harmonious family was tragically torn apart by the Xuanwu Gate incident. On the day of the incident, as Prince Qin, Li Shimin assassinated his elder brother, the crown prince Li Jianqing, along with the entire family of Li Yuanji, the Prince of Qi, and launched a perfectly executed coup against the Taiji Palace, compelling Li Yuan to reassign the title of crown prince to Li Shimin. 2 months later, Li Yuan abdicated in favor of Li Shimin, who then adopted the era name of Jingguan, marking the commencement of a prosperous 22-year reign. Thus, it was evident that Li Shimin, having killed his brother and forced his father to abdicate, was undeniably an unfit son. However, the fate of one's life is often preordained. Li Shimin made his father endure the anguish of losing a son, yet he himself was not spared from suffering. In his later years, Li Shimin's own son, Li Chengqian, felt increasingly overshadowed by the favoritism shown to Wang Li Tai, to the point that at times, Li Chengqian, as the crown prince, received lesser treatment than Li Tai. This compelled Li Chengqian, despite being the crown prince, to emulate his father and embark on a coup, but he was ultimately unsuccessful and was relegated to commoner status, exiled to Qianzhou. On the other hand, Li Tai was exceptionally talented and astute, fond of literature and skilled in calligraphy, possessing a vast collection of books, and was recognized as an accomplished calligrapher and art connoisseur of the time. Li Shimin permitted Li Tai to establish a literary academy within his residence, granting him the autonomy to summon scholars at will, a privilege not even afforded to the crown prince. In the 12th year of the Jingguan era, Li Tai began to compile the renowned work Gui Di Ji, completing it in the 15th year. However, due to the excessive indulgence from his father, Emperor Taizong, Li Tai faced repeated admonitions from the ministers, for his growing ambition toward the throne was becoming increasingly evident. In the 17th year of the Jingguan era, 643 AD, Crown Prince Li Chengqian conspired against the throne, while Li Tai was implicated in the plot against the legitimate heir. To achieve his objectives, Emperor Taizong of Tang implemented a policy of isolation among his 3 sons, Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Li Ji, demoting them to the status of Prince of Shenyang and relocating them to Junzhou, Yunxiang County. Consequently, the imperial throne, which belonged to Li Shimin, was passed on to the young Prince Jin, Li Ji. Thus, it is rather lamentable that Li Shimin, despite his success as an emperor, faced utter failure in his roles as a son and a father. Chapter 42. Foolish and clumsy. Since Cheng Yaojin desired for his son to become a disciple, how could Lu Qing possibly refuse? Moreover, having a second-generation official as a disciple would indeed be advantageous. At the very least, he could delegate some trivial matters to Qing Chimo. Thus, Lu Qing readily agreed. Upon witnessing Lu Qing's uncomplicated acceptance, Li Shimin could not help but suggest that his own children should also seek mentorship. However, as Li Chengqian was the crown prince, should he choose Lu Cheng as his teacher, Lu Cheng would inevitably become the future imperial tutor, necessitating caution in Li Shimin's considerations regarding his son's choice of mentor. Turning to his second son, Li Tai, styled Qin Ke. Although he was fond of learning, his status as a prince would likely invite controversy should he seek instruction from a disciple of the celestial lineage. As for the third prince, Li Ji, the future Emperor Gaozong of Tang, he was merely a young child prone to crying when faced with adversity. Thus Li Shimin clearly did not regard him as a candidate for mentorship. As for the other princes, it was inconceivable for Li Shimin to permit them to study under Lu Cheng. Even if they desired to do so, Li Shimin would never acquiesce. Not to mention, Lu Cheng's significance as a disciple of celestial lineage was paramount. He could provide inexhaustible military resources. Should he be swayed by other princes born of concubines, it would spell disaster for Li Shimin. Therefore, he would never allow the other princes to study under Lu Cheng. While engaged in casual conversation, a young eunuch who had been following Li Shimin returned. Lu Cheng's heart leapt upon seeing the robust figure of the young eunuch behind Li Shimin, for no other reason than that when someone returned from Li Shimin's side, it was invariably with gifts. Lu Cheng's eyes sparkled as he observed the young eunuch bowing slightly and softly addressing Li Shimin. "Your Majesty, I have brought the silver, which is located in the central open space of the Duke of Wei's estate." Li Shimin nodded and turned to Lu Cheng, saying, "My dear minister, the silver has arrived. Shall we go and take a look?" Unable to contain his excitement, Lu Cheng promptly nodded, rising to follow the young eunuch outside. Upon reaching the courtyard of the Duke of Wei's estate, he beheld several large carts laden with boxes. Lu Cheng was momentarily dazzled. Without waiting for Li Shimin to greet him, he dashed to the side of a cart and eagerly opened one of the boxes. The gleaming silver, illuminated by the sun, radiated a lustrous glow. This sight filled Lu Cheng with delight. As he reached into the box and touched the bars of silver, the system suddenly spoke up, "Detected a substantial amount of silver. Would you like to automatically exchange it?" Lu Cheng opted not to let the system automatically exchange it. Instead, he continued to open box after box, marveling at the silver that could cover the entire courtyard. In his heart, he exclaimed with joy, "What a tremendous fortune." This time, he had truly struck gold. He could buy a Rolls-Royce and toss it away. "My dear minister, do you think the silver needs to be counted again?" Li Shimin inquired, observing Lu Cheng's dazzled expression. Internally, he scoffed, wondering how someone claiming to be a disciple of celestial lineage could merely be a money-obsessed individual. He truly could not fathom why a deity would choose such a materialistic person as a disciple. Wasn't being a general of Tian Su and an emperor enough? Struggling to pull his gaze away from the silver, Lu Cheng solemnly nodded at Li Shimin, stating, "I trust your majesty. There is no need to count the silver." The reason for not counting was that the system had already alerted him again. A total of 302,500 taels of silver detected. "Would you like to exchange it with one click?" Faced with the system's reminder, Lu Cheng chose to proceed. After all, having seen it, converting it to renminbi was the priority. Thus, with a grand gesture, Lu Cheng made the silver in the courtyard vanish entirely, leaving only one unopened box of silver for his personal use. After all, residing in the Tang Dynasty, one could not leave without retaining some silver, as renminbi was not in circulation. As Lu Cheng waved his arm, Li Shimin and the others felt a sudden jolt. The silver they had just seen disappeared into thin air. All that remained were empty boxes on the carts. This astonished Li Shimin and Cheng Yaojin, who hurried to the carts, bewildered as they touched the empty boxes. Only Li Shimin asked, "Did you, Lu Qingjia, cast a spell to collect this silver?" Lu Cheng did not respond, for at that moment, he was intently counting the numbers in the system's balance. The sequence of figures nearly blinded him. Over 300,000 taels of silver had transformed into over 1.6 billion renminbi with a mere wave of his hand, approaching 17 billion. How could Lu Cheng not be astonished? How could he not be dumbfounded? Observing Lu Cheng's dazed expression, Li Shimin intensified his tone, continuing to inquire, "Lu Qingjia?" He, Li Shimin, was, after all, an emperor. Although Lu Cheng was a disciple of celestial lineage, he could not afford to be distracted when speaking to an earthly emperor like Li Shimin. "Huh. Oh, I took it." Lu Cheng finally snapped back to reality, addressing Li Shimin. "Then when will the Duke of Tang produce those 2,000 A47s?" Li Jing, sensing Li Shimin's impatience, spoke on his behalf. "Very soon." Lu Cheng replied with a smile, casually adding, "It's just a few million worth of goods. Is there any need to rush?" With a fortune exceeding 10 billion, Lu Cheng found Li Shimin's anxious demeanor amusing. How could an emperor, ranked among the greatest in the rich history of China, display such pettiness? Thus, Lu Cheng waved his arm once more, generously exchanging for 2,000 A-47s along with 30,000 rounds of ammunition within the system. As Lu Cheng made the gesture, Li Shimin, Li Jing, and Cheng Yaojin had already fixated their gaze on his movements. Before their eyes, the once empty courtyard was suddenly filled with a new batch of green long boxes. Cheng Yaojin, with his ever-impulsive nature, was the first to rush to the newly appeared boxes. Astonished by the miraculous display of celestial methods, he swiftly opened one of the green boxes. After revealing the A-47, he carefully inspected it, ensuring there was no danger, before respectfully presenting it to Li Shimin. This scene left Lu Cheng momentarily stunned. He could not help but marvel, recognizing that those who attained high positions were indeed not to be underestimated. Do not be deceived by Cheng Yaojin's seemingly clumsy and robust appearance. His heart is indeed meticulous. Even Li Jing, who stands beside him, cannot match the swiftness of Cheng Yaojin's movements. He first unpacks the box and retrieves the firearms. Only after ensuring that Li Shimin has observed everything clearly and confirmed there is no danger does he present them for Li Shimin's inspection. This loyal protector, Cheng Yaojin, is far more comforting than the straightforward and blunt Lao Fong. It appears that Cheng Yaojin's favor during Li Shimin's reign is not without justification. Lu Cheng glanced at Cheng Yaojin, then waved his hand, exchanging the 20 grenades promised to Li Shimin along with the 80 grenades purchased from the Tinguagong. Chapter 43. The dismissal of civil and military matters. Once Li Shimin completed his inspection of the A-47s, Lu Cheng continued, "Your Majesty, the 2,000 A-47s, along with 30,000 rounds of ammunition and 100 dry thunderclaps, are all here." Li Shimin nodded, bypassing Cheng Yaojin, and approached the box himself. He took a magazine and, imitating Lu Cheng, filled it with ammunition, preparing to test the weapon. However, Lu Cheng, noticing Li Shimin's clumsy demeanor, felt a headache coming on. He stepped in front of Li Shimin, pointed at the safety on the gun, and said, "Your Majesty, this is the safety. A gun cannot fire without disengaging it. Only by lowering the safety can one shoot." Li Shimin nodded thoughtfully and turned to Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing, saying, "My esteemed ministers, why don't we see who can shoot more accurately?" Lu Cheng found the shooting at the Duke of Wei's residence excruciatingly dull as they continued for a long time, only stopping when Li Shimin's shoulder grew numb from the recoil. With a wave of his hand, he declared it time to return home. Lu Cheng felt satisfied as he prepared to leave, exiting the Duke of Wei's residence alongside Lao Fong. Lao Fong appeared somewhat fatigued but excitedly gazed at his lord, exclaiming, "My lord, the emperor wishes to bestow upon you the title of Tung Guogong." Lu Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, Lao Fong's excitement showed no signs of waning, and he continued, "My lord, no, I should say, Duke, we must host a banquet for our neighbors. Let them all know that our Duke is now a Guogong." To Lao Fong, steeped in traditional beliefs, his lord's promotion to Guogong was a monumental event, a true honor for his family. For 3 generations, his family had been slaves. His father served as a mere county assistant, and his grandfather as a county gentleman, the lowest rank of nobility, which paled in comparison to a Guogong. Who could have imagined that in his generation, he could serve a Guogong? Moreover, his lord was a descendant of an immortal, making this a genuine testament to their family's honor. Lao Fong gazed at his lord with envy, eagerly anticipating the day his lord would ascend to the heavens and take him along. According to folklore, if someone attained immortality, their kin would be elevated as well. Thus, Lao Fong planned to carve wooden tablets for his father and grandfather to serve as memorials. Tonight, he would bow and burn incense to inform them that their son and grandson had achieved success, now serving a Guogong and a descendant of an immortal. Unaware of Lao Fong's lofty aspirations, Lu Cheng would only smile if he knew, not wishing to impede such thoughts. Transforming these archaic beliefs required enlightenment, opening the minds of the uneducated so that everyone could read and think critically, thereby dismantling these outdated notions. As long as the villagers learned to think, the myriad superstitions and tales would unravel effortlessly. Thus, Lu Cheng bore the title of a descendant of an immortal merely for convenience in exchanging goods within the system, sparing himself the need to explain. Holding such a title rendered explanations unnecessary, as everything could be attributed to immortal methods. How simple. Lu Cheng intended to gift Li Shimin a jeep. However, he was taken aback by how swiftly Li Shimin departed, leaving no time to present the carefully selected vehicle. Lu Cheng could only lament Li Shimin's lack of fortune, yet he resolved to sell it to him next time. After all, one must refuel a vehicle, and selling a barrel of gasoline for 100 taels of silver seemed reasonable. Once Li Shimin acquired a vehicle, Lu Cheng was confident he would find it irresistible. As for Cheng Yaojin, after watching Li Shimin return to the palace, he hurried home to find his son, Cheng Chumo, indulging in gluttony at the dining hall. Seeing his son feast voraciously, Cheng Yaojin was filled with ire. He kicked the devouring Cheng Chumo and shouted, "You little rascal, all you do is eat." Cheng Chumo, still holding his bowl, was baffled. "What's wrong? I didn't cause any trouble. I went to fetch the immortal, but you wouldn't let me in at the Duke's residence. Why must you beat me upon my return?" Cheng Chumo, feeling wronged, gazed at his burly father. "What are you glaring at, you brat?" Cheng Yaojin snapped. Cheng Chumo remained silent, defiantly staring back, wishing he could duel with his father if he were not at such a disadvantage. Suddenly, his mind wandered to the immortal he had encountered that day. If only he could wield immortal powers, his father would surely think twice before striking him. "You little rascal, tomorrow you shall accompany me to find a master," Cheng Yaojin declared through gritted teeth, filled with disappointment. "This opportunity was secured in front of the emperor, and if you squander it, I swear I will discipline you severely." Cheng Chumo shook his head vehemently, proclaiming, "You might as well kill me. I refuse to be taught by those worthless scholars." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened in disbelief, and disregarding his wife's intervention, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to discipline his son. However, Cheng Chumo had braced himself for the impending punishment, but he remained resolute in refusing to be mentored by scholars. Throughout history, martial and civil matters have often been at odds, and the descendants of warriors frequently faced bullying from the offspring of scholars. How could Cheng Chumo, a man of martial aspiration, ever submit to a scholar's tutelage? If he did, how could he maintain his standing among the martial elite? "You little rascal, who said you must learn from those pretentious scholars?" Cheng Yaojin glared at Cheng Chumo. "If not scholars, then who shall you learn from?" Cheng Chumo had prepared himself for the blows and was tightening his core to cushion the impact of his father's foot when he heard this question, causing him to deflate and relax, looking at Cheng Yaojin in confusion. To seek the guidance of the disciples of the immortal, Cheng Yaojin gazed at his son's demeanor, frustration evident as he delivered a swift kick. With a huff of indignation, he spoke. Cheng Chumo, having been sent sprawling by the kick, promptly sprang back to his feet, seemingly unfazed by the reprimand. His face radiated joy as he looked at his father and inquired, "If I am to seek the disciples of the immortal, may I not directly seek the immortal as my master?" Chapter 44. Changlo. Upon hearing these words, Cheng Yaojin's face twitched violently, and he looked at his shameless son, secretly pondering how even his majesty had failed in his desire to take that immortal as a master. "What makes you think you are worthy? Worthy? How many keys do you think you deserve?" Cheng Yaojin kicked his son once more, while Cheng Chumo merely brushed off the dust, looking at his father with a pleasing expression. Grinning as he said, "Father, did that immortal truly agree to my apprenticeship?" Cheng Yaojin took a moment to calm himself, then turned to his wife, Cheng Suishir, and said, "Prepare the 6 gifts and the apprentice's tribute. Tomorrow, we shall go to the Tung Guogong's residence to pay my respects." The so-called 6 gifts of tribute, according to ancient customs, were the 6 offerings presented by a disciple to their master during the apprenticeship ceremony. Celery, symbolizing diligence and learning; lotus seeds, representing the hardships of education; red beans, signifying good fortune; red dates, symbolizing early success; longan, representing the fulfillment of merit; and dried meat strips, to express the disciple's sincerity. The term tribute is often interpreted as 10 strips of dried meat. According to the Liji, Shaoi, it states that the teacher receives the tribute along with offerings such as green onions and celery, and leads the students in reciting the opening chapter of the Great Learning, symbolizing the significant responsibility of imparting knowledge and resolving doubts. Thus, in ancient times, teachers were held in much higher esteem than their modern counterparts, despite being a profession. Cheng Yaojin's wife, a legitimate daughter of the prominent Sui family from Qinghe, was well aware of the significance of the 6 gifts of tribute. However, she was perplexed about the sudden emergence of a Tung Guogong and an immortal disciple. She looked at Cheng Yaojin and asked, "What immortal disciple?" At this point, Cheng Yaojin became intrigued, as boasting to his wife was evidently more entertaining than scolding his son. He dramatically pulled out a Browning handgun, a gift from Lu Cheng, and said mysteriously, "This immortal disciple possesses truly extraordinary abilities. My dear, you should have seen it today." With a mere wave of his hand, he collected several million taels of silver from the courtyard. After saying this, Qing Yaojin mimicked Lu Cheng's gesture with a flourish. The Tang Guogong first gathered the silver, then with another wave of his hand, manifested thousands of immortal artifacts and over 100 thunderclaps. The spectacle was indeed that of a celestial being descending to earth. Caressing the browning in his hand, Qing Yaojin looked at his wife with pride, exclaiming, "My dear, behold, this is the celestial treasure bestowed upon me by the Tang Guogong." While Qing Yaojin reveled in his display at the Lu Guogong's residence, Li Shimin was similarly boasting to Chang Su and Wugo in the royal palace. Their tones remarkably similar, both exuding an air of arrogance. Chang Su and Wugo was examining a desert eagle in her hands, and, after glancing at Li Shimin several times, finally spoke, "Your Majesty, did you truly spend 3 million taels of silver to acquire 2,000 immortal artifacts?" Li Shimin, entirely oblivious to the expression on his queen's face, declared grandly, "Indeed, I shall reclaim the shame of the Weishui alliance." Upon hearing Li Shimin mention the disgrace of the Weishui alliance, Chang Su and Wugo could only sigh. As Li Shimin's closest confidant, she understood the profound humiliation the Weishui alliance had inflicted upon him. After the coup at Xuanwu Gate, Li Shimin had just ascended to the throne when the Turkic Khagan, Kali, descended upon Chang'an with a massive army. The Turkic forces advanced to Jingyang, merely 40 miles from the capital, causing alarm in the city. At that time, the military presence in Chang'an was scant, and Li Shimin devised a deceptive strategy, personally leading a contingent to confront Kali across the river at Weishui, denouncing the Turkic Khans for their betrayal. According to the Ziji Tongjian, Emperor Taizong of Tang executed the White Horse and established the Weishui alliance with the Turkic Khans, which ultimately compelled them to retreat. Although Kali's forces withdrew, the Weishui alliance remained a stain upon Li Shimin's honor, a significant disgrace throughout his life. Following this narrow escape, none dared mention the Weishui alliance in Li Shimin's presence, underscoring the weight of this matter in his heart. Chang Su and Wugo intended to remind Li Shimin that the treasury was hardly abundant, and this expenditure of 3 million taels would leave it nearly depleted. However, observing Li Shimin's spirited demeanor, she refrained from speaking, merely nodding in agreement, resigned to endure the hardships ahead. Since Chang Su and Wugo had become empress, days of comfort had been scarce, and the entire Tang Dynasty faced a dire financial situation. At their lowest point, as the empress of a great nation, she had to work alongside palace maids weaving cloth to supplement the palace's expenses, a struggle no previous empress had faced as she did. Yet, this was the true visage of an eternal virtuous empress, deserving of the title. Li Shimin, gazing at Chang Su and Wugo, understood her thoughts intimately. The pair had been together since she was 13, enduring various hardships before finally attaining wealth and prosperity. Thus, Li Shimin approached Chang Su and Wugo, enveloping her in an embrace and gazing at her fair complexion, which bore few marks of time. Softly, he said, "Guanyin Bi, I understand your sentiments, but this is my inner turmoil. I still hope for your support." Overwhelmed by Li Shimin's embrace and his endearing words, Chang Su and Wugo felt her strength wane, her eyes glistening as she looked at him and said, "Second brother, I support you. Go forth and pursue your ambitions. No matter what, we shall face it together." Seeing such a response from Chang Su and Wugo, Li Shimin nodded with a smile, intending to delve deeper into discussions of life and aspirations when voices from outside the palace interrupted. "Mother, mother!" A young girl, strikingly resembling Chang Su and Wugo, entered the palace, leading a rosy-cheeked little girl and a young boy. Just as Li Shimin was about to continue, he cleared his throat and quickly distanced himself from Chang Su and Wugo. As a father, how could he allow his children to witness such inappropriate behavior? "Changla, why have you come at this hour?" he asked with a smile, looking at the young girl and the two toddlers. Upon seeing Li Shimin, the girl bowed gracefully and, with a sweet voice, exclaimed, "Changla pays her respects to Father Emperor." Chapter 45. Temptation. Recently, I came across a comment from a fellow reader suggesting that the Tang Dynasty lacked gold and silver. In reality, during that era, the primary currency was copper coins, while gold and silver were considered luxuries, akin to money, yet they were not commonly circulated in the market. 1,000 won constituted 1 guan of currency. However, due to severe monetary shortages, it was quite common for people to possess only 7 or 800 won in what was officially recognized as a guan, yet the purchasing power was still acknowledged. The author's system is designed to collect gold and silver, eschewing copper coins. Otherwise, over 3 million guan of copper coins would weigh several tons. Li Shimin smiled and nodded, gesturing for Chang Lu to rise. Although he was not a particularly successful father, he genuinely cherished the children he had with Chang's son Wu Gu. His eldest daughter held a special place in his heart, as he was deeply protective of her, fearful of any misstep. His affection for Chang Lu was not solely due to her being his eldest daughter. Rather, she bore a striking resemblance to Chang's son Wu Gu, not only in appearance, but also in temperament. Chang Lu, whose name is Li Liji, is recorded in historical texts to have met an unfortunate fate, passing away at a tender age due to illness. Moreover, Li Shimin arranged for her to marry her cousin, Chang's son Cheng, the eldest son of Chang's son Wu Ji, believing he was providing the best for her, yet inadvertently thrusting her into peril. Thus, Li Liji lived only to the age of 23. The little one, CZ, approached her father, seeking a hug. Li Shimin, adopting a doting fatherly demeanor, spoke to the rosy-cheeked girl beside Li Liji. Jinyang Princess Li Mingda, nicknamed CZ, was the youngest child of Empress Chang's son, yet she too was unfortunate, born frail and sickly, and she only lived to 12. Reflecting on this, one cannot help but lament that while Li Shimin enjoyed a life of grandeur, his children faced tragic fates. The daughters born to Empress Chang's son all met early demises. Li Liji passed at 23, and Li Mingda at 12. There was also Princess Yuzhong, who was raised by Chang's son Wu Gu after her biological mother's death, yet she too did not outlive Li Shimin. New City Princess, the youngest daughter of Empress Chang's son, lived only to 30. The only one who lived the longest was Princess Chengyang. It is evident that being born into royalty does not guarantee a fortunate life. Li Shimin lifted CZ into his arms, playing with her, while Empress Chang's son adopted a stricter demeanor, eyeing the somewhat timid young boy and asking, "Young master, have you completed your studies?" This young master is none other than the future Emperor Gaozong, Li Ji. However, at this moment, he was merely a child enamored with sweets. Upon seeing his mother's stern expression, he trembled slightly, clutching his elder sister's hand and timidly replying, "Mother, the teacher said there is no class today." Upon hearing this, Chang's son Wu Gu relaxed her expression. She was quite strict with her son, ensuring that all her children heeded her words. This was why, while she was alive, conflicts between Wei Wang Li Tai and Tai Zi Li Chengqian remained minor and did not truly affect their brotherly bond. However, in the years following her death, Wei Wang and Tai Zi engaged in serious conflict, indicating that without their mother's restraint, their relationship deteriorated from brotherly affection to fratricidal strife. Ultimately, this allowed the young Li Ji to seize the throne. Meanwhile, Li Shimin, cradling CZ, looked at Chang's son Wu Gu with a smile and said, "Guanyin Bai, the young master is still a child. There is no need for such sternness." Afterward, he called to the young master, "Come here, young master." Li Ji, upon hearing this, visibly relaxed and hurried to Li Shimin, hugging his father's leg and gazing up with wide eyes at his mother, unwilling to let go. Witnessing this scene, Chang's son Wu Gu could only smile helplessly and playfully chide, "Your Majesty, please indulge them." With hearty laughter, Li Shimin affectionately ruffled Li Ji's hair and declared, "How could I not protect my own children?" As the emperor and empress displayed their affection, Princess Changlu, Li Liji, sat to the side, feeling somewhat invisible, watching her parents as they reveled in their mutual affection. Scanning the hall, Chang's son Wu Gu observed her poised eldest daughter, who had evidently reached the age for marriage. With a glint in her eye, she turned to Li Liji and remarked, "Changlu, it seems you have reached the age for marriage." Upon hearing this, Li Shimin glanced at Changlu, contemplating that girls of such age and the common folk were already wed. However, as a princess, she could only marry a prince and could not marry down. Thus, in the Tang Dynasty, marrying a princess was termed Shanggongzhu, meaning that if one married a princess, he became her husband, yet the princess would reside in the palace granted by the emperor, not in his home. Even intimate encounters required prior notice, including overnight stays at the princess's residence. Therefore, the title of Shanggongzhu did not attract many suitors. Li Shimin, observing his daughter now a young woman, sighed and said, "In the blink of an eye, Changlu has truly grown into a young lady. Tell me, do you have any preferred candidates for a suitor?" Changlu, upon hearing such inquiries, felt her cheeks flush crimson, wishing to hide her flushed face behind her mother, yet was mercilessly pulled forward by Chang's son Wu Gu, who encouraged her to speak. With no escape from the situation, the bashful Changlu lowered her head and softly replied, "I shall leave it to father and mother to arrange." Li Shimin, gazing at his shy daughter and then at Chang's son Wu Gu, tentatively broached the subject, Guanyin Bai, recently Fu Ji has mentioned wanting me to betroth Chang Lu to Chang's son Cheng. What do you think? One cannot help but probe the matter. When Chang's son Wu Gu's temper flares, even Li Shimin finds it hard to contain. After decades of companionship, having supported each other through thick and thin, their bond is profoundly deep. Thus, while Chang's son Wu Gu often presents an amiable demeanor, she is not one to be crossed. She would even dare to reprimand Li Shimin when her limits are tested. Unfortunately, regarding Li Shimin's desire to marry Chang Lu to his own nephew, Chang's son Cheng, Chang's son Wu Gu is the most formidable adversary. This matter has been raised on several occasions, and each time Li Shimin broached it with Chang's son Wu Ji, he would find himself unable to retire to bed for several days. This time, he dared to test the waters, believing that Chang's son Wu Ji was in a favorable mood. However, to his astonishment, as soon as Li Shimin mentioned the subject, the smile that had graced Chang's son Wu Ji's face vanished instantaneously. With her piercing eyes fixed upon him, she glared fiercely before speaking. While your majesty may disregard this humble servant's prudent counsel and insist on promoting my elder brother to the position of prime minister, I shall acquiesce. However, any further advancement for the Changsun family shall be utterly impossible. Chapter 46. The choice of a son-in-law. Observing the sudden transformation of the previously cheerful Changsun Wugo, Li Shimin felt an undeniable sense of trepidation. In the court, few dared to show disrespect towards Changsun Wugo. At times, his words held less sway than those of his own wife, Changsun Wugo. Thus, he could only offer an awkward smile and say, Guanyin Bai, what you say is true. I merely wish to strengthen our ties with the Changsun family. Furthermore, the Changsun family is indeed a noble lineage, your maternal clan. Allowing Chang Lu to marry into them would not be a slight against her. After all, Changsun Cheng is still your nephew. Would it not be beneficial to deepen familial bonds? To his astonishment, Changsun Wugo offered no concessions, gazing at him sternly as she replied, if you wish to strengthen ties with the Changsun family, then why do you not pursue it yourself? Regardless, my children shall not marry into the Changsun family. They shall not advance further in this court, or I shall make a grave decision. Li Shimin's expression froze at her words. He had not anticipated such a reaction. In previous discussions, Changsun Wugo had merely shown displeasure, but now she had gone so far as to declare a refusal to allow her daughter to marry into the Changsun family. As the chosen one, how could he allow himself to be wed into the Changsun family? Was this not a jest? Li Shimin understood Changsun Wugo's thoughts well. She feared that the power of her maternal clan would grow too formidable, becoming difficult to control and potentially leading to chaos in the court. While her concerns were for his own benefit, Li Shimin had a rebellious nature. The more she forbade him, the more he felt compelled to provoke her. Guanyin Bai, I trust in Fuji, Li Shimin stated solemnly, looking earnestly at Changsun Wugo. Seeing the seriousness etched on his face, Changsun Wugo could not help but sigh inwardly. How could she not recognize the emperor's trust in her brother? Changsun Wuji had followed Li Shimin since childhood, and their bond was profound. How could he not trust him? The connections forged in humble beginnings are often the most trustworthy. She also held faith in her brother, Changsun Wuji. However, she placed no trust in Changsun Cheng, nor in the future heads of the Changsun family. Having read extensively about the turmoil caused by noble clans, Changsun Wugo was deeply concerned that her brother's descendants might follow the same path. This is precisely why she feared her maternal clan gaining power. Ever since Li Shimin ascended the throne, she had engaged in secret discussions with her brother, urging him to abdicate or resign from his official post. Retaining only the title of Duke of the state, a life of wealth and comfort was sufficient. There was no need to remain in court. The higher the position, the more severe the fall. Yet, her brother had not heeded her advice, choosing instead to remain as prime minister. Now, with the Changsun family seeking to marry her daughter, it was simply out of the question. Thus, Changsun Wugo firmly rejected any union between the royal family and the Changsun family. However, Li Shimin was the emperor. After multiple refusals, he would not be angered initially, but a continuous rejection would surely be seen as disrespect. Today, hearing about the newly appointed Duke of Tang, who was also a descendant of the celestial lineage, sparked a glimmer of hope in Changsun Wugo. Observing her beautiful daughter, who had reached the marrying age, she lamented that no one dared to propose for Chang Lu due to Changsun Chang's affection for her. Everyone feared offending her elder brother, Changsun Wuji. The power of the Changsun family, as a noble clan, was too overwhelming, prompting Changsun Wugo to seek to weaken their influence incessantly. With this thought in mind, Changsun Wugo turned to Li Shimin and asked, "Your Majesty, can you confirm that this Duke of Tang is indeed of celestial descent?" Li Shimin, who had been contemplating how to placate Changsun Wugo, was taken aback by this sudden shift in topic. He replied, "Yes, today." Lu Cheng waved his hand and effortlessly collected 3 million taels of silver. Then, with another wave, several thousand celestial artifacts appeared on the ground. Upon hearing this, Changsun Wugo's eyes lit up. She inquired, "Has your Majesty asked the Duke of Tang whether he is married?" Li Shimin furrowed his brow, realizing her intent. She sought to forge a familial connection, binding this celestial descendant closely to the Tang Dynasty and to his family. Nodding in acknowledgement, he hesitated, knowing that Lu Cheng was a celestial being possessing mystical powers. While he was suitable for Changlu, he had already made a promise to Changsun Wuji. His repeated discussions with Changsun Wugo were intended to make her feel reluctant to refuse him. The more she declined, the more difficult it would become to continue doing so. Li Shimin had devised this plan, for a ruler must uphold their word. Having promised Changsun Wuji, he was determined to fulfill that commitment. Observing the slight shift in Li Shimin's expression, Changsun Wugo seized the opportunity, saying, "Your Majesty, if you cannot secure this celestial descendant, what if he goes to the Turks?" At this, Li Shimin's fury erupted. He stood abruptly from his chair, exclaiming, "How dare he? I'll annihilate his entire clan." Changsun Wugo chuckled softly, remarking, "Your Majesty, he is a celestial descendant. Are you certain he does not possess even more formidable celestial artifacts or techniques?" Li Shimin fell into contemplation, but Changsun Wugo was eager to press on, saying, "This celestial descendant could very well be sent by heaven to assist your Majesty. If you do not treasure him, do not blame him for seeking refuge with the Turks." Hearing this, Li Shimin furrowed his brow even more tightly. If that celestial descendant went to the Turks, it could result in unimaginable losses for the Tang Dynasty. Yet, he did not want to break his promise. As emperor, what mattered most? Was it not his reputation? "Your Majesty, it is futile to speak further. Let us allow Chang Lu to choose her own suitor," Changsun Wugo suggested, driving the point home. Li Shimin glanced at his eldest daughter, sighing inwardly. "Very well. Let Chang Lu choose for herself." Changsun Wugo finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as her daughter was not married to the noble clan, she would be content. She truly wished to no longer bolster the power of the Hozu. Meanwhile, Chang Lu, the protagonist of the discourse, blushed deeply as she recalled her father's words. It seemed that there was a noble from the Tang kingdom, a scion of celestial lineage, named Lu Cheng. The empress intended to bestow her hand upon this celestial youth, while her father desired to marry her off to her cousin, Chang Sun Chong. Contemplating the appearance of Chang Sun Chong, Chang Lu could not help but feel troubled, for she harbored an aversion to both his demeanor and visage. Thus, the celestial youth Lu Cheng inexplicably left a favorable impression in her heart. Chapter 47 The Awaiting Slaughter. Lu Cheng was oblivious to the events transpiring within the palace and the Lu Guogong residence. At this moment, he found himself earnestly instructing Xiao Chun, Xiao Hu, and Lu Wanner using a first-grade mathematics textbook in the fabric store. What is 11 equal to? After familiarizing the children with the basics of Arabic numerals, Lu Cheng fixed his gaze on the group seated before him. It equals to. Xiao Chun, having previously learned some basic mathematics, found applying Arabic numerals to be quite simple. This first-grade math posed little challenge for her. Satisfied with the answer, Lu Cheng nodded, relieved that at least one of them was clever. Otherwise, if they were all as inept as Lu Wanner, he would be driven to frustration. Therefore, he turned to Xiao Chun and declared, "Today, your snacks will be doubled." The previously listless little girl instantly perked up upon hearing this, gazing at her elder brother with a determined expression that conveyed her intent to study diligently. Lu Cheng mused that indeed, the most effective way to deal with mischievous children was through snacks. He proceeded to ask, "What is 1 plus 2? Before Xiao Chun or Xiao Hu could respond, Lu Wanner piped up, "It equals 2. After finishing her statement, she wrinkled her little nose and earnestly said to Lu Cheng, "Brother, I want my snacks doubled too. I will share half of mine with you." Was this considered bribery? Lu Cheng looked at the smug Lu Wanner, gritting his teeth in irritation. 1 plus 1 equals 2, and 1 plus 2 also equals 2. He could hardly fathom the source of this little fool's confidence in demanding snacks from him. Irritated, Lu Cheng glared at Lu Wanner, who was proudly boasting to Xiao Hu, and announced, "Today, your snacks are gone. Tomorrow, they will be halved." Upon hearing this, Lu Wanner's previously cheerful face fell, her expression turning to one of utter dejection as she cried out, "Brother, I no longer like you." Amidst the clamor, Lu Cheng managed to impart the exceedingly simple concept of 1 plus 2 equals 3 to the children. When mealtime arrived, he informed his mother of the forthcoming visit from Cheng Chumo, who intended to become his disciple, so as to prevent her from being taken aback the following day. "Really? Is it that Cheng Chumo, the legitimate son of Lu Guogong?" Lu Mu paused in her dining, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at her eldest son. The transformations her son had undergone in recent days were already quite significant, but she had not anticipated something even more astonishing. Today, after being out for half a day, he returned to announce that Lu Guogong's son, Cheng Chumo, wished to become his disciple. Who was Lu Guogong? He was none other than the illustrious Grand Duke of the current dynasty. The notion that his legitimate son would seek to be a disciple of her own son was beyond comprehension. Increasingly anxious, Lu Mu looked at Lu Cheng and warned, "Eldest son, this is the child of Lu Guogong, who will inherit the title. You must not offend him." Lu Cheng chuckled softly, as he had intended to keep the news of his own ennoblement as Tang Guogong a surprise for his mother. However, it was clear that she could not accept the idea of Cheng Chumo becoming his disciple without the assurance of equivalent status. Even as a teacher, one could not casually admonish a disciple of such high standing. To put her mind at ease, Lu Cheng replied, "Mother, I too have been ennobled today. I am now a high official. So you need not worry." Upon hearing this, Lu Mu's interest was piqued as she gazed at her son with excitement. "Oh, my son has become an official? But is it an official in the capital?" The lifelong aspiration of Lu Mu was to see her son study diligently, attain a respectable position, and bring honor to their family. Thus, when she heard Lu Cheng speak of his ennoblement, joy surged within her heart. "Indeed, my lady, His Majesty publicly conferred the title of Tang Guogong upon our young lord today, a first-rank duke of the realm." The ever-patient old Fong spoke rapidly, having longed to announce his master's elevation to a duke since they arrived at the fabric store, but had been restrained by Lu Cheng's request for silence. A first-rank duke? Lu Mu's breath quickened as she turned to Lu Cheng, her excitement palpable. "Yes, but the imperial decree will likely not arrive until tomorrow or the day after," Lu Cheng remarked casually, rolling his eyes. To his surprise, Lu Mu reacted with immense enthusiasm, giving his arm a tight squeeze, causing him to wince in pain. She then admonished, "Why did you not inform me of such a significant matter sooner? I would have burnt incense for your father to tell him." Lu Cheng, rubbing his sore arm and taking a deep breath, thought to himself that indeed, all mothers possess this innate ability to wield their affection like a double-edged sword, whether in the 21st century or during the Tang Dynasty. "Mother, I merely wished to await the arrival of the decree to surprise you." Though in pain, Lu Cheng wore a pleasing expression and addressed his mother with no hint of displeasure. "Surprise? What surprise? Are you not afraid of scaring your mother to death?" With a playful grin on his face, Lu Mu's irritation dissipated, and she playfully patted Lu Cheng on the shoulder. She abandoned her meal and hurried back into the fabric store to gather a few incense sticks, rushing home with old Fong's wife, Lu Lan, to prepare offerings for her late husband, seeking blessings for her son's lifelong safety. Lu Cheng, recognizing the urgency of the situation, refrained from stopping her, watching as she departed. After finishing their meal, he observed old Fong diligently tidying the store and couldn't help but remark, "Old Fong, have you lost your wits? The store is already clean. What more is there to wipe?" To his surprise, old Fong, with a foolishly earnest expression, replied, "My lord, tomorrow the son of Lu Guogong will come to pay his respects. We must ensure everything is spotless to uphold the honor of our Tang Guogong residence." "You are wiping for what? Tomorrow's meeting will not be held in the fabric store," Lu Cheng retorted, watching old Fong and his family bustling about with their cleaning. Old Fong's lips quivered in frustration. Feeling as though he could cry, he lamented, "My lord, we must hurry back to prepare. We cannot let your noble lineage be diminished." Lu Cheng cast a disapproving glance at old Fong, thinking to himself, "Who would dare look down upon me? Just wait until I deal with those insufferable aristocrats." Despite possessing a fortune of billions, Lu Cheng was palpably unsatisfied. The son of Duke Lu is set to apprentice, and although he may not extend invitations to many, it is certain that the familiar nobility will be in attendance. Notable figures such as the gatekeeper Qin Xiong, known as Qin Shubao, the formidable Wei Qigong with his dark hair, and the venerable Taoist Su Maogong, who later changed his name to Li Shiji, and subsequently to Li Ji due to the similarity with Li Shimin's name, will surely grace the occasion. Additionally, the father-in-law of Cheng Yaojin, the head of the esteemed Chui family from Qinghe, represents the true essence of a local magnate. This lineage, steeped in tradition for millennia, showcases its wealth impressively. Thus, Lu Cheng has long resolved to unveil some intriguing novelties tomorrow, seizing the opportunity to profit handsomely amidst the gathering of nobility. Chapter 48. The Little Yellow Gate. On the following morning, Lu Cheng remained ensconced in slumber. After arriving in the Tang Dynasty, he found himself gradually succumbing to laziness. In his university days, he would rise promptly at around 7 o'clock, yet now, liberated from academic obligations, he had begun to indulge himself, seldom emerging from his dreams before the sun had ascended high in the sky. However, today was an exception. Lao Fong was bustling about early, scrubbing the courtyard so vigorously that even the wooden door frame gleamed with brilliance. Noticing the time, he disregarded the distinctions of rank and entered Lu Cheng's chamber, gently calling, young master, rise quickly." With bleary eyes, Lu Cheng beheld Lao Fong's rugged visage and instantly lost the remnants of his sleep. Feeling somewhat irritable, he retorted, "What time is it? Why so early?" Lao Fong grinned broadly and replied, "It is nearly the hour of Chun. Soon, Duke Lu will bring the young lord to pay his respects to the master." Having just awakened, Lu Cheng took a moment to grasp the ancient timekeeping, realizing that the hour of Chun spanned from 7 to 9 in the morning, while the hour of Yin, marking the break of dawn, occurred between 5 and 7. In essence, it was still not yet 7 o'clock. How could Lao Fong dare to disturb his dreams? Casting a disgruntled glance at Lao Fong, he urged, "Quickly leave, I shall rise shortly." Lao Fong, still smiling, replied, "As long as you rise in time, that is all that matters." With that, he promptly exited the room, leaving Lu Cheng alone once more. Yet Lu Cheng merely turned over and resumed his slumber, dismissing thoughts of the young lord's apprenticeship and the esteemed duke from his mind. After a lengthy wait outside, Lao Fong listened to the sounds of snoring emanating from within, bearing a look of resignation. To venture back in would surely invite reprimand. Having already faced scolding for his earlier intrusion, a second attempt would undoubtedly lead to trouble. However, before Lu Cheng could indulge in further sleep, his mother, Lu Mu, personally came to rouse him. Today marked a significant event for the Lu family, one that warranted her utmost attention. Observing her son still lazing about, she wasted no time in pulling back the covers and pinching his arm, almost compelling him to rise from the bed. Initially brimming with ire, Lu Cheng recoiled upon seeing his mother, instinctively retreating from his lazy demeanor. Without uttering a word, he swiftly dressed and prepared himself. Once awake and refreshed, Lu Cheng noted the persistent look of concern on his mother's face and, attempting to lighten the mood, playfully reassured her, "Mother, I am a duke now. There is no need for your worry. Indeed, my son becoming a duke is splendid. However, until the emperor's decree arrives, you cannot claim that title," Lu Mu responded, her expression softening as she gazed at her eldest. Understanding her apprehension regarding the absence of the imperial edict, Lu Cheng, though confident that the reward he had earned through great effort would not vanish, remained silent on the matter. He could not voice to his mother that such a decree was imminent, for today was a momentous occasion for him, and he wished her to be joyful. Lu Mu managed to smile, recognizing her son's encouragement. Regardless of the duke's title, today was indeed a significant day for him, and she resolved to face it with joy. With renewed energy, she returned to the main hall after patting her son, who towered over her. Lu Cheng lingered in the room, observing Lao Fong as he busied himself, yet after a moment, he could not discern what exactly he was preoccupied with. Whether it was moving the stone mill or peeking outside, Lao Fong's activities seemed aimless. Amused, Lu Cheng called out, "What are you doing? Can't you take a break if there is no pressing matter?" Lao Fong, wearing a troubled expression, replied, "My lord, I am simply anxious." Lu Cheng chuckled. "Why are you anxious about my apprenticeship?" Observing Lao Fong's anxious demeanor, he decided against teasing him further and instead asked, "Have you eaten?" "I am waiting here for the decree. It may arrive any moment, and then you will become duke, and Duke Lu will bring the young lord to pay his respects," Lao Fong stated, shaking his head stubbornly as he gazed outside. Previously, Lao Fong had harbored disdain for the little yellow gate attendants. Yet now he found himself fervently wishing for their swift arrival. Realizing that Lao Fong had reverted to calling him Little One, Lu Cheng suppressed the impulse to correct him. He was not a sentimentalist. His earlier insistence on being addressed as young master stemmed from his 21st century ideals of equality. Now, having entered the Tang Dynasty, he understood that he could not alter societal norms. Thus, Lu Cheng resolved to adapt to local customs. Recognizing that the hierarchy was deeply ingrained in the culture, observing Lao Fong, who remained fixated on the door, Lu Cheng shook his head in bemusement. He proceeded to the dining area and took a few bites of breakfast, but before he could finish, he heard Lao Fong's voice booming from outside. "Young master, quickly. The decree has arrived." Before Lu Cheng could fully comprehend the announcement, his mother, along with Lu Lan and Xiao Chun, swiftly cleared the table of all its provisions. What had once been a bountiful spread was suddenly bare, leaving Lu Cheng with chopsticks and nowhere to place them. Seeing the flurry of activity around him, Lu Cheng gulped. "Mother, are you not the one of celestial origin? In the blink of an eye, you have cleared the table." Unbeknownst to Lu Mu, who was unaware of her son's internal musings, she grew frustrated seeing him idle while everyone else was busy. After a second reminder yielded no response, she resorted to employing the ancestral technique, the 9-in white bone claw, pinching Lu Cheng's arm with such force that he dashed out of the hall. Lu Cheng, grimacing in discomfort as he rubbed the tender flesh pinched by his mother, watched as Lu Mu and Lu Lan, seemingly from nowhere, brought forth a large incense table adorned with an array of incense offerings. The sight overwhelmed him. He had long been aware of the intricate rituals of ancient times. During his university studies, he found them fascinating. However, now that he was personally embroiled in the situation, it was rather disconcerting. The little yellow gatekeeper had yet to enter, having just announced their arrival with gongs and drums as they approached the street corner. Lu Cheng's family, alongside the Lao Fong family, had already stepped outside, patiently awaiting the arrival of the emissary to proclaim the imperial decree. Chapter 49. The path of gratitude. The little yellow gatekeepers moved at an excruciatingly slow pace, as if deliberately flaunting their presence, waiting for the entire street to gather and witness the spectacle. The sound of drums and gongs grew increasingly fervent, resonating through the air as if a grand wedding celebration was underway. Although this occasion was of greater significance than a mere wedding, Lu Cheng found it difficult to accept. Having not eaten anything the previous night, and only having had a morsel of vegetables that morning, he felt the pangs of hunger. It seemed as if these little yellow gatekeepers had a personal vendetta against him, arriving precisely at this moment. In stark contrast to Lu Cheng's expression of indifference, Lu Mu, Lao Fong, and Lu Lan wore much more festive faces. Lu Mu beamed with delight, and both Lao Fong and Lu Lan shared in her joy. The higher the status of their master, the more dignity it afforded them as servants. Thus, the three of them hoped the little yellow gatekeepers would linger even longer, ideally announcing to the neighbors that Lu Cheng had been bestowed the title of Duke of Tinghua. Just as Lu Cheng's patience was waning, the little yellow gatekeepers finally quickened their pace. Despite this acceleration, it took them a full 5 minutes to cover a mere 100 meters. Lu Cheng observed that the lead gatekeeper was already drenched in sweat, yet he continued to smile and strike the drums with vigor, prompting Lu Cheng to reflect on the challenges faced by these individuals. It was clear to Lu Cheng that the little yellow gatekeepers were merely trying to honor him, the newly appointed duke, in hopes of securing a favorable disposition. With this understanding, Lu Cheng's previous impatience dissipated, replaced by a warm smile directed at the trembling arms of the little yellow gatekeepers, who had been drumming tirelessly. Just as he was about to reach into his pocket to reward them with some silver, Lao Fong, who had previously exhibited pride, took the initiative first. Holding a handful of over 10 taels of silver given by Lu Mu, he distributed nearly 2 taels to each gatekeeper, saying, "You have all worked hard, esteemed sirs." Upon seeing the lead gatekeeper accept the silver, the others followed suit, mimicking the gesture. The lead eunuch, with a smile, inquired, "Which one among you is Lu Langjun?" Lu Cheng, hearing the eunuch's high-pitched voice, stepped forward and clasped his hands, declaring, "I am Lu Cheng." The eunuch, holding the imperial edict, returned Lu Cheng's gesture without reciprocating the bow, and smiled as he said, "Lu Langjun, we bear the emperor's command and cannot return your bow. I hope you will not take offense." Lu Cheng nodded to indicate his understanding. In these times, anything related to the emperor was of utmost importance. Even the simplest gift, such as a piece of cloth from the emperor, could not be sold, regardless of one's financial straits. To do so would incur the gravest of penalties. The eunuch continued, "Lu Langjun, please prepare yourself for a bath, as we are about to announce the decree." At this moment, Lu Cheng was momentarily taken aback, having forgotten this crucial detail. Receiving an imperial edict required not only incense and clean hands, but also a purification ritual. Nodding, he retreated to wash up hastily, emerging with damp hair. Once the eunuch saw that Lu Cheng had finished bathing, he signaled to the little yellow gatekeeper behind him, who promptly unfurled a large roll of red silk onto the ground. The silk was laid from the entrance to the incense altar in the courtyard. Upon seeing this, the eunuch stepped forward while the little yellow gatekeepers resumed their drumming. Arriving at the incense altar, the eunuch declared in a loud voice, "Lu Cheng of the Lu family, receive the decree." At this moment, the eunuch's voice was devoid of the earlier effeminacy, taking on a tone reminiscent of a future master of ceremonies, authoritative and resonant. Approaching the altar, Lu Cheng clasped his hands and replied, "I am Lu Cheng, here to receive the decree." The eunuch proclaimed, "By the will of heaven and the command of the emperor, it is decreed, the talented scion Lu Cheng, who has rendered meritorious service with his counsel and treasures, is hereby conferred the title of Duke of Tunghua, with a residence in the Duke's estate and an allocation of 300 households. It is expected that the Duke of Tunghua will assist the sovereign in governance. Thus it is decreed." As Lu Cheng listened to the eunuch's proclamation, he noted the discrepancies between this and the popularized versions seen on television, which often misquoted the formalities for the sake of rhyme and aesthetics. The edicts varied in formality. Lu Cheng's proclamation was one of public announcement, whereas others served to express imperial benevolence to officials. Upon receiving the decree, Lu Cheng bowed. As it was customary in the Tang Dynasty not to kneel before the emperor unless one had incurred his wrath, now that he had accepted the decree, he would refer to himself as a subject. Thus, Lu Cheng stated, "I, the Duke of Tunghua, Lu Cheng, receive the decree." The eunuch, smiling, rolled up the bright yellow silk edict and handed it to Lu Cheng, saying with a grin, "Duke, I have a few more words from His Majesty to convey." Taken aback, Lu Cheng asked, "What else does the emperor wish to communicate?" The eunuch continued, "His Majesty reminds you not to forget the gift you promised to present to him." "Gift? What gift?" Lu Cheng scratched his head, perplexed, as he looked at the eunuch. From the moment he had bowed to him, the relationship had shifted, now placing the eunuch in a position of courtesy towards him. The eunuch, bending slightly with a smile, said, "His Majesty mentioned that it is the item you described as more comfortable than a dragon carriage." With that, the eunuch grinned broadly. Lu Cheng finally understood. It was the carriage he had intended to gift to Li Shimin. Although he had not delivered it, it was clear that the emperor had not forgotten. Thus, Lu Cheng nodded and addressed the eunuch, saying, "When you return to the palace, please inform His Majesty that I am always prepared here. Whenever His Majesty finds the time, he is welcome to come and choose whichever he prefers, and I shall arrange it accordingly." Initially, the intention was to procure a modest automobile for Li Shimin. However, upon observing that Li Shimin had not only been bestowed with a residence, but also granted 300 households of land, it would seem rather ungracious to present him with an ordinary vehicle. Hence, Lu Cheng resolved to procure a car with substantial fuel consumption for Li Shimin. Chapter 50. The true God does not bow to the edict. Very well. We shall return and inform His Majesty, the eunuch said with a smile in response to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng nodded, placing the bright yellow silk edict into the sandalwood box that his mother had long prepared. He then turned to the eunuch and continued, "If you are not too busy, please enjoy a cup of hot tea to warm yourself." Upon hearing this, the eunuch smirked. How insincere of the Duke of Tang. After making a grand entrance from the palace to the Western Market, he was practically drenched in sweat, and Lu Cheng only offered him a cup of hot tea. Would he not be scorched to death? The eunuch's mouth twitched as he looked at Lu Cheng and replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, Duke of Tang, but I must return to the palace to present myself before the emperor." Lu Cheng observed the eunuch and said, "Very well, since you have pressing matters to attend to, I shall not see you off." The eunuch shook his head in silence, merely smiling at the newly appointed Duke of Tang, before turning to instruct the young attendants to gather the drums and other instruments, then exited through the great door. Lu Cheng turned to his mother, saying, "Mother, His Majesty has kept his promise. Can you rest assured now?" Hearing this, Lu Mu contemplated pinching Lu Cheng, but suddenly remembered that her son was now a duke, making it inappropriate to chastise him. She glanced at Lu Cheng and remarked, "The emperor's word is indeed as precious as gold and cannot be broken. However, how has my son become a disciple of the immortals? Could it be that the food we eat is conjured by some celestial magic?" Lu Cheng offered a foolish grin, attempting to deflect her inquiry, and replied, "Mother, that is all. all thanks to your friends." Before he could finish, Lu Mu, somewhat exasperated, took over the conversation. Lu Cheng, nodding in agreement, expressed admiration. "Mother, you truly possess remarkable insight." Seeing that Lu Cheng was reluctant to elaborate, Lu Mu decided not to press him further. Regardless of his status as a duke, he remained her son, the child she had nurtured for 10 months. Even now, he was still that little bundle of joy who once drank milk in her arms. As if sensing his mother's inner thoughts, Lu Cheng linked arms with Lu Mu, guiding her towards the house while exclaiming, "Mother, quickly bring out the food. I am famished." Lu Mu shrugged off Lu Cheng's hold, retorting, "I am not yet at the age where I need assistance. You deserve to be hungry for rising late this morning." Though her words were sharp, Lu Mu hurried to the kitchen and soon returned with several of Lu Cheng's favorite dishes. In ancient times, women typically married young. Like Lu Mu, who wed at 14 and bore Lu Cheng at 16, she was only in her 30s and far from immobility. However, life expectancy was short. Lu Cheng's previous research indicated that the average lifespan of men in ancient times was merely 37 years, with most not reaching 40. Can one fathom such a reality? An average age of 37. With countless natural disasters and plagues afflicting society, survival was a precarious endeavor. Take smallpox, for instance. If a case emerged in a county, it would swiftly spread throughout the town, often too late for the authorities to intervene. The medical conditions of the time were not nearly as advanced as those in later years, resulting in the sick being gathered together. Those who could not endure were burned, while those who survived were deemed fortunate indeed. Lu Cheng accepted a bowl of rice from Lu Mu and began to devour it hungrily, nearly choking upon seeing Lao Fong kneeling before the edict, repeatedly bowing his head. "What are you doing, Lao Fong?" Lu Cheng asked, exasperated at the sight of Lao Fong having bowed dozens of times. "Master, I am offering my respects before the edict, praying for our family's safety." Lao Fong continued to kneel, merely glancing at Lu Cheng before returning his focus to the edict, his head striking the ground with a resounding thud. Lu Cheng found it difficult to contain his laughter. Just yesterday, Shimin stood before them and exchanged a few words, yet there was no bowing then. Now, with Shimin absent, Lao Fong treated the edict as a treasure. What good was bowing? Kneeling before Shimin would be more meaningful than bowing to a piece of yellow cloth. Rising from his seat, Lu Cheng set down his bowl and approached Lao Fong, examining the sore spot on his forehead. "How does it feel? Does it hurt?" Lao Fong inhaled sharply at Lu Cheng's touch, but stubbornly replied, "Master, it does not hurt." Lu Cheng, unimpressed, smacked Lao Fong's forehead and exclaimed, "What do you mean it does not hurt? This is utterly foolish. Here I stand as a distinguished disciple of the immortals, sharing a meal with you, and yet you choose to bow before that piece of yellow cloth?" Lao Fong appeared momentarily stunned. Indeed, his master was the true disciple of the immortals. Why should he bow to the edict? Feeling disgruntled, Lao Fong stood up without uttering a word, gingerly touching his bleeding forehead, and said to Lu Cheng, "Master, how about you stand while I bow to you a few times?" Lu Cheng, hearing this, playfully pushed Lao Fong away and produced a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao spray from his pocket, tossing it to Lao Fong. "You need not bow. From now on, you need not worship any deity, for I shall protect you." Lao Fong, perplexed, glanced at the white plastic bottle and asked, "Master, what is this?" "It is a divine remedy. Just spray a few times on your forehead," Lu Cheng replied, rolling his eyes at the simpleton. Lao Fong stood still and sprayed a few times on his forehead, feeling a refreshing coolness that alleviated the earlier sting. His eyes brightened as he tucked the remedy away, preparing to sweep the yard, for soon Duke Lu would bring the young master to pay respects. As he departed, he disdainfully cast a glance at the edict prominently displayed in the living room, thinking, "What good is this edict? How foolish. We have a true deity at home. Why bow to a piece of yellow cloth?" Lao Fong left, muttering a few harsh words to himself. Just as Lu Cheng finished his breakfast and had not yet had a moment to rest, he heard the distinct, boisterous voice of Cheng Yaojin. "Is my dear nephew at home?" "It is I, old Cheng." Cheng Yaojin entered Lu Cheng's courtyard accompanied by several middle-aged men. Lu Cheng could not help but silently scoff upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's voice. This old fellow truly possessed an astonishingly thick skin. This was only their second encounter, and he already referred to him as worthy nephew. "I have taken your son as my disciple, yet you call me worthy nephew? Does that mean your son should call you grandfather?" Cheng Yaojin is indeed unreliable. As Lu Cheng continued to mutter to himself in disdain, he chuckled and stepped out of the living room. He regarded Cheng Yaojin and his companions as if they were merely a group of animated silver coins. Chapter 51. Should we focus on tractors or automobiles first? Lu Cheng stepped into the courtyard and gazed at the imposing figures that accompanied Cheng Yaojin, saying, "I extend my heartfelt welcome to Duke Lu Guogong. I hope you will forgive my inadequate reception." Cheng Yaojin laughed heartily, noticing the incense table still set up in the courtyard, and inquired, "Has the imperial decree arrived?" Lu Cheng nodded but remained silent, his gaze fixed on the several formidable men standing beside Cheng Yaojin. Today, Li Jing had also accompanied Cheng Yaojin. Standing next to him was a weary-looking man with a pale complexion. If Lu Cheng was not mistaken, he was indeed Duke Yigong, Qin Xiong, also known as Qin Shubao. Historical records indicate that Qin Shubao, due to years of relentless warfare and excessive blood loss, suffered from chronic health issues that ultimately led to his untimely demise. Moreover, there are numerous anecdotes associated with Qin Shubao, including his later portrayal as a door god. Although the tradition of commoners placing images of figures at their doorsteps for protection existed prior to the Tang Dynasty, the designation of door god was firmly established during this era. Following the Xuanwu Gate incident, Li Shimin ruthlessly executed the families of Li Jiansheng and Li Yuanji, sparing not even infants. Nights were often disturbed by the sounds of bricks being thrown and eerie cries echoing outside the palace, leaving the harem in a state of unrest. For a time, Li Shimin was plagued by nightmares, envisioning his elder brother Li Jiansheng and younger brother Li Yuanji accompanied by malevolent spirits seeking to harm him, which instilled fear and caused sleepless nights. Consequently, he commanded his two trusted generals, Qin Shubao and Wei Qigong, to stand guard at the door with weapons, allowing him to sleep peacefully. However, this arrangement led to the two generals suffering from insomnia, eventually falling gravely ill. In desperation, Li Shimin ordered their likenesses to be painted on paper and affixed to the door to ward off evil spirits, giving rise to the concept of the door god. Next to Qin Xiong stood a robust man with a dark complexion, who appeared even more formidable than Cheng Yaojin himself. Lu Cheng surmised that he was none other than the renowned Dukagua, Wei Qigong. Speaking of Dukagua, it is essential to note that this title is not merely ceremonial. It signifies a high-ranking noble title in ancient times. Throughout history, only 6 individuals have been bestowed with the title of Dukagua, including illustrious figures such as Wei Qigong and Chang Yechen. Additionally, Wei Qigong held command over Li Shimin's imperial troops, indicating his esteemed position. Upon seeing Lu Cheng's nod, Cheng Yaojin took a couple of steps back, bowed, and proclaimed loudly, "Duke Tinghua, today I, Cheng, have brought along a group of brothers to present the 6 ceremonial gifts. I humbly ask you to accept my son Qing Chumo as your disciple and impart your wisdom to him." Lu Cheng, feeling no need to evade the gesture, accepted Cheng Yaojin's bow with a clear conscience, as it was only fitting for him to receive such respect when accepting his son as a student. Acknowledging Cheng Yaojin with a nod, Lu Cheng simply replied, "Very well." After speaking, Lu Cheng turned and returned to the main hall, taking his seat in the central position. Cheng Yaojin, along with Li Jing and Qin Shubao, stood to the side, watching as Cheng Chumo presented the 6 ceremonial gifts and knelt in the grand hall. Regardless of their noble status, the ancient ritual of apprenticeship mandated such formalities. The disciple kneels before the master, who then imparts knowledge and guidance, a process that was sacrosanct. As Cheng Chumo's father, Cheng Yaojin could only stand aside and observe, for in that moment, Lu Cheng was the paramount figure. Approaching the center of the hall, Cheng Chumo presented the ceremonial gifts to the beaming Lao Fong, before kneeling at Lu Cheng's feet, prostrating himself fully on the ground, and declaring loudly, "I beseech my esteemed teacher to accept me as your disciple." Lu Cheng was taken aback. While he was aware that ancient apprenticeships typically involved a kneeling gesture, such a complete prostration as demonstrated by Cheng Chumo was indeed rare. Seated in the elevated position, Lu Cheng cleared his throat and stated, "By entering my tutelage, you must honor your teacher, respect your parents, and remain loyal to your sovereign. Can you commit to this?" Cheng Chumo, still with his head bowed to the ground, affirmed, "I can, and I earnestly request my esteemed teacher to accept me as your disciple. I shall certainly honor my teacher, respect my parents, and remain loyal to my sovereign." Lu Cheng finally nodded, a smile gracing his features as he looked at Lao Fong. Lao Fong then presented a teapot filled with tea along with a cup, whispering to Cheng Chumo, "Young lord, offer your tea." Cheng Chumo accepted the cup, remaining on his knees, and with utmost reverence, poured a cup of tea without rising. He inched forward and offered the cup to Lu Cheng. After receiving the cup and taking a sip, Lu Cheng remarked, "Diligence leads to mastery, while neglect invites ruin. Actions are shaped by contemplation, yet can be destroyed through thoughtlessness. I hope you will remember this in the future." Cheng Chimo nodded, indicating he would take it to heart. Meanwhile, Li Jing's eyes brightened as he absorbed the phrase, growing increasingly animated, and exclaimed, "What a profound saying! Diligence leads to mastery, while neglect invites ruin. Actions are shaped by contemplation, yet can be destroyed through thoughtlessness." Lu Cheng gently waved his hand, signaling for moderation and enthusiasm, for he too had borrowed these words, attributed to a man named Han Yu from the Tang Dynasty. Though Han Yu had yet to be born, Lu Cheng saw no harm in borrowing his literary prestige for the moment. Once the ceremony concluded, Cheng Chimo stood and remained closely behind Lu Cheng, while Lao Feng, witnessing the successful completion of the ceremony, cheerfully set up a large table for the dukes to enjoy tea and converse. As soon as Cheng Yaojin sat down, he spoke to Lu Cheng, "Duke Tinghua, if this rascal misbehaves, do not hesitate to discipline him. As long as you do not kill him, you may do as you wish." Lu Cheng cast a knowing glance at Cheng Yaojin. Indeed, this father was protective of his son, suggesting that he could discipline him freely, yet with the caveat of not causing any fatal harm. Was he truly concerned that this young master might inadvertently bring harm to Cheng Chimo? Cheng Yaojin's apprehension was not unfounded, for he had witnessed Lu Cheng's prowess and feared that a single misstep could lead to his beloved eldest son's demise. Thus, he subtly offered a warning through his words. Lu Cheng nodded, smiling as he raised a few cups of tea to toast with the dukes he had just introduced. At that moment, Lu Cheng's thoughts were not focused on forging connections, but rather on how to outmaneuver them. After all, with Li Shimin preparing to embrace the automobile, it was illogical for the dukes to continue relying on horses. As Lu Cheng pondered, his eyes darted thoughtfully. He contemplated whether it would be inappropriate to present a car to Li Shimin at this moment. Should he adopt a gradual approach? Perhaps he could first provide a spirited scooter, followed by gifting each of the dukes a bicycle or a lightweight motorcycle. Once they grew weary of these, Lu Cheng could then procure a tractor for Li Shimin. Would it be wise to transition step by step towards an automobile? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Cheng fell into a deep reflection, contemplating the best way to proceed. Chapter 52. A motorcycle gift from the master? As Li Jing engaged in casual conversation with a few individuals, he turned his earnest gaze towards Lu Cheng and inquired, "Tinghua Gong, do you possess knowledge of medicine?" Lu Cheng, momentarily taken aback, nodded absent-mindedly, his thoughts preoccupied with how to showcase his skills and amass wealth. Li Jing immediately stood up, looking intently at Lu Cheng and exclaimed, "That is splendid. Shubao, hasten and allow Tinghua Gong to examine you." Qin Shubao, who had been sipping tea, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. Since the ascension of His Majesty, his rewards had been plentiful, yet his deteriorating health had rendered him incapable of returning to the battlefield, transforming him into a mere vessel of medicine. The palace had frequently bestowed upon him various tonics, to the point where he felt he was consuming herbs as if they were meals. The imperial physicians had become regular visitors to his residence, yet their advice always revolved around rest, offering no substantial remedies. Just yesterday, Ji Jie rushed to the residence of Igua Gong, fervently discussing a myriad of topics, and it was only then that he understood he was to witness the apprenticeship banquet of Cheng Chimo. After further inquiry, he discovered that Cheng Chimo had encountered a celestial opportunity, granting him the chance to study under the tutelage of an immortal's progeny. Now, upon hearing Li Jing's words, Qin Shubao finally grasped the reason his old comrade insisted he come here. He had been dragged out of his convalescence early that morning by Cheng Yaojin, who burst through the door. It was indeed a chance for a celestial disciple to attend to his ailments. Having long since despaired of his health, Qin Shubao felt a renewed desire to live. Although his son would inherit his title as Igua Gong after his demise, it could not prevent the inevitable fading of his legacy, especially with a child too young to partake in court affairs. The ultimate outcome would undoubtedly be his lineage lost to time, rendering the grand estate of Igua Gong a mere memory, destined to vanish into obscurity. With this thought, Qin Shubao mustered the strength to rise and, with a respectful gesture towards Lu Cheng, implored, "I beseech Tinghua Gong to examine me." Cheng Yaojin and the imposing figure of Wei Qi Gong also rose in unison, bowing to Lu Cheng and saying, We kindly request Tang Guogong's assistance. Lu Cheng, startled by the sudden reverence shown to him, was momentarily perplexed. What transpired during his brief distraction that led to such deference? Overwhelmed by confusion, he remained silent, gazing at the assembly. Noticing his master's silence, Cheng Chumo dropped to his knees once more and pleaded, "Master, please save Uncle Qin." At this moment, Lu Cheng finally comprehended the situation. They were imploring him to heal Qin Shubao. However, he reflected with trepidation that he possessed only rudimentary medical knowledge, and any more complex matters were beyond his capabilities. What if he inadvertently caused Qin Shubao's demise? Would Li Shimin hold him accountable? The more he pondered, the more apprehensive he became, prompting an involuntary shudder. Qin Shubao, observing Lu Cheng's hesitation, gritted his teeth and continued, "I implore Tang Guogong to lend his hand. If I should meet my end, it is simply fate, and I, Qin Shubao, swear that I shall not hold Tang Guogong responsible." He understood that many who had treated him harbored reservations about their methods, often resorting to gentle remedies out of fear of adverse outcomes. This was due to his status as Yi Guogong. The imperial physicians and practitioners were wary of making any mistakes that could implicate them, thus opting for conservative treatments. Now, with the arrival of a celestial disciple, Qin Shubao was determined to seize this opportunity. If death was inevitable, then so be it. Hearing Qin Shubao's declaration, Lu Cheng could not help but smile wryly. He assisted Cheng Chumo to his feet and gestured for everyone to remain calm before slowly saying, "Yi Guogong, I am not particularly adept in medicine. I can only prescribe based on symptoms and do not possess the skills of diagnosis. You must consider carefully whether you wish for me to proceed." Cheng Yaojin interjected loudly, "Uncle Bao, Tang Guogong is a celestial disciple. His remedies will surely be extraordinary." Li Jing nodded in agreement, affirming, "Uncle Bao, this is an opportunity." With a resolute expression, Qin Shubao responded, "Gentlemen, there is no need for further persuasion. I understand. Should I falter today, I ask that you watch over Huayu." His demeanor reflected the gravity of a man prepared for sacrifice as he addressed his companions about the care of his wife should he pass. Turning to Lu Cheng, he declared, "I, Qin Shubao, have made up my mind. I beseech Tang Guogong to assist me." Lu Cheng nodded and inquired, "What did the imperial physicians diagnose?" He had no choice but to ask, for his understanding of ailments extended only to simple remedies for colds and fevers, and beyond that, he felt utterly helpless. Only by learning how other physicians had assessed Qin Shubao could he procure medicines from the system to treat him. Qin Shubao, having been ill for so long, had a clear understanding of his condition. He had lost considerable blood on the battlefield, coupled with the natural decline of age, exacerbated by old injuries resurfacing, resulting in a deficiency of both qi and blood. Upon hearing Qin Shubao articulate his symptoms, Lu Cheng was not taken aback. Rather, he felt a sense of familiarity with the ailment, having encountered it frequently in his past life. Thus, Lu Cheng smiled and said, "There is no need for concern, Yi Guogong. It is merely anemia, a minor ailment." At this, Cheng Yaojin and the others exhaled in relief. As brothers bound by decades of shared hardships, they had fought together for years, and having finally endured to witness a prosperous era, they certainly did not wish for Qin Xiong to depart this world so soon. Since a celestial disciple declared it a minor ailment, it should be easily treatable. Meanwhile, the patient, Qin Xiong, appeared momentarily stunned, muttering, "Tang Guogong, is there hope for me?" Lu Cheng chuckled and reassured him, "Indeed, there is hope. You are not destined to perish, rest assured." After a brief pause, Lu Cheng continued, "There are two treatment options. One is swift-acting, while the other takes more time. Yi Guogong, which would you prefer?" Qin Xiong appeared even more bewildered. He had never encountered a physician who allowed the patient to choose their treatment before. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, he joyfully declared, "I choose the swift-acting option." Lu Cheng nodded and promptly exchanged a blood testing kit and a blood transfusion setup from the system, presenting them to Qin Shubao. Those unfamiliar with Lu Cheng's abilities, such as Wei Qi Gong and Qin Shubao, were utterly astonished. A celestial disciple was indeed remarkable. He could conjure items from thin air. As Yi Guogong held the equipment, he was instructed not to open the packaging and to refrain from consuming food the following morning. "I will come to examine you and commence treatment then." Upon hearing Lu Cheng's instructions, Qin Shubao promptly accepted the blood transfusion equipment and nodded, signaling his understanding. Lu Cheng, relieved, thought to himself that fortunately it was merely anemia, A simple blood test and transfusion would suffice. Had it been something more serious, like appendicitis that required surgical intervention, he would have been in quite a predicament. With Qin Shubao's objective accomplished, the others resumed their previous banter. However, Lu Cheng glanced at Cheng Chumo and suddenly recalled that in ancient times, when a disciple presented a token of appreciation to their master, the master was expected to reciprocate. This realization sparked an idea in Lu Cheng's mind for a clever gesture. Thus, he addressed Cheng Chumo, saying, "Chumo, today I shall gift you a motorcycle." Chapter 53. The Spirited Youth. Just as Cheng Chumo stood up, he scratched his head, gazing at Lu Cheng with a look of confusion. "Master, what exactly is this motorcycle?" How could Lu Cheng explain it? A motorcycle is simply a motorcycle. Why so many questions? Noticing the ample space in the courtyard, Lu Cheng waved his hand and exchanged a quintessential piece of equipment for the spirited youth of the future, a Ghostfire scooter. However, he did not include the necessary sound system or flashing lights, opting for a basic version of the Ghostfire. The several dukes, who were leisurely sipping tea and chatting, stood up in astonishment, encircling the Ghostfire scooter and scrutinizing it intently. Cheng Chumo, observing this contraption, touched the handlebars and the seat, asking, "Master, what is this used for?" Lu Cheng did not explain. Instead, he pushed Cheng Chumo aside and seated himself on the scooter. With one hand, he turned the key and ignited the engine. Instantly, a thick plume of smoke billowed from the rear, and the roar of the engine resounded for the first time in the world of the Tang Dynasty. The dukes, who had been watching, took a few steps back, fearing that this celestial offspring's steed might harm them. Only Cheng Chumo remained in a state of wonder, continuously examining the motorcycle and even squatting down to place his head near the exhaust pipe, sniffing the fumes of gasoline with great curiosity. Seeing this, Lu Cheng kicked Cheng Chumo lightly and then set the kickstand down. He placed both feet on the platform and twisted the throttle, causing the engine of the little Ghostfire to sputter to life. The retreating smoke indicated that the scooter was slowly advancing. "Wow, is this truly a celestial steed?" Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, his eyes wide as he looked at Lu Cheng seated on the scooter. "It can move on its own without livestock. This is indeed celestial magic." Li Jing, who possessed some culture, remarked. Meanwhile, Wei Qigong was captivated, trailing behind the scooter alongside Cheng Chumo, both of them relishing the scent of gasoline. To an outsider, their expressions might have suggested a rather unsavory indulgence. After circling the courtyard, Lu Cheng turned off the Ghostfire's engine, halted the scooter, and approached Cheng Chumo, saying, "Chumo, what do you think of this gift?" With the delightful fumes dissipated, Cheng Chumo's spirited demeanor waned, yet he gazed at Lu Cheng with reverence and nodded with a smile, saying, "Excellent, excellent. Master, I want this." As Cheng Chumo nodded, he mused inwardly that this was indeed a marvelous invention, capable of movement without human or animal power. Observing his master's stylish ride, he thought of how he, Cheng Chumo, would undoubtedly become the most dazzling figure on Chang'an Street. Lu Cheng had long since resolved to keep it. After all, this machine was far superior to any steed in the Tang Dynasty. Moreover, he had intended to use this Ghostfire as bait. How could he not showcase it in front of the dukes? How could he advance his plans for wealth accumulation? Furthermore, he planned to gift a vehicle to Shimin. Recovering the cost from his ministers was only fair. After all, they were all dukes, all subjects. It wouldn't do for him to foot the bill for Shimin's motorcycle. Tossing the key to Cheng Chumo, Lu Cheng instructed, "Cherish it well, and remember to ride safely. Allow me to impart this piece of wisdom. Reckless riding brings tears to loved ones." Cheng Chumo nodded, committing the master's words to memory. Truly, a celestial offspring spoke with such elegance and depth. After Lu Cheng finished advising Cheng Chumo, Wei Qigong, who had rarely spoken, interjected, "Duke Tong, may I inquire if there are any more of these motorcycles available?" Qin Shubao opened his mouth, wishing for a motorcycle for himself. His body could no longer endure the rigors of horseback riding since falling ill, and he found Lu Cheng's smooth ride quite appealing. Yet, feeling that it might be inappropriate to request such a celestial steed so soon after Lu Cheng promised to treat him, he remained silent, hoping that Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing would persuade Lu Cheng to grant them each a motorcycle, even if they had to pay for them. Li Jing's eyes lit up at the thought. Now that the Cheng family had one, surely they, as fellow dukes, deserved one each as well. Otherwise, when they went out together, would they be seen riding horses while Cheng Yaojin rode a motorcycle? That would be quite humiliating. Thus, Li Jing gazed at Lu Cheng with fervor, saying, "Duke Tong, I understand the etiquette. I am willing to pay for one, lest you overexert yourself and compromise your abilities. Lu Cheng glanced at Li Jing, recognizing him as a seasoned customer who understood the rules. Unlike Wei Qigong, who merely inquired about its existence, Li Jing was straightforward, expressing his desire to purchase one and stating his price. After all, they were all dukes. Lu Cheng certainly would not fleece them. Cheng Yaojin then chimed in, "Duke Tong, I implore you to grant us brothers each a motorcycle. I wonder if 5,000 taels of silver would suffice to persuade you to unleash your magic once more." Having witnessed Lu Cheng's determination regarding pricing, he understood that despite knowingly Shimin was the reigning emperor, Lu Cheng remained firm on his prices, unwavering in his stance. Furthermore, given the size of the motorcycle, it would likely require even more resources than a firearm, hence he opted to suggest a substantial sum up front. In Chang'an, a fine steed would indeed command such a price. Lu Cheng mentally calculated with simplicity, discovering that a motorcycle was priced at 5,000 taels, which converts to an astonishing 275 million renminbi. Meanwhile, a Ghost Fire motorcycle was merely valued at 2,500 yuan in the system. Astonished, he pondered whether he was indeed being excessively greedy, as this represented a 1,000-fold increase. One for Duke Qin Xiong, one for Duke Cheng Yaojin, one for Duke Li Jing, and one for Duke Wei Qigong. This amounted to 4 motorcycles, yielding a revenue of 10 million. Lu Cheng managed to steady his racing heart, realizing that he had ample funds for Li Shimin's vehicle, and even enough for his own sports car. Chapter 54. Countless roads. Safety first. The prospect of earning 10 million renminbi solely from motorcycles, not to mention the subsequent fuel costs, stirred Road Cheng's heart. Thus, with considerable excitement, he exclaimed, "Esteemed lords, since you desire it, how could I possibly refuse?" Following his declaration, he waved his hand grandly, and 4 motorcycles in hues of red, orange, yellow, and green appeared prominently in the courtyard. Despite having previously witnessed Road Cheng's extraordinary abilities, Cheng Yaojin and his companions were once again left in awe by the spectacle of conjuring objects seemingly out of thin air. With the goods now exchanged, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Shubao swiftly dispatched their aides to retrieve 5,000 taels of silver from their respective residences, which they subsequently delivered to Road Cheng's abode. Having made another substantial profit of 10 million, Road Cheng was in high spirits. In a moment of exhilaration, he spent over 100 coins in the system to acquire a plethora of delicacies from a future era, along with 2 bottles of erguotu to share with his companions. Cheng Yaojin, savoring the spicy duck neck, exclaimed in delight, "Who would have imagined that this delicacy could be enjoyed in such a manner? Spicy and numbing, indeed a splendid accompaniment to drinks." Conversely, the black-faced Wei Qigong scoffed, "What is so delightful about duck necks? If we are to speak of true delicacies, it is this so-called drunken peanut. A few of these crunchy morsels paired with a sip of this fiery celestial liquor. Ah, the bliss is unparalleled." Hearing of Road Cheng's ability to cure his ailments, the ailing Qin Shubao felt liberated. Typically abstaining from alcohol for fear of exacerbating his condition, he now raised a glass of erguotu with Li Jing, his complexion flushed with joy, and extolled, "Indeed, Wei Qigong speaks wisdom. These drunken peanuts, in tandem with celestial wine, are simply exquisite." Wei Qigong, upon hearing Qin Shubao refer to him as Black Charcoal Head, refrained from retorting, merely shaking his head with a smile. He understood that Qin Shubao was genuinely pleased, otherwise he would never address him in such a manner. As long-standing comrades in the battlefield, he welcomed this joviality. Road Cheng, choosing not to engage with the revelry of his companions, set aside the dishes and indulged in snacks, using his limited tolerance for alcohol as an excuse to withdraw, enjoying the nostalgic tales shared by these seasoned warriors. After an hour, the merry band had nearly exhausted their supply of erguotu. It was not that they were merely close to finishing, but rather that with only 2 bottles consumed, each of them had downed half a gene of potent liquor, rendering them slightly unsteady on their feet. As they prepared to depart, Cheng Yaojin continued to laud the merits of erguotu, asserting it surpassed the infamous Sanlijiang by countless degrees. Road Cheng chuckled inwardly. How could Sanlijiang, a mere fruit-flavored beer with an alcohol content akin to that of beer, ever compare to the true spirit of erguotu, which boasted over 50 degrees? Road Cheng observed with concern as the 4 men, each pushing their motorcycle, bid farewell at his doorstep. What if these inebriated fellows were to meet with an accident while riding? Cheng Yaojin, seated upon the vibrant red motorcycle, pushed off the ground, glancing back at Road Cheng, and declared, "Tang Dynasty, I trust you will guide my son well. I must take my leave." Road Cheng appreciated the poetic farewell, though the sight of the motorcycle beneath Cheng Yaojin somewhat marred the moment. Therefore, he cautioned, "Lord Lu, please travel safely. Remember, countless roads exist. But safety is paramount. Drive recklessly and tears will flow from loved ones." Cheng Yaojin waved dismissively, addressing Qin Shubao and Li Jing beside him. "How about we race to the palace?" After a long hiatus from riding, Qin Shubao, now seated upon the soft motorcycle, felt a surge of excitement. Hearing Cheng Yaojin's challenge, he eagerly responded, "Very well. Today, I shall compete with you." Having known each other since youth, the two had engaged in countless contests of strength and skill, from martial arts to horse racing. However, since falling ill, such playful rivalries had ceased. Now, with the celestial steed at his disposal and the prospect of recovery, Qin Shubao was eager to rekindle their spirited competitions. Wei Qigong chimed in, "Count me in. I wager 1,000 taels." Li Jing, observing the crowd of onlookers gathering around their motorcycles, nodded in agreement, laughing heartily, "Excellent. Today, we shall see who reaches the palace first." Road Cheng contemplated reporting the drunken antics of these men, but alas, this era lacked traffic enforcement. If only he had the means to do so. After Cheng Yaojin's declaration, he glanced at Road Cheng, nodded, and then twisted the throttle, sending the motorcycle soaring. Unfazed, Cheng Yaojin laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Marvelous. Truly a celestial steed, possessing great character." As he spoke, he leaned forward, pressing the motorcycle downwards, twisting the throttle once more as the motorcycle surged ahead. Behind him, Qin Shubao, Li Jing, and Wei Qigong cursed in unison, "This old rascal. How shameless." After their exclamations, they turned to Road Cheng, bidding farewell, "Tang Dynasty, we take our leave. Until tomorrow." Without waiting for Road Cheng's response, the eager Wei Qigong and the others twisted their throttles, emulating Cheng Yaojin's earlier actions, shouting as they raced toward the palace. Road Cheng felt compelled to capture this moment, naming it the four-spirited youths of Chang'an. Cheng Yaojin, Li Jing, and Qin Shubao were undoubtedly among the world's earliest street racers, a sight worthy of remembrance. As he watched his companions depart, leaving only a cloud of dust in their wake, Road Cheng shook his head, turning back to his courtyard. Meanwhile, Cheng Chumo continued to exhibit a peculiar demeanor, striving to inhale the lingering smoke. "Old Fong, come here." Lu Cheng sat in the courtyard, calling out to the seemingly preoccupied Lao Fong. "What troubles you, my lord?" At this moment, Lao Fong had changed into an entirely new attire. The tattered hemp garment he had worn upon his arrival had long been discarded, and now he stood before Lu Cheng clad in fabric that resembled satin, albeit lacking its characteristic smoothness. He presented himself as a figure reminiscent of a successful individual from the Tang Dynasty. Chapter 55. Lamborghini. Lu Cheng shook his head as he observed the oddly dressed Lao Fong, genuinely perplexed by the peculiar thought processes of this old man. His approach to problems was so distinctly different from that of ordinary people, embodying a refreshing stream of consciousness. "Prepare yourself. We shall first visit the residence bestowed by His Majesty," Lu Cheng remarked softly, shaking his head at Lao Fong. After all, it was a dignified estate awarded by the emperor. It should be rather impressive, at the very least several times larger than his modest courtyard. Lao Fong nodded, still processing the information, while Cheng Chumo, who had been following closely behind Lu Cheng, eagerly took the initiative. Grabbing the motorcycle keys, he pushed the motorcycle out and excitedly suggested, "Master, since we don't have a carriage, why not let me ride you there on my motorcycle?" Having previously witnessed his father, Cheng Yaojin, and Li Jing riding motorcycles, Cheng Chumo was already bursting with anticipation. He couldn't wait to take the motorcycle for a spin, even if it was just a casual ride through the streets. It would surely be quite a spectacle. Upon hearing his master mention the visit to the Duke of Tang's residence, Cheng Chumo immediately perked up. Lu Cheng cast a disapproving glance at the overly enthusiastic Cheng Chumo. "Ride your motorcycle? Surely you jest. Driving without a license is a grave offense," Lu Cheng admonished, shaking his head. Consequently, Cheng Chumo reluctantly put the motorcycle back, trailing behind Lu Cheng with a sullen demeanor. Once outside, Lu Cheng contemplated exchanging for a Ferrari to indulge in some fun. However, upon seeing the muddy road, his enthusiasm dwindled. As is well known, the Tang Dynasty lacked asphalt roads, let alone professional racetracks. Only dirt paths meandered through the expansive Chang'an, with barely a few areas featuring brick roads, and those were exceedingly uneven. With this realization, Lu Cheng abandoned the idea of acquiring a Ferrari. He meticulously browsed through the system's marketplace, ultimately deciding to exchange for an SUV rather than a sports car. After considerable deliberation, he settled on the Lamborghini Urus in its highest configuration, priced at over $5 million. This vehicle boasted the power of a sports car, featuring a 4.0 TV8 engine, a commanding exterior, a sleek and sophisticated interior, and ample space, offering excellent value for money. It was also equipped with Lamborghini's signature aircraft-style buttons and could accelerate from 0 to 60 in just 3.6 seconds. Coupled with the bulletproof variant he selected, the car resembled a steel beast. Upon laying eyes on this vehicle, Lu Cheng felt no need to consider any other options. He decisively chose this one. Selecting a sky blue Lamborghini, he proceeded with the payment and delivery. With a swift motion of his arm, the brand new Lamborghini materialized at his fingertips. Cheng Chimo's eyes widened as he beheld the sudden appearance of this steel monster. He let out an exclamation and dashed over to the Lamborghini, eager to touch its surface, only to hesitate and retract his hand. His conflicted curiosity nearly drew a laugh from Lu Cheng. "Master, is this your steed?" Cheng Chimo swallowed hard, captivated by the powerful lines of the Lamborghini and its golden bull emblem. "Indeed, one cannot simply run there." Lu Cheng replied with a casual smile, observing the technologically advanced Lamborghini key in his hand. He pressed the unlock button. The car's elongated headlights, reminiscent of a beast's eyes, flickered twice before extinguishing. However, the sound startled Cheng Chimo. Just as he intended to sneak a touch of the steel steed while Lu Cheng was distracted, the unlocking sound caused him to jerk his hand back in shock. "Master, this beast has come to life." "I saw its eyes light up," Cheng Chimo exclaimed, still in disbelief. Lu Cheng shot a disapproving glance at the overly astonished Cheng Chimo, relishing the moment. "And you claim to be a top-tier official's son in the Tang Dynasty? How does it feel to see my Lamborghini outshine all else?" he thought with satisfaction. Approaching the Lamborghini, Lu Cheng opened the driver's door and then the rear door, urging the dazed Cheng Chimo and Lao Fong. "Hurry up and get in. We still have to visit the estate." Upon hearing this, Cheng Chimo sprang to life. Although initially intimidated by the imposing steel beast, the invitation to join dispelled his fears, replaced by pure curiosity. Lao Fong, who revered Lu Cheng's words as sacred, particularly after the morning's misadventure with the deities, realized that his master was indeed extraordinary. Following Lu Cheng was undoubtedly wise, and there was no need to venerate others. Without hesitation, Lao Fong entered the Lamborghini. After Lu Cheng closed the doors for both of them, he settled into the driver's seat, grinning broadly. Lowering the window, Lu Cheng wore a blissful smile. In his past life, he had fantasized countless times about sitting in a luxury car like a Lamborghini. Yet, in the opulent 21st century, he had been carless and struggling. Now, in this technologically backward world of the Tang Dynasty, he effortlessly found himself behind the wheel of a Lamborghini, and not just any model, but the top-tier bulletproof version. Seated in such a vehicle, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. If it could withstand bullets, then arrows from the Tang Dynasty posed no threat to Lu Cheng within the car. The worst that could happen was a minor scratch on the paint from an arrow. As Lu Cheng caressed the genuine leather steering wheel, he was unaware of Cheng Chimo's astonishment in the back seat. "What on earth is this? Is that glass?" He marveled at the transparent windows. "Master, how extravagantly luxurious." It was known that their family, being top-tier nobility, did not possess decent glass, yet his master's steed featured large panes of glass. Moreover, the seats were incredibly comfortable. Cheng Chimo, accustomed to quality fabrics at home, touched the material and immediately recognized it as genuine leather, though he could not ascertain the source of such exquisite hides. The size of the leather indicated it must have come from a mythical creature. Otherwise, where could one acquire such flawless skins? Curious, Cheng Chimo leaned forward to behold the myriad buttons in the cockpit, his eyes overwhelmed by the sheer multitude. Upon gazing at the grand display on the central control panel, he was utterly astonished. "Goodness gracious, that glass screen is animated. Master, do take a look. The contents within that glass are indeed moving." Cheng Chimo exclaimed in awe while staring at the central display. Meanwhile, his reverie was interrupted as Lu Cheng, somewhat irked, cast a glance at Cheng Chimo through the rearview mirror and retorted with irritation, "That is merely an electronic screen. There is no need for such astonishment." Chapter 56. The accident. After a moment of reflection, Lu Cheng ignited the engine, the deep rumble of the V8 reverberating through the car windows and into his ears. The distinctive roar of the Lamborghini exuded an aura of raw power. Securing his seatbelt, Lu Cheng pressed the accelerator, steering the car in the direction indicated by Lao Feng. The forceful thrust pushed Cheng Chumo into the soft embrace of the seat. It felt as though he was enveloped entirely by the luxurious leather, and though his body basked in comfort, the sight of the rapidly receding houses and pedestrians through the window quickened his heart. What a velocity this is! Cheng Chumo's heart raced uncontrollably. The unprecedented speed stimulated his adrenal glands, and after a few minutes, his anxious heart began to settle, driven by curiosity as he leaned towards the driver's seat, gazing at the central control screen that the master had mentioned. Meanwhile, within the Tai Chi Palace, Li Shimin, engrossed in his work, furrowed his brow at the booming sounds from outside. Sitting in the center of the hall, he addressed the little yellow gatekeeper waiting to serve him, inquiring, "Is it going to rain again?" "Your Majesty, that sound does not resemble thunder. Should I go out to investigate?" The little yellow gatekeeper, already maintaining a slight bow, bent a little further in respect upon hearing Li Shimin's words. "Go take a look," Li Shimin replied, momentarily setting down the memorial before resting his eyes. The little yellow gatekeeper acknowledged with a nod, but did not exit the Tai Chi Palace, as another little yellow gatekeeper outside announced, "Your Majesty, Duke Lu, Duke Wei, Duke Yi, and Duke Yi request an audience." "Oh, has Shu Bao arrived as well? Is Shu Bao's health improving?" Li Shimin's eyes brightened at this news, murmuring to himself. Since ascending the throne, Qin Shu Bao had seldom visited the Tai Chi Palace due to illness, and it had nearly been a year since he had last seen Shu Bao. Thus, with a grand gesture, Li Shimin called out to the door, summoned them in. Many claimed that Li Shimin harbors disdain for Qin Xiong, evident in two instances: the Xuanwu Gate incident, where Qin Xiong was absent, and his placement at the end of the Lingyan Pavilion rankings. However, both assertions are unfounded. Historical records indicate that following the Xuanwu Gate event, Ye Qigong was granted a fief of 300 households due to his contributions, while Qin Xiong received 700 households, which is not insignificant. Yet, his absence raises questions about the reasons behind such rewards. It seems improbable for Qin Xiong to accept honors without having participated in the event, thus suggesting he was likely engaged in other tasks. Furthermore, in the minds of both the Crown Prince and Prince Qi, Qin Xiong represented a formidable ally for Li Shimin, a significant threat to their ambitions. The Crown Prince had once exerted considerable effort to transfer him from the Qin Wangfu, while Prince Qi was more direct, stating that if an opportunity arose to eliminate Li Shimin, Qin Xiong would be the first target. This implies that had the coup ended in the Crown Prince's favor, not only would the generals present at Xuanwu Gate have been eliminated, but even those who were absent, like Qin Xiong, would have faced the same fate. Qin Xiong was not foolish. He would not remain idle while facing such peril. Few are aware of the deep bond between Li Shimin and Qin Xiong. Historical texts recount that whenever enemies displayed arrogance before Li Shimin, he would become enraged, prompting Qin Xiong to rally troops to avenge him. During Li Shimin's reign, individuals like Qin Xiong, who earned the emperor's trust, were rare, and Qin Xiong consistently fulfilled his duties with exceptional skill, proving his martial prowess unmatched by others. His ability to take heads amidst the chaos of battle established him as a specialist in defeating enemy generals, leading Li Shimin to deploy him against adversaries repeatedly. After years of warfare, Qin Xiong's skills had reached unparalleled heights, earning him the prestigious title of Zhulugua. Such achievements were earned through his own valor. The guardians at the gates serve as testament to this. Why would Li Shimin choose not just anyone, but specifically Ye Qigong and Qin Xiong to stand guard, if not for his trust in them? As for the Lingyan Pavilion rankings, by the time they were established, Qin Xiong had already passed away for several years, serving merely a commemorative purpose rather than reflecting merit-based rewards. In truth, Li Shimin genuinely cared for Qin Xiong, as he was once a brother who had shielded him from harm. Thus, upon hearing of Qin Shu Bao's request to meet, he promptly ordered his entrance. Upon entering the Tai Chi Palace, Cheng Yaojin and his companions bowed their heads in respect, addressing him as Your Majesty. Li Shimin gestured for them to rise, yet when they lifted their heads, he was taken aback by the bloodstains and dirt covering Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing. Witnessing their disheveled appearance, Li Shimin's anger flared, demanding, "Zhijia, Yao Shi, have you been attacked?" Cheng Yaojin chuckled, "Your Majesty need not be upset. We were not attacked, but rather, we acquired a new steed today from Duke Tong, and this is merely the result of a fall." Li Jing, seeing Cheng Yaojin still smiling, erupted in fury, glaring at him. You old rascal, how can you still find humor in this? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have suffered such a disgrace. What is your true intention? Li Shimin, perplexed, wondered how a mere steed could inflict such havoc upon these two skilled riders. Though Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing were now somewhat older, they were undoubtedly adept equestrians. What kind of mount had that otherworldly youth provided them to cause such a predicament? Was it a celestial steed? As his thoughts raced, Li Shimin hastily interrupted Cheng Yaojin's rambling and inquired about Qin Shubao's condition, asking, "Shubao, how has your health been of late?" As an emperor, Li Shimin was undoubtedly well-versed in the art of winning people's hearts. Sometimes, a simple phrase could inspire unwavering loyalty and courage, compelling one to risk life and limb. Upon hearing such words, Qin Shubao was understandably moved to tears, gazing at Li Shimin with eyes that shone like a tiger's, and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. I have found a remedy for my ailment. Tomorrow, Duke Tinghua will come to my residence to administer treatment. Rest assured, I shall continue to fight valiantly for Your Majesty and ensure the safety of our great Tang's borders." Chapter 57. Test Drive. Upon hearing the words of Qin Shubao, Li Shimin swiftly rose to his feet and approached his trusted general, offering his support with both hands. He gently reassured, "That is good, that is good. As long as that celestial youth can cure you, it suffices. There is no need for such formality, my dear minister." If Lu Cheng were present, he would undoubtedly scoff at such crude attempts to win hearts, finding them utterly at odds with his idealized image of an emperor. "Jijia, what has happened to you? Why are you in such a pitiful state?" After comforting the tearful Qin Shubao, Li Shimin eagerly inquired, having not forgotten Lu Cheng's promise to provide him with a steed more comfortable than the dragon carriage. The young eunuch who had conveyed the imperial decree had even specifically reminded him. Now, Li Shimin was curious to know what kind of mount Lu Cheng had arranged for Cheng Yaojin and the others, eager to witness for himself this steed that surpassed the dragon carriage in comfort. Cheng Yaojin, unperturbed by the psychological pressure of facing the emperor, chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, I wagered with the Duke of Wei and others that whoever reaches the palace first would win 1,000 taels of silver. Now, that old scoundrel Li Jing is trying to cheat. Your Majesty must arbitrate." Li Shimin, disinterested in this boisterous character, knew that Cheng Yaojin would not offer anything of substance. Therefore, he turned his gaze towards Li Jing, the message in his eyes unmistakable. Covered in wounds, with scabs of dried blood, Li Jing appeared unfazed, merely clasping his hands before Li Shimin and stating, "Your Majesty." Cheng Yaojin, seeing that I was ahead, resorted to underhanded tactics and kicked me. "I beseech Your Majesty to see the truth. You old scoundrel, I see you are merely trying to cheat." Cheng Yaojin erupted in anger, directly hurling insults at Li Jing, who was already complaining. Li Shimin, resting his forehead on his hand, observed the two quarrelsome generals and decided to focus once more on the more reliable Qin Shubao. He directly inquired, "Shubao, what kind of mount did the Duke of Tang provide for you? Is it a steed of 1,000 miles? Qin Shubao shook his head, smiling as he replied, "Your Majesty, why not step outside to take a look? That mount is called a motorcycle, and we have placed it outside the Taiji Palace." Li Shimin nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Then let us go and behold this motorcycle." With that, he led the group out of the Taiji Palace. The little doorkeeper, seeing the Duke of Wei and Duke of Lu nearly on the verge of a brawl, reminded them, "Lords, the Emperor has already gone out." Cheng Yaojin, having just received a punch, angrily retorted, "Old scoundrel, I shall spare you today." He quickly ran out of the Taiji Palace, shielding his tear-filled eyes from Li Jing. Li Jing glanced at the trembling little doorkeeper, huffed softly, and followed behind. Outside the Taiji Palace, Li Shimin admired the four neatly arranged motorcycles, exclaiming, "Truly worthy of a celestial mount. Its appearance is remarkably unique." Qin Shubao, witnessing this, promptly presented the motorcycle keys to Li Shimin, saying, "Your Majesty, since you are fond of it, why not give it a try?" Li Shimin, taking the keys with a nod, gazed at the crimson motorcycle and declared, "You are indeed thoughtful, my dear minister. I shall see what makes this celestial steed so exceptional." Cheng Yaojin, seizing his own key, approached his dirt-covered green motorcycle and remarked to Li Shimin, "Your Majesty, why not observe how I ride it, lest you find anything unclear later?" Li Shimin nodded, attentively watching Cheng Yaojin as he inserted the key. Cheng Yaojin, upon starting the engine, earnestly addressed Li Shimin, "Your Majesty, this vehicle is extraordinary. The Duke of Tang shared a spell with me, which I believe is meant for this vehicle. I shall recite it for your majesty. Li Shimin nodded, intrigued by the incantation regarding celestial powers. Cheng Yaojin cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, there are countless roads. Safety is the foremost rule. Adhere to traffic regulations. Tears may flow for loved ones. That is incorrect. It should be adhere to traffic regulations. Tears may flow for loved ones. Interjected the burly warrior Yu Qigong, shaking his head. Preposterous. It is clearly adhere to traffic regulations. Tears may flow for loved ones. Cheng Yaojin argued back, visibly displeased. Seeing the two quarrel again, Li Shimin lost interest in Cheng Yaojin's demonstration and instead approached the red motorcycle belonging to Qin Shubao, sitting down. If Cheng Yaojin could misremember, then the incantation was certainly not of great importance. Listening to it was inconsequential. It was better to test this motorcycle himself. Thus, Li Shimin mimicked Cheng Yaojin's earlier actions, inserting the key. Qin Shubao assisted in starting the engine, which immediately roared to life. Li Shimin, brimming with excitement, pushed away Qin Shubao's supporting hand and twisted the throttle, causing the motorcycle to glide forward. Having circled the open space in front of the Taiji Palace, Li Shimin was evidently not satisfied with the speed, gradually accelerating, the motorcycle's engine roaring in response. Being the emperor, and reportedly a skilled horseman in his youth, he had not neglected his physical training over the years, making the control of a motorcycle deceptively easy. After a few laps around the Taiji Palace, Li Shimin reveled in the thrill, stopping the motorcycle beside Qin Shubao. Before he could speak, Cheng Yaojin bellowed, Your Majesty, how do you find this mount? In all honesty, Li Shimin was not particularly enamored with the motorcycle. He merely nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. Had the young master of the Liu family intended to gift him such a motorcycle, Li Shimin would have certainly declined. After all, his 4 ministers already possessed such vehicles. How could he, as emperor, be seen riding the same motorcycle as his subjects? At this moment, Liu Cheng was unaware of Li Shimin's thoughts, as he found himself in the eastern market of Chang'an, the very place where the Wang family had been vanquished by Liu Cheng. It has been previously mentioned that this area, in close proximity to the imperial palace, is inhabited by dignitaries and nobility. These individuals congregate here for the convenience of attending court or visiting the palace, and over time, it has evolved into the renowned aristocratic district of Chang'an. The residence bestowed upon Liu Cheng by Li Shimin has now been adorned with a new plaque, displaying in elegant regular script the prominent characters, Tung Gua Gong Fu. Chapter 58. Refusing to marry a Do Sha man. The stone lions flanking the grand entrance were far from ordinary. Their imposing visages exuded an air of majesty befitting the prestigious households of the Tang Dynasty. Such magnificent guardians, akin to those at the residence of the Duke of Tong, were exclusive to families of noble rank. Should any commoner dare to place stone lions at their doorsteps, they would be deemed transgressors of the law, facing imprisonment as a consequence. Liu Cheng sat within his carriage, surveying the estate that belonged to him. Meanwhile, a young servant from the Duke of Tang's household was equally intrigued by the azure iron behemoth at the entrance. This sprawling mansion, covering several kilometers, had been arranged with servants at the behest of Li Shimin when it was granted to him. The extent of Li Shimin's surveillance within the estate remained a mystery to Liu Cheng. Even if he were to discern who among them served as his eyes and ears, he would refrain from dismissing them, for loyalty to the emperor was paramount in his duties as a devoted subject. The young servant, noticing several individuals within the metallic marvel, mustered the courage to approach the carriage, his gaze cast downward, trembling as he inquired, May I ask if you are the Duke of Ting? Liu Cheng nodded affirmatively. I am indeed Duke Liu Cheng of Tang. The servant promptly bowed respectfully, stating, I humbly greet you, Your Grace. We have all been awaiting your address. Disembarking from the carriage, Liu Cheng released Cheng Chumo and Lao Fong. Gesturing toward Lao Fong, he shall be your steward henceforth. Allow him to deliver your instructions. Lao Fong, upon hearing this, swelled with pride, akin to a victorious rooster, gazing at the young servant with an air of superiority. After admiring the exterior of the Duke's residence, Liu Cheng continued, Now, lead me inside for a tour. The young servant, lacking the audacity to refuse, hurried to the entrance and called out, The Duke of Tang has returned. Liu Cheng paid little heed to the servant's actions, but Lao Fong exhibited a hint of annoyance, as if feeling his role was being usurped, and he followed closely behind Liu Cheng. Upon entering the main gate of the Duke of Tang's estate, Liu Cheng began to estimate the distance traversed. It felt as though he had walked 2 miles from the front to the back entrance. The vastness of the estate rivaled that of an entire neighborhood in later times. This realization prompted Lu Cheng to commend Li Shimin's generosity, bestowing such an expansive property in the heart of Chang'an, the most expensive locale in all of the Tang Dynasty. Was indeed an act of unparalleled extravagance. After a brief exploration of the mansion, Lu Cheng decided to visit the newly granted estate. In comparison to the luxurious dwelling, the farmland piqued his interest more. Re-entering the carriage, he departed Chang'an, heading toward the banks of the Ba Shui River. "Your Grace, that small estate ahead is where our fief is located," Lao Feng remarked from the passenger seat, pointing out the route. Once outside Chang'an, Lu Cheng recognized the wisdom behind his decision to purchase an SUV. Had he opted for a sports car, the treacherous road conditions would have rendered it utterly useless. Even the SUV struggled against the muddy terrain, threatening to stall at any moment. Designed as an urban SUV by a top-tier sports car manufacturer, the Lamborghini's engineers likely never envisioned their creation navigating such deplorable backroads. The suspension and shock absorption were not tailored for off-road conditions, and as soon as Lu Cheng diverted onto a narrow path, he was met with jarring bumps, the smooth ride of the city now a distant memory. Reluctantly, he slowed to a crawl and parked the vehicle in an open space outside the village. Stepping out, Lu Cheng was met with the curious gazes of children and villagers laboring nearby, all intrigued by the imposing iron beast that had come to a halt by the fields. The modern marvel of the Lamborghini starkly contrasted the dilapidated village surroundings. Lao Feng waved over a small boy, who was unclothed and dirty, and inquired, "Child, is this Do Sha Zhai?" The boy, captivated by the azure Lamborghini, did not respond. At that moment, a middle-aged farmer, noticing his child, hastily abandoned his hoe and rushed over, shielding the boy behind him while apologizing profusely. "Noble sir, my son is but a child. Please forgive his ignorance." Lu Cheng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the villagers toiling in the fields, a sense of astonishment washing over him. Previously residing in the opulence of Chang'an, he had naively believed that prosperity extended to the surrounding populace. The bustling streets and lively markets of Chang'an had provided a misleading impression of affluence. To his dismay, upon leaving the city, he was confronted with the harsh reality before him. Was the so-called Golden Age of Jingguan merely a facade surrounding Chang'an? How could the scholars and officials boast of such prosperity when villages just a few miles away languished in poverty? Internally chastising the situation, Lu Cheng turned his attention to the small boy hiding behind his father. The child, appearing genuinely impoverished at 4 or 5 years of age, wore only a tattered garment, lacking proper trousers. His bare skin bore scratches from the wild grass and stubble he had encountered while foraging in the fields. Approaching the farmer, Lu Cheng exchanged several pieces of candy and snacks for the boy, then asked, "Is this indeed Do Sha Zhai?" The farmer, seeing the kindness extended to his son, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, noble sir. This estate was once known as Do Sha Zhai, but it has now been renamed Lu Jiazhuang. Today, a representative from the government informed us that His Majesty has bestowed it upon a new duke." Lu Cheng nodded, confirming the identity of the place as Do Sha Zhai, the very village mentioned by the eunuch announcing the decree. Lao Feng, brimming with pride, addressed the farmer. "This gentleman is your new estate lord, the esteemed Duke of Tang." He then quickly added, "And I am the chief steward of the Duke of Tang's household." The farmer, taken aback by the revelation that this young noble was indeed the duke, swiftly pulled his son closer and urged, "Go Dan, go fetch the village elder. Inform him that the duke has arrived." The boy, now clutching his candy tightly, nodded eagerly and dashed off toward the village. Lu Cheng furrowed his brow as he gazed at the man clad in patched garments. He inquired, "Is the village in dire poverty?" Before the man could respond, Cheng Chumo interjected. Approaching Lu Cheng's side, he remarked, "Master, Do Sha Zhai is notoriously impoverished. There is a saying in the neighboring village, better to endure drought for 3 years than to marry a man from Do Sha. Many families possess but a single garment, worn only by the one who ventures outside, while those who remain indoors must cover their bodies with straw." Chapter 59. Three-wheeled vehicle. Lu Cheng was astonished by Cheng Chumo's words, wondering how such poverty could exist. Was it not said that the era of Jingguan was prosperous? Before he could ponder further, a man, appearing quite timid, looked at Lu Cheng and said, "To be honest, my lord, my family is in such dire straits. My wife and daughter are hiding at home." The man paused, seemingly recalling painful memories, his eyes reddening. He knelt before Lu Cheng and lamented, my lord, our Do Sha. No, the Lu family village is truly impoverished. There are over 40 men in the village who are still single, all of them of marriageable age, and my family is relatively better off. Yet in the 4th year of Jingguan, I lost my youngest son to starvation. At this point, the man broke down in tears, pounding the ground with his fists in despair. Lao Fong, feeling a surge of empathy, rushed to his side, supporting the weeping man and proclaiming loudly, "Your good days are coming. Our Lord is a descendant of immortals. You will soon live a better life." Lu Cheng, observing the grieving man, wished to speak but found only a sigh escaping his lips. He patted the man's shoulder and turned to Cheng Chumo, inquiring, "Is it the same in your village?" Upon hearing Lu Cheng's question, Cheng Chumo shook his head and replied, "Master, the farmers in my village are all skilled fighters who once followed my father into battle, trusted confidants. Over the years, my father has helped them considerably, and their lives are much better than those in Do Sha Zhai." Lu Cheng glanced at Cheng Chumo, recognizing that Cheng Yaojin was indeed a good person, at least in ensuring his villagers had a better life. Had Cheng's village been in the same predicament as Do Sha Zhai, he would have had to deal with Cheng Yaojin severely. Those who exploit the common people and deprive soldiers of their rations and salaries do not deserve to be called human. In his eyes, such individuals were akin to leeches, draining the lifeblood of others, a scourge of humanity. With another sigh, Lu Cheng gestured to exchange for a Zongshan brand 3-wheeled motorcycle. He looked down at Cheng Chumo and instructed, "Take this vehicle to my family's cloth shop and inform my mother. Tell her to load up several bolts of fabric." Cheng Chumo, accustomed to the extraordinary operations of the Lamborghini, found nothing surprising in Lu Cheng's actions. He simply nodded, took the keys, and mounted the motorcycle. Lu Cheng watched as Cheng Chumo fumbled with the vehicle, and he walked over to assist him in starting it. As the vibrant red motorcycle emitted a puff of blue smoke, Cheng Chumo beamed at Lu Cheng and exclaimed, "Master, I'm off." With that, he pressed the accelerator, charging towards the ravine beside the fields. Lu Cheng stood in place, shielding his forehead with his hand, watching as the motorcycle barreled straight into the ravine. Moments later, a shriek echoed from the small gully. "Master, help. Master, quickly use your magic to save me." Lao Fong, seeing this, ceased comforting the already frightened man and dashed towards the ravine, panic-stricken. This was the young duke. Though his own lord was also a duke, if Cheng Chumo were to perish here, it would be a convoluted situation for his lord. There might even be a conflict between the Lu and Tang dukedoms. However, the Duke of Lu was a man of long-standing reputation, while his lord had only recently ascended to the dukedom, lacking the necessary foundation. Lao Fong's mind raced with worries as he hurried towards the ravine. Lu Cheng followed and arrived at the edge, observing the overturned motorcycle. Cheng Chumo was already standing, appearing completely unharmed. At that moment, Cheng Chumo, glancing up at his master, sheepishly shrank his neck and blushed, saying, "Master, this vehicle is rather difficult to handle. I couldn't control it." Lu Cheng shot him a glare, leaped down into the small gully, and carefully examined Cheng Chumo for any visible injuries before asking, "Are you hurt?" Cheng Chumo moved about and replied, "No, thank you for your concern, master." Lao Fong, relieved that Cheng Chumo was safe, felt a pang of sorrow for the damaged motorcycle. Yes, it was his. From the moment Lu Cheng purchased it, Lao Fong had considered himself part of the Lu family. After witnessing his master's various supernatural abilities, he felt even more like a member of the Lu household. He would not even consider serving the emperor. In fact, he might even look down upon those palace eunuchs and maids. There were distinctions among servants. Previously, they served the emperor as the highest-ranking maids. Now, he, Fong Laosan, served an immortal. Wasn't he that more comfortable than serving an emperor? Furthermore, his immortal master was not one to scold servants harshly. The only time one would be reprimanded was for disturbing his sleep. Treating them well, Lao Fong thought that unless he were foolish, he would never betray his lord to serve the emperor. Lao Fong gazed at the overturned motorcycle with a pained expression and asked Lu Cheng, "My lord, can this immortal steed still be ridden?" Hearing Lao Fong's sorrowful words, Cheng Chumo scratched his head in self-reproach and hastily interjected before Lu Cheng could speak. "Master, it's fine. How much is this vehicle? I will have my father bring you the money." Only then did Lao Fong feel reassured, thinking as long as his family did not incur a loss, everything was fine. Lu Cheng waved his hand, glancing at the miserly Lao Fong, and said, "What was the first thing I told you when I gifted you this?" Cheng Chumo scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. his cheeks reddening as he looked at Lu Cheng and responded, "Driving without proper regulations leads to tears from loved ones. Are you trying to make your parents shed tears?" Lu Cheng glared at Cheng Chumo, reproaching him. "But master, I don't even know what the proper regulations are." Cheng Chumo thought hard, and then awkwardly confessed to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng wanted to admonish him, thinking, "You should simply listen when I teach you. Why argue back? I ask you, why argue back? You drive without a license and still think you have a point? Did I not forget to teach you traffic laws? It's truly exhausting." With a profound sense of frustration, Lu Cheng shot an irritable glare at Cheng Chumo, then beckoned Lao Fong and the others to assist in righting the overturned tricycle. This time, Lu Cheng took the helm himself, opting not to let Cheng Chumo drive. He forcefully kicked the starter of the motorcycle tricycle, and the engine roared to life with a vibrant hum. After ensuring the machine was operational, Lu Cheng dismounted to meticulously inspect the exhaust and other components. Satisfied that there was no damage, he returned to the driver's seat and pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle onto the narrow path with vigor. Chapter 60. Locust Plague Warning. Upon reaching the narrow path at the roadside, Lu Chengkai disembarked and handed over matters to Cheng Chumo. As he watched Cheng Chumo ride away on a modern three-wheeled motorcycle, Lu Chengkai finally had the opportunity to turn his gaze towards the elderly man clad in coarse linen. "My lord, this is the village head of our Lu family village." The man, who had just moments ago been kneeling and weeping, had now dried his tears and, after being awed by Lu Chengkai's miraculous abilities, looked at him with respect. "My lord, I am Wang Fugue, the village head of Lu family village. This morning, someone from the government informed us that our village will henceforth belong to you." The old man performed a respectful bow before speaking further. Lu Chengkai nodded, surveying the dilapidated village. Even the village head was dressed in tattered linen, adorned with numerous patches, epitomizing destitution. The attire of the village head was far inferior to that of Lao Fong when he was sold in the marketplace. At least Lao Fong's linen had no patches. After a nod, Lu Chengkai regarded the old man thoughtfully and said, "I will send some fabric shortly. Distribute it among the villagers and instruct them to make themselves new garments. I shall return tomorrow to organize a meeting for you all." Despite Lu Chengkai's thoughts being consumed by the prospect of wealth, he understood that it was futile for the villagers to present themselves before others in tattered clothing. Hence, he intended to procure fabric first, ensuring the villagers were properly attired before convening a meeting to lead these impoverished souls toward prosperity. Lu Chengkai did not deny that this was also a means of winning their favor, as he lacked capable siblings to assist him, aside from the young girl Lu Wanner, who was still merely a child and of little help. The only capable individual was Lao Fong, making Lu Chengkai desperately in need of manpower. "Thank you, my lord, for your generosity." The village head was visibly moved. Upon hearing Lu Chengkai's words, he nearly prostrated himself, but Lao Fong swiftly restrained him, smiling as he addressed the village head. "Our lord does not favor such displays of reverence. When the fabric arrives, simply speak well of our lord." The village head nodded vigorously, turning to Lu Chengkai and proclaiming, "Rest assured, my lord, we will always remember your kindness in Lu family village." Lu Chengkai remained silent while Lao Fong continued, "Be sure to convey this well. Our lord is indeed a descendant of celestial beings, and your fortunes are about to change." Lu Chengkai was not inclined to engage in idle chatter at this moment. His expression had grown grim due to the earlier incident with the grasshoppers leaping about in the fields, some even daring to land on his face. The sight of these grasshoppers reminded him of the historical records detailing the frequent locust plagues during the Jingguan era. According to statistics from both the Old and New Tang books, as well as Tang Hui Yao and Wudai Hui Yao, there were 45 occurrences of locust plagues over a span of 340 years from the Tang Dynasty to the 5 dynasties, averaging roughly 1 every 6 years. This included instances of multiple plagues within a single year and those lasting across 2 years. If one were to count multiple occurrences in a single year as one event and those spanning 2 years as two, then there were 42 years marked by locust plagues, constituting approximately 12 of the total years, with an average of 1 outbreak every 8 years. Historical records indicate that the Guangdong region suffered from severe droughts in spring, leading to withered wheat and barren fields, while locusts darkened the skies, obscuring the sun. This was truly a land where not a blade of grass could survive. What devastation would locusts bring to the Great Tang? Certainly, it would have no bearing on the Shimin or the noble lords, who would continue to feast and revel. However, the plight of the common folk was starkly different. These farmers depended entirely on their meager harvests for survival throughout the year. If a locust plague were to strike, the swarms would sweep through the fields, leaving not even a single sprout of wheat in their wake. What would become of the impoverished families after such a calamity? Their entire livelihoods hinged on the land. Would they not starve if their crops failed? If Lu Chengkai recalled correctly, this locust plague was imminent, and it promised to be a catastrophic one. The thought of this grim reality darkened Lu Chengcai's countenance. Alerting Li Shimin was imperative, yet the extent of what Li Shimin could accomplish was beyond his control. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chengkai, for the first time since arriving in the Tang, felt a wave of unease wash over him. Even when the young girl was kidnapped, he had not felt such trepidation. He had calmly dealt with the Wang family, confident they would not harm her. But this locust plague could very well claim lives, innocent lives. Regaining his composure, Lu Chengkai turned to the now familiar Lao Fong and the village head, asking, "Wang Fugui, is that you?" The elderly man nodded, about to speak when Lu Chengkai continued, "How many people reside in the village?" Wang Fugui pondered for a moment before replying, "My lord, there are approximately 300 households in our village, with a population of around 1,000. Lu Chengkai then sought to understand the village's situation more thoroughly and discovered that aside from the overarching theme of poverty, there was little else to note. The only redeeming aspect was its proximity to the Ba River, which offered a somewhat pleasant landscape, yet the villagers were forbidden from fishing. Wasn't this absurd? Due to Li Shimin's decree against catching carp, because carp shares a phonetic similarity with Li, the villagers were barred from fishing, akin to the Ming Dynasty's prohibition on slaughtering pigs. The common folk were not allowed to catch carp, and the majority of fish in the Ba River were indeed carp. Given that fish swim in the water, if the villagers attempted to fish, they could not discern whether they were catching carp or other types of fish. Should they be unfortunate enough to catch carp, they would face imprisonment. Over time, this led to a situation where no one dared to touch the carp in the Ba River, regardless of how dire their hunger became. The people of the Tang were deeply superstitious, a testament to the ancient rulers' policy of keeping the populace ignorant. Only by keeping the common folk unenlightened and uneducated could the emperors maintain their tranquility on the throne. Conversely, should the populace awaken to knowledge, with everyone possessing wisdom akin to Lu Chengcai's, how could the emperor maintain his position? Did not Qin Shi Huang's burning of books and burying of scholars exemplify a policy of ignorance? "Master, I have returned." The voice of Cheng Chumo resonated alongside the distinctive honking of the three-wheeled motorcycle. Once Cheng Chumo had parked the vehicle, Lu Cheng pointed to the fully loaded cart brimming with fabric and instructed Wang Fugui, the village chief, to push the cart back to his home, ensuring that every household received enough material to craft a garment for each person. Without waiting for a response, Lu Cheng turned and strode towards his Lamborghini, waving to Lao Fong and Cheng Chumo, urging them to return swiftly as he had matters to attend to. During the journey back to Chang'an, Lu Cheng remained silent, preoccupied with thoughts on how to inform Li Shimin about the locust plague. Chapter 61. Distributing clothing. Lu Cheng's previously cheerful disposition was abruptly marred by an unwelcome locust. During the journey back to Chang'an, he remained utterly silent, his mood evidently soured. Cheng Chumo and Lao Fong, perceptive to Lu Cheng's discontent, wisely chose to remain mute as well. The sky-blue Lamborghini came to a halt at the entrance of Lu Cheng's residence, not at the Fengguogong mansion. Yet Lu Cheng showed no intention of alighting. Instead, he turned to Lao Fong and Cheng Chumo in the car and instructed, "Lao Fong, have Chumo take you to procure some chicks and ducklings, the more the merrier." After issuing this command, he handed Lao Fong a pouch filled with a generous amount of silver coins. Cheng Chumo, perplexed, looked at Lu Cheng and inquired, "Master, you aren't returning home?" Lu Cheng merely shook his head, choosing not to respond, and instead fell into deep contemplation. His intention behind acquiring the chicks and ducklings was to distribute them among the villagers of the estate, allowing them to raise the poultry to consume the locusts from the fields. Moreover, chickens and ducks are known to lay eggs more readily when fed on locusts, and the resulting eggs boast sturdier shells, safeguarding them from damage post-laying. Although relying solely on these birds would not completely eradicate the locust problem, it would certainly contribute to the prosperity of the Lu family estate. Once Lao Fong and Cheng Chumo exited the vehicle, Lu Cheng wasted no time, pressing the accelerator and revving the Lamborghini to life as it sped off towards the imperial palace. Lao Fong, after disembarking, watched the Lamborghini vanish into the distance, his face brimming with pride. Addressing the gathering crowd, he proclaimed loudly, "This is my master, the newly appointed Feng Guogong. He is a high-ranking official of the first class." The crowd exchanged glances, for many had witnessed the proclamation of Lu Cheng's title when the imperial edict was announced by the little yellow gate attendants. Hence, they were not taken aback by Lao Feng's declaration. Rather, it was the sight of Lu Cheng's extraordinary vehicle that piqued their astonishment. A bolder man stepped forward, curiosity etched on his face as he asked Lao Feng, "Brother, what was that magnificent thing that the Feng Guogong just rode in?" The surrounding onlookers perked up, eager to learn about the remarkable contraption that could move without the assistance of human or beast, and at such speed. Lao Feng, casting a proud glance at the inquisitor, responded with a grin, "For your information, my master rides something called a Lamborghini." "Indeed, a Lamborghini. It is a celestial steed." The man, taken aback, pondered the peculiar name. Lamborghini? What an extraordinary title. The crowd erupted in chatter, much like ripples in water, as they expressed their disbelief. How could it possibly be a celestial steed? Is it true that the son of the Lu family, no, the Feng Guogong, truly rides a celestial mount? Lao Feng, relishing in the attention, reveled in their awe, thinking to himself, as a servant of the celestial realm, I am surrounded by mere mortals who have never laid eyes on such divine steeds. Clearing his throat, he continued to proclaim, "Ladies and gentlemen, my master is recognized by his majesty as a descendant of the celestial beings. It was with royal decree that he was titled Feng Guogong, and as for these celestial steeds, my master could have as many as he desires." Cheng, casting a disdainful glance at the boastful Lao Feng, entered the courtyard where he unveiled his cherished motorcycle. Tenderly caressing the handlebars and seat, he murmured affectionately, "At last, I can take you for a ride, little black." Ever since Lu Cheng gifted him the sleek black motorcycle, Cheng had affectionately named it Little Black. He often envisioned himself riding it, brandishing a spear, showcasing his family's martial arts prowess, cutting through enemy ranks, and earning the emperor's accolades, thereby elevating himself to the status of a noble. Speaking of spears, one must mention the weapon of Cheng Yaojin, often misrepresented in dramas as wielding axes. In truth, historical accounts indicate that Cheng Yaojin employed a horse spear, which consists of a spearhead and a shaft, the blade measuring 50 to 60 centimeters in length, exceeding that of ordinary polearms. The horse spear emerged in response to the increasing might of heavily armored cavalry since the late Han Dynasty. The spearhead featured pronounced armor-piercing edges, with high-quality versions boasting 8 facets, rendering ordinary chainmail and armor ineffective with a single strike. The roaring of the motorcycle interrupted Lao Feng's grandstanding, and he suddenly recalled that his master had instructed him to procure chicks. Uncertain of his master's intentions but aware of the urgency, he hurriedly bid farewell to the crowd, excusing himself as he rushed back into the courtyard. At this moment, in Doshazhai, now renamed Lu Jiazhuang, the village chief expressed his bewilderment. "I certainly cannot ride this celestial steed." He gestured towards the Zongshan 3-wheeled vehicle and the cart filled with fabrics, addressing village chief Wang Fuguei. "What do you mean you cannot ride it? How absurd. This is a celestial steed. You may wish to ride it, but it is not permitted." Wang Fuguei glared at Niu Lao Lu, his patience wearing thin. "This is the celestial steed left by the Feng Guogong. No one can ride it. I shall set up a tent here tonight to keep watch." The village children were warned to keep their distance to avoid startling the celestial steed. Filled with envy at the sight of this extraordinary mount, Wang Fuguei turned to Niu Lao Lu and commanded, "Go, summon everyone in the village. Each household must send someone." Niu Lao Lu nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Yes," before swiftly making his way back, excited by the prospect of the new master distributing clothing to everyone, an opportunity not to be overlooked. Thus, as he ran, he called out, "Come quickly, everyone. The new master is giving out clothing." The once quiet village erupted with life in response to Niu Lao Lu's enthusiastic announcement. "Hurry, hurry. The head of the household. Clothing is being distributed at the village entrance. Get to the village entrance at once." The peasant woman, who had been preparing to cook just moments ago, rushed into the inner room in a flurry, excitedly addressing a despondent man. "Is it true?" he asked, momentarily forgetting his gloom as he gazed at his wife with astonishment. "Indeed it is. That Lao Lu is shouting at the village entrance. The new lord has distributed clothing to us." The woman, radiating joy, exclaimed with her bowl held high in her hands. Chapter 62. Now smiling. Later MMP did not make Wang Fuguei wait long. Upon hearing the villagers anxiously discussing the arrival of new clothes, they hurriedly rushed to the village entrance. Though Wang Fuguei was clad in tattered linen, he appeared quite well dressed among this group of villagers. Observing the raucous crowd, he bellowed, "Silence!" Indeed, the title of village head proved effective, as the previously noisy throng fell silent in an instant. Many villagers surrounded Wang Fuguei, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they stared at the pristine fabric in the cart. Noticing the crowd's sudden quietness, Wang Fuguei continued, "You all know that today officials from the government arrived and informed me that our village has been bestowed upon the new Duke of Tang by His Majesty. Henceforth, our Dosha Zhai will no longer be called Dosha Zhai, but will be renamed Lu Jiazhuang." The villagers, standing in a circle, did not express the anticipated opposition. In fact, no one uttered a word. This was understandable, as life had become exceedingly difficult, and clinging to the village name seemed futile. With a resigned smile, Wang Fuguei continued solemnly, "The fabrics on this cart are gifts from the Duke of Tang." Before he departed, he instructed that every household must wear new clothes. Upon hearing this matter of great interest, even the previously silent villagers erupted into a chorus of inquiries. "Village head, is the Duke a good man? Will he shortchange us? Can he truly be so benevolent? Aren't officials generally unscrupulous?" The crowd began to murmur once more, and a frustrated Wang Fuguei pressed his hands down and shouted, "Our Duke is a scion of the celestial realm. No disparaging remarks about him." "What? A celestial scion?" Wang Fuguei, noticing the villagers still chattering, grew increasingly irritated. Choosing not to respond to their questions, he spoke to himself. "The Duke cares for us. Seeing that we lack proper clothing, he has brought us such ample fabric. You must learn to be grateful." Meanwhile, the Duke of Tang had arrived at the imperial palace, parking his sky-blue Lamborghini at the ancient-looking entrance. After adjusting his attire, he approached the palace doors. "Please inform the general that Duke Lu Cheng requests an audience with His Majesty to discuss important matters," he announced to the armored guard stationed at the entrance. Initially, the young officer was reluctant, scrutinizing Lu Cheng with an air of disdain, showing little regard for him. However, upon hearing the title of Duke, he immediately altered his demeanor, respectfully replying, "Please wait, my lord. I shall report this at once." Noticing the change in attitude, Lu Cheng merely nodded in acknowledgement. Guards at the palace gates often held a sense of superiority, serving the most esteemed man in the realm, the emperor. Thus, they typically exhibited an air of arrogance, but knew better than to offend high-ranking officials such as dukes or lords, as well as various esteemed bureaucrats who frequented the palace. At this moment, within the Taiji Palace, Li Shimin was engaged in casual conversation with Changsun Wuji. Suddenly, a small eunuch scurried past, followed by the official who had been dispatched to announce Lu Cheng's arrival, who approached Li Shimin and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, Duke of Tang requests an audience." Li Shimin set down the memorial in his hand, raising his head with keen interest. "Oh? What brings him here?" The eunuch maintained his bowed posture, replying, "I heard the Duke mention he has urgent matters to discuss." Li Shimin waved his hand dismissively, "Let him in." After the eunuch exited the Taiji Palace, Li Shimin turned to the exquisite woman beside him with a smile, "Guanyin Bai. Will you also meet this celestial scion?" After pondering, Changsun Wuji responded, "I shall remain hidden in the back, to hear what this celestial scion has to say." Li Shimin reflected for a moment, agreeing that as the matriarch of the harem, Guanyin Bai should not meet just anyone, thus permitting her to stay concealed. Granted passage, Lu Cheng followed the announcing eunuch, inquiring, "What is your name, my good man?" The eunuch replied with a smile, "I am Chen Huan." Lu Cheng nodded but refrained from further conversation, secretly wishing to inquire about the eunuch's peculiarities, but fearing to offend, he held his tongue. The eunuch led Lu Cheng through the palace without hindrance, finally stopping outside the Taiji Palace, stating, "Duke of Tang, His Majesty awaits you inside." Lu Cheng clasped his hands in respect toward eunuch Chen and stepped into the Taiji Palace. Upon entering this renowned seat of power, Lu Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of vastness. The decor was indeed grand. A magnificent chair sat atop the imposing steps, where Li Shimin was seated, attending to official matters. Upon seeing Lu Cheng enter, Li Shimin set aside his work, laughed heartily, and said, "Lu Cheng, what brings you before me?" Lu Cheng bowed respectfully. "Your servant pays his respects to your Majesty." "Rise, please," Li Shimin replied. "Today, I received a message from my master." Lu Cheng stated earnestly, gazing intently at Li Shimin. "Oh, does your master have news?" Is he still among the living? Li Shimin inquired with sudden intrigue, as he was quite keen on matters of longevity. Li Shimin stood from his chair and, approaching Lu Cheng, called out, "Quickly, grant my esteemed guest a seat." An attentive young attendant dashed out, bringing a chair to place beside Lu Cheng. However, Lu Cheng found the chair uncomfortable, as the Tang Dynasty favored kneeling while seated, and the chair was too low for him to sit properly. Choosing to ignore it, he continued, "Your Majesty, my master has sent word that a locust plague is imminent in Guangzhou." Li Shimin's expression shifted to disappointment, as he had anticipated something more significant. A locust plague? Must we endure such calamity again? The locust plague was a familiar occurrence for Li Shimin, merely resulting in a slight reduction in grain production, which could easily be remedied by the government opening its granaries. Thus, he did not regard the locust infestation with much seriousness. Li Shimin nodded and remarked, "My dear minister, your concern is noted. It is merely a locust plague. Rest assured, the official grain reserves in various prefectures are quite abundant." Observing Li Shimin's demeanor, Lu Cheng understood that he had indeed been correct. Li Shimin was, in fact, rather indifferent to the matter at hand. Chapter 63. The brother of the Land Rover. Although he was acutely aware of the enormity of the locust plague, with the entire Guangzhou Dao inundated with refugees, in some areas, people resorted to cannibalism. The term cannibalism refers to the exchange of children of similar ages. One might offer their son in exchange for another's daughter. When one cannot bear to consume their own child, they might resort to such desperate measures. What level of starvation would compel individuals to engage in such acts? The entirety of Guangzhou Dao is home to several million citizens. After the locust plague, it is uncertain how many of these millions will succumb to starvation. Following the outbreak of the locusts, rumors circulated that Li Shimin's ascension to the throne was illegitimate and that the heavenly deity of locusts had descended to punish the populace. Historical texts recount how Li Shimin prayed to the heavens multiple times during this calamity, imploring divine retribution for himself alone and sparing the common folk, yet to no avail. It is feared that this locust plague will claim the lives of over 1 million commoners, while the wealthy and noble families remain unscathed, simply because they possess reserves of grain yet refuse to provide aid. Lu Cheng was at a loss as to how to alter Li Shimin's mindset, to make him regard the locust plague with the seriousness it deserved, and to prepare in advance. However, the current Li Shimin appeared exceedingly egotistical, showing little concern for the impending disaster. With a heavy heart, Lu Cheng continued, "Your Majesty, this locust plague is unlike any before. I beseech you to prepare early." Li Shimin, seemingly indifferent, waved his hand dismissively and replied, "I am aware, my dear Lu. I wonder if the steed you promised me is ready?" Seeing Li Shimin divert the conversation, Lu Cheng knew he had not taken the matter to heart. He sighed internally and replied, "It is prepared for your Majesty. When would you like it?" Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's face lit up with joy, and he grasped Lu Cheng's hand, saying, "Shall we go out and take a look now?" Lu Cheng nodded and followed Li Shimin out of the Taiji Palace, where they exchanged for a Landwind X7. Many may not have heard of the Landwind X7, but Lu Cheng was aware that its appearance closely resembled that of the Land Rover Range Rover, making it popular among the youth. Some even referred to the Landwind X7 as the brother of the Land Rover Range Rover, claiming that if one were to remove the Landwind's emblem, it would be indistinguishable from the Land Rover. Unfortunately, the Landwind X7 has since been discontinued due to legal action from its elder brother, the Land Rover, leading to the cessation of its entire line. Similarly, its fuel consumption mirrored that of the Land Rover, astonishingly high, reaching up to 13 L in urban areas. Yet, in the current Tang Dynasty, it might exceed 20. Lu Cheng generously arranged for a royal yellow Landwind X7 for Li Shimin, opting for the 2.0T turbocharged model. Initially, Lu Cheng had intended to procure a Cadillac SUV for Li Shimin, but considering the latter's earlier indifference to the locust plague, he felt it prudent to provide a vehicle that would allow for financial preparations. Thus, he settled on the Landwind X7, which cost him a mere 160,000 coins for the top-tier 2.0T model. As for the funds that had been withheld, Lu Cheng planned to purchase rice and similar essentials to aid the victims once the locust plague struck. Li Shimin, oblivious to Lu Cheng's fluctuating expression, beamed at the steel beast before him. He had expected Lu Cheng to present him with a motorcycle like those of Cheng Yaojin and his companions, fully prepared to decline, yet Lu Cheng had surprised him. After circling the Landwind X7, Li Shimin approached Lu Cheng with a broad smile, inquiring, "What is the name of this steed?" How does one operate it? Your Majesty, Lu Cheng replied. This vehicle is called the Land Rover Range Rover. Land Rover signifies a tiger of the land, embodying the spirit of invincibility. He mused internally while weaving a tale, for in this world, no one could discern the difference between the Land Rover and the Land Wind. Whatever Lu Cheng claimed would be accepted as truth. After all, Li Shimin could not distinguish between the two either, so whatever Lu Cheng said would suffice. Excellent name. It befits me, Li Shimin exclaimed, patting Lu Cheng on the shoulder with evident satisfaction. Lu Cheng smiled warmly. I am glad it pleases your Majesty. Shall I take you for a spin to demonstrate its operation? Li Shimin laughed heartily, yes. Lu Cheng turned the key and opened the door, guiding Li Shimin through the various buttons and functionalities. After taking him for a brief ride, he remarked, Your Majesty is truly a genius, having learned to drive so swiftly. Li Shimin, with a proud smile, responded, What difficulty is this? It is far simpler than riding a horse. I spent much longer learning to ride. Lu Cheng continued to flatter him until Li Shimin, satisfied with his own prowess, remarked, Are you departing now, dear minister? Why not let me drive you to the palace gates? Lu Cheng quickly shook his head, thinking it absurd for him to accept a ride from one who had only just mastered driving. Unless he were searching for a lantern in a restroom, he would not entertain such thoughts. However, he replied, How could I trouble your Majesty? I shall walk out myself. Li Shimin nodded. Since you have matters to attend to, then you may take your leave. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Cheng, observing Li Shimin's excitement, added, Your Majesty, I must impart 2 pieces of advice, which my master shared with me during my driving lessons. Li Shimin turned to Lu Cheng. Pray, do share. On the road, there are countless paths, but safety is paramount. Irregular driving leads to tears shed by loved ones, Lu Cheng murmured, lowering his gaze and avoiding Li Shimin's eyes. To his surprise, Li Shimin did not react with anger but waved his hand in annoyance. He had anticipated profound wisdom, yet this was merely reiteration of what Cheng Yaojin and others had already conveyed. Realizing this, Lu Cheng hastily expressed his gratitude to Li Shimin before leisurely exiting the palace. Meanwhile, Li Shimin, eager to test his new vehicle, considered returning to the Taiji Palace, but recalling that Changsun Wugo remained inside, he closed the door and hurried toward the palace. Guanyin Bai, come forth at once. Upon entering the Taiji Palace, Li Shimin immediately called out, Your Majesty, has the immortal youth departed? Changsun Wugo gracefully emerged from behind the screen, gazing at the beaming Li Shimin as she spoke. Indeed, Guanyin Bai, come forth and let me see how this young lad's steed, which he has gifted to me, appears. Li Shimin took Changsun Wugo's delicate hand and began to lead her towards the exterior of the Taiji Palace. Chapter 64. Shall I take you for a drive? Your Majesty, what did Duke Ting gift you? Changsun Wugo was well aware of Li Shimin's temperament. She had just overheard Lu Cheng's words behind the screen, warning of an impending locust plague. However, she harbored doubts about this matter, as she had never witnessed Lu Cheng's abilities firsthand. It was only through Li Shimin's recounting that she learned of this celestial offspring. Thus, upon hearing Li Shimin's response to the news of the locust disaster, she understood his feelings perfectly. Seizing the opportunity while Li Shimin was in high spirits, Changsun Wugo decided to further elevate his mood, intending to remind him of the looming disaster once he had settled into his joy. Guanyin maid, that lad gifted me a celestial steed. I shall take you out for a spin, Li Shimin exclaimed, showing no signs of hesitation as he took Changsun Wugo's hand and dashed outside. When Changsun Wugo beheld the brand new Lu Feng X7, Li Shimin, with a face full of pride, remarked to his beloved, Guanyin maid, what do you think of this celestial steed? Changsun Wugo, astonished, gasped at the bright yellow metallic vehicle, exclaiming, Your Majesty, what? What is this? It was no wonder that she was taken aback. Li Shimin himself had been equally shocked upon first encountering the vehicle. Yet, as the emperor, he had to maintain a facade of composure. Now, with Lu Cheng gone, it was just the two of them. Observing Changsun Wugo's astonishment, Li Shimin could not help but feel a swell of pride, patting the massive hood of the vehicle. This is the celestial steed that lad gifted to me. It's called the Land Rover Range Rover. Changsun Wugo, seemingly lost in her thoughts, merely gazed at the peculiar vehicle. Such a large metallic steed. How could it possibly have been molded into this shape? Moreover, the front features a transparent crystal partition. This celestial steed is truly extravagantly beyond description. That piece of transparent crystal alone must be worth a fortune, not to mention the 6 additional transparent crystal embellishments adorning it. This is indeed a squandering of resources. Your Majesty, how many horses would it take to pull such a massive celestial steed? Changsun Wugo, still in awe, looked at Li Shimin with a furrowed brow. Li Shimin laughed heartily. Then, as if presenting a treasure, produced the key to the Lu Feng X7, pressing the unlock button. As the headlights blinked twice, he opened the passenger door with one hand and invited Changsun Wugo. Come, Guanyin maid. Today I shall take you for a delightful ride. Changsun Wugo was startled by the opening of the door. She had never seen such a moving metal door. Once the door was fully opened, she gazed at the brown calfskin seats, mesmerized. Tentatively, she reached out to touch the unique faux leather of the Lu Feng X7. The texture was nothing short of smooth, and upon closer examination, it was incredibly soft. Being a native of the Tang Dynasty, Changsun Wugo was unaware of the existence of a material called synthetic leather in later times, and thus innocently assumed it was the hide of some brown animal. Li Shimin, noticing Changsun Wugo's cautious demeanor, urged, Guanyin maid, hurry and get in. I wish to take you for a good tour of the palace. What a joke. Merely getting into a car should not take so long. I, Li Shimin, am eager to drive around the palace and indulge in the thrill of driving. After hearing Li Shimin's encouragement, Changsun Wugo turned back and gave him a charming glance before carefully stepping into the vehicle. Observing this, Li Shimin promptly closed the door behind her and hurriedly made his way to the driver's seat, opening the door and getting in with seamless efficiency. Mimicking Lu Cheng, he personally buckled Changsun Wugo's seatbelt, cheerfully explaining, Guanyin maid, there's a trick to driving, as the Duke Tang himself shared with me. Intrigued, Changsun Wugo, having just witnessed this extraordinary steed, began to believe that this elusive Duke Tang was indeed a being of celestial origins. The unmistakable signs of the steed's otherworldly craftsmanship were evident. Thus, upon hearing Li Shimin's words, she curiously inquired, Your Majesty, what is this trick? With a mysterious smile, Li Shimin proclaimed, there are countless roads, but safety is the foremost principle. Drive without caution, and tears will flow for loved ones. Changsun Wugo burst into laughter, replying, Your Majesty, what kind of poetry is this? It seems rather crude. Who would have known that the lad, aside from his celestial abilities, had little else to boast? Li Shimin carefully inserted the key into the ignition, recalling Lu Cheng's earlier instructions, and casually remarked. Seeing his actions, Changsun Wugo chose to remain silent, sensing that the emperor was engaged in something of great importance. Thus, she thought it best not to intrude. After nearly 20 minutes of sitting in the vehicle, Li Shimin finally managed to start the engine. It worked. Li Shimin exclaimed joyously after numerous attempts. Your Majesty, why is the car shaking? Changsun Wugo, about to congratulate him on his success, suddenly felt the entire vehicle quivering, her heart racing with alarm. Nothing to worry about. This is normal. The celestial steed is about to move. Hold on tight, Guanyin maid. Li Shimin waved dismissively, focusing intently on the steering wheel while muttering to himself. 1 push, 2 presses, 3 gears, 4 honks, 5 releases, 6 observations, 7 lifts, 8 presses, 9 lights. Observing the pedals, Li Shimin gingerly placed his foot on one, fearing that a moment's inattention might harm the celestial steed. Reflecting on Lu Cheng's earlier maneuvers, he finally succeeded in shifting gears, gently releasing the brake pedal, and the vehicle began to glide forward. Your Majesty, I feel dizzy. Please stop. Changsun Wugo, watching the retreating reflections, was overwhelmed with anxiety, softly imploring Li Shimin. Dizzy? You must be car sick. Fear not, Guanyin maid. I shall lower the window for you. Li Shimin remained focused on the road, wary of any potential hazards. While explaining, Lu Cheng had mentioned that first-time passengers might experience dizziness or nausea, but simply lowering the window for fresh air should remedy it. Chapter 65. After great calamity comes great pestilence. Li Shimin, with one hand relinquished from the steering wheel, began to explore the left door of the vehicle, his fingers searching for a button. Upon finding it, he lowered his head to confirm the small lock symbol, then swiftly raised his head again, gently pressing with his left hand. Gradually, the glass on all 4 sides of the car descended. Meanwhile, Changsun Wugo, unfazed by the marvel of such a magnificent steel beast that required neither human nor animal to propel it, was accustomed to its wonders. The vehicle, adorned with transparent diamonds, now lowered its precious gems, a sight she had grown indifferent to. As the window fully descended, Li Shimin, wearing a warm expression, inquired, Guanyin bai, how do you fare now? Changsun Wugo nodded, her thoughts lingering on the marriage prospects of Chong Lo. Initially, she had intended to use Lu Cheng as a mere shield to obstruct Li Shimin's intentions concerning Changsun Wuji. However, it now appeared that if her beloved Chang Lu were to truly wed Lu Cheng, it would not be a calamity. After all, his celestial lineage was genuine. It would indeed be a splendid affair for the esteemed princess of the Tang Dynasty to marry a scion of the celestial realm. As if sensing an unspoken connection. Upon passing the Lijing Hall, Changsun Wugo, who had been gazing downward, lifted her eyes just in time to see Chang Lu, her mouth agape, staring in wonder at the celestial steed. Second brother, Chang Lu, is outside. Changsun Wugo gently tapped Li Shimin's arm, speaking softly. Perfect. Let Chang Lu witness this celestial steed. Li Shimin abruptly halted the vehicle, leaned out of the window, and called to the bewildered Princess Chang Lu. Chang Lu, come here. At this moment, Li Shimin's demeanor was distinctly one of prideful exhibitionism. Possessing something extraordinary naturally incited a desire to showcase it. He also wished to elaborate on its features, ideally eliciting admiration from others. Upon hearing her father's summons, Chang Lu, with grace, approached him. Standing outside, Chang Lu beheld her father and mother seated within this steel chariot, and she could not help but murmur, "Father, mother, what is this marvel?" Li Shimin, for reasons unknown, relished in witnessing the astonishment of others. After boasting to Changsun Wugo, he now sought to impress his daughter. Following Li Shimin's enthusiastic introduction, Chang Lu retained little but the knowledge that this was a gift from Duke Tung to her father. Remembering her mother's insistence on marrying the yet unmet Duke Tung, Li Lizzie felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. At the same moment, Lu Cheng, oblivious to Li Shimin's activities, had just exited the palace. He noticed a group of soldiers encircling his Lamborghini. Approaching the vehicle, he inquired curiously, "What is happening here?" The leading officer, bowing respectfully, replied, "Esteemed Duke Tung, we feared that careless onlookers might frighten your celestial steed, so we took it upon ourselves to guard it." After a cautious glance at Lu Cheng, he continued, "Rest assured, we have consulted with the celestial beast, and it did not object to our presence, hence we stand vigil." Lu Cheng nodded, casually retrieving 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket and tossing one to the officer, before opening one for himself and igniting it with a lighter. Drawing a deep breath of smoke, he leaned against the car, his expression clouded with worry. To be honest, Li Shimin's indifference to the locust plague troubled him. It was said that Li Shimin was a benevolent ruler, revered throughout history, but why did he show such disregard for the impending calamity? If Li Shimin truly remained unconcerned, what could Lu Cheng do? He was not an emperor, nor did he wield such power. The desire to save the common folk rested beyond his individual capacity. Though Lu Cheng had resolved to quit smoking, his worries compelled him to light another cigarette. Observing Lu Cheng's actions, the officer took the lighter from him, mimicking his gesture and placing a cigarette between his lips, attempting to ignite it. Once lit, the officer inhaled deeply, only to erupt into a violent coughing fit. Lu Cheng glanced up just in time to witness the officer struggling, and in a somewhat exasperated tone remarked, "If you can't smoke properly, then don't." The officer smiled sheepishly and retorted, "How could I resist? This celestial treasure must be savored. Perhaps I might absorb some of your noble aura." Lu Cheng nodded, choosing not to respond, but rather pondered thoughtfully. "Have you ever witnessed a locust plague?" "A locust plague? Indeed, I have." The officer exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze reflective. "You may not know, but I have endured several such calamities. The most severe occurred towards the end of the Sui dynasty. The grasshoppers blotted out the sun. The people of Lingnan suffered devastating losses." Wiping away a tear that escaped the corner of his eye, whether from the smoke or the memories, he continued, "At that time, my parents perished from starvation. They sacrificed their last morsel of food for me. Now, under the auspices of the great Tang, with prosperity on the horizon," he mused, "we shall have better days ahead." Lu Cheng refrained from informing him of the imminent locust plague, one that would far surpass the devastation he had witnessed in the late Sui period. Rising, he patted the officer on the shoulder. Discarding the lighter and cigarettes into his hands before entering the vehicle, he resolved that he would save whomever he could. Whether Li Shimin intervened or not was beyond his concern. His focus remained on his own responsibilities. With this determination, Lu Cheng prepared to return home. In the face of the locust plague, he had much to prepare. It would not suffice to merely stockpile grain. The adage that after great disaster comes great pestilence rings true, for the two are inexorably linked. Any living organism, upon perishing, gives rise to pathogens. It was foreseeable that this locust plague would leave many to starve. Given the inadequate protective measures against disease in the Tang, even the most basic hygiene practices were neglected. How could one expect them to manage an epidemic? In this era, the medical standards are such that most ailments must be endured through one's own resilience. It is not to imply that there are no miraculous healers. Rather, the physicians of the Tang Dynasty exhibit a wide disparity in their skills. Some are exceptionally proficient, such as Sun Simiao, renowned as a divine physician, while others are woefully inadequate, incapable of even treating a common cold. How can Lu Cheng possibly find solace in such a situation? In comparison to the rampant epidemics that follow locust plagues, Lu Cheng considers the locusts themselves to be almost trivial. Chapter 66. Why not eat meat porridge ultimately? While a locust plague can be endured with sufficient grain, a great epidemic cannot. With this thought in mind, Lu Cheng promptly drove home. However, his current residence was rather small and could not accommodate a substantial amount of supplies. Thus, Lu Cheng resolved to relocate today to the estate recently bestowed upon him by the emperor, the Tang Dynasty. The azure Lamborghini sped along the thoroughfare of Chang'an, trailing clouds of dust behind it. Upon arriving home, Lu Cheng directly approached his mother, who was engaged in light conversation with Lu Lan, and said, "Mother, the emperor's reward has arrived. Shall we move to the Tang Dynasty?" His mother hesitated, gazing at Lu Cheng and replying, "Can we not postpone the move by a couple of days? You have just been elevated to the rank of duke, and we have yet to host a banquet for our neighbors. Would it not be inappropriate to relocate so soon?" Nodding in acknowledgement of his mother's concerns, Lu Cheng realized that he had overlooked the long-standing neighbors who had supported them when his father had passed away. Now that he had achieved some success, it was only fitting that he give back to those who had once helped his family. Feeling a sense of urgency, Lu Cheng pondered for a moment before suggesting to his mother, "How about I go with old Fong today to tidy up the estate? We can invite the neighbors for a banquet in a couple of days and then officially move." His mother agreed to this plan, although she was unsure of her son's fervent desire to act quickly. Nevertheless, she trusted that it must be a matter of significance. With his mother's approval, Lu Cheng seized the opportunity to drive to the Tang Dynasty before the young girl returned home, fearing that she might delay him further. Chang'an, while a capital city like those of later generations, had traffic conditions that were incomparable. The distance from Lu Cheng's home to the new Tang Dynasty was approximately 4 to 5 kilometers. In the future, this journey might take over an hour, but in the Tang Dynasty, Lu Cheng arrived at the estate in less than 5 minutes. After notifying the gatekeepers, the main gate swung open, and Lu Cheng drove his car into the courtyard. He instructed a servant to assist him in selecting a few rooms to serve as storage, planning to exchange for rice and other provisions through the system to stockpile in anticipation of the locust plague, either to sell to Shimin or to distribute for relief efforts. However, upon reflection, Lu Cheng doubted that even if Shimin purchased this rice, it would be distributed to the common people. It would likely be reserved for himself. Having only spent a few minutes in the courtyard, Old Fong and Cheng Chumo arrived at the expansive Tang Dynasty. "My lord, I searched the entire West Market and could only procure a dozen chicks. Not a single duckling was to be found." Old Fong lamented as he entered, wearing a frown. Lu Cheng had anticipated such a situation. Without modern incubation technology, the availability of chicks was indeed quite limited. Ordinary families would not be inclined to consume chickens, as they would prefer to keep eggs to hatch into chicks, waiting for the chicks to eventually lay eggs, with roosters sold off and hens retained for egg production. Therefore, there would be scarce offerings of chicks at the market in Chang'an. Lu Cheng nodded, refraining from reproaching Old Fong, and instead addressed the servants accompanying him. "You may leave now." The lead servant bowed respectfully and led the others out. Once they had exited, Lu Cheng pointed to several rooms and informed Old Fong, "These rooms will serve as my storage. No one is permitted to approach without my command." Old Fong nodded in agreement without any objection. Subsequently, Lu Cheng exchanged for 50-pound bags of rice, filling an entire room with 200 bags in total, all for the purpose of disaster relief in the near future. In another room, he procured half a room's worth of medicinal supplies, disinfectants, and essential sterilization items. In the final room, Lu Cheng established a modernized chick incubation facility, investing nearly 300,000 in an automated incubator. This device required only that fertilized eggs be placed within, after which it would take care of the rest, hatching chicks after a day or several days. Additionally, Lu Cheng purchased a small solar panel and a large battery for backup power. After completing these arrangements, he turned to the busy Cheng Chumo, and said, "Return home and inform Duke Lu of the impending locust plague. Prepare your estate accordingly." Upon hearing this, both Old Fong and Cheng Chimo's expressions changed dramatically. Old Fong murmured, "My lord, will there truly be a locust plague?" Having experienced the turbulent times during the end of the Sui dynasty, Old Fong was familiar with the horrors of locust plagues, and thus his face reflected a hint of fear. In contrast, Cheng Chimo, although also taken aback, displayed shock not from fear of the locust plague itself, but from the realization that his master seemed to possess clairvoyant abilities. For Cheng Chimo, the presence or absence of a locust plague bore little consequence. Even if disaster struck, he remained a minor noble, not worried about sustenance and living with ease. Lu Cheng observed their expressions and silently lamented, "Indeed, why not eat meat porridge?" This phrase, originating from the reign of Emperor Hui of Jin, refers to a lack of comprehensive understanding of a situation. The tale recounts a year of famine when the populace had no grain and resorted to digging up roots and eating the earth, leading to many starving to death. The news reached the palace, where Emperor Hui, sitting on his lofty throne, expressed confusion after hearing the reports from his ministers. With a kind heart, he desired to assist his people and, after much contemplation, proposed a solution. If the people have no rice to fill their bellies, why not eat meat porridge instead? This is the origin of the saying, "Why not eat meat porridge?" For individuals like Shimin and Cheng Chimo, who were born into nobility, they could only perceive the superficial aspects of a locust plague and could not grasp the fear that it instilled in the common folk. The authorities believe that the common people, facing a locust plague and devoid of food, can be comforted by the government's relief efforts, which include distributing rice porridge. They assure the masses not to rush, as each person is guaranteed a bowl. However, they fail to contemplate the implications of the aftermath of the locust disaster for the populace. Their concern is limited to the few days during which the plague occurs, as the government provides porridge. Yet once the disaster subsides, the aid ceases, leaving the people with empty homes. A year's worth of toil has been utterly consumed by the locusts, leaving them with no recourse but to journey southward, wandering or begging their way to Chang'an in search of a means of survival. Chapter 67. Unless unable to resist along the journey, countless common folk travel in groups, some with families in tow, all hoping to reach Chang'an and secure a livelihood that would spare them from hunger. Yet, the populace of Guangzhou surpasses mere thousands. If these uninformed individuals were to be manipulated by those with ill intentions, and if not properly settled, it could incite considerable turmoil. Lu Cheng shook his head, compelling himself to refrain from contemplating such distant matters. His immediate focus should be on the tasks at hand. After instructing Lao Fong and Cheng Chimo to complete their current duties, he dismissed them and retreated to his quarters for a brief respite. However, this so-called rest was more accurately a moment for communication with the system. "System, can I exchange for seeds of sweet potatoes and potatoes?" Lu Cheng perused the system's shop 100 times, only to find that the offerings were merely finished products, such as dried sweet potatoes, without any raw sweet potatoes available. Potatoes were similarly limited to snacks like chips, lacking any raw tubers for planting. Yes, the system's response was as haughty as ever, a mere 2 words sufficing to answer Lu Cheng. "But how do I exchange for them? I couldn't find anything in the marketplace." Lu Cheng exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He was fervently eager to acquire seeds of vegetables like potatoes and sweet potatoes, which could serve as both vegetables and staples. The reason was simple. The grain yield in the Great Tang was alarmingly low. Common households, after a year of farming, could only manage to save enough grain to last a year after paying taxes and rents, leaving them with nothing to spare. Thus, each time calamities such as locust plague struck, the common people suffered the most. If every household had some savings and stored food, enduring a locust plague would merely mean that they would have wasted a year's efforts, yet their lives would remain unaffected. They could rely on their reserves for sustenance. However, the current reality was that without this year's grain, many would face starvation. Therefore, Lu Cheng sought to exchange for crops that could enhance yields for the people, at least providing them with better revenue and more security for their future. Unlocking potato cultivation, 2 billion renminbi. Unlocking all cultivable crops, 5 billion. The system's emotionless voice reverberated in Lu Cheng's mind once more. Upon hearing these staggering figures, he felt an urge to curse the system for its outrageous demands. "Are you trying to swindle me?" Lu Cheng addressed the system in his mind with a stoic expression. "We are professionally trained. Generally, I would not deceive you. Unless unable to resist, The system's reply was particularly infuriating this time. Lu Cheng believed the system took delight in vexing him. It was not merely a matter of annoyance. It felt as though it was mocking him. He had toiled for so long in the Great Tang, yet had only amassed 1.6 billion. Now this system demanded 2.5 billion in one fell swoop. Truly outrageous. Lu Cheng clutched his aching heart and muttered, "I knew it. I knew you were up to something. You want me to earn money for you." He glanced at his balance, and after accounting for significant expenditures like purchasing a vehicle, he still had a substantial 1.6 billion renminbi. However, it was glaringly insufficient compared to the system's requirement of 2.5 billion. Lu Cheng had not considered unlocking only potatoes. The exorbitant cost of 2 billion for just one crop was too steep. That amount was enough for him to address the current locust disaster. Thus, unlocking only potatoes was not an option. If he were to unlock anything, it would have to be all crops simultaneously. After some contemplation, he decided that if he were to seek funds, he must approach Li Shimin. Today, he had only managed to earn around 10 million renminbi from the numerous dukes, far less than Li Shimin's singular expenditure of 1.6 billion. Otherwise, Lu Cheng wouldn't have gifted him the luxury vehicle, Lu Feng. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Lu Cheng drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the young girl outside, having played enough, would likely cause a commotion upon returning home to find Lu Cheng absent. However, no matter how much she fussed, she would not be able to wrangle him back. Early the next morning, the Grand Feng Guogong residence welcomed its first guest. This guest was Qin Huaidao, the son of Qin Xiong, who had arrived bright and early to seek Lu Cheng's assistance in treating his father at a Guogong's residence. In many modern dramas, Qin Xiong's son is portrayed as Qin Huaiyu, but historically, Qin Xiong did not have a child by that name. Historical records indicate that Qin Xiong had only two sons, Qin Huaidao and Qin Shandao. Additionally, the lineage of the Qin family is distinguished by the final character in their names, all bearing the surname Qin. Furthermore, Qin Xiong had an adopted son named Qin Yong, a formidable warrior known to those familiar with the Sui and Tang chronicles, though he met an untimely demise. Huaidao pays his respects to Feng Guogong. Standing before Lu Cheng, Qin Huaidao respectfully bowed to the young duke, who was only slightly older than himself. Lu Cheng nodded, signaling for Qin Huaidao to relax, and gestured for him to take a seat at the table in the hall, summoning Lao Fong to prepare breakfast. Having slept late on his first night at the duke's residence, Lu Cheng had yet to eat breakfast. Once Lao Fong arrived, Lu Cheng exchanged for several baskets of dumplings and 3 bowls of century egg and lean meat congee from the system, placing them on the table. "Let us eat first, have a light breakfast, and then we shall head to your home to treat Guogong." Without waiting for Qin Huaidao to respond, Lu Cheng picked up a dumpling with his chopsticks and savored it with delight. To be honest, just a couple of days ago, he had shared a meal of traditional Beijing doji and youtiao with Lao Fong, yet he could not stomach the taste of doji. Even Lao Fong, who abhorred wasting food, spat out the doji he had taken, casting a resentful glance at Lu Cheng and lamenting, "Why would you make me eat such spoiled food?" Since then, Lu Cheng had never touched doji again. During mealtime, Lao Fong no longer insisted that the servants refrain from joining the table. Each time Lu Cheng took his seat, Lao Fong eagerly followed suit, awaiting his wife Lu Lan to serve the food, behaving as if he were a distinguished lord. Lu Cheng had no objections. After all, a larger gathering made the meal more enjoyable. However, Lu Lan was not as accommodating. It was said that she would mercilessly reprimand Lao Fong after each meal. As Qin Huaidao gazed at the suddenly abundant dishes on the table, he paused for a moment, recalling some words of wisdom imparted by his father. His father had mentioned that the Duke of Tengguo was, in truth, a genuine scion of celestial lineage. Thus, Qin Huaidao felt no reservations and, emulating the manner of Lu Cheng and Lao Fong, proceeded to partake in the meal without hesitation. Chapter 68. Idle. After a simple breakfast, Lu Cheng wiped his mouth and directly led Qin Huaidao towards his Lamborghini. To his surprise, upon reaching the courtyard, he found that Qin Huaidao had arrived on a small motorcycle belonging to Qin Xiong. Thus, Lu Cheng had no choice but to follow Qin Huaidao, driving his Lamborghini slowly behind the motorcycle as they made their way to the residence of the Duke of Yi. Upon arrival at the Duke's estate, Qin Xiong had just dismounted when he saw Qin Huaidao approaching with a middle-aged woman following closely behind. Today's matters will require much assistance from Duke Tun. Qin Xiong approached Lu Cheng and performed a deep bow, then bent slightly to express his gratitude. The woman also bowed and expressed her thanks, saying, I am immensely grateful for Duke Tang's assistance. Lu Cheng quickly interrupted their formalities, gently supporting Qin Xiong, and said, Uncle and aunt need not be so formal. I am of similar age to Huaidao, so you may call me by my given name. Qin Xiong nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of fostering a good relationship with the offspring of celestial beings. The Duchess of Yi, following closely behind Qin Xiong, could not help but nod approvingly at Lu Cheng, secretly admiring him as a commendable youth who, despite his young age, had been bestowed the title of Duke, yet remained humble and amiable. Qin Xiong seized Lu Cheng's hand and asked, What is your courtesy name? Lu Cheng pondered for a moment, recalling that he indeed had a courtesy name, which had not been used in quite some time. After a while, he finally remembered it. You may call me Huateng, he replied to Qin Xiong. Huateng. How amusing that it shares a name with a great wealthy figure from 2,000 years hence, yet Lu Cheng believed his father was unaware that such a notable personage existed in later times. Excellent choice of name. Huateng, soaring like a phoenix, truly a splendid name. Qin Xiong exclaimed without reservation. Lu Cheng twitched his lips slightly and asked Qin Xiong, Uncle, have you had breakfast today? Qin Xiong laughed heartily, saying no. I had Huaidao call for you early this morning because I was waiting for you to arrive so we could have a proper feast. And then you can treat my ailment. Lu Cheng's gaze fell upon Qin Xiong's somewhat sallow complexion, realizing that this elder truly felt liberated knowing he had hope for recovery. To think he desires to indulge in libations at such an early hour. Truly reckless. In truth, Qin Xiong was a valiant man. Historical records indicate that many old generals who fought alongside Shimin enjoyed a good life after the establishment of the Tang Dynasty. Yet, only Qin Xiong suffered from prolonged illness. Ailing, he once remarked, throughout my life of warfare, I have engaged in over 200 battles, sustained numerous injuries, and shed an immense amount of blood. How could I not fall ill? Thus, Lu Cheng held this noble figure in high regard. Interrupting Qin Xiong's laughter, Lu Cheng said, Uncle, there is no need to rush. Let me first attend to your treatment, and then we shall enjoy a feast together. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiong curiously asked, What do you mean? Is the treatment going to be swift? Beside them, Qin Huaidao and the Duchess listened intently, eager to hear Lu Cheng's explanation. Indeed, it will be quite quick, a maximum of an hour, Lu Cheng nodded. Looking at the hopeful expressions of Qin Xiong, the Duchess, and Qin Huaidao, and spoke with unwavering certainty. As a physician, it is essential to instill ample confidence in patients, making them feel their ailment is minor and easily treatable. This greatly aids their recovery. Lu Cheng reflected inwardly, remembering that Qin Xiong suffered from anemia and hyperkalemia. To be frank, these were not significant ailments. Simple blood transfusions could remedy them. Yet, in this wretched old society, while transfusions were feasible, verifying blood types posed a challenge, as there were no blood testing devices available. Moreover, ancient people had no understanding of blood types, only knowing that transfusions could potentially lead to death. This was primarily due to the incompatibility of blood types between donor and recipient. It is well known that incompatible blood types cannot coexist, leading to the patient's demise. As for hyperkalemia, it simply referred to issues with hemolysis, where red blood cells rupture, releasing hemoglobin. In short, excessive blood loss in youth could lead to bodily dysfunction. Hyperkalemia can cause numbness in the limbs and around the mouth, muscle pain, bradycardia, and an increased risk of arrhythmias. Furthermore, hyperkalemia may present as either acute or chronic. Acute cases require immediate intervention to avert cardiac arrest. Observing Qin Xiong's current condition, it seemed he was neither acutely nor chronically ill upon entering the Duke of Yi's hall. Lu Cheng assisted Qin Xiong into a seat. Before he could inquire about Qin Xiong's recent condition, he was startled by loud voices from outside. As he furrowed his brow and looked towards the hall entrance, he saw the familiar figure of Cheng Yaojin, accompanied by Li Jing, Wei Qigong, and an unfamiliar individual entering the Qin residence. Before Lu Cheng could speak, Qin Xiong, sitting nearby, glared fiercely at Cheng Yaojin, exclaiming, "Be quiet. You're making a ruckus." Surprisingly, Cheng Yaojin did not retort. Instead, he shrank his neck and responded, "Uncle Bao, I came to see you, and old Niu is here too." Lu Cheng was taken aback. Historical accounts noted that Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin shared an exceptionally close bond, akin to sworn brothers, with Cheng always regarding Qin Xiong as an elder brother. As he witnessed their interaction, it was evident that the records were accurate. Had it been anyone else reprimanding Cheng Yaojin, the boisterous man would have surely retaliated, yet Qin Xiong's words elicited no response from him at all. Observing the imposing figure of Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong turned to Lu Cheng and introduced, Huadeng, allow me to introduce you to the illustrious Duke of Langya, Niu Xiu, also known as Niu Jinda. Afterward, Qin Xiong continued speaking, but Lu Cheng paid little attention. For he had just laid eyes upon the person he admired most in his lifetime indeed. The individual he revered above all was not Li Er, the emperor of the Tang, nor Li Jing, the military god, but rather this Niu Jinda, whom he had just met. Although Niu Jinda is merely a duke of Langya, his military achievements are no less significant than those of renowned generals such as Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong. The reason why the great Tang Dynasty boasts numerous formidable warriors, yet holds Niu Jinda in particular esteem, lies in the fact that he is the only incorruptible general known to them. Niu Jinda possesses a rugged and fierce appearance, with a dark complexion and abundant facial hair, often displaying a fearsome countenance, leading others to jestingly refer to him as the ugliest general. Chapter 69. Niu Jinda. However, Niu Jinda possesses a warm heart. Do not scoff. This statement is indeed true. Although Niu Jinda is quite rugged in demeanor, he undeniably harbors a compassionate spirit. If we were to regard the martial generals of the Tang Dynasty as contemporary celebrities, the most renowned among them might be Wei Qigong, yet the most charitable would undoubtedly be Niu Jinda, the Duke of Langya and General Niu. Not only does Lu Cheng admire Niu Jinda, but even I, the author, hold him in high esteem. It is said that Niu Jinda was born into a modest official family. His father served as a county magistrate during the twilight of the Sui dynasty. However, due to their frequent generosity towards impoverished citizens, the family found itself in dire financial straits, unable to adapt to a life of extravagance after achieving prosperity. He had but one wife and did not engage in the practice of taking concubines like some of his contemporaries, such as Cheng Yaojin. Moreover, Niu Jinda is known for his kindness and attentiveness towards his subordinates. After assisting Li Shimin in seizing the throne and being appointed as a general, Niu Jinda maintained his humble lifestyle. While other generals surrounded themselves with hundreds of servants, Niu Jinda continued to live a frugal life, remaining remarkably low-key and not conforming to the aura typically associated with a general. Within his household, apart from his wife and a son who had lost a leg, an elderly woman assisted with domestic affairs. In the context of that era, his living conditions were scarcely superior to those of the common folk. Some may wonder why a general of such stature would live in such simplicity. This is largely influenced by Niu Jinda's upbringing. Although born to a county magistrate, the era of Emperor Yang of Sui was marked by extensive irrigation projects and military campaigns against Goguryeo, which drained national resources, leaving the populace to suffer from hunger. Many citizens resorted to banditry, and some soldiers who fled became brigands, seizing the meager provisions of the innocent. Thus, Niu Jinda grew up in an environment rife with lawlessness. Despite his father's position, the family often lacked sufficient food, witnessing relatives succumb to hunger. While Niu Jinda alone persevered like a wild grass growing in the crevices of stone. It is precisely due to these painful childhood memories that even after attaining high office, he could not bring himself to indulge in wealth and luxury. His early experiences instilled in him a profound understanding of the importance of national stability for the welfare of the people. Consequently, he devoted himself to supporting Li Shimin, hoping that the establishment of a new dynasty would grant the populace the happiness and security he had been deprived of in his youth. Niu Jinda's aspirations were fulfilled during Li Shimin's reign, as the era of Zhengguan flourished with peace and prosperity, precisely what Niu Jinda had longed to witness. Niu Jinda's life diverges significantly from that of other generals. Many sought to assist their sovereigns in territorial expansion for personal glory and rewards. In contrast, Niu Jinda sought neither accolades nor pleasures, but yearned solely for a nation characterized by the peace and prosperity he had once lacked in his childhood. The adage that good deeds do not always yield good returns rings true. Niu Jinda lived a life of virtue, yet his son suffered a debilitating injury at a young age, rendering him unable to walk and relegating him to a life of seclusion at home. This is the reason for Lu Cheng's admiration of Niu Jinda. One must ask, is there another general in this world capable of such selflessness? As Lu Cheng pondered, he was interrupted by Qin Xiong, who gently shook his arm. Lu Cheng quickly shook his head, realizing his lapse in decorum. General Niu Jinda of Langya? Lu Cheng inquired, gazing at the robust figure before him. Indeed, I am Niu Jinda, and it is an honor to meet you. Duke of Tinghua. Despite his age, Niu Jinda did not overlook Lu Cheng, instead greeting him with utmost respect. Lu Cheng hastily evaded Niu Jinda's courteous bow, rushing to his side and grasping his arm, saying, Uncle Niu, there is no need for such formality. Though Niu Jinda was puzzled by Lu Cheng's affectionate demeanor, he smiled and replied, Then I shall take the liberty of addressing you as Huateng, just as I do with Shu Bao. Lu Cheng nodded, pleased with the familiarity. That is certainly appropriate. You should indeed call me that. Niu Jinda chuckled, observing Lu Cheng supporting him. Huateng, is Shu Bao's ailment treatable? Indeed, it is quite treatable. I can ensure that within an hour, Uncle Qin will be well. Lu Cheng confidently assured Niu Jinda. I have heard that your brother has some difficulties with his legs? Lu Cheng inquired, looking at the venerable philanthropist and general before him. Alas, Zhan's condition has become a chronic issue, the seasoned general sighed. Do not worry. I shall visit your home in a few days to examine Zhan. Perhaps he may yet stand. Lu Cheng declared, thumping his chest with confidence. At that moment, Lu Cheng felt a surge of excitement akin to that of meeting an idol. Yes, Niu Jinda. Why not allow Huateng to take a closer look at Niu Zhan in a few days? He is a descendant of the celestial beings and surely possesses a remedy. Qin Xiong interjected, feeling somewhat neglected. Niu Jinda sighed, seemingly lacking much hope, and turned to Lu Cheng. Then I must trouble you, Huateng. Lu Cheng nodded and moved closer to Qin Xiong, gently pressing his chest. Uncle, do you frequently experience numbness in your chest and limbs? Qin Xiong nodded, replying, Yes, quite frequently. In fact, for the past few years, I have experienced numbness daily. Lu Cheng then conducted a thorough examination of Qin Shu Bao, ultimately concluding that his symptoms aligned with historical accounts of hyperkalemia and anemia. He felt relieved. Uncle, may I ask where the tools I requested yesterday are? Lu Cheng asked Qin Shu Bao. Qin Shu Bao turned to his son, Qin Huaidao, and said, Huaidao, go fetch that set of celestial instruments. Qin Huaidao nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly dashed out. When Qin Huaidao returned, bringing forth the blood transfusion and blood testing equipment purchased by Lu Cheng the previous day, everyone in the living room widened their eyes in anticipation, eager to witness how Lu Cheng would employ his magic to heal Qin Shu Bao. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng remained remarkably composed as he took a slender object resembling an embroidery needle, punctured Qin Shu Bao's arm, and extracted a sample of blood. Chapter 70. Mother-in-law observes the son-in-law Lu Cheng. May I inquire how you intend to treat Uncle Bao? The impatient Cheng Yaojin observed Lu Cheng's slow movements as he administered treatment to Qin Shu Bao's arm, his restlessness evident as he spoke with a hint of irritation. Uncle Qin's ailments stem from excessive blood loss due to an injury sustained in his youth, compounded by his own insufficient blood production. A blood transfusion will suffice. Lu Cheng replied casually while determining the blood type. As for the hyperkalemia, Lu Cheng had no intention of disclosing this to Cheng Yaojin, as explaining it would lead to an endless discussion. It was far simpler to inform them that a blood transfusion would resolve the issue. A blood transfusion? This is unacceptable, Huateng. Upon hearing the words blood transfusion, Cheng Yaojin's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurried to Lu Cheng's side, continuing, Huateng, have you forgotten that transfusions can lead to the patient's demise? Do not underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. The method of blood transfusion has been tested by countless physicians, yet the results have often been less than objective. Although ancient wisdom has reached considerable heights, the technological means remain vastly inferior. The incompatibility of blood types and the conditions under which transfusions are performed pose significant challenges without modern technology. Lu Cheng glanced at Cheng Yaojin and assured him, Not to worry, the blood I am using is not ordinary. It will undoubtedly revitalize Uncle Qin. Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened in disbelief, wanting to say something but was silenced by Qin Xiong's glare. Qin Xiong addressed Cheng Yaojin. There is no need for such alarm. Life and death are determined by fate. I am already immensely grateful for Huateng's willingness to assist. Let us not complicate matters further. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin bit his lip, remaining silent but fixated on Lu Cheng's actions, fearful that a misstep might endanger his elder brother. Lu Cheng, taking note of Qin Xiong's words, glanced at Qin Shu Bao before returning to his equipment. The great hall of the Igua Gongfu fell into a profound silence, all eyes focused on Lu Cheng's hands. Indifferent to their scrutiny, Lu Cheng continued his work with calm assurance. After approximately 5 minutes, Lu Cheng successfully determined Qin Shu Bao's blood type. Thankfully, It was a common type A. The next step was to prepare for the transfusion. Lu Cheng first selected an 800 milliliter bag of type A blood from the system. As the blood bag appeared in his hands, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. In particular, Cheng Yaojin, unable to contain himself, muttered, "Is this the blood of an immortal?" Wei Qigong and Niu Jindao exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to respond to the transparent blood bag in Lu Cheng's grasp. Conversely, Qin Huaidao and the Lady of Yiguagong appeared overwhelmed with emotion, as if they had firmly believed that Lu Cheng would provide the blood of an immortal for Qin Shubao. Thus, mother and son gazed at the pallid Qin Shubao, finally seeing a glimmer of hope for his recovery. The subsequent actions of Lu Cheng were quite straightforward. He first connected one end of the transfusion apparatus to the blood bag and then, rather brusquely, inserted the other end into Qin Shubao's vein. Lu Cheng then took a seat, patiently awaiting the outcome. "Lu Cheng, is that all?" Cheng Yaojin looked on in astonishment at Lu Cheng, seemingly unable to believe that such a simple procedure was sufficient for a transfusion of immortal blood. Should there not be some sort of sacrificial ritual accompanying it? Lu Cheng cast a glance at Cheng Yaojin, now reluctant to engage with this troublesome character, knowing that once entangled, it could lead to endless banter. Qin Huaidao approached his father, who was now appearing significantly more at ease, with a hint of color returning to his cheeks. The once furrowed brow of Qin Shubao, plagued by illness, began to relax during the transfusion. If one were to compare Qin Shubao's body to a barren field, then the blood would represent water. It was clear that the field was parched and in dire need of nourishment, just as Qin Shubao's body required blood. With Lu Cheng providing the transfusion, it was akin to watering a desiccated field, and thus Qin Shubao felt an immense sense of comfort. Reclining in his chair, Qin Shubao gradually succumbed to sleep, his body enveloped in a state of profound relaxation as the blood flowed within him. Observing this, Qin Huaidao could not help but shed a tear of clarity. Since Qin Shubao fell ill, he had lost track of how long it had been since his father had slept so peacefully. Witnessing the serene expression on Qin Shubao's face, he understood that his father was truly on the path to recovery. In that moment, Qin Huaidao turned to Lu Cheng and knelt before him. Prostrating on the ground, he sobbed, "Huaidao is deeply grateful for the assistance of Tang Guogong. Should Tang Guogong require anything in the future, Huaidao would not hesitate to sacrifice himself." Cheng Yaojin and the others exchanged glances, refraining from interrupting Qin Huaidao's gesture, curious to see how Lu Cheng would respond. Meanwhile, the Lady of Qin observed her husband's now rosy complexion as he slept, feeling immense joy as she watched her son mature and capable of making independent decisions, showing no intention of hindering Qin Huaidao's actions. The Qin family operated on the principle of reciprocity. Kindness was always returned, and grievances addressed. To someone like Lu Cheng, who had effectively saved the entire Igua Gongfu, it was trivial for their son to bow in gratitude. Conversely, Lu Cheng felt a bit flustered, his previous aura of tranquility dissipating as he hurriedly assisted Qin Huaidao, urging, "There is no need for such formality. I hold great respect for the character of Igua Gong. Huaidao need not go to such lengths." Cheng Yaojin, observing the scene, broke into laughter, first chuckling heartily before turning to the Lady of Qin, "Sister-in-law, please prepare some food and drink. When my brother awakens, we shall celebrate until we are thoroughly inebriated." Wei Qigong and Niu Jindao nodded in agreement, their faces alight with joy. They were all brothers who had faced life and death together. None wished to see Qin Shubao depart prematurely, especially considering that he had helped them immensely in their youth. Lu Cheng cast a sidelong glance at Cheng Yaojin, thinking to himself that this old fellow truly regarded him as one of their own. The Lady of Qin wiped away her joyful tears, her heart brimming with gratitude as she looked at Lu Cheng, exclaiming, "Huadeng, wait a moment. I shall prepare food and drink for you all. When your uncle awakens, we must ensure he enjoys a hearty celebration with you." At this moment, Madame Qin gazed upon Lu Cheng with the affectionate eye of a mother-in-law observing her son-in-law, finding him increasingly agreeable with each passing moment. She lamented her lack of a daughter, for such a humble yet accomplished young man was indeed a rarity. Were she to have a daughter, she would undoubtedly wish to bestow her upon Lu Cheng. Hearing this, Lu Cheng could only nod in acknowledgement. As for drinking, he felt no trepidation. After all, he was a youth well-versed in the art of consuming spirits, having endured the inundation of 50 to 60 degrees of baijiu in his past life. Yesterday, When Cheng Yaojin and his companions gathered at Lu Cheng's abode for libations, he had refrained from partaking, but today he might indulge in a modest amount. Chapter 71. One-on-one duel. After more than half an hour, the bag of blood plasma was finally completely administered, and Qin Xiong slowly opened his eyes while lying in his seat. Seeing everyone smiling at him, Qin Shubao's face flushed with embarrassment. He had not anticipated that he would fall into a comfortable slumber during treatment, observed so clearly by his brothers. As he gradually regained his senses, Qin Shubao felt a warm sensation enveloping him. To his astonishment, he discovered that all his ailments had vanished. The fatigue that had plagued him also dissipated with the revival of his spirits. The fists that he had previously struggled to clench were now easily tightened, and as he squeezed his hands, he felt as though he had returned to his youthful vigor, brimming with untapped strength. In fact, Qin Shubao even entertained the fanciful notion that he could vanquish a tiger with a single punch. Upon noticing that Lu Cheng had removed the tubes from his body, Qin Shubao executed a graceful leap and landed firmly in the hall's open area. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astonished, unable to close their mouths in disbelief. They were well aware of Qin Shubao's previous condition. He had struggled to even clench a fist, let alone ride a horse or grasp the reins firmly. Thus, he had reluctantly withdrawn from the battlefield. However, he never imagined that just one bag of divine blood from the Tian was Lu Cheng would rejuvenate him from the brink of death to his former strength. The rosy hue on Qin Shubao's face indicated that he had clearly shaken off the tormenting illness that had plagued him for so long. Grateful, Qin Shubao glanced at Lu Cheng, his lips moving as if to express his thanks, but fearing it might seem too formal. He turned to Cheng Yaojin and Wei Qigong instead. With a hearty laugh, full of vitality, he showed no trace of his previous fatigue. Looking at the tearful Qin Huaidao, he exclaimed, "Huaidao, fetch your father's long spear, and bring a long whip for your uncle Wei. Today, I shall have a spirited duel with him." Upon hearing Qin Xiong's words, the stern-faced Wei Qigong's eyes gleamed with combativeness as he declared, "Shubao, let us determine our prowess today." Qin Foren cast a warm glance at Lu Cheng, her eyes glistening with tears of joy as she urged, "Shubao, be swift in your return. Huadeng awaits your company for a drink." Qin Foren was overjoyed. Her husband had been bedridden for years. Within the vast Yigua Gongfu, apart from Cheng Yaojin and a few brothers who often visited, how many still remembered the illustrious name of the Yigua Gong? Now that her husband was well again and could return to court, the glory of the Yigua Gongfu would be restored. One might even dare to dream of further advancement. After hearing his wife's words, Qin Shubao smiled at Lu Cheng and added, "Huadeng should come to witness this." Lu Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a person of Huaxia, who did not harbor a dream of martial arts, regrettably, the true essence of martial arts had been lost to time, leaving only mere semblances of strength and fitness. Today, witnessing the legendary Yigua Gong, Qin Xiong, and Wei Qigong in combat was a source of immense joy for Lu Cheng. He would finally behold the pinnacle of ancient martial arts. In truth, it was a bit misleading to call it the pinnacle, for the annals of history were filled with martial arts masters, such as the renowned sword Saint Gainye, or the legendary trio of Lu, Guan, and Zhang from the Three Kingdoms, as well as the formidable war god Lu Bu. All were genuine martial arts luminaries from various dynasties. Yet, in the current Tang Dynasty, the mightiest warriors were those present in the hall: Yigua Gong Qin Xiong, Yigua Gong Wei Qigong, and Lu Gua Gong Cheng Yaojin, all celebrated generals famed for their personal strength. Thus, the prospect of witnessing these esteemed figures engage in combat was exhilarating for Lu Cheng. Eagerly, he followed Qin Xiong toward the martial arts arena of the Yigua Gongfu. When Qin Xiong reappeared, he had donned a complete set of armor, having changed from his previous attire into the gear he wore during his days on the battlefield. Armed with a long spear, Qin Xiong stood powerfully at the side of the arena, his eyes radiating combat spirit. Even Lu Cheng could scarcely believe that this was the same Qin Shubao, once pale and frail, now transformed into a figure of vigor and strength. Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jinda, standing nearby, could not help but cheer in admiration for Qin Xiong's commanding presence. Cheng Yaojin, with tears in his eyes, gazed at Qin Xiong, exclaiming, "After so many years, Shubao, you have finally returned." At that moment, Wei Qigong, clad in his battle armor and wielding a steel whip, approached the arena. Lu Cheng observed in awe. The once rough-looking Wei Qigong now exuded an imposing aura, entirely shedding his former rugged appearance. Instead, he emanated a powerful sense of oppression, almost stifling Lu Cheng's breath. The anticipation of their imminent clash made Lu Cheng's heart race. Ha ha ha, Shu Bao, you haven't practiced your martial arts in years. Today, I shall give you 3 moves. Wei Qigong, eyes ablaze with fervor, addressed Qin Xiong. In their earlier days, when Li Shimin was still Prince Qin, they often donned their armor and engaged in friendly duels to hone their skills. Now, after many years, the prospect of battling alongside Shu Bao once more filled Wei Qigong with exhilaration. Qin Shu Bao was unperturbed by Wei Qigong's concession. He acknowledged the truth in his words, having indeed neglected his training since falling ill. He had not practiced his family's spear techniques and had instead watched his son, Qin Huaidao, diligently train in the expansive arena. It was not that Qin Xiong lacked the desire to practice, but rather that his body could no longer permit it. Thus, feeling the weight of the moment, Qin Xiong, acknowledging Wei Qigong's humility, tightened his grip on the spear and nodded in response. Lu Cheng was filled with excitement as the 2 formidable martial artists prepared to engage in combat. With an intense focus, Qin Shu Bao, invigorated and free from illness, grasped his spear firmly, let out a battle cry, and charged toward the formidable Wei Qigong. Yet, Wei Qigong remained utterly unperturbed, bursting into hearty laughter before bellowing in anger, "Come forth." Meanwhile, Lu Cheng, who was watching from the sidelines, felt his heart leap into his throat. These were indeed formidable weapons on display. The nearly rusted tip of the gun was particularly alarming. Should it inadvertently pierce Wei Qigong, would it not lead to a risk of tetanus? Moreover, Wei Qigong's iron whip was no trifling matter either, adorned with iron barbs that, upon striking flesh, would likely result in grievous wounds. Chapter 72. The Art of the Overlord's Halberd. With a swift charge, Qin Shu Bao surged towards Wei Qigong, brandishing his spear. Yet, Wei Qigong remained utterly composed, simply flicking his whip with a calm demeanor. Lu Cheng could clearly observe the sparks flying as the iron spear and iron whip intertwined, indicating that both combatants were exerting their utmost strength. Qin Xiong gripped the spear tightly, attempting to overpower Wei Qigong and wrest the whip from his hands. However, Wei Qigong did not relent. He merely gave a slight shake of his hand, causing the whip, which had been tightly coiled around the spear, to retract instantly. This display ignited Lu Cheng's fervor, prompting him to rise to his feet and exclaim loudly, "Excellent." Having thwarted Qin Xiong's strategy, Wei Qigong shifted from defense to offense, wielding his whip with such speed that Lu Cheng could only perceive its afterimage. Faced with this rapid assault, Qin Xiong was compelled to adopt a more serious stance, tightening his grip on the spear and probing forward, hoping to dismantle Wei Qigong's relentless strikes. Yet, a rash attack would only result in the whip striking his spear askew, inevitably leading to the whip mercilessly lashing against him. Observing Qin Xiong's caution, Wei Qigong advanced, launching his whip beside him. However, Qin Xiong adeptly blocked the strikes with his spear, sustaining no injuries, which filled him with a sense of pride. He had not anticipated that his skills, despite years of neglect, remained formidable. As Qin Xiong's confidence swelled, he successfully deflected another of Wei Qigong's attacks and thrust his spear toward Wei Qigong's vulnerabilities, aiming to break his rhythm. To his astonishment, Wei Qigong did not retreat but pressed forward. With a deft shake of his whip, its tail seemed to come alive, wrapping around Qin Xiong's spear once more. With a firm pull, Wei Qigong sent the spear flying out of the training arena. Thus concluded the duel between the 2 noblemen, with Qin Xiong emerging as the defeated party. "Ha ha, Shu Bao, how about my whip? Have I made progress?" Wei Qigong laughed heartily, looking at Qin Shu Bao on the platform. "Indeed, you've improved significantly. However, do not take too much pride. I have merely practiced less in recent years," Qin Xiong replied, his spirits undampened by his defeat. As he laughed joyously, "Hua Tong, come, let us enjoy a few drinks." Qin Xiong gathered his armor and approached Lu Cheng with a smile. At that moment, Lu Cheng was oblivious to Qin Xiong, as he was engrossed in communication with the system. Just as he was captivated by the duel between Qin Xiong and Wei Qigong, Lu Cheng received a sudden notification from the system. Detection indicates the host is spectating. New items have been unlocked. Martial arts. The unexpected announcement startled Lu Cheng, compelling him to quickly check the new offering. Overlord's halberd technique details. Though I perish today, I remain the overlord of Western Chu. The technique of Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu, practiced by the mightiest warrior of the 3 kingdoms, Lu Bu. Exchange price, 88 million renminbi. Lu Cheng stared blankly at the system's sudden revelation. The halberd technique of Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Shu, and Lu Bu, the unrivaled warrior. This was akin to hitting the jackpot. If he mastered this overlord's halberd technique today, would he not be able to vanquish a dozen opponents like Qin Xiong and Wei Qigong? Determined, Lu Cheng resolved that if the system assured immediate mastery upon exchange, he would undoubtedly acquire this unparalleled martial skill. After all, 80 million was a small price to pay for the technique of the overlord of Western Shu. Yes, the host will automatically learn the overlord's halberd technique upon exchange. The system confirmed in Lu Cheng's mind. Exchange. I shall exchange it immediately. With this affirmation, Lu Cheng eagerly communicated with the system in his mind. To acquire a self-defense technique for 80 million is indeed a tremendous bargain. Once I master the overlord's halberd technique, who in the Tang Dynasty could stand against me? The answer was clear, no one could. After receiving Lu Cheng's consent, the system swiftly deducted 88 million renminbi from his balance. The overlord's halberd technique was implanted in Lu Cheng's mind, and true to its word, he found himself adept at the technique instantly. However, the subsequent notification left Lu Cheng frozen in place. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the overlord's halberd technique. The special item, Overlord's Strength, has been unlocked. Item details. Though I perish today, I remain the overlord of Western Shu. The overlord's strength, derived from the might of Xiang Yu and the prowess of Lu Bu. Exchange price, 100 million renminbi. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Lu Cheng erupted in a furious tirade within his mind upon reading this information. You deceitful entity. I knew you were scheming against me. I truly fell for your trickery. Though he had indeed mastered the overlord's halberd technique, Lu Cheng discovered that employing this technique required immense strength, an obstacle for someone as frail as himself. Had he not effectively wasted his investment? Please offer a discount. Lu Cheng seethed under his breath, his expression darkening as he grit his teeth, and inquired further. This item combines the strength of Xiang Yu with that of Lu Bu. The strongest overlord strength is derived from the might and quick reflexes of both warriors, and is non-negotiable. The system, previously silent, sprang to life upon hearing a potential transaction. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lu Cheng clenched his teeth and pressed on. If I acquire this overlord's strength, will I then be able to use the overlord's halberd technique? The system assured him, yes, host, you can rest assured. This system guarantees that once you purchase the overlord's strength, you will become the mightiest in the world. This system also guarantees that after acquiring the overlord's strength, you will absolutely be able to utilize the overlord's halberd technique. Huh, what good is your guarantee? Lu Cheng retorted, mercilessly mocking the system. This dogged system truly lacks humanity. It has long been evident that it is a nefarious entity. From the outset, it liquidated Lu Cheng's assets, leaving him with merely a few thousand yuan. Furthermore, last night's utterance. This system has undergone professional training and will certainly not deceive you, unless it cannot resist. One must wonder, does this sound like the words of a human being? Is this something a person could utter? What a heartless system it is. In his heart, Lu Cheng cursed the system once more, yet he had no choice but to grit his teeth and proceed with the purchase. Payment has been deducted. Please acknowledge the receipt of the might of the overlord. The system swiftly deducted 100 million yuan. Chapter 73. The malevolent system. Upon the completion of another deduction, Lu Cheng immediately felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. Clenching his fists, he sensed an immense power, as if a single blow could fell a bull. However, upon gazing at his physique, he noted no discernible changes. He remained in his feeble form. Just as he contemplated inquiring about this anomaly, the system chimed in once more. Congratulations, host. You have activated the Ba Wang GFA and the power of the overlord, and a new product has been unlocked. Product details. The Gui Shen Fong Tian Hua Ji, an enhanced version of the Fong Tian Hua Ji wielded by Lu Bu. When swung, it commands the might of the gods, capable of slaying men and deities alike. Product features. It can be stored in the system space at any time, with a retrieval fee of 100 RMB each use. Item price, 10 million RMB. Lu Cheng felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had indeed fallen into a trap. This wretched system was genuinely bent on exploiting him. The initial Ba Wang GFA had been a pitfall, and now there was yet another trap with the power of the overlord. It was infuriating that he had been misled, only to be presented with the Gui Shen Fong Tian Hua Ji at the end. Having exhausted his capacity for cursing the system, Lu Cheng resigned himself to the situation. This infernal contraption had already siphoned away 18 million RMB from him today, and it seemed intent on continuing its relentless plunder. Determined not to be ensnared again, Lu Cheng resolved to disregard this foolish system. Why should he spend 10 million on a weapon that would incur ongoing charges when a standard daji could suffice? After a lengthy monologue of grievances, Lu Cheng finally fell silent, only to realize that Qin Shubao and Wei Qigong were all intently observing him. This sudden scrutiny made Lu Cheng feel quite embarrassed, prompting him to declare loudly, after witnessing the battle between Uncle Wei Qigong and Uncle Qin, I, your humble nephew, have gained insight and comprehended a new style of wielding the daji, which esteemed uncle will engage me in combat. Qin Shubao and Cheng Yaojin exchanged amused glances, dismissing Lu Cheng's claims. Did he think martial arts were as easy to grasp as cabbages? If such skills could be acquired so effortlessly, wouldn't those who had diligently honed their craft since childhood be rendered foolish? Should they simply abandon their training to watch duels all day? Observing their skepticism, Lu Cheng turned to Qin Shubao and inquired, Uncle Qin, do you happen to have a daji at home? Qin Xiong looked at Lu Cheng in surprise, not expecting him to be serious. However, upon reflection, he considered that Lu Cheng, as a disciple of the immortal realm, might indeed have the potential for genuine insight. Hence, Qin Shubao called out to his son, Qin Huaidao, quickly fetch the daji for Huadeng. Upon hearing this, Qin Huaidao hurried to the backyard to retrieve the daji his father had treasured from his youth. He too was eager to witness the distinctiveness of the style Lu Cheng claimed to have comprehended. Standing in the center of the practice yard, Lu Cheng became lost in thought, envisioning the Ba Wang Gfa, until Qin Huaidao reappeared, holding a daji that stood nearly 2 meters tall. After handing the daji to Lu Cheng, he swiftly exited the arena, aware that his martial prowess paled in comparison to his father's, and thus refrained from showing off. With one hand grasping the daji, Lu Cheng effortlessly swung it a few times, but found it strangely light. It was evident that weapons wielded by titans like Xiang Yu and Lu Bu were likely custom-made. Although Qin Shubao's treasured daji was a fine weapon, it was still inferior to those of legendary heroes, lacking in both weight and power. Testing the heft of the daji, Lu Cheng dismissed his concerns and began to practice the movements of the Ba Wang Gfa. Below, Qin Shubao, Wei Qigong, and others watched intently, their eyes widening in astonishment as they perceived the intricacies of Lu Cheng's technique. Eventually, several dignitaries below began to praise him vocally. As Lu Cheng danced with the daji, he felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him, as if an intoxicating joy was spreading throughout his being. He wielded the daji with growing fervor, until, in his mind, he envisioned a grand figure, majestic and formidable, brandishing the Fong Tian Hua Ji, eyes ablaze, adorned with a golden crown, clad in a vibrant battle robe, and donning armor of the Tang Dynasty, roaring with ferocity. With a powerful swing, he executed a cleaving motion, shattering the green bricks beneath him and causing the daji to snap in two. Staring in disbelief at the broken weapon in his hand, Lu Cheng turned to face Qin Shubao, only to find him and Wei Qigong gaping at him in astonishment. Embarrassed, Lu Cheng scratched his head, realizing he had not only damaged the bricks, but also ruined Qin Shubao's cherished daji. This was indeed a mortifying predicament. It appeared that he could no longer rely on ordinary weapons. They were simply inadequate for him. As he pondered this dilemma, Qin Xiong, Wei Qigong, and Cheng Yaojin finally came to their senses. Wei Qigong called out to Lu Cheng, Huadeng, are you willing to engage in battle with me? Lu Cheng, eager to demonstrate the newfound power of the Overlord and the Ba Wang Gfa, was more than willing. After all, his weapon had just broken, and he felt a sense of dissatisfaction. With Wei Qigong extending the challenge, Lu Cheng gladly accepted. With a smile, he replied to the stern-faced Wei Qigong, I would be honored to battle, Uncle Wei. Should you emerge victorious, I shall present you with a steel whip, far superior to your current weapon. Upon hearing this, Wei Qigong's fighting spirit surged. A free weapon was certainly enticing. He promptly donned his battle armor and ascended the stage. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng spent 10 million in the system to acquire the Gui Shun Fong Tian Hua Ji. Those watching saw a flash of light in Lu Cheng's hand, and suddenly he held a strikingly dark daji, a weapon that exuded an air of significance. The daji appeared exceptionally weighty, and under the sunlight, one could discern the intricate patterns of ghostly heads adorning its blade, with dark energy swirling around it, creating an aura of power. Lu Cheng was awestruck by the Daji's design and found himself momentarily entranced by the system's description. The Gui Shen Fong Tian Hua Ji weighed an astonishing 170 jin. Crafted entirely from celestial meteorites and subjected to a rigorous refinement process lasting 49 hours, this formidable weapon is composed solely of the finest meteorite essence. Lu Cheng gazed upon the grand halberd in his grasp, truly feeling that its worth of 10 million was justified. Weighing 170 pounds, the halberd felt perfectly balanced in Lu Cheng's hands, neither too light nor too heavy. This harmonious weight was a testament to his acceptance of the power of the Overlord. Otherwise, he would struggle to lift it even with both hands. In comparison, the halberd treasured by Qin Xiong weighed merely 30 to 40 pounds, rendering it utterly incomparable to this magnificent weapon. Chapter 74. The God of War Among Us. Standing opposite Lu Cheng, the black-faced Wei Qi Gong gazed in a daze at the mighty halberd suddenly appearing in Lu Cheng's hands, his eyes filled with desire. He looked at Lu Cheng and asked, "Hua Tong, if I were to win, would you truly gift me such a weapon?" Lu Cheng shook his head, replying, "How could I possibly give you such a weapon? It is worth 10 million. At most, I could offer you an alloy whip." He looked at the black-faced Wei Qi Gong and added, "Uncle Wei Qi, you jest. This weapon is the Gui Shen Fong Tian Hua Ji, merely a decorative piece crafted by my master in admiration of Lu Bu's unparalleled might before he ascended to immortality. I never expected it to be of use to me now." A clear disappointment flickered in Wei Qi Gong's eyes, but Lu Cheng continued. "Although it cannot compare to the Gui Shen Fong Tian Hua Ji, the alloy whip is also a rare treasure." Upon hearing this, Wei Qi Gong suddenly realized, indeed, no matter how one looked at it, it was a celestial weapon, certainly incomparable to his ordinary weapon. With this thought, Wei Qi Gong promptly cautioned, "Be careful, dear nephew." Just then, Lu Cheng's mind was interrupted by the appearance of the troublesome system. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Gui Shen Fong Tian Hua Ji. Special items available: the top-tier golden crown, the 100 flowers battle robe, the Tang Li armor, and the Lion Barbarian treasure belt, priced at 5 million RMB. Item details: outfitting of the first fierce general of the Three Kingdoms, the God of War Lu Bu, doubling the aura of might. It can be stored in the system space at any time." Lu Cheng examined the Lu Bu armor in his mind. To be honest, he truly desired it. It was simply too enticing. Just as he had wielded the halberd moments ago, an image of Lu Bu lingered in his mind. At that moment, Lu Bu appeared majestic and imposing, gripping the Fong Tian Hua Ji, adorned with the golden crown, clad in the 100 flowers battle robe, donning the Tang Li armor, and fastening the Lion Barbarian treasure belt. Merely his gaze upon Lu Cheng quickened his heartbeat and instilled a sense of unease. Now that the system was offering this Lu Bu attire, Lu Cheng was resolute in his desire. Was it not just 5 million? He would have it. "Congratulations, host. The system has successfully deducted the payment." A voice echoed in Lu Cheng's mind. The pesky system vanished once again after the transaction. Lu Cheng did not find the expense burdensome at all. Perhaps the previous amounts of 80 million or 100 million had accustomed him to dismiss such trivial transactions. Standing in the martial arts arena, Lu Cheng could hardly wait to examine the God of War outfit before hastily retrieving it from the system. The equipment automatically enveloped him, sparing him the trouble of changing attire. However, for the onlookers below and the black-faced Wei Qi Gong facing Lu Cheng, this transformation occurred in the blink of an eye. In an instant, a flash of brilliance enveloped Lu Cheng, and where he had once stood in white robes, he now appeared clad in armor. A closer look revealed him standing on the martial arts stage, exuding an air of majesty, firmly grasping the Fong Tian Hua Ji, wearing the golden crown atop his head, draped in the 100 flowers battle robe, the armor on his chest transformed into the Tang Li armor, and the Lion Barbarian treasure belt fastened at his waist. He embodied the very image of a god of war. Lu Cheng, already tall, now stood even straighter in Lu Bu's battle attire, truly resembling a deity of war. Below, Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, "Hua Tong, this battle outfit cannot possibly be a mere trinket crafted by your master, can it? You must procure a set for me as well. This attire is simply awe-inspiring." Niu Jinda's eyes also sparkled with envy, but due to his family's impoverished state, he felt too embarrassed to voice his desire. Only the military god Li Jing remained rooted in place, mumbling incessantly, "Fong Tian Hua Ji, golden crown, 100 flowers battle robe, Tang Li armor, Lion Barbarian Treasure Belt. The god of war Lu Bu has returned to this world. This is truly the god of war Lu Bu. Li Jing's heart raced. Having read numerous historical texts and military strategies since childhood, he had his interpretations of the great generals before the Tang Dynasty. Among the many ferocious generals of the Three Kingdoms, Lu Bu undoubtedly held the highest martial prowess, without exception. Historical records describe Lu Bu as tall and imposing, with striking features that surpassed even Panin. He excelled in martial arts from a young age, earning a reputation for valor. With thousands of troops at his command, seizing victory was effortless. The exceptional steed red hair, paired with the Fong Tian Hua Ji, instilled dread in his enemies. As the two steeds clashed, death was imminent, and with a swift strike of the halberd, even the most formidable foes fell. He effortlessly dispatched two generals at Hulao Pass, hardly breaking a sweat. The light halberd severed arms, and the valiant warrior instilled fear in Gongsun Zan. He surveyed the world with disdain, laughing, "All heroes are but trifles." Now, witnessing Lu Cheng wielding the Fong Tian Hua Ji, crowned with the golden crown, clad in the 100 Flowers battle robe, adorned in the Tang Li armor, and fastening the Lion Barbarian treasure belt, he truly embodied the awe-inspiring visage of Lu Bu. Only Wei Qi Gong, gazing at Lu Cheng in armor, inadvertently met Lu Cheng's gaze, causing even this seasoned veteran of the battlefield to feel a twinge of trepidation. Yet, for the sake of honor, he could not show fear before battle. Thus, the black-faced Wei Qi Gong gripped his iron whip, preparing to engage Lu Cheng in combat. At that moment, clad in battle attire, Lu Cheng felt an overwhelming surge of heroic spirit welling within him, as if he were Lu Bu, and Lu Bu was him, the very embodiment of the world's greatest warrior. With intense battle fervor in his eyes, Lu Cheng exchanged a glance with Wei Qi Gong, tightened his grip on the Gui Shin Fong Tian Hua Ji, and proclaimed, "Uncle Wei Qi, let us begin." Seeing this, the black-faced Wei Qi Gong refrained from boasting about granting Lu Cheng 3 moves, for the pressure emanating from Lu Cheng's attire was simply too great. Wei Qi Gong tightened his grip on the whip and launched the first strike, creating a resounding crack in the air as he charged toward Lu Cheng. Observing Wei Qi Gong's movements, Lu Cheng let out a fierce battle cry, "Come at me." Then, as if possessed by the spirit of Lu Bu, he released the Gui Shin Fong Tian Hua Ji, tossing it into the air, and charged forward. As Lu Cheng approached the attack range of Wei Qi Gong's whip, he leapt and shouted, "Halberd, come." In midair, Lu Cheng reached backward, and the recently hurled, ghostly Fong Tian Hua Ji fell into his grasp. With a powerful downward stroke, he wielded the spear with both hands, executing a formidable slash. Upon witnessing this, Yu Qi Gong's pupils dilated in shock as he swiftly swung his whip, attempting to ensnare Lu Cheng's formidable halberd. Chapter 75. Tears of the Elder. Immediately, the whip wielded by Wei Qi Gong entwined itself around Lu Cheng's divine Fong Tianhua Ji. Seeing this, Wei Qi Gong's face lit up with joy as he attempted to pull back the whip, hoping to wrest the grand weapon from Lu Cheng's grasp. However, to his astonishment, his expression shifted dramatically. Initially, he tugged lightly at the whip, but alas, it was tightly ensnared by the Fong Tianhua Ji. As his efforts yielded no result, Wei Qi Gong exerted more force, yet his strength paled in comparison to that of Lu Bu and Xiang Yu. Lu Cheng, embodying the combined might of both legendary warriors, stood unyielding. Realizing he could not reclaim the whip, Wei Qi Gong's countenance darkened as he prepared to wield the whip again, striving to separate his weapon from the divine Fong Tianhua Ji. Yet, Lu Cheng's movements were swifter. In the blink of an eye, the Fong Tianhua Ji pressed firmly against Wei Qi Gong's chest, mere inches away from penetrating his body. Recognizing the outcome was clear, Lu Cheng gently shook the weapon and retracted it, gazing at Wei Qi Gong and remarking, "Uncle Wei, you have lost." Although Wei Qi Gong's expression bore traces of reluctance, he managed a bitter smile, muttering, "What a splendid weapon technique." Before Lu Cheng could offer any modest remarks, Cheng Yaojin's exuberant laughter erupted as he exclaimed, "Ha, I, old Cheng, have finally witnessed this. Who would have thought that you, Huateng, not only excel in celestial arts, but also possess such formidable martial prowess?" With laughter, Cheng Yaojin approached Lu Cheng, eager to glimpse the magnificent Fong Tianhua Ji once more. Lu Cheng's lips twitched as he observed Cheng Yaojin circling around him. "Uncle Cheng, there is no need to search. I have already put away the Fong Tianhua Ji." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin's expression froze momentarily. Yet he quickly recovered, asking, Huadeng, is there any chance you could procure another weapon of that caliber for me? Meanwhile, Qin Xiong and the others, though not vocalizing their desires, were clearly attentive, eager to hear Lu Cheng's response. If Cheng Yaojin could acquire such an artifact, they would undoubtedly muster the audacity to request one as well. For these seasoned warriors, weapons held paramount importance, often equated with a second life. A superior weapon could symbolize a third or even fourth life. Thus, their weapons were cherished treasures. Upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's request, Lu Cheng shook his head, replying, "Uncle Cheng, I truly possess no such weapon. This one was merely left behind by my master. I have none of that great." The disappointment was palpable among the seasoned veterans present, yet only Li Jing discerned the underlying implications of Lu Cheng's words, inquiring, "Huadeng, do you have weapons of a slightly lower tier?" Lu Cheng nodded. Indeed, he had an abundance, as refined steel was plentiful in the later era. Li Jing, sensing an opportunity, asked, "Might there be a sword?" Lu Cheng nodded again, casually exchanging for a sword forged from refined steel, its hilt and blade seamlessly integrated. Though it reached the pinnacle of hardness, it paled in comparison to Lu Cheng's divine Fong Tianhua. Li Jing's eyes gleamed as he approached Lu Cheng to take the sword, eagerly running his fingers along the blade, murmuring, "Seamlessly crafted, this sword is indeed a divine artifact." Lu Cheng could only smile wryly at the absurdity of it being deemed a divine artifact, for it was merely a few hundred coins worth of refined steel. Yet, in Li Jing's hands, it transformed into a legendary treasure. Observing Li Jing's reluctant demeanor, Lu Cheng declared, "Since you admire it so much, I shall gift it to you." Li Jing's joy was palpable as he exclaimed, "Is this truly your word, Huadeng?" Lu Cheng smiled and nodded. After all, it was just a trivial sword, and he would not go back on his word. Following Lu Cheng's affirmation, Li Jing burst into laughter, brandishing the newly acquired sword as he dashed to the training grounds to demonstrate his skills. Observing the eager eyes of the other veterans upon him, Lu Cheng felt a sudden chill and proclaimed, "There is enough for all, my esteemed uncles." He promptly exchanged for a refined steel spear, a refined steel halberd, and even Wei Qigong's golden whip. As laughter erupted among the veterans, Qin's wife gracefully entered the training grounds, calling out, "Come, let us dine. Surely, Huadeng must be famished." The veterans paused their revelry, tenderly cradling their newly acquired weapons as they ambled towards the dining hall. Although Lu Cheng was unaccustomed to the cuisine of the Tang Dynasty, the sight of a table laden with various meats made his mouth water. Given the Tang's practice of serving individual portions, Lu Cheng's table overflowed with exotic meats, including bear paws and tiger and deer flesh, in abundance. Sipping the famed Tang beverage, San Lujiang, Lu Cheng treated it as mere soda. Wholly unfazed by the relentless toasts from Cheng Yaojin and the others, he welcomed all challengers, and those who sought to intoxicate him soon found themselves the ones inebriated. The feast continued for 2 full hours before the veterans were thoroughly inebriated. Unexpectedly, General Niu Jinda, in a drunken stupor, approached Lu Cheng to bow before him. With a dazed expression, he staggered towards Lu Cheng, who initially thought Niu Jinda was merely coming to offer another toast. Thus, he remained seated, ready to down 3 large cups with him. However, to Lu Cheng's astonishment, Niu Jinda knelt before him. This sudden act startled Lu Cheng, dispelling the remnants of his inebriation. He hurried to Niu Jinda's side, asking, "Uncle Niu, what are you doing?" Niu Jinda's previously smiling face was now awash with tears. His hands, now somewhat parched, tightly clasped Lu Cheng's, refusing to allow him to assist him up. Niu Jinda, allowing tears to cascade down his face, finally managed to choke out, "Huateng, I humbly call upon you, Huateng. I beseech you to find time to visit my Niu residence and see my daughter Zonger. Ever since she suffered her leg injury, she has not stepped beyond the confines of our home." Wiping the tears from his cheeks, Niu Jinda took a deep breath and continued, "Now, my Zonger is on the brink of becoming a mere shell of her former self, yet I dare not express my concerns to her, fearing she may succumb to despair." Chapter 76. No loss you lament. Throughout my life, I have acted with chivalry and benevolence. So why have I met such a fate? Why must heaven punish my son in such a manner? Niu Jinda weeps profusely, his face awash with tears, embodying the essence of pity. Upon seeing Niu Jinda finally release his grip on his arm, Lu Cheng quickly assists him to his feet and assures him, "Uncle Niu, please do not despair. I shall visit the Niu residence in my spare time to check on brother Niu Zhan. At the very least, I will help him to stand." Hearing Lu Cheng's promise, Niu Jindai nodded, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. He gazed at Lu Cheng with a smile, and, with Lu Cheng's support, gradually regained his footing. Lu Cheng observed the old general, whose eyes were red and whose nose still twitched from sobbing, and felt a deep sense of compassion. To witness such a distinguished figure, a Duke of Langia, kneel in distress reveals the extent of his desperation. With only one son, Niu Jindai, as a father, could he not feel heartbroken seeing his only child transformed into a cripple due to an accident, confined to their home, rendered helpless? How could he not seek every possible way to heal his child? Today, witnessing Lu Cheng's miraculous healing of Qin Xiong and the display of his extraordinary skills, how could he not be moved? Thus, emboldened by drink, Niu Jindai approached Lu Cheng, hoping to beseech him for assistance for his son. In truth, even without Niu Jindai's plea, Lu Cheng had already intended to prepare a prosthetic limb for Niu Zhan. After all, how could Lu Cheng, who idolized this selfless old general, turn a blind eye? Niu Jindai's life exemplified true heroism and altruism for someone of his character. Lu Cheng would undoubtedly extend his hand in aid. Upon receiving Lu Cheng's agreement, Niu Jindai's spirits lifted, his previously suppressed emotions began to brighten. In his elation, he pulled Lu Cheng in for another round of drinks. Faced with the relentless toasting from Niu Jindai, Li Jing, Yu Qigong, and Sheng Yaojin, Lu Cheng had consumed an indeterminate amount of Sangla liquor, yet found himself merely tipsy. Thus, when Niu Jindai insisted on another round, Lu Cheng welcomed it, continuing until Niu Jindai collapsed in a stupor. With some respite, Lu Cheng indulged in the exquisite dishes of tiger and deer meat, delicacies from the kingdom's protected species. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he briefly informed Madame Qin before preparing to depart with Lao Feng, who had been boasting alongside the servants of the Qin residence. However, unexpectedly, Madame Qin displayed an earnest enthusiasm, inquiring about Lu Cheng's marital status and whether he had a beloved. With great reluctance, Lu Cheng replied with a smile, "Auntie, I am unengaged." Upon hearing this, Madame Qin's delight intensified, and she eagerly grasped Lu Cheng's arm, exclaiming, "How fortuitous! Huadeng, I must confess, my niece is exceptionally beautiful. Would you allow me to introduce you?" Madame Qin was keen to present Lu Cheng to her niece, driven by the fact that Lu Cheng possessed remarkable skills in sorcery and martial prowess. Now officially recognized by the emperor as the Duke of Tang, this title was indeed a prestigious one, akin to the first rank of the nobility. Even her husband, Qin Xiong, earned his dukedom through years of military service. Yet, Lu Cheng, at such a tender age, had already been granted the title of duke, suggesting a boundless future ahead. Observing Lu Cheng's peculiar mounts, it was known that Qin Xiong had spent 5,000 taels on a modest motorcycle. Though a fine invention, Madame Qin believed it overpriced, as 5,000 taels could procure an entire residence in Chang'an, albeit not as grand as the duke's abode. It would at least be a substantial courtyard. Thus, it was evident that Duke Ting would not suffer from financial woes in the future. Madame Qin's niece would enjoy a life of abundance by his side. "Auntie, my heart is already taken," Lu Cheng gently declined, aware of the fervent intentions of Madame Qin. Despite having no particular affection for anyone, Lu Cheng found himself cornered by her relentless pursuit to introduce him to her niece. With no alternative, he fabricated the excuse of already having a beloved to placate her. Upon hearing of Lu Cheng's supposed attachment, Qin Bofu's expression fell, and he lamented, "Ah, very well then, Huadeng, it appears my niece is not destined for you." Lu Cheng quickly interjected, "Auntie, please do not say that. It is merely that my heart has found its match. Otherwise, I would certainly consider it an honor." While saying this, Lu Cheng understood the rigid class distinctions of the era. It was not merely a matter of a duke seeking to wed Madame Qin's niece. Even marrying Cheng Yaojin's legitimate daughter would not be deemed an elevation in status. If he were to pursue a union with Madame Qin's niece, it would be her brother's family that would be elevating their status, soaring to the heights of social standing. Madame Qin merely smiled and replied, "How can this be considered an elevation? Clearly, it is my niece who would be elevating herself." Lu Cheng, disinterested in further discourse with Madame Qin, recalled his commitment to notify the village chief of the Qin residence about the meeting scheduled for that day. Time was slipping away, and he feared that the meeting might not come to fruition if he lingered any longer. Thus, Lu Cheng stated, "Auntie Qin, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave for now. I promise to visit again when I find the time." Madame Qin's countenance fell, revealing her reluctance to let Lu Cheng depart. Although he claimed to have a beloved, the prospect of her niece being a mere concubine to a duke was still preferable to being married off to a merchant. After all, serving as a concubine to a duke was far from a loss. If Lu Cheng were aware of Madame Qin's thoughts, he would vehemently reject such notions. As a modern gentleman of the 21st century, he would never engage in any unlawful activities. He would absolutely not commit the crime of bigamy. Thus, it would be better to extinguish the thoughts of Madame Qin directly. In light of this, Hua Teng, you may return. Observing that Lu Qingzhen had ceased to discuss his little niece's affections, Madame Qin had no choice but to speak up. Lu Cheng nodded in response, performed a respectful bow to Madame Qin, and with a courteous gesture, he stated, Aunt Qin, I shall take my leave now, and my little niece will visit again next time. After uttering these words, Lu Cheng turned and gave a kick to the foul-smelling old Fong as he made his way towards his Lamborghini. Chapter 77. The head of the household. Fong Laosan. Once old Fong entered the carriage, he wore a smug expression and addressed Lu Cheng. My lord, are you truly uninterested in the prospect of marrying the niece of Madame Qin as a concubine? Lu Cheng shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, Is that what you desire? When I return home tonight, I shall inquire with Lu Lan. If she consents to allow you to take a concubine, I will come to your door to propose. Upon hearing this, old Fong instinctively retracted his neck, but soon defiantly replied, My lord, it's not that I fear that woman. I am merely considering the children's future. Perhaps it is best to forego the idea of a concubine. Lu Cheng observed old Fong, who spoke the most cowardly words with the sternest tone, and said, Stop your incessant chatter. If you continue, I shall indeed inform Lu Lan of your desire to marry a concubine. At this, old Fong promptly fell silent. Though it is often said that men dominate the outside while women govern the inside, this was evidently not the case for the Fong household. Here, old Fong was the one subordinate to Lu Lan, who bore the brunt of responsibilities. Just days prior, Lu Cheng had witnessed Lu Lan chastise old Fong for his incompetence in handling matters. Nevertheless, despite frequently being at the mercy of Lu Lan, old Fong treated her with great affection, and their marital relationship appeared harmonious, devoid of any significant discord. Hence, Lu Cheng chose to overlook their playful banter. He only occasionally teased old Fong, who pretended to be the head of the household. Hearing Lu Cheng's threat to expose his intentions, old Fong instinctively closed his mouth and attempted to shift the topic. My lord, are we headed to Lujiazhuang? Lu Cheng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they were going to Lujiazhuang, formerly known as Doshajai. Currently, he lacked the manpower to assist him, making the residents of Lujiazhuang quite significant to him. He aspired to construct a grand square outside Lujiazhuang to sell high-tech products like motorcycles and bicycles. If this square were to be realized, it could potentially become the world's first 4S store. Moreover, Lu Cheng's arms business must not cease. Recently, Shimin had purchased 2,000 A-47 rifles, so there was no immediate need for such weaponry. Lu Cheng planned to pivot towards selling armored vehicles and tanks. He was well aware that tanks were notorious for their fuel consumption, with a single press of the accelerator costing a fortune. However, if traded for silver, he could likely command several thousand taels. Once Shimin acquired the armored vehicles and tanks, Lu Cheng intended to encourage him to launch an offensive against the Turks, and after their defeat, when Shimin had amassed wealth, he would mention the abundant silver resources of the Hua country. This land possessed a silver mine rivaling that of the entire Tang Dynasty, enabling Lu Cheng to offer Shimin large warships like destroyers. In summary, there were countless avenues to generate profit. As time swiftly passed, Lu Cheng's Lamborghini arrived at Lujiazhuang for the second time. This time, the villagers appeared well prepared. Each person donned the new garments gifted by Lu Cheng, standing orderly behind the elderly village chief. After parking the vehicle, Lu Cheng alighted with old Fong. Observing the frail men and women, along with some emaciated elders, Lu Cheng furrowed his brow and inquired of the village chief, What is the matter? Is there insufficient fabric? To his surprise, the village chief responded with a wry smile, My lord, there is enough fabric. However, these old fellows wish to conserve it. Some make extra garments for their children, while others save it for 2 years to exchange for a coffin. Lu Cheng's frown deepened upon realizing the village's dire poverty. Shimin's decision to bestow this village upon himself was certainly driven by ulterior motives. Was it merely because he had earned a bit of his silver? Did he expect Lu Cheng to rescue this village? Shaking his head, Lu Cheng addressed the crowd. There is no need for you to scrimp. More fabric will be available in the future. Yet the villagers remained unresponsive, their fear of poverty rendering them reluctant to utilize the fabric. "My lord, are you truly a descendant of the celestial beings?" A bold young man dared to ask Lu Cheng. Before Lu Cheng could respond, Old Fong stepped closer and proclaimed, "Is there any doubt? Our lord is indeed a descendant of the celestial beings, as declared by his majesty. Just look at our lord's steed. It is the mount of the celestial." Seeing the crowd's skepticism wane, Old Fong continued, "You may not recognize me, so let me reintroduce myself. I am Fong Laosan, the chief steward of the Duke of Tinghua. I was once a slave, and my life was far more arduous than yours. I often went hungry and faced beatings. Had it not been for our Lord's rescue, I would have perished long ago. Thus, your suffering is nearing its end." Upon hearing this, the villagers began to murmur among themselves, questioning, "Is our Lord truly a celestial being?" The man who had bowed to Lu Cheng the previous day, now cradling his child, approached Lu Cheng and declared to the other villagers, "Our Lord is indeed a celestial being. I witnessed him summon this miraculous carriage with a mere wave of his hand." Lu Cheng observed the villagers' continued whispers and realized that a consensus had yet to be reached. He decided to move past the topic and stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, I do not wish to debate my celestial lineage. What I want to convey is that your good days are truly upon you. Starting today, I will establish a cafeteria in the village, and we will also set up a school. All residents of Lujia Zhuang will be exempt from tuition fees." At this proclamation, the villagers erupted in excitement. Although they were unfamiliar with the concept of a cafeteria, they were well aware of what a school entailed. In the entirety of Lujia Zhuang, only the village chief could read and write. Most of the children had no opportunity to attend school. The prospect of a school being established by their new lord was beyond their wildest dreams. As the crowd buzzed with enthusiasm, the village chief, brimming with excitement, approached Lu Cheng to pay his respects. However, Old Fong swiftly intervened, smiling as he reminded the village chief, "Have you forgotten that our lord does not appreciate bowing?" His words were not solely directed at Suanjing, but rather intended for all the inhabitants of Lujiazwang. Confronted with Lu Cheng's benevolence, it was not just Suanjing who wished to bow in gratitude. However, upon hearing Old Fong's remarks, the collective desire to show such reverence was extinguished. Instead, their eyes shone brightly as they gazed at the young noble, eagerly anticipating further auspicious tidings from the Duke. Chapter 78. The Squad Leader for the Impoverished and Fearful Residents of Lujia Zhuang. The prospects articulated by Lu Cheng seemed to herald a life akin to a dream. Subsequently, Lu Cheng announced a strategy that mandated each household to raise chickens. However, the villagers lacked chickens. Thus, Lu Cheng pledged to distribute 5 chicks and 5 ducklings to every family by the end of the month. With the artificial incubators already installed in the newly constructed Tunggua Gongfu, the task of raising chicks posed no challenge. This initiative left the simple villagers overflowing with gratitude. Next, Lu Cheng summoned all the robust young men of the village to organize plans for constructing new homes. The first edifice to be erected would undoubtedly be a communal dining hall, as Lu Cheng envisioned a system where villagers could partake in communal meals. Such an arrangement would serve dual purposes. It would gather the populace for discussions and better engage the villagers of Lujiazhuang. Nonetheless, it was not solely about communal dining. Each household would still maintain their individual lives, merely consolidating the dining aspect. Lu Cheng would provide rice, vegetables, and meat, and upon witnessing the villagers' enthusiastic agreement, they eagerly anticipated the commencement of their collective living once the dining hall was completed. The men of the village were organized for construction, while a portion of the women was tasked with caring for the children, with the remainder responsible for meal preparation. This arrangement ensured that the dining hall would operate around the clock, guaranteeing that the hardworking men would always have access to hot meals. Despite the absence of a school in Lujiazhuang, Lu Cheng had already devised plans to seek out several esteemed teachers from Chang'an to educate the village children. Moreover, he intended to establish evening classes for the laborers, mandating that they attend night school after their daily toil, with a requirement of at least 1 hour of study each day or face salary deductions. Upon announcing this matter to the crowd, a wave of discontent arose among the men, who protested loudly, "My lord, I have no objection to sending my child to school, but to attend classes alongside them feels rather excessive." This sentiment was echoed by many around, indicating a general reluctance to embrace the idea of education. Observing their hesitance, Lu Cheng retorted, "Such ignorance is a consequence of lack of education. If you cannot even articulate your thoughts, prepare to spend a lifetime constructing houses. The man who had initially opposed felt embarrassed by Lu Cheng's reprimand, scratching his head and muttering, "If I cannot keep up with my child's studies, it would be quite shameful." Lu Cheng, realizing the man's deep-seated masculinity, admonished them further, raising his voice, "Listen well. And you women too, must attend night school. Those who cannot read will have their wages halved, while those who can read over 1,000 characters will receive a wage increase of 1/3. Those who can do calculations will be promoted." The crowd reacted with wry smiles, taken aback by the severity of Lu Cheng's decree regarding literacy and wages. However, some, like the village elder, stood beside Lu Cheng, and in the midst of the uproar, the elder struck his cane down forcefully, exclaiming, "What do you understand? You foolish ones. The Lord is elevating you. Once Lu Jiazhuang flourishes, we will require more workers. If you remain uneducated, who will manage your affairs? The Lord encourages your learning to promote you to positions of responsibility." With the elder's impassioned address, the villagers fell silent, contemplating his words. It dawned on them that as Lu Jiazhuang prospered, they would indeed need to hire workers, and it would be absurd to allow outsiders to govern their affairs. The realization that the Lord had foresight in this matter left them in awe of his wisdom. Those who comprehended quickly grew eager to learn, while others, after a brief explanation from their peers, grasped the underlying intent of Lu Cheng's initiative. The elder, noticing the villagers' understanding, still appeared somewhat irate, and he slammed his cane down once more, declaring, "From now on, the Lord's word is law. Anyone who dares oppose him shall be cast out of Lu Jiazhuang. They shall not even rest in their ancestral graves." In this era, the village elder wielded tremendous authority, particularly over uneducated villagers who regarded him as their leader. His commands often held more weight than even those of the emperor. In remote areas, some village elders acted as local sovereigns, their decrees far more binding than those of officials. However, the elder of Lu Jiazhuang, this small old man, genuinely advocated for the welfare of the villagers, making the most beneficial choices for them. The villagers, alarmed by the elder's proclamation, turned pale at the thought of being denied their ancestral resting places, a fate that equated to losing their family lineage. Their sense of belonging to their ancestral graves was paramount, and upon hearing the elder's words, the men expressed their trepidation, pleading, "Elder, we cannot accept this." The elder merely sought to instill fear to reinforce his point, and with a stern countenance, he asked, "Do you dare to refute the Lord's words?" The crowd, cowed, responded in unison that they did not dare. Satisfied, the elder relinquished the stage back to Lu Cheng, allowing him to continue expounding upon the future plans for Lu Jiazhuang. Lu Cheng glanced at the obedient Lao Feng by his side, bemused by the villagers' somewhat naive demeanor. He chuckled softly and proceeded to share the forthcoming 6-month plan for Lu Jiazhuang with the assembly. Once again, a selection of 20 squad leaders has been made from a pool of over 1,000 candidates. As for the captain, it remains the venerable village chief. Ultimately, the male contingent has chosen 16 squad leaders, while the female group has appointed only 4. These 20 squad leaders are currently the provisional leaders of Lu Jiazhuang. Each squad leader oversees nearly 50 individuals, thus bearing a considerable amount of authority and responsibility. Chapter 79. Distrust and Contrast. Lao Tsunjing did not impede the division of authority, but instead adopted a cheerful demeanor, observing along with Lu Cheng as Lao Feng busied himself with the election of the squad leader. For this occasion, Lu Cheng had employed the electoral procedures reminiscent of future village head elections. Each individual was permitted to cast a single vote, and they could only vote within the candidates of their cohort of 50. Thus, the process appeared fair and just. Once everything was concluded, Lu Cheng surveyed the villagers standing in line and felt a sense of order akin to a regular army, unlike before when everyone stood idly, devoid of any collective spirit, resembling a market gathering. Now, after the teams were organized, a semblance of a small army emerged. Although not as meticulously arranged as modern military formations, there was at least a sense of order. Noticing this, Lu Cheng nodded approvingly and spoke. "Now that we have chosen our teams, our communal dining and collective living will commence. Do you have any objections?" The crowd below responded with enthusiastic nods. Thanks to Lao Tsunjing's earlier explanations, they understood the implications of this communal living as envisioned by the Duke. Simply put, the Duke would provide the meals, and they would only need to work, receiving monthly wages in return. Even the women in their ranks were included, which brought immense joy. It is worth noting that while the Tang Dynasty was relatively progressive, the oppression of women was still present, albeit less severe than in the past. Women could not freely expose themselves in public. Consequently, most women remained at home, engaging in sewing or tending to the fields, with little opportunity for other work. The prospect of the Duke providing employment without the need to venture out daily, merely cooking within the village and receiving remuneration, was indeed the best scenario imaginable. Thus, these female participants appeared even more exhilarated than their male counterparts. Once the men grasped the essence of communal dining, they too felt a surge of excitement, as they aspired for their village to prosper. Only with wealth could women from other villages consider marrying into their Lu family. This was their hope to escape poverty and the uncertainty of their daily sustenance. It was only through such means that those who did not win the position of squad leader could entertain the prospect of becoming small shopkeepers. Therefore, when Lu Cheng announced the commencement of communal living, the assembled crowd, men, women, and children alike, cheered exuberantly. No objections. Even Lao Tzuanjing joined the throng, standing before the 20 squad leaders to shout, "No objections." Seeing this, Lu Cheng shook his head with a smile. Since the people trusted him and were willing to embark on the journey of prosperity together, it was only right for him to reciprocate by offering them a glimmer of hope. With a grand gesture, Lu Cheng exchanged for 20 bags of rice and a whole thawed pig. As his hand descended, the rice and pork cascaded onto the high platform with a heavy thud. Observing this, Lao Tzuanjing exclaimed with unbridled joy, "A deity. The Duke is indeed a celestial being. Our Lu family village is finally set to enjoy a prosperous life." His proclamation roused the squad leaders from their stupor, prompting them to join in the celebration. The villagers exchanged glances, and upon hearing the chorus of deity, they joined in as well. Lu Cheng watched as the crowd, unable to contain their reverence, began to kneel. He quickly sought refuge behind Lao Fong, feeling overwhelmed by such adoration. Were he truly a scion of the divine, it would be one thing, but he was merely a mortal. To receive such veneration without cause could shorten one's life. Lao Fong, seeing Lu Cheng's discomfort, urgently called out to the crowd, "Get up quickly, or the Duke will be angered." Yet the crowd remained unmoved, with only Lao Tzuanjing rising to his feet, addressing Lao Fong. "What is the Duke's matter?" Lao Fong replied sternly, "I have told you countless times, our Duke does not enjoy being bowed to. Why can you not remember?" The village head's face stiffened momentarily, then he forced a smile, explaining, "No, Lao Fong, it is not that I am surprised by the Duke's display of celestial power." After speaking, Lao Tzuanjing turned to the kneeling squad leaders, kicking one lightly and commanding, "Get up. The Duke does not like to be bowed to." Upon hearing his words, some slowly began to rise, while others remained stubbornly kneeling. It was only after Lao Tzuanjing, in frustration, approached those obstinate individuals and kicked them several times that they finally complied. Yet their gazes towards Lu Cheng remained filled with awe. Once the crowd was on their feet, Lu Cheng gently cleared his throat and crafted a narrative, proclaiming, "From now on, there is no need for bowing. A man should not kneel before anyone but heaven, earth, and his parents. Even the Emperor of the Tang does not require such reverence. Why should you bow to me?" Indeed, during the Tang Dynasty, the custom of bowing was not prevalent, and even in the presence of Shimin, one was only required to pay respects with a courteous gesture. Of course, exceptions existed for condemned criminals or officials, but that was a different matter altogether. "But Duke, you are a deity," protested one bold individual from the crowd. Unfortunately for him, Lao Tzuanjing stood nearby, and witnessing this defiance, he became enraged, wielding his cane to deliver a series of strikes. The man yelped in pain, but dared not retaliate or flee. Seeing this, Lu Cheng intervened to halt the assault, addressing the crowd, "I am not a deity. I am merely a scion of the divine. My master has ascended to the heavenly realm. Thus there are no true deities among us anymore." After a brief pause, he continued, "Do not be deceived by Taoists or Buddhists. They are charlatans. They cannot achieve immortality, and those so-called enlightened monks are even less capable than I. How could they possibly protect you?" Lu Cheng's apprehension in uttering these words stems from a fear that these ignorant villagers, upon witnessing his remarkable abilities, may fervently embrace the doctrines of Taoism and Buddhism. In this era, individuals are willing to forsake everything, even their very lives, in pursuit of the unattainable dream of immortality. What more, then, can be said of these villagers, who possess nothing? Should any of them, swayed by his display of skill, become fanatically devoted to a particular ideology, resulting in their own ruin. The burden of guilt would ultimately rest upon Lu Cheng himself. Chapter 80. Endure beatings. Thus, Lu Cheng had no choice but to extinguish their aspirations of seeking enlightenment ahead of time, ensuring that these ignorant villagers would not be deceived. Subsequently, he selected a robust team from the 20 small squads to serve as security, safeguarding their provisions from theft. He also assigned a group of women to begin cooking, while the remaining villagers commenced measuring the land in preparation for constructing a communal dining hall. Henceforth, the great communal meal of Lu family village could officially commence. Once all personnel were arranged, Lu Cheng gathered the 20 squad leaders along with the venerable village chief for a small meeting. The purpose of this assembly was, of course, to devise strategies to avert the impending locust plague. What, my lord, will there truly be a locust plague? The village chief was taken aback by Lu Cheng's words. His extensive experience with such calamities led him to envision the inevitable devastation they brought, which would inflict endless suffering upon the impoverished populace. Contemplating this, the elderly village chief furrowed his brow deeply and inquired earnestly of Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng nodded. Indeed, a locust plague was destined to arrive. This was an unalterable part of history, one that no one could change. Observing the village chief, Lu Cheng affirmed, "It will certainly come. We must harvest our crops promptly." "Yes, my lord is quite correct. We must gather the grain early, or there will be nothing left," the village chief hastily concurred, then with a heavy heart, posed the question, "My lord, how severe will this locust plague be?" Lu Cheng nodded once more. This impending locust plague was indeed unprecedented in scale, marking the most significant of the entire Tang Dynasty, resulting in widespread displacement and countless casualties. Upon hearing Lu Cheng's acknowledgement, the village chief's countenance darkened. "My lord, should we notify the other villages?" Naturally, Lu Cheng nodded in agreement. "We must inform them. Whether they believe it or not is one matter, but we have a duty to fulfill. We cannot ignore this simply because Li Shimin is indifferent to it. That would be a betrayal of our conscience." Thus, Lu Cheng turned to the village chief and said, "Let us do our utmost to notify them. Even if they do not believe, we must fulfill our obligations." The village chief nodded, evidently in accord with Lu Cheng's sentiments, and addressed the squad leaders. "You all heard that. Go to the nearby villages and inform them without delay." The squad leaders nodded in agreement, which brought Lu Cheng a sense of relief. People of this era were indeed simple-hearted, lacking the malice often found in later times. Even in poverty, they did not seek to undermine their neighbors, but instead hoped for their well-being. This was in stark contrast to future generations, where neighbors often begrudged one another's prosperity. Indeed, it rang true that saying, "I wish you well, but not better than I." After further discussions with the village chief, he provided Lu Cheng with all the eggs from the Lu household, intending for him to take them back for incubation, ensuring a continuous supply of chicks for their village. Lu Cheng, of course, accepted without hesitation, placing the eggs in the back seat of his Lamborghini before departing Lu family village. By the time Lu Cheng returned to the Tingwa Gongfu, night had fallen. Lu Mu and Lu Wanner had already settled into the residence, and at that moment, the little girl and Xiao Hu were joyfully running about the spacious mansion. Just then, Lu Wanner collided into Lu Cheng, pouting her little lips and on the verge of tears. Lu Cheng swiftly scooped her up and playfully pinched her chubby cheeks, saying, "If you cry, there will be no treats for you." Upon hearing this, Lu Wanner blinked rapidly, stifling her tears, and looked up at Lu Cheng with innocent curiosity. "Brother, do you have any delicious snacks?" Faced with the gluttonous little girl, Lu Cheng felt a twinge of reluctance to offer her any treats. In just a few days, it was evident that Lu Wanner was developing quite a round figure. If he did not intervene soon, she would soon be on the path to obesity. Thus, Lu Cheng adopted a stern demeanor and playfully admonished her. "What? You do not miss your brothers? You only think about food?" Lu Wanner, unfazed by his teasing, beamed up at him. "Brother, I do miss you. Do you have any tasty treats for me?" Since gaining the company of Xiao Hu and Xiao Chun, Lu Wanner had become less clingy to Lu Cheng, only seeking him out when she thought of snacks or when her treats ran out. Lu Cheng understood her intentions all too well. It was merely a desire for food. "Xiao Chun, are there any snacks left for Wanner?" He set Lu Wanner down and inquired of Xiao Chun. "Lang Jun, the snacks." To his surprise, Xiao Chun hesitated, biting her lip in a manner that suggested she bore bad news. Seeing her demeanor, Lu Cheng surmised they were indeed out of snacks. Otherwise, she would have readily reported how many remained. With a resigned sigh, he lowered his gaze, initially intending to teach Lu Wanner a lesson, only to catch her casting furtive glances at Xiao Chun. The little girl, oblivious to Lu Cheng's watchful eye, was animatedly conveying something to Xiao Chun with exaggerated expressions. Lu Wanner's small mouth was agape as she whispered insistently to Xiao Chun, her large eyes sparkling as if sharing a secret code. After a moment of performance, she realized Lu Cheng was observing her and, startled, widened her eyes, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Brother, we moved, and I gave all my snacks to my friends." Would Lu Cheng believe the little girl's fabrications? Certainly not. This young one, though small in age, had quite the appetite and now dared to spin tales. If she claimed she shared her snacks with her friends, he might have reluctantly accepted that, but to say she gave them all away? That was surely a stretch. Given her gluttonous nature, expecting her to part with her food was nothing short of a dream. Thus, Lu Cheng shook his head and said, "I care not whom you have given them to. In any case, there will be no snacks this month. If you wish to indulge, you shall have to wait until next month." Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately protested. She had spent the entire afternoon eagerly awaiting Lu Cheng's return, hoping to procure some snacks from him. However, to her dismay, not only did she fail to obtain any treats, but she also learned that there would be none for the remainder of the month. How could she possibly accept such a fate? Consequently, the little girl clung to Lu Cheng's leg, resembling a small panda as she hung on to him, neither crying nor causing a scene, yet resolutely insisting on remaining by his side. Chapter 81. My lord can hatch eggs. Once Lu Cheng handed a large bag of snacks to Xiao Chun, Lu Wanner reluctantly slid down from Lu Cheng's side, made a funny face at him, and then dashed outside. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Lu Cheng awoke naturally. After rising, he proceeded to the artificial incubation room, summoning Lao Fong to assist him with the chicken and duck eggs collected from Lu Jia Zhuang the day before. Lao Fong, brimming with excitement, watched Lu Cheng operate the incubator, wishing he could personally touch this miraculous device capable of hatching eggs. "My lord, will these eggs really hatch?" Lao Fong inquired, puzzled. He had never before witnessed anything that could automatically nurture chicks. Moreover, weren't eggs typically only hatched by hens? Why could they be incubated artificially? Given his complete lack of biological knowledge, Lao Fong attributed all these phenomena to Lu Cheng's celestial abilities. For instance, "My lord can use divine skills to hatch chicken eggs. The Tung Guogong Fu will no longer need to purchase chicks. And similarly, my lord can use divine skills to hatch duck eggs. We will no longer need to buy ducklings at the Tung Guogong Fu." Had Lu Cheng been aware of Lao Fong's thoughts, he would have unhesitatingly delivered a few punches, encouraging him to hatch the chicks himself. After half an hour of operation, Lu Cheng finally figured out how to use the machine. Once he comprehended the workings, he instructed Lao Fong to place each duck and chicken egg into their respective slots before turning on the machine and stepping out of the room. To be frank, he disliked lingering in such a confined space, feeling somewhat claustrophobic, and he anticipated the unpleasant odor that would arise from hatching chicks and ducklings in a few days. Exiting the room, he took a deep breath, resolving to move the incubator to Lu Jia Zhuang after the locust plague passed. Otherwise, the entire Tung Guogong Fu would become a poultry farm. After a brief meal at the residence, Lu Cheng prepared to visit Niu Jinda's home, having promised to do so. After all, Niu Zhan, this unfortunate child, had become the most lamentable figure among the elite second generation of Chang'an, living as the world's first true recluse. Even Lu Cheng felt sympathy for this pitiful boy. With a sigh, Lu Cheng led his attendant Lao Fong towards his striking Lamborghini, but despite circling Chang'an several times, he could not locate Niu's residence. In utter frustration, he instructed Lao Fong to exit the vehicle and inquire for directions. "Are you headed to General Niu Jinda's home?" a man asked, surveying Lu Cheng and the others. Lao Fong nodded in affirmation. The man scrutinized them for a moment before pointing towards a somewhat dilapidated courtyard deeper in a narrow alleyway, saying, "That is General Niu's home." Following the man's indication, Lu Cheng examined the location closely and noticed a sign bearing the Niu family name hanging on the worn wooden door. However, upon further inspection, one would hardly believe this was the renowned residence of the illustrious Langye Jungang. The estates of Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing were grand and majestic, exuding unparalleled grandeur, while Niu Jinda's humble abode appeared woefully dilapidated. Those unaware of the circumstances might speculate that Niu Jinda had fallen out of favor or that the general was in decline, but those familiar with Niu Jinda understood that this kind-hearted general had simply dedicated his salary to aid disaster victims. After surveying the small courtyard, Lu Cheng opted not to drive in, but instead walked with Lao Fong towards Niu's residence. Upon knocking, an elderly lady dressed in a fabric resembling brocade opened the door and regarded Lu Cheng and Lao Fong with curiosity. "May I ask who you gentlemen are?" she inquired. Lu Cheng exchanged glances with Lao Fong before responding. "Greetings. Is this the Langya Jun Gong Fu?" The woman scrutinized Lu Cheng for a moment before replying. "Yes. This is the Niu residence." Lu Cheng, noticing no hint of disrespect from her, nodded and continued. "I made an appointment with General Niu yesterday to check on young Master Niu Zhan's health." The woman regarded Lu Cheng with astonishment, recalling how her husband had returned home drunk from the Igwa Gong Fu the previous evening, exclaiming joyfully that he had encountered an immortal. Inquiring about her husband's exuberance, Niu Jinda stammered and struggled to explain, ultimately expressing his excitement by embracing his son and proclaiming, "Zhan's leg can be saved." At these words, both Niu Fu Ren and Niu Zhan's eyes lit up with hope, gazing intently at their husband and father. Upon hearing his father's declaration, Niu Zhan initially felt a surge of excitement, only for it to quickly dissipate, as he had long since grown accustomed to disappointment regarding his leg. Niu Fu Ren also experienced a fleeting moment of elation before succumbing to despair, while Niu Jinda continued to cheer and even jumped in joy, leaving Niu Zhan speechless. Once his father calmed down, Niu Zhan softly spoke. "Father, my leg is crippled. Where did you find a doctor who claims they can heal me? Surely, you haven't been deceived?" Niu Jinda, taken aback, widened his eyes and replied, "You foolish child. The Tung Guagong is a scion of the celestial realm. Just yesterday, he cured Uncle Bao of a long-standing ailment. It was miraculous." Upon hearing the term scion of the celestial realm, Niu Zhan felt a flicker of hope and asked, "Father, what does it mean to be a scion of the celestial realm?" Niu Jinda, moved by sorrow for his son who had long remained confined within their home, reflected on how this once lively and cheerful boy had been stifled by his disability. Niu Zhan, who ought to have enjoyed the same privileges as the sons of military families like Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaidao, had instead become a recluse. Even the recently famous scions of the celestial realm were unknown to him. As these thoughts crossed Niu Jinda's mind, his tone softened, and he gently patted Niu Zhan's head, sharing stories of Lu Cheng's remarkable deeds. As Niu Zhan listened to his father's tales, his eyes gradually brightened, shedding the previous signs of despondency. Meanwhile, the elderly woman attending to Niu Fu Ren listened intently to Niu Jinda's enthusiastic accounts, contemplating how wonderful it would be if her son could be healed. The Niu family had never been particularly prosperous, and the Duke frequently engaged in charitable deeds, leaving their household assets rather meager. Niu Zhan seldom ventured out or held an official position in court. Should the master truly depart from this world, the Grand Niu residence would inevitably face decline. Thus, the elderly matron, who had tended to Niu Jinda for decades, had long regarded herself as part of the Niu family, and naturally, Niu Jinda's family treated this devoted servant as one of their own. During conversations, they never shied away from including the elderly woman. Chapter 82. Timidity. The elderly matron who has resided in the Niu household for decades undoubtedly harbors unwavering loyalty to the family. Consequently, whenever Niu Jindao encounters matters of significance, he invariably consults this venerable woman alongside his own wife. Lu Cheng gazed at the pensive woman before him, unable to restrain himself from interjecting. "May I inquire if Niu Ji is at home?" The woman, jolted from her reverie, quickly regained her composure, her face illuminating with a smile as she replied, "Indeed, indeed. You must be the esteemed Duke of Tang, correct? My husband is currently on duty, leaving only the matron and the young master at home. Please, do come in." Lu Cheng was evidently taken aback by the warmth of her welcome, somewhat bewildered as he asked, "Might Niu Bo have informed you of my visit?" The woman affectionately grasped Lu Cheng's arm, assuring him, "Yes, yes. The Duke of Tang, please step inside. I shall fetch my lady and young master Ji right away." After ushering Lu Cheng into the main hall, the matron hurriedly poured steaming cups of tea for both him and Lao Fong, then dashed towards the courtyard, calling out, "Please wait a moment, Duke of Tang." She burst into Niu Ji's chamber without so much as a knock, her urgency evident as she exclaimed, "Ji, quickly, change your clothes." Niu Ji, bewildered by the commotion, looked at the flustered matron and asked, "What is the matter, Wang Pa?" "Oh my Ji," the matron exclaimed, patting her thigh in exasperation as she rummaged through Niu Ji's garments. "The esteemed young master has come to treat you." Hurry and dress." Upon hearing this, Niuji felt a surge of excitement and hastily replied, "Quickly, Wang Pe, my new clothes are in that cabinet." Since the loss of part of his leg, Niuji had not encountered any outsiders, diligently avoiding their company. However, today he was eager to meet the esteemed Duke of Tang, a figure whom the current emperor had personally recognized. For Niuji, all his hopes hinged upon this visit. With Wang Pe's assistance, Niuji donned his attire, yet he felt an unsettling sense of inadequacy as he glanced at Wang Pe, murmuring, "Wang Pe, do you think this outfit is suitable?" Wang Pe gazed at Niuji with sheer delight, recalling how long it had been since he had worn anything so proper. Since his injury, Niuji had lost his former spirited demeanor, resembling more of a waning youth than the vibrant young man he once was. Now, witnessing him dressed so handsomely, Wang Pe could hardly contain her joy, for Niuji was like a son to her, raised under her care. With misty eyes, she took hold of Niuji's arm, affectionately patting his sleeve. What could possibly be amiss? Meiji is truly a paragon of elegance. Sensing Wang Pe's emotions, Niuji gently comforted her. "Fear not, Wang Pe. Since the esteemed young master has agreed to assist my father, I am certain he will restore my health." Indeed, Meiji is so understanding. Wang Pe wiped her tears and, supporting Niuji, guided him toward the door to summon his mother. However, Niuji withdrew his arm, looking at Wang Pe earnestly. "Wang Pe, please call for my mother. I wish to stand outside for a moment." Wang Pe, upon hearing this, glanced at Niuji, who was smiling as he leaned against the doorframe, and sighed inwardly, smiling again. "Very well, Meiji. Take a good look outside. I shall fetch the lady." Niuji nodded silently, his gaze lost in the bright sky and the courtyard beyond. He could hardly remember the last time he had ventured from his room, and even when he did, it was only under the cover of night to sit with his parents. Leaning against the doorframe, Niuji inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air, reflecting on how long it had been since he last breathed such vitality. Even if the esteemed young master could not restore his ability to stand, Niuji resolved to uplift his spirits, not for himself, but for his parents and for Wang Pe, who had cared for him throughout his life. Meanwhile, Wang Pe hurried to the lady, breathless as she approached the matron, who was engaged in needlework. "Madam." The matron shook her head in resignation, glancing at the panting Wang Pe, and personally poured a glass of water for her, saying, "Wang Pe, have we not agreed that you need not address me as madam? Our household is not so formal." Wang Pe accepted the cup without hesitation, gulping down the tea, and disregarding the matron's remark, declared, "Madam, the esteemed young master, the Duke of Tang, has arrived to treat ye." Upon hearing this, the matron's hand trembled, the embroidery needle she held piercing her finger, yet she paid it no mind, excitement radiating from her as she steadied the smiling Wang Pe. "Is this truly so?" "Indeed, it is true. Hurry, go greet our guest. Ji is waiting in the courtyard," Wang Pe replied, her face beaming. The matron swiftly set aside her needlework, joy lighting her expression as she turned to Wang Pe. "Ji has come out?" Wang Pe, her smile radiant, gestured towards the courtyard, saying, "Of course. Once I informed him, he could hardly wait and is now outside." Following Wang Pe's direction, the matron indeed spotted her long reclusive son, and her heart swelled with pride. Lu Cheng had not waited long in the hall when, shortly after, the matron rushed in, her demeanor urgent as she approached the guest seated in the honored position and exclaimed, "You must be the Duke of Tang." Lu Cheng, observing the matron's features, which were not particularly regal, nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Indeed, I am. You must be Niu Bomo." Before the matron could respond, Lu Cheng noticed the elderly woman assisting a young man who bore a significant limp, undoubtedly Niu Jinda's son, Niuji. The young man appeared pale, a clear sign of someone long deprived of sunlight, his countenance and physique reflecting fragility. While not particularly thin or stout, he exuded an air of timidity? Yes, that was the term. The more Lu Cheng observed Niuji, the more he perceived his timorous nature, to the extent that he blushed under Lu Cheng's gaze. Lu Cheng found this exceedingly peculiar. After all, he was a man. Such timidity seemed almost excessive, surpassing that of a bashful maiden. Chapter 83 Prosthesis. Madame Niu noticed that Lu Cheng was fixated on Niu Zhang and quickly gestured towards her son, saying, "Zheng, this is Duke Tang from the Tang Kingdom. Hurry and greet him." Niu Zhang gazed at the young man referred to as the scion of an immortal family by his father, his eyes shimmering with a different light as he addressed Lu Cheng. "Greetings, Duke Tang. I am Niu Zhang. Upon hearing Niu Zhang speak, Lu Cheng nodded in satisfaction. After all, just moments ago, he had seemed rather effeminate, but now his tone conveyed a certain masculinity, reminiscent of his father, Niu Jinda. Lu Cheng replied, "There is no need for such formality. I am only a few years your senior. You may call me Huateng or Lu Cheng." However, Niu Zhang stubbornly looked at Lu Cheng and insisted, "That cannot be. One must not confuse the hierarchy. I hope Duke Tang can understand." Lu Cheng regarded Niu Zhang with newfound respect, surprised by his tenacity. Madame Niu, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, fearful that her son might offend this young noble, and cheerfully urged, "Zhang, why don't you apologize to Duke Tang?" At this moment, Wang Pe, standing behind Niu Zhang, discreetly pinched him, anxious that this nobleman might become displeased and refuse to aid Niu Zhang with his leg. Lu Cheng, witnessing the scene, chuckled and said, "There is no need for such concern, auntie." After speaking, he rose and approached Niu Zhang, gently lifting the empty segment of his leg, and inquired, "How long have you been injured?" Niu Zhang's complexion flushed even more, whether from excitement or embarrassment. He replied, "It has been 3 years." Lu Cheng nodded thoughtfully and squeezed the area where Niu Zhang's calf had withered, asking, "Does it still hurt?" Niu Zhang carefully assessed the sensation and replied, "It does not hurt." After a brief moment of rapid breathing, Niu Zhang mustered the courage to inquire, "Duke Tang, may I ask if there is still a possibility for me to stand again?" Standing up is relatively simple, but complete restoration is indeed a more complex matter. Lu Cheng gently clapped his hands and looked at the visibly excited Niu Zhang, asking, "Do you only wish to stand?" Upon hearing Lu Cheng's words, Niu Zhang was taken aback. Can a patient truly have a choice in treatment? The thought sparked a glimmer of hope in his eyes as he gazed at Lu Cheng and asked, "Duke Tang, will I be able to walk again?" Lu Cheng pondered for a moment and thought that with a better prosthetic, it should be feasible. After all, in his previous life, many individuals with prosthetics could walk, and some even ran. With this thought, Lu Cheng nodded and assured him, not only walking, but even running should be possible. At this revelation, not only Niu Zhang, but also Wang Pu and Madame Niu behind him were filled with astonishment. They had initially believed that this nobleman could only help Niu Zhang to stand, yet now it seemed he could even run and jump. Overwhelmed with emotion, Madame Niu shed tears of joy and grasped Lu Cheng's arm, pleading, "Duke Tang, please, you must help my son." Lu Cheng, observing Madame Niu's tears, quickly supported her and reassured her, "Auntie, your son will surely receive my utmost care. Please do not worry." After releasing Madame Niu, Lu Cheng knelt beside Niu Zhang and retrieved a small ruler, beginning to measure his leg. Niu Zhang, filled with tension, urged, "Duke Tang, please proceed without hesitation. I am not afraid of pain." Believing that Lu Cheng's treatment would cause him great discomfort, Niu Zhang expressed his willingness to endure pain. For him, the true agony lay in being unable to step outside or bearing the stigma of a limp. As long as Lu Cheng could heal him, he would gladly endure any physical suffering. With a determined gaze, Niu Zhang addressed Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng, hearing these words, smiled wryly and reassured him, "There is no need to be so anxious. This will not be painful. It is merely a measurement." Once the measurements were complete, Lu Cheng utilized the system to exchange for a remarkably stylish prosthesis for Niu Zhang. The prosthetic materialized in Lu Cheng's hands, yet no one in the hall gasped in astonishment. This was due to Niu Jinda's prior instructions to the Niu family to maintain silence, so as not to disrupt Lu Cheng's work. Thus, both Wang Pu and Niu Zhang stared, wide-eyed and breathless, at Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng began to unwrap the plastic covering the prosthesis, then gestured to Niu Zhang's legs, lifting his garment, and saying, "Let me fit this for you. If it feels uncomfortable, just let me know." Niu Zhang stared at the exquisite mechanical leg in a daze, unable to fathom that one day he would be fitted with such a marvel. Moreover, it appeared extraordinarily impressive. Before long, Lu Cheng had successfully fitted the prosthetic leg according to the instructions. Stepping back, he regarded Niu Zhang's appearance from a distance, a wave of envy washing over him. Niu Zhang, clad in traditional attire, had a delicate visage that now appeared slightly flushed with excitement. His silk robe, which should have concealed his legs, was torn halfway by Lu Cheng, revealing a prosthetic leg that exuded both a sense of sci-fi elegance and strength. Chapter 84. Excitement. Before him stood Niu Zhang, adorned in traditional attire. His already delicate features were now slightly flushed with excitement. As his gaze descended, he observed that the silk robe, which should have gracefully concealed his legs, was torn halfway by Lu Cheng, revealing a sci-fi-inspired prosthetic limb that exuded an aura of strength. The juxtaposition of ancient garb and modern technology was striking, reminiscent of a collision between a Lamborghini and the Forbidden City. Lu Cheng scrutinized Niu Zhan's appearance, unable to suppress his admiration for the striking young man. If a film akin to The Terminator were to be made, he would undoubtedly cast Niu Zhan as the lead. At that moment, with Wang Po's assistance, Niu Zhan was cautiously adjusting his center of gravity, eager to test whether his enchanted prosthetic could support his weight. There's no need for such caution, Lu Cheng advised. Just walk with confidence. Wang Po. Let him try on his own. After all, this prosthetic had cost Lu Cheng a fortune and was capable of executing complex movements, like bending at the knee. Moreover, it operated on a hydraulic system. Do you understand what hydraulic power is? It is the reason a jack can lift immense weights. In essence, with the proper technique, Niu Zhan's leg could deliver a kick with the force of 1,000 pounds. Can you believe it? This was the first time Lu Cheng felt he had received incredible value from the system, having willingly spent 100,000 yuan on such an extraordinary limb. He wished he could have one for himself. Once Wang Po ensured Niu Zhan was standing steadily, she gradually released her supportive grip, encouraging him gently, "Zhaner, go ahead and take a few steps." Madame Niu, though silent, displayed her excitement through clenched fists, eager to witness her son walk independently once more. Niu Zhan slowly lifted his uninjured right leg, trying to stand on his left. After determining it was stable, he eagerly stepped forward with his right leg, followed by his left. As he elevated his left leg to a certain height, he even heard the distinct sound of the hydraulic mechanism at work. Lu Cheng, hearing the smooth operation of the hydraulic system, smiled in satisfaction and remarked, "You will need to grow accustomed to this leg. Under normal circumstances, it won't hinder your martial arts training. In fact, it may surpass your right leg in strength." Upon hearing this, Niu Zhan's spirits soared. He exclaimed, "I humbly request Lord Tang Guogong to elaborate further." Lu Cheng, observing Niu Zhan's newfound confidence, replied softly, "This prosthetic will not inflict pain, and I have added enhancements that enable it to deliver a force equivalent to 1,000 pounds. Niu Zhan was taken aback, incredulously touching his brand-new prosthetic, muttering to himself, "A force of 1,000 pounds? Even Xiang Yu, the hegemon of Western Shu, might not possess such strength." To think that a calamity would lead to such fortune, he had been granted a divine, powerful leg. With this realization, Niu Zhan beamed with exhilaration, addressing Lu Cheng, "I am profoundly grateful for your immense kindness, Lord Tang Guogong. Should you ever require my assistance, I will face any peril, be it mountains of knives or seas of fire, to repay your generosity." After uttering these words, Niu Zhan bowed solemnly, gently caressing his cool prosthetic leg. He earnestly performed a deep bow before Lu Cheng. Seeing this, Lu Cheng hurried to assist Niu Zhan back to his feet, chuckling, "I admire your character, General Niu. Therefore, I am obliged to honor your request, but I hope you can be a man of integrity, much like your father." Lu Cheng gazed at Niu Zhan with earnestness, continuing, "Moreover, I do not require anything from you. Just remember the hardships your parents endured for you." Niu Zhan met Lu Cheng's gaze with unwavering resolve, replying, "Thank you for your wise counsel, Lord Tang Guogong. I shall hold it as a guiding principle in my heart." After bowing once more, Niu Zhan confidently advanced on his prosthetic leg towards his mother, who was now tearfully emotional. He respectfully greeted her, saying, "Mother, I have caused you much worry over the years." Seeing her son in such a state, Madame Niu could no longer contain her emotions and embraced Niu Zhan tightly, weeping openly. Wang Po, observing the heartfelt reunion, felt a swell of joy and wiped her slightly reddened eyes, regaining her composure. She addressed Lu Cheng and Lao Feng, saying, "Lord Tang Guogong, I apologize for the spectacle. I shall prepare a meal for you. You must share a drink with Zhaner." Meanwhile, Niu Jinda, stationed in the palace, was feeling unwell. After enduring several uncomfortable minutes, he could no longer bear it and decided to return home. As he rode slowly through the streets of Chang'an, he was oblivious to the greetings from passers-by. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of his son. Although Lord Tang Guogong had promised to assist Zhaner, he was concerned, having indulged in alcohol the previous day. Niu Jinda contemplated whether he should visit Lord Tang Guogong again or subtly remind him of his promise, for words spoken under the influence might not be taken seriously. Since returning home the previous night, he had struggled to find rest, and was distracted during his duty, which troubled him deeply. As he approached his alley, he caught sight of a conspicuous vehicle, a longbow G, which momentarily left him dazed. At that moment, a nearby vendor, the same one Lao Fong had inquired of earlier, approached Niu Jinda, offering a handful of fresh greens. "My lord, take these vegetables home for your son." Awakened from his reverie by the vendor's words, Niu Jinda smiled and replied, "Thank you. How much do I owe you? I will pay you right away." When Niu Jinda found himself with idle time, he delighted in engaging with the vendors, relishing the opportunity to exchange tales and boast a little. He took great pleasure in witnessing the scene of the common folk thriving in peace and contentment. Observing these grassroots vendors leading fulfilling lives filled him with a sense of vindication for his past endeavors in aiding Li Shimin in his conquests across the realm. For Niu Jinda's foremost aspiration was to behold a prosperous era, one in which the people of the world would be free from famine and calamity. Chapter 85. Tears of the Elderly. Thus, in the face of the vendor's enthusiasm, Niu Jinda felt no awkwardness whatsoever. Instead, he smiled warmly as he prepared to reach for his purse to purchase the fresh greens. Unexpectedly, the vendor's expression shifted, and he looked at Niu Jinda with a frown, saying, "Your Excellency, you are looking down on me. Had you not lent a helping hand back in the day, my family would have long since departed this world. Now, what is wrong with me gifting some greens to the young lord?" Taking a step back, the vendor spoke sternly to Niu Jinda, who was mounted on a grand steed. As Niu Jinda hesitated, an elderly farmer nearby chimed in, "Your Excellency, do accept it. Let this lad finish his sales and leave, so he doesn't encroach upon my business." The old farmer coughed lightly a couple of times and continued, "Your Excellency, who in this vicinity has not received your benevolence? Even when we set up our stalls near your residence, those petty officials dare not approach us, all thanks to your grace." Seeing the old farmer's earnestness, Niu Jinda decided to relent. He approached the vendor, accepted the greens, and smiled as he patted the vendor's shoulder, saying, "Very well, I shall take these greens." The vendor, elated by the gesture, grinned widely and pointed to the Lamborghini parked by the street, exclaiming, "Your Excellency, 2 gentlemen arrived today in that peculiar contraption to see you." Upon hearing this, Niu Jinda realized it was indeed Lu Cheng from the Tang Kingdom. However, he was uncertain whether his son had been cured. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Clenching the greens tightly, he addressed the vendor and the old farmer. "I must return home to check on matters. You may continue with your work." With that, he squeezed his mount's flanks, and the horse obediently trotted towards the Niu residence. Upon entering the house, he noticed a lack of welcoming faces, which struck him as peculiar. Ordinarily, upon his arrival, Wangpo would peek in to greet him, yet today she seemed absent. As he proceeded into the main hall, he faintly heard the sound of weeping. Unable to contain himself, Niu Jinda quickened his pace, and upon entering the hall, he beheld his son and wife in a state of despair, the former clutching his head in sorrow. To his amazement, he noticed that his son was standing on his own. "Wonderful! Wonderful!" Niu Jinda exclaimed, his voice ringing with joy. It was evident that Lu Cheng's intervention had borne fruit. Overcome with emotion, he approached Lu Cheng, tears brimming in his eyes, expressing his gratitude. "Huateng, Uncle Niu extends his heartfelt thanks." Lu Cheng, noticing Niu Jinda's overwhelming emotion, quickly offered support and replied, "Uncle Niu, you exaggerate. I merely provided a prosthetic leg for Ganger. He is not yet fully recovered." "Oh, a prosthetic leg?" Niu Jinda turned to his son with renewed urgency. "Ganger, come here and let your father take a look." At this, Niu Fu Rin hastily wiped her tears and nudged her son, urging him to approach Niu Jinda. Ganger, brushing away his own tears, moved towards his father with the mechanical leg, exclaiming, "Father." Niu Jinda lifted the hem of Ganger's robe to reveal the complete prosthetic limb, reaching out to touch its cold surface. "How do you find this prosthesis?" he inquired. Ganger beamed, his face adorned with a silly grin as he replied, "Father, I absolutely adore this marvelous leg. Lu Gongzi says it can easily kick with the force of 1,000 pounds. Is it truly that extraordinary?" Niu Jinda had initially thought the prosthetic merely allowed his son to walk, never fathoming its immense power. Observing the vibrant red of the limb, he gently caressed it, then turned to Lu Cheng, saying, "Huateng, my family does not possess great wealth. I wonder if 500 taels of silver would suffice for the expenses of this treatment? If it falls short, please specify an amount, and allow me a few days to gather it." Lu Cheng found himself perplexed. He had not intended to charge for the treatment or the prosthetic, well aware that Niu Jinda's family was not particularly affluent. However, upon hearing Niu Jinda disclose his financial situation, Lu Cheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Brother, you are a noble lord. How can you be in such dire straits? 500 taels of silver for the entire Niu estate. While 500 taels would sustain a common family for a lifetime, one only needed to look at the likes of Cheng Yaojin and his affluent peers, who could purchase luxury items without a second thought. Who would have anticipated that the Duke of Langia was in such financial distress? As if reading Lu Cheng's thoughts, Niu Jinda felt his cheeks flush. He attempted to justify. The recent famine in Guangzhou compelled me to donate the gold and silver bestowed by His Majesty for disaster relief. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Cheng understood that Niu Jinda likely sacrificed his own family's sustenance in the name of charity. Indeed, before Lu Cheng could respond, Niu Fu Rin interjected, her voice filled with urgency. I have always said that while disaster relief is noble, one must not overextend. You have depleted our family's wealth over the years for this cause. Even my dowry has been sacrificed. Tell me, have I ever enjoyed a single day of peace since marrying into the Niu family? Niu Jinda, if you cannot gather enough for Hua Ting's treatment today, I will take our son back to my family. You may live alone. Niu Fu Ren's sudden outburst left Lu Cheng utterly astonished, as he had not expected her to explode in such a manner. Meanwhile, Niu Jinda's face grew crimson with embarrassment. He glanced at Lu Cheng and said, Hua Tong, if you do not mind, take my residence as collateral. Allow me a few days to gather the remaining funds. Lu Cheng shook his head and addressed the excited Niu Furin and the awkward Niu Jinda, saying, Uncle Niu, Aunt Niu, there is no need for such formality. Your humble nephew had no intention of charging for the medical fees. This prosthetic limb is of no use to me. It would be far more beneficial to put it to good use today by fitting it onto Guer. Upon hearing this, Lao Fong cast a peculiar glance at his lord. He had been present during Lu Cheng's several transactions and was well aware that his master was a man who prioritized money over dignity. Yet, what had caused this sudden change in disposition today? Chapter 86. The hydraulic prosthetic leg. If Lu Cheng were to fathom the thoughts swirling within Lao Fong's mind, he would undoubtedly deliver him a couple of solid punches, admonishing him for being so shamelessly mercenary. I hold a deep admiration for Niu Bobo's character. Thus, a mere prosthetic limb, which was crafted by my master in a moment of leisure, bears little monetary worth. Lu Cheng gently supported Niu Jinda and slowly began to speak. Truth be told, Lu Cheng genuinely appreciated Niu Jinda's character, yet he cherished money even more, particularly the balance of renminbi within his system. However, the Niu family was devoid of wealth, and it would be rather unseemly to seize their home, wouldn't it? Instead of demanding 500 taels of silver, it would be far more prudent to cultivate a favor, for one never knows when it might be beneficial. After much contemplation, Lu Cheng ultimately resolved not to accept any payment. With this in mind, he turned to Niu Jinda and expressed his hope that Niu Bobo would continue to cherish the common folk as if they were his own children. Upon hearing this, Niu Jinda was overcome with emotion, tears welling in his eyes as he nodded vigorously, saying, Hua Teng, fear not, for those who understand me, like you, are rare. After this, he beckoned to Wang Pe, who was also tearful at the door, and urged, Wang Pe, hasten to prepare some food and drink, for today I shall not part from Hua Teng until we are both inebriated. Lu Cheng, upon hearing this, shook his head. The alcoholic beverages of the Tang Dynasty offered little in the way of potency. The famed San Lujiang was scarcely more invigorating than a can of Coca-Cola or Sprite. What was the point of consuming such insipid fare? Moreover, not only would he feel lethargic, but it wouldn't be long before Niu Jinda found himself intoxicated, leaving Lu Cheng in discomfort. Therefore, he declined, stating, Niu Bobo, I cannot partake in a meal today. I must visit the estate appointed by the emperor for my reward. Perhaps on another occasion, I shall join you for a hearty drink. Niu Jinda, disheartened by this, shook his head, saying, Hua Teng, do you look down upon me? You are aware of my drinking capacity. I can consume 1,000 cups without inebriation. Surely, this cannot impede your afternoon visit to the estate? After uttering this, he affectionately grasped Lu Cheng's arm, refusing to release him, insisting that Lu Cheng remain seated and drink with him. Niu Jinda was not mistaken. Yesterday's joy at Qin Shubao's recovery paled in comparison to the elation he felt today witnessing his son rise to his feet. Thus, he was determined to keep Lu Cheng with him for a few more rounds. Observing this, Lu Cheng hastily extricated himself from Niu Jinda's grip, urgently asserting, "Niu Bobo, there is truly no need for such insistence. I assure you I shall visit again in a few days. Today, I genuinely have matters to attend to." Seeing Lu Cheng's unwavering determination, Niu Jinda was momentarily taken aback. As he loosened his grip, Lu Cheng seized the opportunity to escape. He hurried to the entrance, turning back to Niu Jinda. "I advise you to forego the wine today and take Jier to the palace to meet the emperor. It would be advantageous for Jier to secure a position." With those words, Lu Cheng waved goodbye to the bewildered Lao Feng and made his way outside, announcing, "I shall take my leave now, Niu Bobo. Until next time, when we can share a drink." Upon hearing this, Niu Jinda quickly regained his composure and instructed his son, "Hurry, Jier, go see Hua Ting off." Niu Ji nodded in acknowledgement and sprinted after Lu Cheng. Meanwhile, Niu Jindao observed his son's prosthetic leg, noticing that it emitted a hissing sound when bending, akin to a leak. He contemplated calling out to inquire if the enchanted prosthetic had malfunctioned, yet seeing his son hastily trailing behind Lu Cheng, he swallowed his words. Madame Niu wiped her tears and watched her son dash away, then approached Niu Jinda, saying, "Hua Tung is right. You must bring Zhi before the emperor so he may be recognized." After wiping her eyes again, she continued, "It is essential for Zhi to secure a position. What shall become of him when we are no longer here?" Niu Jinda nodded in agreement, then gazed at his wife, whose hair had turned gray with worry. He enveloped her in a warm embrace and tenderly remarked, "You have suffered greatly. Since marrying me, life has not been kind." Madame Niu shot him a disapproving glance, pinching his waist lightly and rolling her eyes. "I have long known what sort of man you are. Were it not for your kindness, do you think I would have wed you?" At this, Wang Pa chuckled, dismissing Niu Jinda's embarrassment, and said to Madame Niu, "Madam, I shall prepare a meal, ensuring to share some with the neighbors outside. They should know that our Zhi is well." Niu Jinda, eager to divert attention from his awkwardness, chimed in, "Wang Pa, do remember to share some food with the street vendors as well. They just gifted me some fresh greens." Wang Pa accepted the greens he offered, inspecting them with satisfaction, and remarked, "Now this is more like it. The last batch someone brought was hardly edible." Though Niu Jindao was unaware of who that person was, it did not hinder his jovial demeanor. He relished mingling with the street vendors and neighbors, exchanging light-hearted banter. When issues arose, the community would lend a helping hand. Niu Jinda never let small matters trouble him, understanding that as the master of the Niu household, he could afford to overlook trivialities. "Zhi, come here, let me have a good look." Niu Jinda called out to his son, who was cautiously making his way into the hall on his prosthetic leg. He eagerly patted the seat beside him, inviting Niu Ji to sit for a thorough examination. "Zhi, I hear a hissing sound when you walk. What is the cause of that?" Niu Jindao inquired as he squatted down to inspect his son's prosthetic limb closely. "Father, it is nothing to worry about." Niu Zhang sat in his seat with an expression of pure delight, proudly shaking his enchanted prosthetic leg, which immediately emitted a hissing sound as air escaped. He then turned to his father, his face radiating satisfaction, and remarked, "Father, the Duke of Tang has proclaimed that this is known as hydraulic assistance. It is precisely due to this that I can kick with the force of 1,000 pounds." Chapter 87. Wei Zhang, can Niu Jinda truly kick with 1,000 jin of power? Upon hearing this, Niu Jinda gazed at his son in astonishment. The notion of possessing a strength of 1,000 jin is no trivial matter. Even the historical figure Xiang Yu is only known for such might. If Niu Ji were to possess such strength, would it not signify that the ancestral graves of the Niu family were ablaze with green smoke? Niu Ji furrowed his brow, contemplating his father's expression, and finally spoke. "I have yet to test it, but Lord Tunghua claimed that if the method is correct, one can indeed kick with 1,000 jin of power." Niu Ji pondered further, looking at his father, and continued, "However, I currently feel invigorated with this celestial leg. Father, do you think Lord Tunghua might have slain an immortal to acquire this leg?" Hearing this, Niu Jinda tugged at his whiskers, wearing a contemplative expression. The idea proposed by his son was not entirely implausible. After all, Lord Tunghua is undeniably a disciple of the celestial realm. Slaying a few inconsequential immortals might be deemed trivial. However, such a significant item, how could Lord Tunghua so readily bestow it upon his son? This is a celestial leg, a leg capable of delivering a kick with 1,000 jin of force. It cannot simply be given away, can it? Is not the law meant to be transmitted with caution? Could such a celestial treasure not be considered a part of the law? Contemplating this, Niujinda looked at his son Niuji and said, "Come, let us head to the backyard and test the capabilities of this leg." With that, Niujinda turned and walked towards the backyard, hands clasped behind his back, eager for his son to thoroughly test the celestial leg bestowed by Lord Tenggua. If Lu Cheng were present, he would undoubtedly curse vehemently, exclaiming, "What do you mean by the celestial leg of Lord Tenggua? Is that not an insult? Fortunately, I have yet to ask for money from you, old fellow. I ought to demand several thousand taels." Upon reaching the backyard, Niuji looked at his father, who had his hands behind his back, and asked, "Father, how shall we test it?" Niujinda surveyed the empty backyard, then pointed towards the wall, saying, "First, try kicking that wall. Take your time, there is no rush." Niuji nodded in understanding, approached the wall, and gazed at his celestial leg, a passionate spark igniting in his eyes. He first shook his intact leg, then with a sudden burst of energy, delivered a powerful kick with his celestial leg. Niujinda, standing nearby, distinctly heard a hissing sound emanating from the leg's hydraulic mechanism, followed by the wall collapsing in response. Niujinda rubbed his eyes, then focused intently on the wall before finally shifting his gaze to his son's celestial leg, murmuring, "Is this the power of the celestial leg?" Meanwhile, Niuji rubbed his right leg, which had gone numb from the impact. He then bent down, delighting in the sight of his celestial leg, and carefully wiped away the dust that had accumulated on the mechanical components. Finally, he turned to Niujinda, excitement radiating from his face, and exclaimed, "Father, how is it?" Niujinda, roused from his thoughts by his son's calls, hurried to his side and supported Niuji's arm, asking, "Jur, how do you feel?" Niuji, brimming with enthusiasm, felt his face flush with excitement as he shouted, "Father, I am fine. I sense that this is not all the strength I possess. I wish to kick again." Before Niujinda could respond, an elderly man holding a bowl of celery shouted indignantly at the father and son, "What are you kicking? What more do you wish to kick? This is all I have at home. What else do you want to kick?" Niujinda turned to see Wei Zheng and felt a sudden stiffness in his expression. He had forgotten that Wei Zheng lived next door. This is a disaster. While his son was lost in excitement, he had inadvertently demolished Wei Zheng's wall. It seems Wei Zheng was just eating in his yard. Thankfully, he was not struck by the wall. Had he been hit, Wei Zheng would have certainly held Niujinda accountable. Niujinda quickly bowed in apology, saying, "Greetings, Lord Wei. I sincerely apologize. My son was inattentive and did not realize he was too forceful." Wei Zheng placed the celery behind his back, dusted off his hands, and looked at Niujinda, asking, "General Niu, what is the meaning of this?" Niuji stepped around his father and approached Wei Zheng, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Wei, I am Niuji, pleased to meet you." Wei Zheng looked at Niuji, feeling perplexed. He recognized Niuji. The Wei family and the Niu family were neighbors, and he had visited several times when Niuji had encountered difficulties. How could it be that the missing segment of his leg was now restored? With this thought, Wei Zheng's gaze shifted to Niuji's leg, only to discover it was a most peculiar contraption. Niuji's prosthetic leg was predominantly crimson, interspersed with patches of ebony, and under the sunlight, it exuded a strikingly futuristic aura. However, for the ancients, the concept of futuristic was beyond their comprehension. For instance, upon witnessing Niuji's prosthetic leg, the renowned scholar Wei Zheng could only perceive it as an oddity. Thus, Wei Zheng approached Niuji to examine the prosthetic closely. He then looked up at Niuji and inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Niuji, filled with pride, replied, "Mr. Wei, are you aware of the celestial disciples in Chang'an recently?" Upon mentioning celestial disciples, Niujinda felt a sense of dread. How could Wei Zheng be unaware of such matters? He was a typical hard-headed individual, akin to a foul stone in a toilet. Why bring up celestial disciples with him? Was that not inviting trouble? Indeed, upon hearing this, Wei Zheng's brows furrowed in concern. He had heard whispers of celestial disciples, and it was rumored that the emperor had squandered millions of silver to procure some firearms known as AF. Had he been present, he would have ensured that those celestial disciples met a bitter end. Deceiving ignorant villagers was one thing, but to deceive the emperor was utterly unacceptable. With a strong sense of justice, Wei Zheng had already prepared a memorial, intending to reprimand Li Er for his reckless spending at the next morning's court assembly. Cursing Li Er for his credulity towards malicious gossip, Wei Zheng's countenance darkened with ire. He turned to Niu Zhang and inquired, "Pray tell, Is it that celestial disciple who has healed your affliction? At that moment, the exhilarated Niu Zhang, oblivious to Wei Zheng's grim expression, exuberantly replied, Indeed, Mr. Wei, it was the esteemed Teng Guogong, that celestial disciple, who restored my leg. Chapter 88. Upon hearing those words, Niu Jindao instinctively covered his head. What nonsense is this foolish son speaking about celestial beings with Wei Zheng? Is he not inviting trouble? Indeed, Wei Zheng's expression darkened significantly. He had initially shown interest in Niu Ji's prosthetic leg, but upon hearing this, he dismissed it with a wave of his hand and turned to Niu Ji, inquiring, What is the situation with this wall? Did you knock it down? Niu Ji, eager to share his valiant exploits, eagerly replied, Mr. Wei, I kicked this wall down. Wei Zheng, initially skeptical, thought to himself, how could such a young lad possibly bring down a wall of this magnitude? He then replied coolly, Speak the truth. Niu Ji's expression stiffened, his mind drifting back to the time when Wei Zheng had imparted wisdom to them, as well as the days of receiving his reprimands during childhood. Realizing that Wei Zheng no longer instructed him, he defiantly looked at Wei Zheng and said, Mr. Wei, do you not believe my words? Wei Zheng shook his head, and seeing that Niu Ji was not forthcoming with the truth, he turned his gaze to Niu Jinda, stating with a calm demeanor, General Niu, would you kindly explain this matter? Though Niu Jinda held the rank of a general, Wei Zheng was one of the 3 high ministers. In terms of official rank, Niu Jinda could not compare to Wei Zheng, and thus, the latter's authoritative tone was not considered disrespectful. With a sigh, Niu Jinda looked at Wei Zheng and said, My lord, what my son says is indeed true. He did kick down the wall. Expecting Niu Jinda to deny it, Wei Zheng was taken aback. He trusted that Niu Jinda would not deceive him, hence, there was no doubt that what he stated was indeed true. Contemplating this revelation, Wei Zheng turned his gaze back to the collapsed wall and murmured to himself, It must be due to the wall's age and lack of maintenance. Niu Ji, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. What did this imply? Did he regard Niu Ji's strength or the might of his celestial leg with disdain? Did he not believe that he could easily kick the old man? Of course, he jested. Even with 2 lives, he would not dare to kick Wei Zheng. However, he was confident enough to offer some playful retorts. Thus, he addressed Wei Zheng, Mr. Wei, do you doubt that I kicked this wall down? Wei Zheng turned to him, observing Niu Ji's displeasure, and replied, What? Are you so confident in your prosthetic leg? The mention of the prosthetic leg irked Niu Ji. What nonsense was this old man spouting? This was no mere prosthetic. It was a celestial leg, the very one belonging to Duke Tang. With pride swelling within him, Niu Ji responded, Of course, Mr. Wei. Would you like me to demonstrate the power of my celestial leg? Wei Zheng was taken aback by Niu Ji's confidence and nodded, saying, Very well, show me what makes this leg extraordinary. Acknowledging Niu Ji's conviction, Wei Zheng permitted him to prove his claim. Niu Ji, seeing Wei Zheng's agreement, immediately turned and walked towards his family's modest training ground. This training ground was far smaller than that of Duke Lu, also known as Cheng Yaojin, and even less impressive than that of Qin Xiong. Niu Jinda's training area resembled a small martial arts platform, reminiscent of a stage in later years. Upon arriving at the training ground, Niu Ji scanned it thoroughly, but found no suitable place to test his leg. Therefore, he aimed for the blue bricks that made up the platform. Glancing back at Wei Zheng, who was watching him intently, Niu Ji turned his focus back to the task at hand. He stomped his foot forcefully and shouted, then unleashed a powerful kick with his celestial leg. Wei Zheng, startled by Niu Ji's shout, watched in astonishment as the force of the kick shattered several bricks beneath the platform. The remaining bricks were sent flying into the air. After the dust settled, the once intact platform now bore a significant gap. Niu Ji surveyed the damaged platform, a satisfied smile gracing his face, before looking down at his celestial leg. However, upon closer inspection, he froze, suddenly squatting down to tenderly touch the leg. After a few wipes, he noticed that the bright red paint had been scuffed off in places by the bricks. Realizing he could not restore it, he felt a pang of sorrow welling up in his eyes. Rising to his feet, sniffling, he approached Niu Jinda and lamented, Father, my celestial leg is damaged. Niu Jinda's expression shifted to one of alarm as he disregarded Wei Zheng's presence, squatting down to examine his son's prosthetic. He gently caressed the small scrape on the paint, his face reflecting deep concern. After meticulously cleaning the dirt from the damaged area, Niu Jinda stood up, glaring at Niu Ji. You reckless child. You just had your celestial leg replaced today. What were you trying to prove? Why not save it to show His Majesty later? And now look at this mess. What was the point of showing off? Niu Jinda's eyes bore into Niu Ji. Completely oblivious to Wei Zheng standing nearby, Niu Ji was about to remind his father when Wei Zheng's voice interjected, "Your father is not mistaken. I am indeed just an old man." At these words, Niu Jinda's face paled. In his moment of carelessness, he had completely forgotten that Wei Zheng was right behind him. Without a moment's pause to scold his son, he turned to Wei Zheng, a sheepish expression on his face, and said, "My Lord Wei, I apologize. I spoke without thinking. Please do not take offense." Wei Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Unconcerned, am I truly so petty? After speaking, he brushed aside Niu Jinda and knelt down to examine the celestial leg described by Niu Ji. An exquisite creation, indeed. Wei Zheng marveled at the cold material of the prosthetic, muttering to himself, "What material is this? It is neither iron nor copper. What could it possibly be?" Observing the bewildered expression on Wei Zheng's face, Niu Ji could not help but feel a sense of secret delight. Observing Wei Zheng's triumphant expression, he spoke. "Mr. Wei, the Duke of Tang once remarked that this is a composite material, equipped with a hydraulic mechanism, which enables me to exert a force equivalent to 1,000 pounds with a single kick." Upon concluding his statement, Niu Ji gently lifted the prosthetic limb, which emitted a hissing sound. He then pointed to the miniature hydraulic device, addressing Wei Zheng. "Mr. Wei, behold, this is the hydraulic mechanism." Chapter 89. Playing with birds. Wei Zheng listened intently to the hissing sound emanating from Niu Ji's prosthetic leg, his astonishment prompting him to gaze up at Niu Ji and exclaim, "What? What is that sound?" Niu Ji, wearing a smug expression, took great pleasure in witnessing the shock on the face of the esteemed Wei Zheng. He relished the moment for a brief while, elevating his prosthetic leg slightly and then, with a firm hand, striking the hydraulic mechanism at its joint. He looked at Wei Zheng and declared, "Mr. Wei, this is the device that enables me to kick with the force of 1,000 pounds. The Duke of Tang refers to it as a hydraulic apparatus." Wei Zheng raised his gaze to meet the proud eyes of Niu Ji before lowering it once more to scrutinize the gleaming bearings. He believed that Niu Ji would not utter falsehoods. Yet, this scene was indeed somewhat inconceivable. He had never witnessed anyone capable of delivering a kick with such tremendous force. Even the legendary Xiang Yu of the Western Shu seemingly possessed only 800 pounds of strength. The once lame Niu Ji now stood before him, demonstrating the ability to kick with a force of 1,000 pounds. How could Wei Zheng, a scholar, not be astonished? He remained fixated on this remarkably advanced prosthetic, silent, his eyes unwavering as if he sought to penetrate the secrets of this device. Niu Ji, however, was unfazed by Wei Zheng's scrutiny. On the contrary, the more astonished Wei Zheng appeared, the more gratification Niu Ji felt. Look, the Duke of Tang has bestowed upon me the leg of an immortal. This is indeed the leg of an immortal. A single kick capable of unleashing 1,000 pounds of force. Are you envious? It is of no consequence. Who asked for Niu Ji to be so exceptionally gifted? If you desire it, you may as well sever your own leg. While Niu Ji reveled in Wei Zheng's astonishment, Niu Jinda could not allow the elderly scholar to linger too long in the presence of his son. Taking a deep breath, he approached Wei Zheng and gently placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Lord Wei, this general must take Jir to the palace to show His Majesty this immortal leg. If you have no other matters to attend to, please feel free to return." At this juncture, Niu Jinda cast a glance at the collapsed courtyard wall, offering a wry smile, and continued, "Mr. Wei, I shall send someone this afternoon to repair the wall. I hope you can forgive us." Upon hearing this, Wei Zheng finally tore his gaze away from Niu Ji's prosthetic and turned to Niu Jinda, inquiring, "Jinda, I have heard that the immortal has cured the Duke of E. Is this true?" Niu Jinda, taken aback by the question, shot a surprised glance at Wei Zheng. Just moments ago, he was deemed a charlatan, and now he was being referred to as an immortal? Truly, scholars can be the most shameless. How shameful for you, Wei Zheng, to possess the demeanor of a cultured man. Despite his disdain for Wei Zheng's sudden shift in tone, Niu Jinda did not voice his thoughts, but instead continued, "Yes, Lord Wei, I was present at the scene yesterday. The Duke of Tang actually infused the blood of an immortal into the Duke of E, and shortly thereafter, he was cured." Upon saying this, Niu Jinda deliberately observed Wei Zheng's expression, pausing momentarily before adding, "Remarkably, after receiving the immortal's blood, the Duke of E not only recovered from his ailment, but also regained the vigor of his youth." He even fought valiantly against Wei Qigong. Niu Jindao spoke with a hint of longing in his voice. In this era, although physicians held a lowly status, no one would dare intentionally offend them. Even those who occupied high positions, like the dukes, would not insult physicians without cause. Otherwise, they might not even know how they met their demise. Conversely, it was imperative to maintain good relations with skilled physicians to safeguard one's life. After all, they were all veterans of the battlefield, reluctant to perish not by sword but by illness. Moreover, individuals like the Duke of Tang, who possessed divine healing abilities, were even more adept at curing complex ailments. However, it seemed somewhat misleading to say so, for the Duke of Tang had not administered medicine to Qin Shubao or Niuji. Rather, he had simply treated them with precision. When Qin Shubao's blood was corrupted, the Duke of Tang performed a blood transfusion. When Niuji's leg was damaged, he provided him with an immortal leg. Who would not wish to cultivate a relationship with such a miraculous healer? Contemplating this, Niu Jindao regarded Wei Zheng with a hint of suspicion, asking, "Lord Wei, you wouldn't be seeking the Duke of Tang for your own ailment, would you?" Wei Zheng shot a glance at Niu Jindao and replied, "I am in quite good health, so there is no need for you to concern yourself, Duke of Lengia." Having said this, Wei Zheng took a couple of steps forward before suddenly turning back to Niu Jindao, asking, "Has the Empress been unwell again lately? Do you think that a mortal can cure her?" Niu Jindao's expression stiffened at these words, and he fell silent for a long while. He understood that Wei Zheng genuinely cared for the Empress's well-being. If there were a few individuals in this world who most fervently wished for the Empress to remain alive, Wei Zheng would certainly rank among the top 10. As for the reason, was it not due to his own reckless behavior? Day after day, he would openly criticize the Emperor. Whenever Li Shimin invited his ministers for a drink, Wei Zheng would unleash his verbal onslaught. When Li Shimin was late to court, Wei Zheng would chastise him. Whenever Li Shimin engaged in any activity, Wei Zheng would seize the opportunity to berate him. The tale of Li Shimin and his beloved bird is not a mere jest. It is indeed recorded in history. For a time, Li Shimin kept a bird that he cherished deeply, bringing it to court every day. Wei Zheng, unable to tolerate this, publicly questioned, "Your Majesty, does this not signify your abdication of your aspirations to be a wise ruler?" Upon hearing Wei Zheng's discontent, Li Shimin, puzzled by the situation, cast a disapproving glance in his direction and asked, "Wei Aiqing, what is the matter? Your Majesty's infatuation with this pet causes you to be physically present in court, yet mentally absent. Might I inquire if you have relinquished your desire to be the illustrious ruler you envision?" The ensuing events unfolded in a rather predictable manner, akin to the Jade Emperor facing the Monkey King. No matter what Li Shimin said, even when a young eunuch attempted to take the bird away, Wei Zheng would insist, "Are you not striving to be a wise ruler?" Ultimately, Li Shimin was left with no choice but to endure the heartache and, in front of all his ministers and generals, personally suffocate the beloved bird he had cherished. The entire court, both civil and military, is well aware that had it not been for the persistent counsel of the Empress, the old scoundrel Wei Zheng would have long since met a gruesome fate at the hands of Li Shimin. Thus, Wei Zheng understands that if the Empress were to pass away, his own demise would not be far behind. Consequently, he has become the individual most averse to the thought of the Empress's death. Even when considering Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and others, Wei Zheng finds himself nearly as reluctant as the son of Changsun Wuji to entertain the notion of the Empress's passing. Chapter 90 Admiration General Niu Jindao found himself utterly disinclined to respond to Wei Zheng's inquiries. The task of treating Her Majesty the Empress could be deemed both a privilege and a burden. Unless one harbored absolute confidence in the ability to heal Her Majesty, success would undoubtedly lead to imperial rewards, while failure could result in dire consequences, perhaps even a severed head at the hands of Li Shimin. Given that Lu Cheng had previously provided free medical assistance to Niu Jindao's son, the general was reluctant to mention Lu Cheng in this context. Although Lu Cheng's methods appeared remarkably effective, no one could ascertain whether he could indeed cure the Empress's ailment. Should Lu Cheng succeed, it would reflect favorably on Niu Jindao, yet if he failed, Niu Jindao would bear the weight of responsibility, effectively jeopardizing Lu Cheng's future. Thus, Niu Jindao sought to avoid any reference to Lu Cheng in this matter. Should the day arise when no one could heal the Empress, Li Shimin would naturally seek out Lu Cheng, rendering Niu Jindao's intervention unnecessary. Presently, Li Shimin had not called upon Lu Cheng to treat the Empress, indicating a state of deliberation. In summary, Niu Jinda felt it prudent to remain uninvolved in this affair. Wei Zheng, perceiving Niu Jinda's reticence with a hint of dissatisfaction, inquired about the timing of their visit to the palace. Niu Jinda glanced at his son, smiled, and replied, "This general is preparing to bring my son Jianger to meet the emperor." To his surprise, Wei Zheng insisted, "Very well, then I shall accompany you on this visit." Niu Jinda's demeanor shifted at Wei Zheng's statement. He truly wished to avoid entanglement in this murky situation. What if Hua Teng failed to cure the empress? Would that not implicate him in her downfall? It would be a betrayal of trust. Contemplating this, Niu Jinda found himself unwilling to engage with the old man. However, with Wei Zheng's official standing looming over him, he had no option but to acquiesce, nodding with a sense of indignation. "Then, Master Wei, I shall await you outside." "Oh, no need. We shall wait here. I shall just finish this bowl of vinegar, and then we will depart." Wei Zheng turned, striding toward his own courtyard, as if fearing that Niu Jinda and his son might escape. As he walked, Niu Jinda clenched his fists in frustration at Wei Zheng's back, but felt compelled to comply with his directive. Thus, after a brief interlude, Niu Jinda and his son arrived at the imperial palace. "Your Majesty, Duke of Langia, accompanied by his son Niu Jiang and Duke of Zheng, Wei Zheng, requests an audience." A young attendant whispered in Li Shimin's ear. The emperor's face registered surprise, and he promptly commanded, "Admit them." Since the founding of the Tang Dynasty, civil and military officials had maintained a contentious relationship, both sides understanding that collusion between the two could provoke the emperor's suspicion. Consequently, civil officials, led by Changsun Wuji, and military generals like Cheng Yaojin rarely intertwined. It was indeed a rarity for civil official Wei Zheng and military leader Niu Jinda to appear together, especially with Niu Jinda bringing his son along. "Minister Niu Jinda pays his respects to your Majesty." "Minister Wei Zheng pays his respects to your Majesty." "Commoner Niu Jiang pays his respects to your Majesty." Upon entering the hall, the three men respectfully bowed before the seated Li Shimin. As Niu Jiang held no official title or distinction, he could only refer to himself as a commoner in the presence of the emperor. Li Shimin waved his hand dismissively, observing the trio with interest. "No need for formalities. What brings you both here today?" "Your Majesty, today the newly appointed celestial disciple, Duke of Tang, has provided me with a miraculous leg, so I have brought my son to present him to your Majesty," Niu Jinda explained, bowing his head. Wei Zheng stepped forward, smiling, and added, "Your Majesty, I simply accompanied General Niu to the palace for a meal after my courtyard wall was inadvertently demolished by young Niu." Li Shimin chuckled at this and replied, "Then it seems your courtyard wall must have been in disrepair. I shall send someone from the Ministry of Works to repair it." After a moment of mirth, he continued, "In that case, let us share a meal together. Your Majesty, I would still like to present my son's miraculous leg for your inspection." Niu Jinda interjected, keenly aware that while Wei Zheng was merely seeking a free meal, he himself sought to secure a position for his son. "Your Majesty, I implore you to first examine my nephew's miraculous leg, which is said to have been bestowed upon him by Duke of Tang." Wei Zheng echoed, casting a glance at Niu Jinda, urging him to proceed with the plan. His intention was straightforward. First, to gain Li Shimin's acknowledgement of Duke of Tang's medical prowess, and then to suggest his assistance in treating the empress, despite her condition not being critical at present. It was prudent to prepare for the worst. Should Duke of Tang succeed in healing the empress, Wei Zheng would rejoice. If not, he could conveniently absolve himself of responsibility. It was a dual benefit. Hence, the first step was to elicit the emperor's recognition of Duke of Tang's skill, which would pave the way for the plan's success. "Oh, since both of you hold him in such esteem, then Niu Jiang, come forward and allow me to see this so-called miraculous leg." Li Shimin had intended to summon the meal, but was interrupted by Niu Jinda and Wei Zheng. He then turned his attention to Niu Jiang, standing behind his father. Upon reflection, he recalled that Niu Jinda's son had suffered a leg injury, not a limp, but clearly, Niu Jiang was now standing upright, capturing the emperor's curiosity. Niu Jiang, his eyes glistening with emotion, realized that his moment had finally arrived. He stepped respectfully from behind Niu Jinda, bowing to Li Shimin before straightening his posture and carefully advancing with his prosthetic limb. Chapter 91. Grant me a chance. Esteemed one. As Niu Ji traversed the grand palace, a serene silence enveloped the space. The subtle hissing of the miniature hydraulic device on his prosthetic leg resonated distinctly in the vastness. Niu Ji came to a halt a few steps before Niu Jinda, maintaining a distance of 5 or 6 steps from Li Shimin. The moment Niu Ji began to walk, Li Shimin was captivated by the sound. He gazed intently at the striking crimson mechanical leg and slowly inquired, "Is this the legendary Shinran leg?" Li Shimin was genuinely astonished. Every encounter with Lu Cheng brought him unexpected delights. From the delightful meat floss cake to the exquisite Jingguan treasure vase, followed by the thunderous strikes and the A47, and now, the addition of a Shinran leg to the son of Niu Jinda. However, recalling the formidable power of the A47 and the thunderous strikes, Li Shimin could not help but feel a pang of envy. Niu Aiqing, what can this leg accomplish, as the Duke of Tang claims? Each time Niu Ji was asked this question, a sense of pride swelled within him. I ask you, do you envy my prowess? If you possess the audacity, sever one of your own legs and seek the Duke of Tang for a replacement. Yet, facing the Emperor, Niu Ji dared not display his pride, forcing himself to suppress it and respond, Your Majesty, the Duke of Tang has stated that this Shinran leg can easily kick with a force of 1,000 pounds. Furthermore, it is incredibly durable and impervious to pain. 1,000 pounds? Li Shimin exclaimed, taken aback by the figure. Wei Zheng stepped forward, maintaining his jovial demeanor, and remarked, Your Majesty, I have witnessed it firsthand. Indeed, Niu Xinzi speaks no falsehood. One kick possesses the strength of 1,000 pounds. Oh. Li Shimin approached closely, scrutinizing the so-called Shinran leg. He generally trusted Wei Zheng, who, despite his penchant for trouble, had never lied regarding serious matters or in the presence of the Emperor. Unlike Cheng Yaojin, who was notorious for his shamelessness and incessant babble, even stealing utensils from the palace during meals. Li Shimin examined Niu Ji's Shinran leg and kindly inquired, Might you demonstrate it for me? Naturally, he was cordial, for Niu Ji was the son of a trusted general. And if this Shinran leg proved to be impressive, Niu Ji could become a commander of the Imperial Guard, ensuring Li Shimin's safety, a personal bodyguard of sorts. After all, throughout the entire Tang Dynasty, no one could withstand a kick from Niu Ji. Upon hearing these words, Niu Ji was nearly trembling with excitement. This was the Emperor himself, who spoke to him so amiably and requested a demonstration. My heavens, I am overwhelmed with joy. Niu Jinda, noticing his son's daze, hastily cleared his throat behind him. This foolish boy, why must he appear dazed before the Emperor? What if Li Shimin does not grant you a favorable position? All my efforts would be in vain, and I would have dragged Wei Zheng into this muddle for nothing. Awakened by his father's cough, Niu Ji refocused, noticing Li Shimin smiling at him. He quickly lowered his head, his face flushed with embarrassment, and murmured, Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. Li Shimin, unfazed, gently patted Niu Ji's shoulder and continued, If that is the case, might you demonstrate your Shinran leg for me? Upon hearing this, Niu Ji's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. This was the Emperor, the kind-hearted Emperor. I became lost in thought before him, yet he was not angered and even patted my shoulder affectionately. Oh, I, Niu Ji, have resolved to never wash this garment again. Despite his inner thoughts, Niu Ji replied, Of course, Your Majesty. Where shall I perform the demonstration? Li Shimin smiled and instructed Niu Ji, Step outside with me. He then turned to Niu Jinda and Wei Zheng, saying, You two esteemed ones, please accompany us. After leading the way out of the hall, Li Shimin glanced around and turned to a tree of considerable girth. He smiled at Niu Ji and pointed at the tree, stating, The palace grounds are not like Wei Aiqing's courtyard, where you may kick freely. Thus, let us test this tree. Niu Ji regarded the stout tree, nodded to Li Shimin, and stepped forward, positioning himself before it. He then turned back to Li Shimin and asked, Your Majesty, shall I commence? Li Shimin nodded encouragingly, and only then did Niu Ji prepare to unleash his kick upon the substantial tree. Kicking the walls of Wei Zheng's courtyard or practicing in his own training arena did not require much force. But this was a tree of considerable size, and he was demonstrating before the Emperor. Niu Ji understood that his future position hinged on this moment, and he was eager to astonish Li Shimin. After a brief moment of contemplation, Niu Ji shook off his distractions and shouted, Ha! Unleashing a powerful kick. To his dismay, the tree did not snap, but rather swayed violently in response to his strike, shedding leaves in a flurry. Niu Ji stood frozen, having intended to break the tree but failing to do so. Embarrassed, he could not bear to face the disappointment in the eyes of the Emperor and his father. He could almost envision the hurt in his father's gaze, piercing him deeply. However, before he could turn, Li Shimin approached the tree, inspecting the cracked bark with his own hands. After peeling away the shattered bark, he revealed that the once cylindrical trunk was now nearly flattened. Though Niu Zhang's kick did not sever the tree, it was evident that he had rendered it lifeless. Li Shimin glanced at the dented trunk, then turned his gaze to Niu Zhang's celestial leg. At this moment, Niu Zhang, feeling embarrassed, averted his eyes from Li Shimin and, with a somewhat aggrieved tone, pleaded, "Your Majesty, I beseech you for another chance. I shall certainly break this tree with my next kick." Li Shimin, taken aback, thought to himself, "Who asked you to break it? I never requested that. I merely wished to ascertain the extent of your leg's power." Chapter 92. Who suggested you prepare to kick this tree? Thus, Li Shimin once again patted Niu Zhang's shoulder and spoke, "My dear minister, there is no need for such modesty. I have witnessed the power of your celestial leg." To be honest, Li Shimin truly had seen it. He prided himself on being an emperor skilled in martial arts, having trained since childhood. He believed that even 5 or 6 strong young soldiers standing before him would not be his match. Not to mention the soldiers, even the likes of Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing would find themselves at a disadvantage against him. Yet, despite this confidence, could he possess the strength of 1,000 pounds? He could not even dream of kicking a tree, let alone damaging it. Even stripping off a piece of bark was beyond his capabilities. In fact, it was unlikely that anyone in the entire Tang Dynasty could achieve such a feat. There were 2 main reasons for this. Firstly, his legs ached, and secondly, they were no match for the hardness of the tree. While one might break a leg, one could never break a tree. Thus, Niu Zhang's accomplishment truly astonished Li Shimin. The celestial leg indeed lived up to its name. Contemplating this, Li Shimin gazed eagerly at Niu Zhang's divine limb. Truth be told, he desired one for himself. He felt a pang of envy, longing for a leg akin to Niu Zhang's. "Your Majesty, are you satisfied?" Niu Zhang was taken aback, gazing at Li Shimin in disbelief. He had thought that the emperor would not mind. After all, he had not succeeded in kicking the tree down. He had boldly claimed in the emperor's presence that he could exert a force of 1,000 pounds with a single kick. However, the shame of not even breaking a tree was overwhelming. Thus, upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Niu Zhang stared at him, astonished. Li Shimin, with a face full of satisfaction, once more patted Niu Zhang's arm, nodded at him, and turned to Niu Jinda, inquiring, "Minister Niu, do you believe this celestial leg could be widely applied within the army?" Niu Jinda paused, momentarily taken aback. How had he not considered this? If every soldier possessed a celestial leg, what would there be to fear on the battlefield? A single kick could dispatch several foes. Wouldn't that ensure a complete victory for our Tang Dynasty? With this thought igniting his enthusiasm, Niu Jinda looked at Li Shimin and declared, "Your Majesty is indeed wise. If this object were to be employed in the military, it would surpass even the Xuanzhao army. Our Tang Dynasty would be invincible in battle." The Xuanzhao army was no trifling matter. Historically, the Xuanzhao army was the first special forces unit established by Li Shimin. Notable generals such as Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, and Qin Shubao were among its ranks. This special force had an impressive combat record. Li Shimin understood the art of warfare well. He had previously utilized the Xuanzhao army for flanking maneuvers, ambushes, and frontal assaults, achieving a resounding victory with a mere 1,000 elite soldiers against Wang Shichong's vast forces, slaying over 6,000 enemies. This remarkable achievement is documented in the historical texts, such as the Ziji Tong Jian, which recounts, the Qin King Shimin selected over 1,000 elite riders, all clad in black armor, dividing them into left and right flanks, with Qin Shubao, Cheng Yaojin, and Yu Qigong as their commanders. In every battle, Shimin personally led the Xuanzhao troops as the vanguard, seizing opportunities to strike, overwhelming the enemy with his might, to the point where they trembled in fear. When the battle for supremacy at Hulao Pass was at stake, the Xuanzhao army played an irreplaceable role. As Dou Jianda saw Wang Shichong's forces faltering against the Tang army's onslaught, he led over 100,000 elite troops to aid Wang Shichong. Meanwhile, Li Shimin relied solely on 500 elite Xuanzhao soldiers as reinforcements at Hulao Pass, leading them to a crushing victory against Dou Jianda's vast army, causing the enemy to scatter in disarray. Li Shimin's choice to confront Dou Jianda's overwhelming force with just 500 Xuanzhao soldiers was not only a testament to his strategic acumen, but also showcased his immense confidence in the capabilities of his Xuanzhao army, proving that they were indeed invincible. After ascending the throne, part of the Xuanzhao army was assigned to guard the imperial palace, ensuring the safety of the capital, while the majority was entrusted to Li Jing, playing a pivotal role in the campaign against the Turks. Later, during Shui Ringui's campaign against Goguryeo, he utilized only 2,000 Xuanjia soldiers to slay over 10,000 enemies, causing a rout among the opposing forces. The Xuanjia army's reputation was forged through countless battles, earned through blood and valor. It truly stands as the finest military force of the Tang Dynasty. Upon hearing Niu Jinda's resolute response, Li Shimin first smiled, then pondered. His own Xuanjia army had been assembled from various sources. If they were all to be replaced with these individuals possessing celestial legs, it would undoubtedly cost a fortune. Despite the young Duke of Tinghua's youth, he truly possessed a relentless thirst for wealth. Even after realizing Li Shimin was the emperor, he merely traded 80 thunderous bolts for a dukedom, proving himself a master of commerce. One transaction had cost Li Shimin a staggering 1,000,000 taels of silver. If Li Shimin were genuinely considering replacing his elite Xuanjiao army with celestial legs, one could only imagine the exorbitant price that Lu Cheng would demand. Contemplating this, Li Shimin felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. However, Niu Jinda, upon further reflection, was also left in a daze. Would replacing the entire Xuanjiao army with celestial legs mean that everyone would have to sacrifice a limb? While he certainly admired the celestial leg, it did not imply that he was willing to sever his own legs. The power of this celestial treasure leg belonging to my own son is indeed formidable. However, it is unlikely that he would sacrifice a leg to acquire this divine artifact. Thus, Niu Jinda glanced nervously at Li Shimin, fearing that at a mere command, the entire Xuanjiao army might sever their own legs, only to seek out dukedom for replacements. Your Majesty, I fear that only those who are disabled could don such a celestial treasure leg, Niu Jinda expressed anxiously, his unease evident. Upon hearing Niu Jinda's words, Li Shimin paused, swiftly grasping the implication of his concern regarding the potential self-mutilation. Turning to the visibly perturbed Niu Jinda, Li Shimin first erupted into hearty laughter, proclaiming, "Ha! Dear Minister Niu, I shall not allow you to resort to such drastic measures." With this reassurance, Niu Jinda felt a significant relief wash over him, and he too began to smile in response to Li Shimin's joviality. Chapter 93. Wei Zheng, Your Majesty, it is not that I fear the pain of a broken leg, but I worry that the leg of Duke Tong, rumored to be that of an immortal, may not suffice to equip the Xuanjiao army, remarked Niu Jinda, bowing respectfully before Li Shimin and casting his gaze downward. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin furrowed his brow, glancing at Niu Jinda, who was still speaking, and pondered aloud, "My dear minister, do you know the price of that immortal leg belonging to Duketon?" Niu Jinda continued to gaze at the ground, raising his hands in a gesture of respect as he replied, "Your Majesty, I truly do not know the value of such a divine treasure. Duketon did not request payment from me, but merely expressed admiration for my character." At this point, Niu Jinda felt a twinge of pride. To be admired by a son of the celestial realm was indeed a remarkable compliment, suggesting that even celestial beings held him in esteem. He paused momentarily before continuing in a respectful tone, "Your Majesty, although I am unaware of the price of this celestial leg, I can assure you that such a precious item must indeed be quite costly." Niu Jinda had initially hoped to negotiate a high price for Lu Cheng, but fearing that his good intentions might lead to trouble, he opted for vague words instead. He had contemplated asking for 5,000 taels for a single celestial leg, but hesitated, wondering if that amount might be too modest. While 5,000 taels seemed substantial to him, he was uncertain of Lu Cheng's production costs. Thus, he abandoned this line of thought and simply spoke honestly to Li Shimin. Li Shimin was indeed keen on equipping his Xuanjiao army with these immortal legs. Although complete limbs could not be affixed to every soldier, there remained a significant number of veterans with missing limbs due to illness or injury. Daqing had no shortage of such soldiers, as they had fought in countless battles over the years. These veterans, though physically impaired, were often more skilled than the current Xuanjia soldiers. Their retirements were merely due to physical limitations. If Li Shimin could provide these old warriors with immortal legs, they could still serve as valiant fighters for Daqing. However, contemplating the power of these celestial legs made Li Shimin shudder. His Xuanjiao army was already undefeated. If they were to be outfitted with these divine legs, would they not indeed become invincible, as Niu Jinda had suggested? With this thought, Li Shimin found himself lost in contemplation regarding the celestial leg of Niu Jinda, envisioning the splendid possibilities. Yet, Procuring such a celestial treasure would undoubtedly require purchasing it from Duke Tang. Just like the A-47 and the Thunderbolt, the cost would likely be significant. Although Duke Tang did not demand a fee from Niu Jinda, Li Shimin knew that purchasing in bulk would surely give Lu Cheng the opportunity to raise the price. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, he turned to Niu Jinda, disregarding the latter's eager expression, and said, "Practice diligently at home for a few days. In a few days, come to the palace for duty and demonstrate your abilities to me." After saying this, Li Shimin affectionately patted Niu Jinda on the shoulder and turned to leave the hall. Seeing his son standing there in a daze, Niu Jinda hastily urged, "Why do you not thank His Majesty?" Initially lost in thought and overwhelmed with joy, Niu Jinda quickly turned to Li Shimin's retreating figure and exclaimed, "I, your humble servant, thank your Majesty." With Li Shimin having conferred an official title upon Niu Jinda, the latter naturally had to adjust his self-reference from commoner to servant. This formality was familiar to him, having grown up in a general's household. Thus, he swiftly responded to Li Shimin's departing figure. Li Shimin did not turn back, but merely waved his hand, seemingly lost in thought. Niu Jinda, seeing this gesture, addressed Li Shimin's back, saying, "Your Majesty, if there is nothing further, may I take my leave?" Niu Jinda genuinely wished to return home. Since Li Shimin had instructed his son to report for duty in a few days, the least he could hope for was a minor official title. He did not wish to linger further, eager to exit the royal palace, fearing that Wei Zheng, the troublesome old man, would drag him into complications. Yet, as fate would have it, just as Niu Jinda expressed his desire to leave, Wei Zheng smiled at him, then turned to Li Shimin's retreating form and addressed him with a bow, saying, "Your Majesty, I have one more matter to discuss. General Niu need not rush home." Upon hearing this, Niu Jinda lost his desire to speak. This troublesome old fellow was determined to ensnare him in this predicament. Li Shimin, upon hearing Wei Zheng's words, turned and looked at him, inquiring, "Minister Wei, what is it?" Although Li Shimin was currently perturbed by his inability to acquire the celestial legs, he still held Wei Zheng's counsel in high regard. Thus, upon hearing his words, Li Shimin turned to face the assembly. Niu Jinda anticipated that Wei Zheng would broach the topic of Empress Chang's son, but he truly wished to keep Lu Cheng uninvolved in this matter. However, now that Wei Zheng had retained him, he could not leave and resorted to shooting an irritated glance at Niu Jinda. After all, among those present, only Niu Jinda was someone he could bully. "Your Majesty, I merely wish to inquire if the Duke Tang, whom you have bypassed the Shang Shitai to confer a title upon, is indeed a true descendant of the celestial realm?" Wei Zheng bowed respectfully to Li Shimin, a smile gracing his features. It must be noted that Wei Zheng, when not being obstinate or confrontational, was quite likable. He appeared much like a friendly neighbor, exuding no pressure, and always wore a pleasant smile. Though he seemed amiable, Wei Zheng was no mere pushover. His literary prowess was formidable, and his words were laden with multiple meanings. Firstly, he implied that Li Shimin's decision to bypass the Shang Shitai in conferring the title was improper. Although Wei Zheng was aware of this, he did not confront Li Shimin about it, which was a positive aspect. Furthermore, the second implication questioned whether Li Shimin had been deceived. How could he bestow the title of Duke upon a mere country bumpkin? Was he certain that Duke Tang was genuinely of celestial descent? Were there not doubts about his authenticity? Upon hearing these words, Li Shimin chuckled lightly and addressed Wei Zheng, saying, "My dear minister, there is no need for concern. I have verified that Duke Tang is indeed a descendant of the celestial lineage." Li Shimin showed no signs of displeasure at Wei Zheng's probing remarks, for he had witnessed the sharpness of Wei Zheng's wit and rhetoric. Such verbal exchanges, in Li Shimin's eyes, were trifles indeed. Chapter 94. A mirror to humanity. Since your Majesty has already determined that the Duke of Tang is indeed a scion of the celestial realm, I shall refrain from further commentary, lest I provoke your Majesty's displeasure, remarked Wei Zheng, observing Li Shimin's perpetually amiable demeanor. Niu Jinda, witnessing Wei Zheng's countenance, disdainfully curled his lip, inwardly scornful. The old man truly has no shame. How can he utter such words without fear of retribution for his fabrications? Li Shimin remained oblivious to Niu Jinda's thoughts and was equally unaware of Wei Zheng's cunning intentions. He merely gazed at Wei Zheng, who appeared to be in high spirits, and inquired, "Is it merely this matter that concerns you, Wei Aiqing?" Seeing Wei Zheng acquiesce brought Li Shimin immense satisfaction. Having reigned as emperor for an extended period, he had encountered numerous occurrences, from tales of pigs in various estates speaking omens to all manner of auspicious signs, which had long since wearied him. In the past, he would reward such tidings with joy, but now, he found himself questioning whether the officials reporting these auspicious signs were fabricating their accounts. However, the mere sight of Wei Zhang's capitulation brought Li Shimin unparalleled delight. When Wei Zhang uttered a few conciliatory words, it felt to Li Shimin akin to savoring a refreshing piece of ice on a sweltering summer day, invigorating his spirit. Yet, such instances of Wei Zhang yielding were far rarer than the myriad of auspicious omens. Thus, Li Shimin's elation at Wei Zhang's submission was abundantly clear. Wei Zhang, fully aware of Li Shimin's fondness for witnessing his concession, recognized that such compliance would please the emperor. In turn, it would enable him to broach the matter of Empress Changxuan's health and propose that the Duke of Tang attend to her ailment. Having devoted his youth to the study of historical texts, Wei Zhang had never encountered a sovereign as benevolent as Changsun Empress. Therefore, he was determined to exhaust every possible means to restore her health, vowing that his motivations were not rooted in fear of death, nor merely in the hope that the empress might save his life in a moment of crisis. Had Lu Cheng been present, he would surely advise Wei Zhang to ease his tensions. For Wei Zhang believed that after the passing of Empress Changsun, Li Shimin would have him executed. However, this notion is unfounded in historical records. In fact, following the empress's demise, Li Shimin not only refrained from punishing Wei Zhang, but rather esteemed him even more highly. Additionally, there exists a poignant anecdote between Li Shimin and Wei Zhang, encapsulated in a timeless adage attributed to Li Shimin. With a bronze mirror, one can correct attire. With a historical mirror, one can discern the rise and fall of dynasties. With a human mirror, one can ascertain gains and losses. These words, immortalized in history, were uttered by Li Shimin at Wei Zhang's funeral. Upon Wei Zhang's natural passing, Li Shimin often gazed upon the court, his heart heavy with nostalgia as he reflected during morning assemblies, expressing his sentiments. With a bronze mirror, one can correct attire. With a historical mirror, one can discern the rise and fall of dynasties. With a human mirror, one can clarify gains and losses. I shall ever cherish these three mirrors to guard against my own failings. Now that Wei Zhang has departed, I have lost one such mirror. In essence, just as a bronze mirror allows one to see if their garments are properly arranged, history serves to illuminate whether the current reign flourishes, and the human mirror, referring specifically to Wei Zhang, the foremost critic of the Tang Dynasty, reveals whether Li Shimin's actions are just and beneficial to the populace. Chapter 95. Brief, yet profound. Although Li Shimin harbored a disdain for Wei Zhang's candid demeanor, he could not deny the high regard in which he held him. Following the demise of Empress Changsun, Li Shimin refrained from taking any drastic measures against Wei Zhang, despite his sharp tongue. Upon hearing Li Shimin's inquiry, Wei Zhang lifted his gaze and nodded slightly, a smile gracing his features as he remarked, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on receiving the assistance of a celestial prodigy. This prodigious healer possesses unparalleled medical skills, and I surmise that our Tang realm shall soon be free from plagues." Niu Jinda, overhearing Wei Zhang's words, could not suppress a disdainful smirk, genuinely irritated by Wei Zhang's ostentatious behavior. Why not speak plainly instead of resorting to such roundabout insinuations? He thought. Yet, despite Niu Jinda's discomfort with Wei Zhang's manner, Li Shimin was in remarkably high spirits. "I am the son of heaven, the emperor of the Tang, and it is clear that celestial beings have dispatched a prodigy to assist me. Who dares to question the legitimacy of my reign?" With that, Li Shimin laughed heartily at Wei Zhang's remarks, exclaiming, "Your words are most astute. With this celestial prodigy, our Tang shall surely be free from afflictions." Seeing Li Shimin's joy, Wei Zhang took a step forward, bowing respectfully and gazing downwards. He inquired, "Your Majesty, may I be so bold as to ask about the health of Her Majesty, the Empress?" The once jubilant Li Shimin's expression darkened at this question. Empress Changsun had suffered from frail health since childhood, afflicted by a respiratory ailment that even the imperial physicians could not heal, leaving even the venerable healer Sun Simiao helpless. All they could do was administer medicine to nurture her frail constitution. Additionally, in recent days, the health of the Guanyin maid had deteriorated further. This thought caused Li Shimin's eyes to redden slightly. He and Empress Changsun had long been bound in a lifelong commitment. Moreover, prior to her passing, the Empress had expressed her wish for a simple burial, preferring a natural resting place without a grand tomb, opting instead for a mountain as her mausoleum. Li Shimin, who had always cherished his wife, complied with her wishes and decreed that this would become a tradition for future generations, thereby establishing a precedent for the Tang Dynasty's mountain burials. Subsequently, Emperor Taizong commanded Yan Lai to construct Zhaoling. In the year of Empress Changxuan's passing, Taizong began to contemplate their future burial arrangements, resolute in his desire to be interred alongside his beloved wife. Initially, in November of the 10th year, he ordered the carving of 6 steed statues at Zhaoling. Then, in February of the 11th year, he issued a decree for the burial of meritorious subjects alongside him, gradually allowing honored officials to be interred at Zhaoling. In truth, during Empress Changxuan's lifetime, she had shared a chamber with Li Shimin. Upon her funeral, Li Shimin attended personally, his grief profound, and he even penned an epitaph for her. Furthermore, Taizong undertook an unprecedented action. He believed that merely honoring the empress within the palace was insufficient. Thus, he commanded the construction of a dwelling along the walkway outside the Yuan Palace, where palace attendants could reside and serve the empress as though she were still living. After Empress Changxuan's interment at Zhaoling, Li Shimin's longing for her became unbearable. To alleviate his sorrow, he erected a viewing pavilion within the palace, where he would gaze towards her tomb all day, allowing ministers to accompany him in mourning. On one occasion, Taizong invited Wei Zheng to accompany him and pointed towards Zhaoling, asking if he could see it clearly. Wei Zheng feigned ignorance, prompting Taizong to express urgency, questioning how one could miss Zhaoling. Wei Zheng replied that he had thought the emperor was referring to Xianling, realizing that it was Zhaoling. Upon understanding Wei Zheng's subtle reminder, Taizong wept and ordered the dismantling of the viewing pavilion. Despite Taizong's actions being contrary to traditional customs, they were a heartfelt expression of a sovereign's genuine emotion. In an era that revered filial piety, where husbands did not mourn their wives publicly, Li Shimin's open display of longing for his spouse invited ridicule and scorn. As a feudal emperor, he was undoubtedly aware of these conventions, yet he unabashedly constructed the viewing pavilion, gazing towards Zhaoling, and even invited ministers to share in his remembrance. His deep affection for his wife rendered him unable to restrain his emotions. Although the pavilion was dismantled, Li Shimin's yearning for his beloved did not wane. Instead, it surged uncontrollably, leading him, in a moment of vulnerability, to confide in his ministers about his grief-stricken state, where he found it difficult to eat and sleep after losing his spouse. This clearly illustrates the profound bond between Li Shimin and Empress Changxuan. Chapter 96. Blame. Thinking of Empress Changxuan's health, Li Shimin couldn't help but feel his eyes redden. He turned to Wei Zheng and said, "Minister Wei, you are thoughtful. Guan Yinbi's health has never been strong and can only be gently nurtured." Upon hearing that Empress Changxuan was unwell, Wei Zheng did not frown in worry but instead smiled. Seeing Wei Zheng dare to smile, Li Shimin furrowed his brow and was about to lose his temper when Wei Zheng continued cheerfully, "Your Majesty, since the immortal disciple is a miraculous doctor, why not invite him to examine Her Majesty the Empress? Perhaps the immortal disciple has a solution." Wei Zheng's words clearly interrupted Li Shimin, who had been on the verge of anger. Previously, he had considered how Qin Shu Bao had been cured by Lu Cheng and how Niu Jeda's son, who had been lame for years, had also been healed by the immortal disciple. At this thought, Li Shimin couldn't help but entertain the idea. Although Guan Yinbi, as the mistress of the inner palace, resided deep within the palace and could not easily meet outsiders, Lu Cheng was merely a young doctor, hardly to be regarded as a man. Moreover, Guan Yinbi had even considered marrying Princess Cheng to Lu Cheng. Thinking of this, Li Shimin couldn't help but smile. He had been too caught up in the situation to see clearly. Yesterday, he witnessed Lu Cheng treating Qin Shu Bao, and today he saw him heal Niu Jiang. He had forgotten that Guan Yinbi also needed treatment. "Your subject petitions Your Majesty to summon the Duke of Tang and permit him to enter the palace to treat Her Majesty the Empress." Seeing Li Shimin smile, the astute Wei Zheng naturally understood the emperor's thoughts and loudly proclaimed, "Your subject petitions Your Majesty to summon the Duke of Tang and permit him to enter the palace to treat Her Majesty the Empress." Hearing this, Li Shimin smiled at Wei Zheng and said, "Minister Wei, you are thoughtful." After taking 2 steps forward with a smile, Li Shimin paused, looked at Wei Zheng beside him, and gestured to help the bowing Wei Zheng rise, saying, "Minister, I will summon the Duke of Tang shortly." Wei Zheng nodded upon hearing this, then turned to Niu Jeda with a smiling expression and said, "Your Majesty, perhaps the Duke of Langia could be sent to summon the Duke of Tang, as the Duke of Tang has just left the Duke's residence." Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback before nodding and addressing Niu Jeda, Minister Niu, would you be willing to go? Niu Jiada also nodded in response and said, Your Majesty, your subject will go immediately to summon the Duke of Tang. After speaking, Niu Jiada, accompanied by his son Niu Jiang, bowed to Li Shimin to take their leave and then similarly cupped their hands in farewell to Wei Zheng. Once father and son had left the palace, Niu Jiang expressed his dissatisfaction, saying to Niu Jiada, Father, how could Minister Wei act this way? Knowing full well that the Duke of Tang is our family's great benefactor, he still insists on dragging us into this mess, forcing us to summon him. Isn't this offending people? Hearing this, Niu Jiada halted his steps, stood still, and looked at his son speaking. He sighed, wanting to say something, but ultimately remaining silent. Niu Jiada knew that since Jiang'er's leg was broken, he had stopped attending school, staying at home day and night without distinction, let alone studying. Yet, hearing his son speak this way, Niu Jiada couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. How could his son, Niu Jiada's own flesh and blood, lack such political insight? Thus, Niu Jiada still addressed his son, saying, Do not blame Minister Wei. Dragging us into troubled waters is something our family cannot avoid. The Duke of Tang cured your illness. If you did not report to His Majesty about finding a renowned doctor, and something unfortunate were to happen to Her Majesty the Empress, it would be our family that suffers in the end. Chapter 97. The Crown Prince faction. Upon hearing these words, Niuji was momentarily taken aback, before gazing blankly at his father and murmuring, Father, could it be that Mr. Wei is truly benevolent? Niu Jinda continued to stride forward while explaining to his son, Mr. Wei has drawn our family into this matter. While it may not be considered assistance, there is no malice behind it. It merely serves as an opportune moment since you have just been cured of your long-standing ailment by Duke Tang. At this point, Niu Jinda paused briefly before looking at Niu Ji and adding, I had not previously considered that Mr. Wei's claim about Duke Tang healing your legs was indeed for our benefit. I initially thought he was intentionally drawing us into this predicament. Hearing this, Niu Ji pondered for a moment, still looking puzzled as he turned to Niu Jinda and asked, Father, if Mr. Wei does not harbor ill intentions and has no desire to sow discord between our family and Duke Tang, then why did he specifically request you to summon Duke Tang? Niu Jinda did not falter in his stride, shaking his head as he replied, This is indeed a good thing. At the very least, our father-son duo summoning Duke Tang allows us to inform him in advance, giving him time to prepare. If the Empress cannot be cured, it enables Duke Tang to devise a countermeasure. Upon hearing his father's explanation, Niuji finally grasped that Mr. Wei was not deliberately trying to incite discord. He had initially believed that Mr. Wei wanted to undermine their relationship with Duke Tang. Unexpectedly, Mr. Wei had such a thoughtful intention. With this realization, Niuji felt it inappropriate to criticize Mr. Wei any further. Having come to this understanding, Niuji quickened his pace, catching up with Niu Jinda, and softly inquired, Father, do you think Duke Tang will be able to heal the Empress? Niu Jinda first nodded, then shook his head, hesitating for a moment before responding. He should be able to, for Duke Tang is a disciple of the immortals. He has managed to remedy both your leg ailment and Uncle Bao's blood deficiency. Thus, the Empress should pose no challenge. Niuji nodded in agreement with his father's response, exuding confidence as he declared, Father, rest assured, I believe Duke Tang will certainly heal the Empress. After saying this, Niuji, without waiting for a reply from Niu Jinda, mused aloud, Father, what title do you think His Majesty will bestow upon me when I serve in the palace in a few days? Whatever His Majesty grants you, that will be your title. Remember, while in the palace, you must uphold your duties with utmost diligence. Do not let His Majesty's trust be misplaced. Niu Jinda advised his son earnestly. After imparting this lesson, Niu Jinda continued to encourage Niuji, since His Majesty has assigned you to the palace. Ensure you do not lose sight of your responsibilities. Always remember your position. Niuji solemnly nodded in response to his father's words, as if struck by a revelation. With a smile, he addressed Niu Jinda. Father, fret not. I shall follow His Majesty faithfully, and in the palace, I will also encounter the Crown Prince. I assure you, I will not falter. Once the Crown Prince ascends the throne, with our connection, it is certain that I shall be conferred a marquisate. At that time, our Niu family shall have one marquis and one duke. As he envisioned this promising future, Niuji's eyes crinkled into a smile, radiating joy. Niu Jinda remained silent, contemplating his son's words about fostering a favorable relationship with the Crown Prince. Chapter 98. The Duke of Langya. Niu Jinda, upon hearing these words, fell into contemplation. He pondered Niuzhan's remarks regarding the relationship with the crown prince. With a slight arch of his brow, Niu Jinda addressed his son with a tone imbued with caution. There is but one emperor in this world, and it is the emperor who has elevated you. Niuzhan looked at his father with a face full of confusion and murmured, "Father, Chengqian is the crown prince, destined to be the future emperor. Shouldn't I cultivate a good relationship with him?" Niuzhan was indeed perplexed by Niu Jinda's words. He thought that while the current emperor, Li Shimin, treated him well, the crown prince, Li Chengqian, was equally amiable, having shared childhood camaraderie with him. Furthermore, the principle of one dynasty, one set of ministers loomed over him. Though Li Shimin had conferred titles upon him, without his father, Niu Jinda, and the seasoned generals like Qin Shubao and Li Jing, he would never have the opportunity to lead troops into battle. Without the chance to achieve merit, how could he aspire to titles and ranks? Moreover, if he were to foster a good rapport with the crown prince, once Li Chengqian ascended the throne, wouldn't Niuzhan be recognized for his contributions? Surely, the new emperor would seek to cultivate his own faction, and as one of the earliest supporters of Li Chengqian, Niuzhan believed he would surely be favored. However, the thought that Li Chengqian might not ascend the throne had never crossed Niuzhan's mind. Niu Jinda cast a scrutinizing glance at his son and earnestly advised, "One must not speak so lightly. Was the current emperor not once a prince himself?" Niuzhan paused, struck by realization. Indeed, the present sovereign, Li Shimin, had once been merely Prince Qin, not the crown prince. What of the former crown prince, Li Jianqing? He too had vanished, ultimately leading to the ascension of the second-ranked prince, Li Shimin. Realizing this, Niuzhan turned to his father and asked, "Father, are you suggesting that Prince Wei harbors ambitions for the throne?" Niu Jinda, upon hearing this, kicked his son lightly and exclaimed, "Why don't you go to the palace and proclaim such thoughts loudly?" Embarrassed, Niuzhan scratched his head and awkwardly brushed off the dust from his clothing, gazing sheepishly at Niu Jinda. "Father, I merely forgot." Niu Jinda shot a stern look at Niuzhan, but refrained from further reprimanding him. Instead, he resumed walking while explaining, "Though the crown prince is Chengqian now, the emperor increasingly favors Prince Wei, Li Tai. The thoughts of a sovereign are unfathomable. Until the final moment, no one can truly know what lies in the emperor's heart." With a sigh, Niu Jinda continued, "As subjects, we must remain true to our roles, which is to be loyal to the emperor. Whether the crown prince or Prince Wei ascends the throne, we should focus on fulfilling our duties." Niuzhan, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, retorted, "Then, father, you may serve as a loyal subject, while I shall stake my fortunes with the crown prince. If Chengqian ascends, I too shall be credited for my contributions. Is that not beneficial? You think aligning yourself with the crown prince is a mere trifle? You are the young lord of the Duke of Langya's household, representing my status. Your allegiance to the crown prince signifies the entire Duke of Langya's support." Though Niuzhan understood his father's reasoning, he also recognized that he was the only son of the Niu family, the rightful young lord. In this sense, it was not entirely incorrect to assert that he represented the Duke of Langya's household. Chapter 99. The transformation of Lu Jiazhuang. Nevertheless, Niuzhan felt somewhat uneasy. Ever since he acquired this leg, he seemed to have inflated a bit, perpetually sensing that true merit lay only in the accomplishments of dragons, and that the titles of Marquis and Prime Minister were reserved for genuine talents. Niu Jinda cast a glance at Niuzhan and immediately understood his thoughts. Thus, he retorted with a hint of annoyance, "Dispel those trivial worries of yours. Do not dwell on the insignificant. Look at Qin Huayu and Cheng Chumo. Who among them has pledged allegiance to the crown prince? Cheng Chumo maintains a commendable relationship with Chengqian as well." Niuzhan curled his lip and timidly countered. Niu Jinda had laid bare the matter. How could Niuzhan still be oblivious? His own path, alongside the path of Lu Guogong, Cheng Yaojin's eldest son Cheng Chumo, and that of Yigong Qin Shubao's son Qin Huayu, had long been predetermined by their respective fathers. That is to say, their loyalty was solely to His Majesty, without allegiance to any prince, nor would they favor any prince, thus abstaining from the power struggles amongst the princes. Even though Li Chengqian currently held the title of crown prince and had gained significant ground in the battle for succession, the noble families of Langyajun, Yigong, and Lu Guogong would refrain from involvement. Therefore, despite the amicable relationships Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu shared with Li Chengqian, they would not overtly align themselves with him to become part of the crown prince's faction. In their youth, they had shared a bond, but as they matured, Cheng Chumo and his companions deliberately distanced themselves from Li Chengqian, mindful of avoiding suspicion from the current emperor, Li Shimin, who rose to power through a coup led by the Prince of Qin. At this juncture, if these military families were to openly support Crown Prince Li Chengqian, Li Shimin would not look favorably upon the seasoned generals who had fought alongside him for years. After all, as the instigator of the coup, he was acutely aware of the fate that awaited military commanders who pledged their loyalty to a prince. Consequently, the current scenario saw no sons of military men aligning with any of the princes. Those who had the potential to become great generals were not foolish. They understood the emperor's intentions and would not risk offending the current ruler for the sake of future accolades. That said, even if Niu Jinda, Cheng Yaojin, and Qin Shubao forbade their children from supporting the crown prince or any other prince, they had already ensured that their descendants would live prosperous lives. After all, the merits of Cheng Yaojin and his peers were sufficient to guarantee the longevity of their families, provided they did not rebel. Niu Jindao chose not to continue lecturing his son. Given that Niu Zhang had just regained his health, what he needed was encouragement and gradual nurturing. It was not prudent to shatter his confidence all at once, lest Niu Zhang succumb to despair. Thus, the father and son walked in silence, each lost in thought, as they made their way to the Tungguagong residence. Upon arrival and inquiry, they learned that Lu Cheng had gone to his fief, the current Lu Jiazhuang. Consequently, the father and son mounted their horses and rode towards Lu Jiazhuang. Now, the village had shed its previous gloom and was instead bustling with vitality. Every child in the village donned new garments, scampering about beside the adults. The men of the village wore tattered linen clothes, gathered together to work, while the women busied themselves with various tasks, forming groups, some gathering firewood, others preparing meals, creating a lively atmosphere. The faces of every villager in Lu Jiazhuang were adorned with radiant smiles. Chapter 100. Vitality. The men of the village do not don new garments not because they lack them, but because they are engaged in labor, fearing that their new clothes would become soiled. Thus, they wear their tattered, old hemp garments, not due to the absence of new attire. In the present day Lu Jiazhuang, every face radiates with joy. Witnessing this scene, Niu Jinda could not help but feel a surge of emotion, sighing. Is this truly the same impoverished village of yore? Is this still the same place where daughters were advised not to be wed to the Doshajai? Dad, what are you saying? Niu Zhan, overhearing his father's murmurs, inquired with curiosity. I just heard something about not marrying into Doshajai. Isn't it rather splendid now? It has become a fief of the esteemed Tungguagong. Why not marry into Doshajai? Moreover, look at how harmonious it is at present, with so many delightful children around. What could possibly be amiss? Niu Jinda cast a glance at his son, but refrained from answering his question. Instead, he approached an elderly man seated nearby, unperturbed by the unfamiliarity, and addressed him, Old Wang, what is keeping your village so busy? Wang Fugui, the village head of Lu Jiazhuang, had not noticed anyone beside him and was startled when he turned to see Niu Jinda. He quickly exclaimed, Niu Jungong, it is you. I was just unaware and inadvertently neglected your presence. Niu Jindao waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no offense taken, before inquiring, what is your village occupied with? Wang Fugui picked up a teacup from the table and promptly poured a cup for Niu Jinda, smiling broadly as he spoke. Your Excellency, you may not be aware, but our master has decided to construct a dining hall for Lu Jiazhuang, and furthermore, to establish a school for the little ones to attend. As he spoke, a little child clad in new clothes merrily ran to the table, eagerly gulping down the tea that the old village head had just allowed to cool, before exclaiming, Thank you, village head, and then scampering away to join his companions in play. Wang Fugui smiled at the child, ruffling the little one's hair. Once the child had departed, he continued, Your Excellency, our Lu Jiazhuang no longer requires your charity. We have found our backbone. We remember all that you have done for our village. Niu Jinda nodded, inwardly reflecting that this was indeed good news, affirming that his annual support for Lu Jiazhuang was not in vain. Each year, he allocated a portion of his salary to assist disaster-stricken areas, refugees near Chang'an, and impoverished families, with Lu Jiazhuang being one of his primary beneficiaries. However, lacking a business of their own and refraining from any corrupt practices, Niu Jindao relied solely on his modest salary and the emperor's rewards, pondering how many he could truly assist. Now, with Lu Cheng, that extraordinary offspring, at the helm, Lu Jiazhuang was bound to flourish. Just in these few days, The contrast between the current Lu Jiazhuang and the previous Dou Shazhai had become evident. One was steeped in lethargy, while the other brimmed with vitality. A discerning eye could easily perceive the disparity. As Niu Jinda prepared to inquire about Lu Cheng's whereabouts, Lu Cheng approached alongside old Fong. Huateng, just as I was about to seek you out. Niu Jinda turned and, upon seeing Lu Cheng, greeted him with a smile. Niu Zhan bowed to Lu Cheng, who, observing the seemingly dazed Niu Zhan, asked, Uncle Niu, what troubles you? Is Zhaner having difficulties with his leg? Chapter 101. Healing Niu Ji bowed respectfully to Lu Cheng, who observed the bewildered Niu Ji and inquired, Uncle Niu, what seems to be the matter? Is your leg troubling you? Seeing that the father and son had hurriedly returned to the Lu family estate shortly after their previous separation, Lu Cheng pondered whether the prosthetic limb he had provided to Niu Ji was perhaps unsuitable. With this thought in mind, he promptly directed his questions towards Niu Jinda. Although he had not charged the Niu family for the prosthetic or medical treatment, it was only fitting to ensure proper aftercare, was it not? Thus, without waiting for the father and son to speak, he took the initiative to inquire. No, my leg is perfectly fine. Niu Ji quickly shook his head upon hearing Lu Cheng's words. He began to explain, simultaneously patting his mechanical leg vigorously, the sound echoing affirmatively, indicating his satisfaction. As a denizen of ancient times and the first human in this world to don a prosthetic limb, Niu Ji harbored none of the contemporary embarrassment associated with such an apparatus. On the contrary, he felt a sense of pride in sporting this celestial treasure. Did he not notice how passers-by whispered amongst themselves as he walked down the street? Having not ventured out in quite some time, Niu Ji was utterly unconcerned by the gazes fixated upon his extraordinary leg. Instead, he derived a profound sense of fulfillment from their attention. As long as he strode through the streets of Chang'an with his celestial limb, he deemed himself the most splendid individual in the city. Niu Jinda, upon hearing his son's explanation, initially chuckled before addressing Lu Cheng with a hint of embarrassment. Huateng, my son and I have a favor to ask. Although Lu Cheng was summoned to the palace by Emperor Shimin to attend to the Empress, it was undeniable that the Niu family's influence lingered in the background. Had it not been for Niu Ji's unintentional demolition of Wei Zhang's courtyard wall, Wei Zhang would not have pursued the Niu father and son to the palace, ultimately coercing Emperor Shimin into issuing a decree for Lu Cheng to enter the palace. Therefore, despite the imperial edict, Niu Jindao felt somewhat indebted to Lu Cheng. Upon hearing these words, Lu Cheng appeared taken aback and looked at Niu Jinda, saying, Uncle Niu, please do not hesitate to voice your request. If I can be of assistance, I shall not shy away. Niu Jinda nodded, then, with a sheepish expression, continued, Huateng, shortly after you departed, my son inadvertently kicked down Wei Zhang's wall. Listening to Niu Jinda's account, Lu Cheng couldn't help but smirk at the crimson-faced Niu Ji, laughingly remarking, Uncle Niu, you wouldn't want me to help repair the wall for Wei Zhang, would you? Niu Ji certainly possesses a spirited temperament. Daring to kick down the wall of the most formidable critic of our time is truly impressive. Niu Jinda quickly shook his head, interjecting, No, Huateng. It's like this, to be brief. His Majesty wishes for you to enter the palace to treat the Empress. Who? Empress Cheng's son? Lu Cheng was momentarily stunned, staring incredulously at Niu Jinda as he posed the question. Niu Jinda, feeling somewhat awkward, nodded. He could not comprehend Lu Cheng's extreme reaction. Perhaps Lu Cheng lacked confidence? If the latter were uncertain, was it prudent to summon him to the palace for the Empress's treatment? What if something were to go awry? Would the Emperor let Lu Cheng off the hook? If a misstep were to occur, would he not be placing their benefactor in a perilous situation? Chapter 102, Just right. To speak frankly, Lu Cheng harbored no resistance towards treating Empress Cheng's son, nor did he feel intimidated by the responsibility that her royal status entailed. For Lu Cheng, it mattered not whether she was an empress or merely a passerby. He would extend his assistance whenever possible. Moreover, Empress Cheng's son Wugo was renowned in history as a virtuous empress, which further motivated him. Seeing Lu Cheng lost in thought and silent, Niu Jindao assumed that Lu Cheng either lacked confidence or was reluctant to enter the palace. With a determined bite of his teeth, Niu Jinda addressed Lu Cheng. Huateng, what are your thoughts? If you are uncertain, I shall inform His Majesty that I could not find you today. At worst, I will return to the palace and discuss it further with His Majesty. Niu Jinda's words evidently interrupted Lu Cheng's contemplation. Observing the tension in Niu Jinda's clenched jaw, Lu Cheng smiled and reassured him. Uncle Niu, There is no need for such concern. I am confident in my ability to treat the Empress's ailment. Lu Cheng could easily discern Niu Jinda's predicament. To be honest, regardless of whether Niu Jinda succeeded or not, merely stating, "I could not find you to report to His Majesty," was already enough to make Lu Cheng feel grateful. In these times, the hierarchy of reverence was clear: heaven, earth, the monarch, and then family and teachers. The emperor, represented by Li Shimin, held paramount importance. As a loyal minister and trusted general of Li, how could Niu Jinda disregard his emperor? Thus, in order to spare Lu Cheng from distress, Niu Jinda was, in essence, committing an act of treason against the emperor. Should a clever individual leverage this as a threat, Niu Jinda could easily face impeachment for his betrayal during the morning court session, which could very well lead to his downfall. Niu Jinda's statement could be seen as a sacrifice of his official position and title to prevent Lu Cheng from feeling uncomfortable. Just for the sake of Lu Cheng providing a prosthetic limb for his son, Niu Jinda was willing to jeopardize the titles he had fought for on the battlefield. This generosity surely elicited Lu Cheng's gratitude. Furthermore, it was worth noting that this prosthetic limb was not a genuine divine artifact. It was merely a prosthesis that Lu Cheng had exchanged for a considerable sum within the system. Rest assured, Uncle Niu, is the Empress suffering from asthma? Lu Cheng smiled as he poured another cup of tea for Niu Jinda, before continuing. Historical records indicate that Changsun Wugo was believed to have been born with asthma, a condition that was prevalent at that time. Such an ailment, although not considered severe in later generations, was indeed untreatable in the underdeveloped medical landscape of the Tang Dynasty. The imperial physicians, including the venerable immortal Sun Simiao, were utterly helpless, limited to prescribing herbal remedies for care. However, to Lu Cheng, was this condition truly a disease? It could be classified as such, yet it could equally be dismissed as non-disease. For him, all it required was a modest expenditure within the system to procure a bottle of albuterol inhaler. Thus, asthma was far from being a genuine affliction. Asthma may sound formidable, yet with the right medication, it becomes manageable. During an asthma attack, the patient struggles to breathe. Asthma is a chronic inflammatory condition of the airways involving various cells and cellular components, often characterized by heightened airway reactivity, resulting in recurrent episodes of wheezing, breathlessness, chest tightness, and/or cough. This condition can easily impair respiratory function, and in severe cases, it poses a life-threatening risk. Chapter 103: Soon to have a wife in the context of modern medical technology. Asthma is easily treatable, albeit prone to recurrence. Thus, Lu Cheng felt no pressure regarding Empress Changsun's condition. If necessary, a simple inhalation of a salbutamol aerosol would suffice. A few moments of discomfort could be alleviated in an instant. Wouldn't that be delightful? Niu Jinda cast a puzzled glance at Lu Cheng. The Empress's ailment was asthma. Yet no one outside the palace was aware of it. Such information could never have reached the outside world. As for how Lu Cheng knew about the Empress's condition, Niu Jinda chose not to delve into it or inquire further. Instead, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lu Cheng's words as correct. Seeing Niu Jinda's nod, Lu Cheng smiled, raised his teacup, and drained its contents. He then addressed the village chief beside him, stating, "I shall make a visit to the palace. Please arrange for some hot water to be boiled. From this day forth, no one in the village is permitted to drink unboiled water. We must ensure a constant supply of boiled water." The village chief nodded in response and promptly summoned a woman to convey Lu Cheng's instructions. Since witnessing the transformation of the village from a state of gloom to one of vibrancy, the village chief Wang Fuguwei had come to trust the new lord wholeheartedly, taking Lu Cheng's words to heart. After sipping a few more mouthfuls of water, Lu Cheng drove Niu Jinda and his son toward the palace. Upon arriving at the palace gates, Niu Jinda and Niu Zhan stirred from their reverie on the plush seats of the Lamborghini. "Hua Tong, your steed. It must be quite expensive, indeed," Niu Jinda remarked, admiring the gleaming paint of the Lamborghini before casting an envious glance at Lu Cheng. "Ah, it's nothing much," Lu Cheng replied evasively. He was uncertain how to disclose to Niu Jinda that the vehicle cost several million. Such an extravagant price would surely be beyond the means of their esteemed Nanjun Duke's household. However, the notion of gifting this expensive vehicle to Niu Jinda was utterly out of the question. After all, they were not related, merely acquaintances, and it was implausible to give away something worth millions. Thus, rather than reveal the price and kindle Niu Jinda's longing, it was better to keep it a secret, sparing the elder from daily yearning for it. Noticing Lu Chang's reluctance to discuss the price, Niu Jinda let the matter rest and glanced at the grand entrance of the palace, once more expressing his concerns. Huateng, are you truly confident in handling the Empress's condition? Lu Cheng nodded, smiling reassuringly at Niu Jinda. Uncle Niu need not worry. I have my methods to address the Empress's ailment. Seeing Lu Cheng's unwavering confidence, Niu Jinda's previously stern demeanor softened, and he looked at Lu Cheng with a smile. That is reassuring. In that case, let us proceed into the palace, lest the emperor grows anxious. Lu Cheng acknowledged with a nod and followed closely behind Niu Jinda as they made their way into the palace. Although they had reached the gates, it would take at least 20 minutes, if not half an hour, to reach Emperor Shimin's Grand Hall. Were it not for the palace's prohibition on palanquins and horseback riding, Lu Cheng would certainly have opted for a quicker mode of transport. At that moment, Emperor Shimin was evidently in the Liza Hall with Changsun Wugo. Guanyin maid, I have sent Niu Jinda to summon Duke Tang. Your asthma has hope for relief. Chapter 104. Boasting having just received a reminder from Wei Zhang, Shimin felt a surge of joy as he contemplated the recent events regarding Niu Ji's prosthetic leg, the ailing Qin Shubao, and the myriad skills possessed by Lu Cheng, a descendant of the immortal lineage. Perhaps, the ailment afflicting Guanyin Bai could indeed be healed. With this thought in mind, Shimin glanced at Wei Zhang beside him and instructed the little yellow gatekeeper behind him, Go. Summon the imperial kitchen to prepare a meal for Wei Aiqing. I shall first visit the empress. Wei Zhang chuckled upon hearing this, showing no signs of resentment at Shimin's disregard for his own well-being. As Shimin eagerly exited the grand hall, Wei Zhang, with leisure, turned to the little yellow gatekeeper and said, Go, have the imperial kitchen prepare a plate of vinegar celery for me as well. The little yellow gatekeeper bowed respectfully to Wei Zhang before retreating from the grand hall. Although Shimin was absent, the little yellow gatekeepers dared not offend such a high-ranking official as Wei Zhang, thus they complied with his modest requests. Meanwhile, Shimin, positioned outside the Lizheng Hall, began to call out loudly towards the grand hall. As he called out, he hastened his steps into the palace of Changsun Wugo. The little yellow gatekeeper, upon noticing the arrival of His Majesty, opened his mouth to announce, Your Majesty has arrived, but before he could utter a word, he was waved away by Shimin's large hand. Clearly, in such a moment of joy, Shimin preferred to convey the news to Changsun Wugo himself. Upon entering the grand hall, Shimin saw his eldest daughter, Lizzie, seated obediently on the bed beside her younger brother, Ji. Changsun Wugo, looking frail, lay on the bed, occasionally coughing heavily. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Changsun Wugo asked, propping herself up with one arm in an attempt to rise and pay her respects to Shimin as he approached. Seeing this, Shimin hurried to her side, gently supporting her and admonishing with a touch of reproach, What time is it? There's no need for such formalities. He personally placed a cushion behind Changsun Wugo before shifting the conversation to express his concern. Guanyin Bai, has your health improved? Hearing this, Changsun Wugo smiled helplessly, gazing tenderly at the concerned Shimin. Your Majesty, I am fine. I wonder, did you come here for something specific? Clearly, Changsun Wugo was reluctant to disclose the full extent of her condition. Shimin was nearly driven to madness over her illness, and the imperial physicians were at a loss. Were it not for her intervention, he might have resorted to drastic measures against them. Thus, knowing that her ailment was beyond remedy, Changsun Wugo sought to divert the topic. What were you calling out before entering the hall? Shimin affectionately patted her arm before bursting into hearty laughter. Guanyin Bai, your ailment has a remedy. I have summoned Duke Tang through Niu Jinda. Shimin's face beamed with pride. Changsun Wugo, taken aback, looked at Shimin with surprise. Your Majesty, what can Duke Tang possibly do? Can a descendant of the immortals truly heal? As the discussion of Duke Tang unfolded, Lizzie, holding Ji, felt her cheeks flush. She was acutely aware that her parents intended to arrange a marriage between her and the unacquainted Duke Tang. Thus, whenever she heard his name, a sense of bashfulness washed over her, a mere reflection of youthful infatuation. Surprised by her father's announcement that Niu Jindao would bring Duke Tang to the palace for her mother's treatment, Lizzie was astonished. Initially, she assumed that Duke Tang, being of immortal descent, would not engage in matters of healing, but her father's demeanor suggested otherwise. With hope blossoming in her heart, Lizzie wished fervently that Duke Tang could cure her mother's affliction. After all, she had spent her formative years closely following Changsun Wugo, and she understood her mother's condition well. The imperial physicians were utterly helpless. Even the renowned Sun Simiao could not provide a definitive cure. To shield her father from distress, Changsun Wugo frequently concealed the severity of her episodes, often relying on Li Lizzie for companionship during her afflictions. Having witnessed her mother's suffering on numerous occasions, Li Lizzie earnestly hoped that her future husband would possess the ability to heal her mother. He is a descendant of the immortals. Surely he can heal. Furthermore, your ailment is but a minor issue. Guanyin Bai need not worry, Li Shimin declared confidently while gazing at his beloved, who lay bedridden. In truth, while Li Shimin was aware that Lu Cheng possessed healing abilities, he was uncertain whether he could remedy Changsun Wugo's ailment. Nevertheless, he expressed unwavering confidence in Duke Teng's capacity for healing, primarily to bolster Guanyin Bai's spirits. Indeed, upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope sparkled in Changsun Wugo's eyes. If her ailment could truly be cured, she would certainly wish to embrace life for a while longer. Observing the change in Changsun Wugo's expression, Li Shimin decided to stoke the flames of hope further. Guanyin Bai, are you aware of Niu Jinda's son's severed leg? Changsun Wugo furrowed her brow, contemplating. She held great admiration for General Niu Jinda, yet fate had dealt a cruel hand. His only son had suffered a fall from his horse years ago, resulting in an amputation. Rumor had it that since then, the boy had not set foot outside his home. Ah, what a pitiful child. Changsun Wugo sighed inwardly before nodding and addressing Li Shimin. Your Majesty, I certainly remember. What has happened to General Niu's son? Li Shimin smiled triumphantly, then gazed at Changsun Wugo with a touch of mystery. Guanyin Bai, you may not be aware. Duke Teng has fitted a celestial leg for Niu Jinda's son. Now that boy is full of life and vigor. Changsun Wugo exhibited little reaction, yet Li Lizzie, who was playfully engaging with Li Ji, had already widened her mouth in astonishment. Upon hearing the mention of Teng Wugong by her father, Li Lizzie had perked up her ears, attentively absorbing his words. Upon hearing the exclamation from their eldest daughter, Changsun Wugo and Li Shimin turned their gazes towards Li Lizzie.